Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2203 to Chapter 2260. Everyone's heart was shocked to the point of numbness. They only felt that heavenly thunder was rumbling above their heads. Could it be that Big Boss's big boss was actually the Lord? Oh my God, it's not just Big Brother. I have many brothers. I'm only ranked first among my brothers. Xianxia dropped another bombshell. Our ranking is based on intelligence, strength, breadth of mind, and so on. Xianxia said, one of us brothers is invincible with his sword. There was another person who, with a saber in hand, could face the entire heaven palace alone. There is another person who can calculate everything under the heavens and see through the mysteries of heaven. And Xianxia's expression was full of nostalgia, seriousness, and emotion when he said these words. At this moment, I really miss you guys. But it was this outpouring of emotion that made everyone who heard these words believe without a doubt, without experience, it was impossible to fabricate something out of thin air. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was suddenly in an uproar. Boss's boss. Boss's brother. Boss's back. Boss's back. All of this was like a gust of wind, blowing through the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It became the topic of conversation after dinner or late at night. Everyone was guessing, but the more they guessed, the more they admired him, and the more they admired him, the more loyal they were to him. The first snow of this winter in Xianxia was rarely seen in 10,000 years. During this period of time, the snowfall was either big or small, but it never stopped. It actually continued for more than 40 days. However, no matter how long the snowfall lasted, there would be an end to it. The battle between the two major military forces lasted for more than 40 days. It was a sunny day after the heavy snow. The three figures left the palace like ghosts, ignoring the chaos in Xianxia. In a flash, they had already soared into the sky. Then, 3 streaks of light slowly rose into the sky, and the 3 people disappeared without a trace. Marshal's residence. Mu Tianlan looked at the 3 disappearing rainbows in the sky and sighed deeply. He muttered to himself, of His Majesty's 5 great bodyguards, 3 of them were killed in one breath. How can Wuya escape from such a thunderous situation? The heavens are going to kill him. Behind him, the gloomy figure appeared again and said, Marshal, 3 of His Majesty's 5 personal bodyguards were sent out at once. I'm afraid General Meng will definitely die this time. Unless we intervene. Mu Tianlan was silent for a moment and said, we can't interfere anymore. The 2 of you are too familiar with each other. You will be able to recognize each other the moment you make a move. If that happens, it will truly be a disaster for us. I really didn't expect His Majesty to place so much importance on the enmity of the Crown Prince. He won't stop until he exterminates all his enemies. Shadow sighed. There's something you don't know. Speaking of which, this Grand Empress came when His Majesty was old. The other Grand Empresses had already been crowned as kings and had many grandchildren. Only this Grand Empress was nurtured by His Majesty in the past many years. This affection is naturally hard to erase. Mu Tianlan let out a long sigh. That's why he has been spoiled into such a lawless state. With what he has done, he is simply courting death. Even death can't wipe out his hatred. Shadow curled his lips. Don't say such things again in the future. Mu Tianlan said deeply. Shadow said, yes, but how should we deal with this matter? Mu Tianlan's face twitched painfully. Sigh, if you make a move again, it's tantamount to declaring war on His Majesty. This is absolutely not feasible. Right now, we can only hope that Wuya is blessed by the heavens. At this point, Shadow also fell silent. Yes, they could no longer make a move on this matter. Now, not to mention that the internal dispute within the military was at its fiercest, the degree of familiarity with each other had already restricted them from making a move. If there were many people involved in the battle, they might still be able to find a chance to fish in troubled waters. But now, there were only 3 people making a move. The situation was simple and clear, so there was really no other way. Once they were recognized, then Mu Tianlan's entire military group was bound to be suppressed and collapsed in an instant. Even Mu Tianlan would be in a worrying situation, and might even be defeated. Yuan Tianji could tolerate Mu Tianlan and use prolonged battle, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. This was the bottom line of a ruler and a subject. We can only hope that the heavens will help old Meng. Shadow also sighed. Although they said so, the two of them were only pessimistic in their hearts. This time, with the three great guards working together, even if Meng Wuya had the ability to reach the heavens, his chances of survival were also very slim. Every celestial emperor must be accompanied by 7 great guards. These 7 great guards were known as the 7-star guards. At that time, the ones who competed for the position of celestial emperor were these people. Before everyone started to compete for the position of celestial emperor, they all made a heavenly oath: the winner is the king. The loser is the king's guard. When the great celestial emperor stood out, the others also kept their promise and became the 7-star guards. This matter was set in motion. They were born a long time ago, and after that, Emperor 1 and Empress had a common tacit understanding to hide the fact that these people existed. Only people with considerable qualifications could know of their existence. They were basically the secret forces that belonged to a celestial emperor. This force was extremely powerful, almost enough to shake any power in the world. The martial strength of each of these 7 people had to at least reach the level of a high-level saint. Among these people, the vast majority were close to the level of a peak saint. As long as they appeared, it was equivalent to representing the peak battle strength under Emperor 1 and Empress. There was no one else, looking at this world. Perhaps there were still some people who could have similar cultivation as them, but, taking everything into account, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they could not find so many people. Often, in addition to making these people their own personal guards, each celestial emperor would assign them to their trusted ministers to be responsible for their life and safety. Of the 7 great guards of Celestial Emperor Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianji, one was assigned to His Highness the Great Emperor, and the other was assigned to Prime Minister Iluiwei. As for the remaining 5, they were all used to protect the imperial palace. It was rumored that when the Celestial Emperor went out on a grand occasion, 10,000 places would worship him when he was still, and 7 kings would accompany him when he was moving. Everyone thought that the 7 kings accompanying him was just a metaphor, but in reality, it was really 7 kings, former kings, and because Mu Tianlan already had Shadow, this super expert, by his side, Yuan Tianji did not assign him any additional tasks. Shadow was Mu Tianlan's sworn brother. Although he did not belong to the 7 great guards, his true strength was not inferior to any of those people. This time, in order to deal with Chu Yang and Meng Wuya, Yuan Tianji sent out 3 people at once. This scale was the first time in the history of Ink Cloud Sky. Meng Wuya was at most a primary saint. How could he resist the joint attack of these 3 people? Therefore, Mu Tianlan and Ying could only let out a sigh of relief. In these few months, Xie Danxiong was so busy that his heels did not touch the ground, but he did not know that Chu Yang was similarly busy, not to mention other things. He almost did not even have time to find Tai Badian and Wu Qianqian for dual cultivation. It was not that Chu Yang was too busy, but the 2 girls were too busy. It was all because everything had to start from scratch, and there were many things waiting to be done. People had to be trained, and they had to seize the time. They had to break in, have tacit understanding, and reorganize. They had to spend money and make money. Chu Yang, on the other hand, used an extremely secret method to spread the new version of the super heavy pill among his subordinates. This allowed everyone to improve at a godly speed and make rapid progress. Recently, Luohua City seemed to have become a place where lightning flashed and thunder roared overnight. It was really very unusual. In the past, Luohua City was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the wind and rain were favorable. There was no scene of thunder and lightning at all. Often, it might not even happen once in a few years. However, since Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was established, after about a month, suddenly, there were people breaking through almost every day. Naturally, the lightning flashed and thunder roared in Luohua City. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was permanent. During those days, there were people who had to bear the heavenly punishment almost every day. At most, there would be more than 10 or 20 people breaking through in a day. Often, lightning flashed and thunder roared continuously for several days. Such a terrifying scene made the indigenous warriors of Luohua City widen their eyes and drop their jaws to the ground. How could this be? This was too illogical, inconceivable, and inconceivable. in the past 100 years, it was quite rare to have a breakthrough that led to the heavenly punishment. Moreover, the clan that produced the master would have a big celebration. But now, why are there so many high-level heavenly punishments raining down from the sky? What exactly is going on? Was this a joke? When did the heavenly punishment become as common as cabbages? This made the newly risen heavenly armament pavilion inexplicably more mysterious in Demon Emperor Heaven. It was said everywhere in Jianghu that as long as you joined Heavenly Armament Pavilion, you could break through the existing martial arts shackles and reach the sky in one step. It was no longer a delusion. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion had mysterious experts, priceless elixirs and secret manuals, and experienced experts to instruct them. With so many advantages, you would be embarrassed if you did not break through, wasn't it? As a result, more and more martial artists wanted to join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And the warriors who were already in Heavenly Armament Pavilion were even more motivated. Now, everyone was risking their lives to torture themselves. Look, just because they worked a little harder than us, they were originally at the same level as us. Now, they have been promoted and entered the Saint Armament Advanced Barracks. That person has entered the Heavenly Human Barracks. What about us? Although we have made some progress, overall, we are still in the same place. There is no essential breakthrough. This is not good. If you want to improve, how can you do it without risking your life? Before this, each and every one of them had complained about the so-called extreme training. But now, their eyes were shining. If they didn't torment themselves to death every day, they wouldn't be able to live with it. It wasn't just a matter of promotion, there was also a basic problem of face. Others have promoted, but you don't promote yourself. Damn, why are you so useless? You must be thinking about something else, and not working hard enough. Could it be that he was just going to watch his former underlings become his leaders? Riding on top of your head and acting like a tyrant, how can this be justified? Absolutely unbearable. This was related to a man's face, and it was infinitely serious. Therefore, they worked harder and harder every day, and more people broke through every day. It stimulated the remaining people to the point that their eyes turned red, and they naturally became fiercer and fiercer. Chu Yang was extremely busy during this period of time. But, he was also very busy in his heart. Every day, he would secretly add a lot of elixirs to everyone's food. He wanted to ensure that these people wouldn't overdo their training and kill themselves. Moreover, they were full of vigor. There were no after effects. However, there was one time when Chu Yang was a little careless, and added twice the amount of elixirs at once. This time, it was incredible. After eating and drinking, this group of people were full of energy, and they didn't care about anything else. They continued to train until they were full of energy, and they couldn't stop at all. After that day, the ground of the entire Heavenly Armament Pavilion had been trampled by these guys for nearly 10 feet, the so-called 1 meter higher sky was just like this. No, even if it was 3 times higher, it wouldn't be enough. 3 times was only 1 foot. This result scared Chu Yang. These people were all talented people, and if they were really too excited, what would happen? Fortunately, the heavens still took care of these people, and none of them were really too excited. Moreover, the effect was very obvious. After one day, this group of people had broken through, and there were actually more than 50 people. However, Chu Yang didn't dare to be greedy anymore. This time, fortunately, nothing happened. If the intensity of the training was lower, perhaps some people would really explode. That would be big trouble. Not to mention the fact that all the secrets had been revealed, but he still felt heartache over the loss of his own people. Wouldn't that be equivalent to losing elixirs and people? Apart from Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian who were very busy, the other hall masters were also very busy. For example, Meng Wuya was so busy that he was badly battered. Now, this primary level saint had to run when he walked. But because he was so busy, Meng Wuya's previously depressed mood had improved a lot. At the very least, it was no longer as painful as before. Another thing worth mentioning was the divine soul of the calamity. Ever since the divine soul of calamity arrived here, he had been sighing and drooping his head because there wasn't enough death energy here for him to absorb. Or to be more precise, there was basically no death energy for him to absorb. There were very few powerful warriors in Luohua City. Just by looking at the Tang family, one could see that they had dominated this place for hundreds of thousands of years. But it was also because of this that there were relatively few killings in this place. It could be said that this place was the most peaceful place in the whole Heaven Imperial Court. People would like such an environment very much. But souls, especially the divine soul of Calamity, didn't like it at all. If it weren't for Chu Yang by his side, who could provide him with the purest dead spirit energy from time to time, he might not have been able to stay here any longer. Even so, he was still dispirited, and didn't have the slightest bit of energy. Since the sword spirit left, the divine soul of Calamity had become Chu Yang's new super trump card. Seeing him like this, Chu Yang finally couldn't help but say, "You are too stupid, aren't you? You are one of the few tyrannical existences in the world. How can you be so stupid? When people die, there will be death energy, but when other lives die, there won't be death energy? Divine soul, you are too narrow-minded." "What do you mean?" The divine soul of Calamity's eyes lit up when he heard this. He vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words were very reasonable, or that he was opening up a limitless new path for him. But he still couldn't figure out where exactly it was. "That's why I say that your thinking is rigid. I have said it so clearly. In my opinion, this Luohua city is actually the best place for you to cultivate. It's just that you haven't realized it yet." Chu Yang pointed to the falling flowers that were everywhere in the sky. When people die, death energy is born. When life withers, death energy is born. Every flower here is a life. When these flowers wither, there will be loss, reluctance, and sadness. Aren't these also a kind of death energy? The divine soul of Calamity trembled all over. Looking at the falling flowers in the sky, he suddenly became completely speechless. He stood there for a long time without moving. He seemed to have thought of something. The withering of flowers may be the real withering of life. This is the pure death energy that can be derived from the spirits of heaven and earth. And it is not as full of hostility as the death energy of human beings, which disturbs one's state of mind. I think you should think about it carefully. Before Chu Yang finished speaking, the divine soul of Calamity had already disappeared. Half a month later, the divine soul of Calamity came to Chu Yang happily. As soon as he saw Chu Yang, he gave Chu Yang a big bear hug. "Little ancestor, you are the savior of my life. I love you so much. You really saved my life. You showed me the way, opened my eyes, and illuminated my future. I love you so much." Chu Yang was creeped out. He struggled hard to break free. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Are you possessed? The death energy derived from the withering of flowers is really wonderful. It is the future that I have been looking for a long time." The divine soul of Calamity was exultant. Every flower, when it withers, indeed has the death energy. And it is really the death energy of the withering of life. It is far purer than the death energy derived from the death of human beings. Although the death aura from flowers is relatively weak, and it takes about 1,000 flowers to be equivalent to the death aura from one person's death, there are many of them. Every day, there are hundreds of billions of petals that wither. This number is simply too huge. In addition, the death aura of the flowers is not only pure, but more importantly, it has no resentment or evil aura. It is the most suitable cultivation resource for my generation. Moreover, it has the ability to purify and eliminate the evil aura accumulated from my original cultivation. Didn't you save my life? The divine soul of Calamity's eyes were brimming with tears. Yes, if there were tears. Save your life? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? You are a saint-level expert. Chu Yang expressed his surprise. Although he had expected that the withering of flowers might inspire a new path for the divine soul of Calamity, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? This is something you don't know. The divine soul of Calamity is a special existence that does not belong to life, death, or reincarnation. It is because of the huge amount of hostility accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. In this life, although it is powerful, it can only be a lonely ghost. However, after the malice is purified in this place, there is still room for significant improvement in my cultivation. As long as I reach a higher level and resolve the malice that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, it will be possible for me to reconstruct my body and become a real human being again. The Soul of the Calamity spoke incoherently. He could not have been more excited. The divine soul of Calamity stuttered for a long time before Chu Yang finally understood. So it was like this. No matter how powerful and omnipotent one was, whenever one faced human or life, the divine soul of Calamity's indescribable inferiority from the bottom of his heart always existed. Who didn't want to be an upright person, who was willing to be a divine soul that could only survive in the land of darkness forever? Being terrifying and sinister was definitely a method that could make the enemy tremble in fear. However, if it could be done openly, who would be willing to be terrifying and sinister? Besides, the divine soul of Calamity also had its limits. Once it reached its limits, the punishment of heaven and earth would be to vanish like smoke and clouds, and Chu Yang's idea, which was more or less nonsense, unexpectedly solved the divine soul of Calamity's puzzling problem. It gave him hope that he could be a human again. How could he not be excited? After knowing this, Chu Yang also couldn't help but feel happy for the divine soul of Calamity. After the first heavy snow of early winter, Yao Ningning brought the Hu and Ma elders, as well as Bai Shixian, on the way back to the Demon Imperial City. The Demon Empress' birthday was celebrated by the entire Demon Imperial Heaven. As a human, Yao Ningning naturally had to go back. As for Bai Shixian, she followed the Grand Elder to get the Fox clan's inheritance. The little girl followed along excitedly. Little girl, don't forget what I said. Before Chu Yang left, he reminded Yao Ningning. For the Demon Empress' birthday this time, Chu Yang also gave a generous gift. Whether it was out of respect for his seniors or because it was the birthday of his brother's mother, this gift had to be given. Logically speaking, he should go personally. However, the Demon Empress' birthday did not allow outsiders to be present, so he could only give up. Don't worry. Yao Ningning patted her chest. If my mother doesn't agree, I'll threaten her with suicide. She'll definitely give in. This trick of mine works every time, and it works every time. Chu Yang's face darkened. For the Demon Empress to have such a son, it was really a great tribulation for this world's top experts. If she didn't agree, she would threaten with suicide. This was truly a peerless and ruthless move that made people concede defeat. Yao Ningning was reluctant to leave, but he laughed and left. 100,000, wait for me. I will be back soon. Let's meet again in the martial world. Even if an unconventional person was more shrewd sometimes, he would still say unconventional things in a suitable situation, so, a fool would always be a fool. This was true. I dare to bet with you. When he saw Yao Ningning, Bai Shixian, and the others leave, Tan Tan was so excited that his eyebrows danced. What bet? Chu Yang asked curiously. Because after the previous incident, a certain demon king had been taught a lesson by a certain female demon king. It seemed that he had not dared to talk about the word bet for a long time. What was going on today? I bet that when the two of them come back, they will definitely be a couple. Tan Tan said confidently. Looking at the backs of Yao Ningning and Bai Shixian. Get lost. Chu Yang said angrily, do I need you to tell me this? Are you playing with nonsense? The two of them are already flirting with each other now. During this period of time, Yao Ningning had completely given up on Xianxia. Firstly, Xianxia's heart belonged to someone else, and it was his boss Chu Yang. How would Yao Ningning dare to be rash? Secondly, ever since he saw Xianxia's violence, Yao Ningning had nightmares even in his dreams. He dreamed that he married Xianxia and was played with as a sandbag every day. This was really a man's nightmare. Who would be willing to be beaten by his wife like a sandbag every day? While Yao Ningning's hair stood on end, his worship of Chu Yang was even greater. Only his boss would be able to bear it, therefore, Yao Ningning turned his attention to Bai Shixian, whom he already had a good impression of. Every day, he attentively waited on her. Bai Shixian was originally a little ignorant of worldly affairs. Under Yao Ningning's relentless attacks, her heart naturally felt a little like a little girl's vanity, therefore, as time went by, there was a tendency for them to fall into the enemy's hands. Chu Yang saw all of this. Why would he make such a bet with Tan Tan that he would definitely lose? He also understood why this guy was in such a hurry to make a bet with him today. To make a bet that he would definitely win, anyone would want to make a bet. Oh right, what were you doing last night? Why did you make such a big commotion? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, his face full of doubts and suspicions. Nothing. Tan Tan was actually a little bashful, which was rare for him. If you didn't do anything, why did you scream last night? It was as if you were killing something. Chu Yang's face was full of gossip. Get lost. If you ask me again, I'll fall out with you. Tan Tan's face was red, and he turned around and left. The way he walked was completely like a big crab, with broad steps. It looked very strange. Chu Yang was stunned for a while, and suddenly seemed to have understood something. He held his stomach and laughed. A snowball was rolled to the size of a millstone by Tan Tan, and it smashed towards him. What are you laughing at? Chu Yang laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He already understood the specific reason now. Yesterday morning, Xie Danfeng had come to Tai Budian hesitantly to ask about this matter. Moreover, she had said that it had to be kept strictly confidential. In the end, after Tai Budian heard it, she laughed so hard that she couldn't care less about her manners. She turned around and told the gossip to Zitong Wu Qianqian. Then, Wu Qianqian accidentally told Xu Yang. The matter was like this: Tan Tan had felt that the time was ripe the night before yesterday. Moreover, he had been living with Xie Danfeng for a long time. So, he had become somewhat restless. She then asked Xie Danfeng, "Are we pregnant? My senior brother's child is already old enough to buy soy sauce, but I'm lagging behind by a lot." Xie Danfeng was startled when she heard this. "I don't know. Why isn't it here yet?" Tan Tan was a bit impatient. "Say, how long have we been sleeping on the same bed? Why haven't we had a child yet?" Xie Danfeng was a little surprised by his words. "That's right. This shouldn't be the case. Both of our bodies should be in good health." The two of them studied for a whole night, but they still didn't have the slightest clue. Yes, the two of them had been eating and living together. However, it had already started since they were in the Chongtian continent. So, why hadn't there been any news until now? In the morning, Xie Danfeng came to Tai Budian with dark circles under her eyes and asked, "Why can't we have a child?" Tai Budian was also confused by this question. Although she was an experienced person, she still didn't know much about certain matters regarding virginity. The two women buried their heads and studied for a long time, but they still couldn't figure it out. However, in the end, Tai Budian accidentally discovered that Xie Danfeng was still a virgin. She was dumbfounded on the spot. Since she hadn't lost her virginity, how could she have a child? How could she ask such an idiotic question? Tai Budian was at a loss about this. She vaguely suspected that Tan Tan was actually very unlucky. She couldn't help but ask. Xie Danfeng stammered about this. She blushed for a long time before she spoke. It turned out that these two idiots had always thought that as long as they slept on the same bed, they would be husband and wife. As long as a man and a woman slept on the same bed, they should have a child. Therefore, the two of them had always slept peacefully on the same bed, snoring on their own. Well, water didn't interfere with the river water. How could they have a child like this? Tai Budian burst out laughing on the spot. Even her tears had burst out because of her excessive laughter. This kind of weirdo was really rare in the world. Xie Danfeng listened and laughed uneasily. After she understood the situation, she went back as if she was fleeing for her life. The pitiful girl only now knew that if she wanted to have a child, she couldn't have one just by sleeping together. That still required other basic steps. Therefore, that night, Tan Tan asked in high spirits, "Did you ask? What's going on?" Xie Danfeng got angry from the bottom of her heart. So, she became bold. Moreover, she was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She thought that this guy had made her lose face. So, she angrily grabbed Tan Tan's vital part. Then, she ferociously twisted it, and roared, "You call yourself a divine master of love? You don't even understand the most basic things. This thing of yours has never shown its power. Where did the child come from?" Perhaps Xie Danfeng used too much strength. After all, she was still a little girl. So, she didn't know how to control her strength. Tan Tan was caught off guard. He let out a miserable howl on the spot. Then, he curled up like a shrimp and rolled on the bed endlessly. It really hurt to death. Even a great demon king would be no different from an ordinary man in that place. At most, it would be a little more powerful. But, it certainly wouldn't be able to resist being pinched. Of course, this kind of twisting was even more unbearable. Xie Danfeng couldn't help but jump in fright when she saw this. But, she also knew that she had accidentally injured Tan Tan, so, Tan Tan didn't have any serious problems after the two of them did this. But, they reckoned that he wouldn't be able to do that for a short period of time. Well, he needs to recuperate in this kind of situation. Therefore, although the two of them now understood how to have a child, they couldn't do anything for a short time. Of course, the effect would have been instantaneous if Tan Tan had asked Chu Yang for a heavy pill. In fact, he would have recovered on the same day. However, Tan Tan didn't have enough time to conceal this matter. So, how could he say it out loud, at that time, if Chu Yang really asked, "What do you want a heavy pill for?" Wouldn't Tan Tan be immediately dumbfounded and ashamed to show his face, to think that he was a great demon king? To think that he had always boasted of being a saint in destroying flowers. After all this time, he actually didn't even understand the most crucial step. In fact, he was just a little virgin who couldn't be any whiter. It was really too shameful. Great Demon King Tan really couldn't afford to lose this person. Fortunately, his little brother Yao Ningning was no longer nearby. If he knew, Tan Tan probably wouldn't have the face to live, so, at this moment, when he heard Chu Yang's question, Tan Tan exploded on the spot. Chu Yang worked so hard for so long. Finally, he found such a joke. How could he let it go? Naturally, he would ask Tan Tan every few days, "Junior brother, how is it?" After a few times, Tan Tan even had the impulse to run away from home. He didn't know if the internal strife would be contagious. The internal strife in Mo Yuntian's military was fierce, and there was also internal strife in Luohua City. However, the target of the internal strife wasn't Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion, but the Tang clan. During this period of time, the Tang clan had three internal strife. On one hand, they agreed to move, and on the other hand, they agreed not to move. Then, they quarreled. But in the end, the Tang clan's third young master directly threatened them with death. Finally, they used the most shameless and extreme method to stop the clan's base from moving. This guy felt that Chu Yang's words were too reasonable. The Tang clan could develop until now completely because of good feng shui, so, he didn't hesitate to fight with his family at all costs. But, the price he paid for this persistence was, the Tang clan's eldest young master said, "You don't have to move and can stay where you are, but you have to build a new courtyard on your own, located in the south of the city." But to build a new team was easier said than done. Not to mention other things, where would the basic funds come from? That was a considerable amount of money. In other words, if you, Tang Yongwei, want the Tang clan to not move, fine. You can build one on your own. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't use the clan's money. The Tang clan's third young master was enraged. He patted his thin chest on the spot and promised generously, "I will build one on my own. And, I will guarantee that I will build it and not let anyone down. I will contribute to the prosperity of my Tang clan for hundreds of millions of years." Who doesn't know how to boast? But what if you can't build it? The Tang clan's eldest young master pressed. "I will definitely build it." The Tang clan's third young master's face turned red. He didn't give in at all. "I also believe that you can build it. No matter who you give 10,000 years, anyone can build it. Even a cat or a dog won't have a problem." The Tang clan's eldest young master squinted. "I can build a new courtyard in 3 years." The Tang clan's third young master flew into a rage. 3 years? Don't brag, there's no dust here. The Tang clan's eldest young master snorted disdainfully, "If you can build it in 3 years, I won't fight with you for the position of clan master in the future." "But, what if you can't build it in 3 years?" "If I can't build it in 3 years, I will withdraw from the core of the clan and won't fight with you for anything. And, I won't King be called Tang Yongwei anymore. I will change my name to True Impotence." The Tang clan's third young master's face turned red. He pointed to the heavens and swore. "It's a promise. It's a promise. Let's make a promise. Let's make a promise. Let's make a promise. Come." Clap, clap. They had rushed all the way here. The two brothers were quarreling like fighting cocks. Sentence after sentence, no one could get a word in edgewise. The surrounding people didn't seem to have the time to persuade them. The two of them had already made a promise. And, don't be evil. The clap here wasn't referring to the Tang clan's third young master and his brother having sex. It was the Tang clan's third young master and his brother clapping their palms together. Clap, 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 clap to make a promise. In the next moment, this promise was actually recognized by the heavenly Tao. It was officially established and there was no going back on it. Then, the Tang family's eldest young master looked at his third brother with a smile that wasn't a smile. Third brother, this bet has already been set. You can't go back on your word. If you go back on your word, I won't even need to find trouble with you. The higher-ups will directly find trouble with you. To establish a Tang family side courtyard that is not inferior to the Tang family in 3 years, this task is still a bit difficult. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I wish you success in advance. Work hard and do your best. The Tang family's third young master suddenly regained his senses. His head was extremely feverish, and his heart was immediately thrown into a river of gold thread. In an instant, his intestines were green with regret. How was he going to deal with this matter? Wanting to establish such a large side courtyard in 3 years was simply a fantasy. It was a completely impossible task. How was he going to accomplish it? But, he had already clapped his hands as an oath. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, it was impossible. The Tang family's third young master wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But when he saw the Tang family's complacent expression, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. Just wait and see. I will definitely succeed. When he said those words, his heart was dripping blood. I'll succeed? I'll succeed your ass. It would be strange if I could succeed. Ha ha ha. This elder brother will wait and see. The Tang family's eldest young master laughed loudly as he walked out. His face was filled with complacency. Then, the Tang family's third young master sat down on the ground. He slapped his thigh and sighed. I'm really stupid, really stupid, really stupid but he immediately realized that there were countless spectators around. He immediately jumped up and said smugly, isn't it just a Tang family side courtyard? Isn't this easy? To this young master, it's a piece of cake. What's so difficult about it? As he said that, he hummed a little tune and walked out of the door. Everyone in the room had their jaws dropped to the ground. This fellow, even if his face was slapped until it was as swollen as a pig's head, he still wanted to be fat. Everyone wanted to see how this guy would be able to complete this impossible task in 3 years. As soon as the Tang family's third young master stepped out of the door, his 2 long legs turned into noodles as he wailed, how could I be so stupid? I was led into a ditch by someone with just a few words. 3 years, my God, 3 years to establish a courtyard that is not inferior to the Tang family. Oh God, please strike me with lightning. Then, he wiped his tears and rolled his eyes. That's right. A hero needs 3 helpers. I'd better hurry and find Xianxia to think of a solution. That's the most important thing. In an instant, the Tang family's third young master rushed towards the heavenly armament pavilion like a galloping horse that had been cut by a knife. His speed was extremely fast. What's so difficult about such a small matter? Xianxia patted his chest and said, isn't it just some money? Brother, don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but my methods of making money are definitely not inferior to anyone. Don't worry. How could it take 3 years to establish a Tang family courtyard? Follow Big Brother. You don't have to worry about anything. Big Brother will set it up for you within a year. The Tang family's third young master wanted to cry on the spot. Damn it. Looking at his posture, he only knows how to talk big. These words are too beautiful. I don't dare to believe them. Third young master, you can do this. Xianxia said with a face full of confidence, I'll give you a sum of money first as a deposit. You will be responsible for the food and drink of everyone in the heavenly armament pavilion during this period of time, including medicinal materials, weapons, metal, clothes, etc. As long as you do these things well, you will have a lot of money. Not to mention a Tang family courtyard. Even if you have 3 or 5 more, it won't matter. Xianxia patted his chest as if he was full of confidence. During this period of time, there was a serious shortage of manpower. Xianxia was worried. It was rare for this guy to take the initiative to come and ask for money. This was really a job that fell from the sky. If you want to make money, isn't it easy? As long as you can serve my tens of thousands of people well, wouldn't purple cloud coins be as easy as drinking cold water for me? Not to mention a few 100 million purple cloud coins, even tens of billions of purple cloud coins would be a piece of cake for this king of hell. By the way, you should set up an auction house for me first. See how I can make money for you. Minister Chu's eyes turned. He wanted to streamline his tribulation space. There was too much junk accumulated in there. It took up too much space. Cleaning out the warehouse was the right way. This is not a problem. But what exactly do you want to do? What important items are you recommending for the auction? It needs to be of a very high grade. The first item must be a hit, otherwise. The Tang family's third young master was a little hesitant. This young master's tone is too big. I'm scared. It's too unreal, don't worry about it. With this big brother as your strong backing, everything will be fine. Chu Yang's tone was so big that it could swallow the sky. As long as this big brother puts in some effort, earning 10 billion purple cloud coins in a month is a piece of cake. I believe that just the commission from the auction house alone is enough for you to eat and drink for 80,000 generations. The Tang family's third young master's mouth twitched. He had no choice but to go out and do his work. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort. This was already his last life-saving straw. Before leaving, he begged, "Big brother, don't leave me behind. I'm counting on you, why would I leave you behind? Don't worry and go." Chu Yang was displeased. The Tang family's third young master left immediately. Behind Chu Yang, Tai Baidian, Wu Qianqian, Tan Tan and the others were trying their best to hold back their laughter. The Tang family's third young master, who had received someone's solemn promise, once again rolled away like a mule with a knife in its butt. However, this time, there was a bit more joy in his heart. Having hope was always better than having no hope. Now that he had this life-saving straw, at least he didn't have to worry so much that he couldn't sleep at night. Big brother Chu, don't worry. I will do my best to get things done properly. Whether it's basic necessities of clothing, food, housing, transportation, or training, as long as you have enough money, I will definitely get them. But don't forget to grease my hands. The Tang family's third young master really wasn't boasting this time. The Tang family's identity as a local tyrant, which had been entrenched for hundreds of thousands of years, had a long history and connections. As long as there was something in this world, as long as you had money, it wouldn't be a problem. So far, Chu Yang had truly solved the supply and demand problem of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. From now on, the Tang family's third young master was officially in charge of external affairs of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although Chu Yang hadn't officially acknowledged it, it was already an established fact. At least, Huyan Aobua, Madame Mei and the others who were originally in charge of these things could settle down and cultivate. Chu Yang could also be considered to have solved a major problem in his heart. Next, Chu Yang focused his attention on the Heaven-Earth Mystery Yellow Fruit. Chu Yang deeply understood one thing: there was a blood feud between him and Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Tianjia. The other party wouldn't let him off just because of a momentary failure. As long as he didn't die, the other party would definitely not let him off. Although the two sides were currently in two different worlds and were somewhat out of reach, with Mo Yun Tian's strength, as long as Yuan Tianjia really made a move, it would definitely be like a thunderbolt. Now, it wasn't just a simple hatred of killing. There was also Meng Wuya and his Dreamslayer army. These were all related to Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Tianjia's personal problems. Yuan Tianjia couldn't possibly ignore it and not take revenge at all. He believed that as long as the other party made a move, then his seemingly prosperous Heavenly Armament Pavilion really might not be able to withstand the other party's torment. Therefore, right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength. After all, tyrannical strength was the absolute truth, the reason why Chu Yang chose to put these people under extreme pressure to train with their lives was in fact to prepare for this matter. The Heaven-Earth Mystery Yellow Fruit, from what Chu Yang knew, there were really a lot of such strange-shaped fruits inside. Moreover, the medicinal power of each fruit was incomparably strong. Just a small part of it was enough to raise the overall battle power of his Heavenly Armament Pavilion by at least a big level. He remembered that back then in the Heavenly Continent, after at least 10% of the fruit's medicinal power was used up, and then shared with him and more than 10 supreme martial artists, it was only barely enough to divide and absorb the remaining medicinal power. Even so, everyone was almost about to explode. But it was also because of that time that he and his brother's strength rushed to the level of a lower supreme martial artist in one fell swoop. Every time Xianxia thought about it, his heart was burning with passion, but also with lingering fear, since the last time, until now, Xianxia hadn't given up on exploring, but he still hadn't found out what level the true medicinal power of that fruit could reach. What level? Previously, it was said that it had been used up, but that was only at least 10%. Perhaps it had been used up? Or even more. Even now, Xianxia was still worried whether the energy contained in this fruit could make a saint explode. When he took the fruit, he was only a 7th supreme martial artist, and the remaining 10% or only 10% of the fruit's medicinal power was shared with more than 10 people. The difference between a 7th supreme martial artist and his current saint level was a great distance. But Xianxia still wasn't sure that he could bear it. The main thing was that the experience last time was too frightening. Even with Xianxia's audacity, he didn't dare to act rashly. Ask General Meng to come in. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, and finally made up his mind. Not long after, Meng Wuya came in with a face full of doubts. During this period, he also felt that his physique seemed to have changed, and the bottleneck that he hadn't succeeded in breaking through for many years was also showing signs of loosening. He was making use of the time to urge his subordinates to practice, and didn't know why Xianxia called him over. It seemed that Xianxia was as busy as he was. Minister, what orders do you have? Meng Wuya's admiration for Xianxia had increased over the past few days. His subordinates made breakthroughs one after another in a short period of time after using Xianxia's method to practice martial arts. This kind of achievement, this kind of grand occasion, was the first time in Meng Wuya's long life that he had seen it. For the first time, Meng Wuya was full of confidence in Xianxia's slaughter of the heavenly demons. As long as they continued to improve, the heavenly demon army would be nothing. It's like this. Xianxia deliberated over his words and said, General Meng, there is one thing that I am somewhat hesitant about. I can't make up my mind. Well, I don't know if General Meng believes that on the road of martial arts, it is possible to advance 1,000 miles in one step or even reach the heavens in one step. Meng Wuya was startled. This saying naturally exists if it is a special case. Especially for low-level martial artists, they can advance 1,000 miles in one step or even reach the heavens in one step if they take some kind of extremely rare heavenly treasure, or if they have been enlightened by a powerhouse. However, this kind of situation is generally reflected in martial artists below the saint level. Generally speaking, once a martial artist reaches the saint level, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy required is relatively large. Therefore, this kind of special case is relatively rare. Meng Wuya was undoubtedly telling the truth, but he still hesitated for a moment and said, however, this is also a matter of method. Legend has it that there are some very rare and secret methods that are still possible, but we don't know about them. For example, this kind of extreme training that Minister has just mentioned. Xianxia smiled. General Meng, do you really think that this kind of extreme training that everyone is going through right now, without the addition of external forces, the results would be so obvious? Meng Wuya also smiled. The so-called extreme training was not unfamiliar to any martial artist. However, some people had trained themselves to death, and there was absolutely no such thing as a collective breakthrough in the army. He had long had doubts in his heart. Xianxia certainly had other methods, but if Xianxia didn't say it himself, Meng Wuya wouldn't rashly inquire about it. This kind of big secret, the less people who knew, the safer it would be. Meng Wuya still had a sense of propriety in this matter. But now that he heard Xianxia take the initiative to mention it, he knew that Xianxia was ready to solve the mystery. He smiled and said, Please enlighten me. I have a very special treasure of heaven and earth. Xianxia began to condense his voice into a line. He used the secret voice sending technique. This kind of heavenly treasure can increase a person's cultivation to the extreme, and even improve a person's physique. During this period of time, we used this to create a huge miracle of thousands of people improving their cultivation. As the saying goes, everyone knows how to use magic tricks, and each one is ingenious and different. This is the key to my magic trick, so that's how it is. Meng Wuya suddenly realized. Then, he felt strange. In this world, he had never heard of such a tyrannical heavenly treasure. May I ask the minister what kind of heavenly treasure this is? Is it possible to bestow a name? Meng Wuya asked curiously. It's a type of fruit. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, but now, we're faced with a difficult choice. If we continue to use this fruit on a large scale, the effect won't be very great. However, if we rashly give it to a single person, the medicinal effect will be too great. Even experts like you and me who have reached the level of saint may not be able to bear it. We might even explode on the spot from the enormous medicinal effect. And if we can't digest it, we'll be separated from the netherworld. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, so, how should we use this thing? I want to discuss with General Meng. Can it really make a saint explode? How can there be such an amazing fruit in this world? Meng Wuya asked in shock. Meng Wuya found it hard to believe that a saint-level expert would explode from overeating to the point of bursting. However, Chu Yang's words really sounded as if they were true. It's really hard to say. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how great the medicinal effect of this fruit is, but it's not impossible to say that it could make a saint explode. In the past, after at least half of the medicinal effect of this fruit dissipated, Chu Yang recounted what happened in the past. Meng Wuya frowned and pondered. According to what Minister Chu said, the medicinal effect of this fruit shouldn't be a threat to you or me. Meng Wuya said, Minister Chu Yang said at most that time in the heavenly imperial court. At most, he would be at the level of mortal level. Maybe even lower. And the difference between mortal level and earth level is more than 10 times. And the difference between earth level and heaven level is more than 10 times. And the difference between heaven level and saint level is even greater. As for heavenly level and saint level, the difference is even greater. The difference between heaven level and saint level is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Even if the energy contained in this fruit is beyond our imagination, I believe that it won't exceed the limit of a saint level. Meng Wuya was obviously very cautious when he said this. Because he knew that as long as there was a mistake in his analysis, it could lead to serious consequences that couldn't be reversed. The only outcome for a saint-level cultivator was to disappear into thin air and die. Not even a bit of his soul would be left behind. In the truest sense, his soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Meng Wuya's words would be the basis for Chu Yang's use of this heavenly treasure in the future. Chu Yang pondered again. After a long time, Chu Yang said in a deep voice, General Meng, I called you here today to ask you to help me determine the limit of this fruit's efficacy. There is another purpose. Or rather, the other purpose is the main purpose. That is to ask you to help me test the efficacy of this heavenly treasure, and the limit of a saint-level cultivator. Meng Wuya listened and nodded. He wanted to ask Chu Yang to test it, but he was afraid that Chu Yang would suspect that he had ulterior motives. After all, this kind of heavenly treasure could only be encountered and not sought. Even if there were some risks, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. If such a magical heavenly treasure was swallowed by him, it would be hard to avoid suspicion of selfishness. This was easy to say but not pleasant to hear. Now that Chu Yang proposed it, there was no problem. Meng Wuya also did not hold back. He said, I am willing to take a gamble. Meng Wuya understood that Chu Yang had said these words after careful consideration. The reason why Chu Yang had asked him to do the experiment was also due to his thorough calculations. The situation now seemed stable, but in fact, danger lurked everywhere. Changes could happen at any time. Chu Yang might be stronger, so Chu Yang had endless trump cards. In the worst case, he could escape with his life. Even if Chu Yang's trump cards were exposed, Mo Yuntian might not be able to see through Chu Yang's entire background. After all, it was too far away and they had little contact. But he was different. Mo Yuntian was too familiar with him, whether it was his cultivation or fighting style. Almost everyone in the upper management of Mo Yuntian knew about him. Especially among the saint-level cultivators, it could be said that they knew each other very well. Once some super experts came over, he could only wait helplessly for death when facing them. There was absolutely no chance of luck. So the person in the most danger now was not Chu Yang, but himself. It could be said that if he did not use this medicine, or if Chu Yang did not happen to have such a magical fruit, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As long as he was found by the enemy, the outcome was already decided. If this kind of heavenly treasure was really too powerful, and he could not bear it and exploded to death, then it was no different from being killed by the enemy. Either way, he would die. It might even be better because he would die quickly. But if he was captured by the enemy and brought back to Mo Yuntian, he might encounter unimaginable pain and suffering. On the other hand, if this kind of heavenly treasure did not cause him to explode, but instead allowed him to raise his cultivation by a large margin, then the chances of him escaping with his life, or even turning defeat into victory, would undoubtedly increase greatly. So this gamble, although he had to gamble with his life, but it was still a gamble with the benefits outweighing the disadvantages. What in the world was not a gamble? If he did not place a bet, he would never win. Chu Yang looked deeply at Meng Wuye and said, "General Meng, have you thought it through? This process may not be as easy as you think." Meng Wuye nodded solemnly. "Minister, I understand your intentions. Life and death are predestined, gains and losses are up to the heavens." His eyes had a deep sense of gratitude. It was not that Chu Yang could not experiment with this medicine. Moreover, if Chu Yang took it, the success rate would be much higher than Meng Wuye's. But once the experiment was successful, the amount of this fruit would be limited. There were too many people who needed to take it. Meng Wuye had just come over and had not done anything. If he was given it, how would people be convinced? Even though Chu Yang's prestige was very high, it was still unavoidable to plant a little negative seed. But if it involved life and death, once it failed, Meng Wuye would die. That was another matter. Even if he succeeded, Meng Wuye would become the first beneficiary. No one would be jealous or feel that it was unfair. Because Meng Wuye had risked his life to achieve this result, and it was for everyone. In this way, Meng Wuye would instead become a hero of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He would be the first to integrate into the core of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And, it would be accompanied by a substantial increase in strength. Even though Chu Yang was using Meng Wuye to test the medicine, and the risks were unpredictable, but he had indeed put a lot of thought into it. Just as Meng Wuye had said, if a medicine could cause a saint to explode, then it would not be a heavenly treasure, but the world's #1 poison, because even after Chu Lu'er had studied the poison scripture, she had discovered that the highest level of poison recorded in the poison scripture could only weaken a saint's cultivation to a certain extent. It was absolutely impossible to poison a saint to death. These days, I have a premonition. Meng Wuye let out a long sigh. Mo Yuntian's revenge is about to come. With His Majesty's temperament, it's very likely that something unexpected has happened for him to be able to endure for so long. Otherwise, I'm afraid that someone would have come 2 months ago. I just don't know what kind of unforeseen event happened. Meng Wuye's eyes were filled with intense worry. Will Marshal Mu be able to protect you? Will you all encounter unfair treatment because of me? Let's begin. Meng Wuye's eyes turned clear as he urged. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I will protect you during this period of time. You have to remember that this medicine can't be exposed to the public. Once it's taken out of the storage area, the efficacy of the medicine will quickly take effect. General Meng, if you don't feel confident, you can wait a little longer before taking it. No matter what, I don't want anything to happen to you. We still have to fight side by side against the heavenly demons." Meng Wuye nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. "Pay attention," Chu Yang said in a low voice. Meng Wuye's spirit shook. The next moment, Chu Yang reached his hand into the tribulation space. His palm pressed against the thin layer of the seal that was once unbreakable. With a little force, it penetrated the seal. When his palm felt the strange square-shaped feeling of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit, Chu Yang had already retracted his hand. He opened his palm, and the magical fruit appeared in his palm. Although Meng Wuye was a knowledgeable person, it was still the first time he saw such a square-shaped fruit in this world. The words on it were spinning rapidly. Countless amounts of pure spirit chi gushed out and filled the entire world. "Give it to me." Meng Wuye did not wait for Chu Yang to react. He had already snatched the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. The next moment, he stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. It would be a pity to waste even the slightest bit of spiritual energy of such a heavenly treasure. When Chu Yang said that, Meng Wuye had already made up his mind. How could he allow the slightest bit of medicinal energy of such a heavenly treasure to spread? If he really could not absorb all of it, he would definitely tell Chu Yang how much medicinal energy the fruit had before he exploded. Where was the limit? Therefore, even though he had agreed to it on the surface, Xianxia had already made other plans in her heart. Chu Yang's expression subconsciously tensed up, seeing Meng Wuya swallow the heaven and earth arcane yellow fruit in one gulp. Chu Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath and raise his entire cultivation. If Meng Wuya was in a situation where he was unable to digest the excess energy, then Chu Yang would use all of his cultivation to absorb half of the medicinal efficacy with the whale swallowing scattering technique. No matter how overbearing this fruit was, it was impossible for it to explode two sages at once. In fact, this was also a fundamental test. Chu Yang already had a plan for this. Meng Wuya would definitely not to die. But if Meng Wuya had expressed his unwillingness to test the medicine from the beginning, Chu Yang would not have forced him. But from then on, he would have to re-evaluate Meng Wuya. The facts proved that Chu Yang did not disappoint, and Meng Wuya did not disappoint Chu Yang. This could not be blamed on Chu Yang's caution. Or rather, it could be said that Meng Wuya's military talent was too important in Chu Yang's plan. In the future, he would lead millions of his brothers onto the battlefield. A single mistake could bring about irreparable losses. Chu Yang could not allow himself to make any mistakes. Although the probing this time was indeed somewhat dishonorable, it was imperative and had no choice but to be carried out. No matter what, he had to do it. Even if he felt guilty, he had to feel guilty for once. Under Chu Yang's close watch, Meng Wuya's body emitted a burst of intense white light almost as soon as he swallowed the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. Then, the white light became brighter and brighter, completely enveloping Meng Wuya's entire body. Chu Yang could clearly see that Meng Wuya's originally white face turned red in an instant. Obviously, the test he was enduring was quite severe, and there was a danger of his body exploding. The heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit was a super elixir that did not belong to this world. The first time it was used, it was indeed terrifying. Although Meng Wuya's body was trembling slightly, he still spoke calmly and steadily. "Don't worry." Meng Wuya's voice was very clear. He was using all his strength to guide the energy flow into his meridians and into his dantian. At the same time, he was carefully observing, feeling, and giving the most accurate assessment. Multitasking like this, unless one had reached a certain level, it was absolutely impossible to do it with such a huge amount of energy. Take Chu Yang as an example. Because of his cultivation method and his physique, his endurance might be far above Meng Wuya's. But if the current situation was reversed on Chu Yang might be able to cope with it more easily, but he would definitely not be able to multitask and speak like Meng Wuya. This was not only a matter of cultivation, but also a difference in mental state. Most importantly, it was the difference in hundreds of thousands of years of experience. This elixir is indeed a rare treasure. It can be said that this is the first rare treasure I have seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Meng Wuya's voice was very calm. All the so-called heavenly treasures I have seen before are like dregs compared to this fruit. This is definitely not an exaggeration. The effect of this fruit is indeed great, but it is still far from enough to make a saint explode. Meng Wuya continued to comment. But if a beginner heaven man consumes this fruit, he will definitely explode in the first moment. If a heaven man consumes it, the chances of him being able to bear it if he does not have great perseverance is also not high. If a heaven man consumes the whole fruit, there will probably be no problem. Moreover, if he can fully utilize the energy of this fruit, he will have a great chance of breaking through the boundary of a saint. As for now, I have been at the peak of the beginner saint level for tens of thousands of years, but I have never been able to break through the bottleneck. However, if I fully absorb the energy of this fruit, I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the first stage of the saint level. But, there is still a considerable distance to reach the second stage. This fruit is definitely worthy of being called the world's #1 rare treasure. It's just that this fruit seems to have a special effect, which is that in the meridians, this medicinal effect will last for a very, very long time. It won't dissipate easily, so a person can only use it at most once in their lifetime. If you consume too much of it, the elixir will accumulate, and it will be difficult to activate the original effect. It will only be a waste. That would be too much of a pity. Of course, this is a theoretical statement. For a person to be able to obtain such a miraculous fruit in his lifetime is already a great fortune cultivated over several generations. If you want more, it will only damage your own fortune. Meng Wuya accurately commented. Chu Yang pondered and deliberated. Meng Wuya's comments were basically the same as his original speculation. This was probably the case. After Meng Wuya finished his evaluation, he began to absorb the energy of the fruit wholeheartedly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not grasp it properly, he would be the world's #1 idiot. Since he had finished his explanation, Meng Wuya quickly entered a state where he forgot about everything and concentrated on cultivation. Chu Yang looked at the expression on Meng Wuya's face. It had already slowly returned to normal. His whole body was emitting a rich holy white light. Chu Yang felt relieved. Finally, Meng Wuya was about to break through his own boundary. At this time, he could no longer stay here. At this moment, Meng Wuya no longer needed protection. If he was not careful and was targeted by the heavenly punishment, he would not be afraid. But it would make Meng Wuya's heavenly punishment more than double its power. In that case, he would really be the one who caused Meng Wuya's death. Chu Yang tiptoed and carefully walked out. Then, he called out to the others and left at least 1,000 feet away from here. After a long while, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rushed over like galloping horses. Chu Yang suddenly remembered, oh no. I've just finished decorating the study, and old Meng has ruined it just like that. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a thin black lightning zigzagged down, the entire land suddenly began to tremble. The heavenly punishment at the level of a saint had once again descended on Luohua City. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth revealed a trace of a sincere smile. This time, Tianfa also meant that there was going to be another saint-level expert in his camp. Xianxia quickly walked to Chu Yang's side. Looking at the dark sky and the black lightning, which was even more oppressive than the heavenly punishment she had to endure that day, she asked, Meng Wuya? Chu Yang nodded. How did he improve? In his condition, it is impossible for him to break through so easily. What help did you give him? Xianxia was eager to try. I did give him a heavenly treasure. But you have just recently broken through. For the time being, you should focus on stabilizing your own state. It is not suitable for you to break through so quickly. Chu Yang smiled. Xianxia sighed and said, how could I not know this logic? But your current situation seems safe but is actually dangerous. Every additional bit of strength you have will make you safer. So I thought. Why would I care about you? I'm just afraid that your enemies will come and drag me down when they see me together with you. But since you're looking for trouble, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Xianxia's face turned red and she was filled with murderous intent. She naturally knew that Chu Yang still hadn't forgotten about the bet. She was still thinking about it and still wanted to do that and that. But I won't let you do it. If you really dare to come, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Xianxia gritted her teeth and thought bitterly. It seemed that with Meng Wuya's breakthrough, Chu Yang had once again entered the next period of rapid development. The divine spirit of the calamity had been floating outside. Now, as long as it saw the falling flowers every day, the divine spirit of the calamity would feel happy from the bottom of its heart. The huge amount of evil qi accumulated over the past million years was becoming weaker and weaker. Yang Kai believed that in time, it would definitely be completely eliminated. When all the evil qi was eliminated, it would probably be the time when Tribulation's divine soul ascended to a new realm. And Brother Tiger, his strength had completely recovered. During this period of time, he was getting lazier and lazier. Every day, he would squat on Chu Yang's shoulder and take a nap on Tai Butian's or Wu Qianshan's shoulders. Every day, he would look sleepy and unable to wake up from his slumber. This situation made Chu Yang really angry. It was really hard to imagine how this guy could cultivate to such a level when he was so lazy. How could those cultivators who cultivated hard every moment of every day endure this? Chu Yang took out a batch of heaven-earth arcane yellow fruits. Therefore, the three medicine spirits joined hands and hugged Chu Yang's thighs, desperately trying to keep one for themselves. Then, Xianxia had one, Chu Yang had one, Wang Dao and the others shared one, Huyan Aobua and the other brothers' wives shared one. Lightning Snake, Duan Songkong and the other 3 Sabermen shared too. And some were scattered throughout the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They sat in rows and shared the fruits. In short, on the night of the fruit sharing, thunder rumbled in the sky above the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The noise was more than 100 times louder and lasted for the whole night. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the sun was shining high in the sky. Falling flowers were everywhere. It was rare for the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to break through to a new stage today. No one attracted the heavenly punishment. The whole Luohua city was relieved. The Tang family's 3rd young master ran over to report the good news, grinning from ear to ear. Under Chu Yang's strong support, his auction house had been gathering wealth from all over the world in one place. Under the temptation of the endless precious treasures that Chu Yang took out, the huge amount of purple cloud coins was like the rising tide of the sea, one wave after another, each wave higher than the previous one. The Tang family's 3rd young master directly counted the money until his hands cramped up. Then, he brazenly did something. He transferred 20 people from the family. Your mission is to specifically count the money for this old man. You must count clearly for me. I'll get 2 more people to do the bookkeeping. Then, the 22 of you will work full-time, counting money and keeping accounts. Then, he ran over to find Chu Yang. Wahahaha. Big brother Chu, you are my idol from the bottom of my heart. You are my dream lover. You are my... The Tang family's 3rd young master, who was as tall as a bamboo pole, rushed over at lightning speed. He was overflowing with enthusiasm. Don't, please don't. Which part of me did you see? I'll change, okay? Minister Chu panicked and dodged. It was really not a good thing to be remembered by a man like this. Please don't change, I just admire you too much. The Tang family's 3rd young master was about to pounce on him again. Calm down. Chu Yang raised his hands and begged for mercy. Don't be agitated, please don't be agitated, I can't stand this. Big brother, you don't know, we have made a fortune. The Tang family's 3rd young master swayed his butt on the spot, singing and dancing around Chu Yang with his face flushed red. His saliva could almost cover the whole Luohua city. We have made a fortune. Ha ha ha, we have made a fortune. Dong 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 dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong chong chong dong dong chong. Everyone closed their eyes and turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Xianxia looked at a certain singing and dancing bamboo pole and was speechless for a moment. Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, the Tang family's 3rd young master suddenly seemed to have remembered something important. He shouted and laughed loudly, then suddenly turned around and ran away like a galloping horse. As he ran, he shouted and laughed, her, dong 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 dong. F*ck, I forgot, how could I forget? In an instant, he was like a horse that had its butt chopped by a knife. He turned a corner and disappeared. His speed was so fast that even Chu Yang and Xianxia were surprised. What is he doing here? What is he doing here? Chu Yang looked at the people around him in confusion. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads in unison. They were also confused. This guy ran over like this, then excitedly swayed his butt and danced yanko, singing and dancing for a while, and then ran away. From the beginning to the end, they were confused. What kind of rhythm was this? Everyone was stunned for a while. Suddenly, one person burst out laughing, and then the whole crowd burst into laughter. Presumably, this guy was so excited that he couldn't tell north from south anymore. That's why he made such a scene. Just as they were laughing, everyone's expressions suddenly tensed up. They saw dark clouds gathering in the sky like a mountain. Could it be that someone has attracted heavenly punishment again? That was impossible. Who was it? Everyone looked at the dark clouds in the sky, confused. With a swoosh, Xianxia took the lead and leaped into the clouds. After a short while, he returned. Between the heavens and the earth, everything is like this. It is as if dark clouds have filled the entire Demon Emperor sky. What's going on? Isn't it a little too loud? Chu Yang was extremely puzzled about this. As the saying goes, there is no wind within 10 miles, and no rain within 100 miles. Even if it was because of the weather that the entire Demon Emperor's sky was attacked by wind and rain, there should still be a sequence of events. It was impossible to say that all the days were cloudy. That was impossible. It did not conform to the weather standards at all. However, the current situation was clear. What exactly was going on? Even the heavens had turned against him. What day is it today? Meng Wuya calmly asked. It's the beginning of December. Someone at the side answered. That's right. Meng Wuya said, tomorrow is the 10th of December. It is said that it is the birthday of the Demon Empress. It is said that the Demon Empress likes snow very much. Every time during her birthday, the entire Demon Emperor's sky will snow. Even if it doesn't snow, it will. This weather is actually caused by humans? Demon Emperor's sky is covered in snow? Everyone asked in shock. Yes, that's right. Meng Wuya nodded and said emotionally, I've only heard of it before. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I still feel shocked. If a person's lifetime achievement could be admired by the world like the Demon Empress, how would it feel? Everyone was speechless. That's right. At this stage in life, what else could a man ask for? Only Chu Yang thought, what kind of scene would it be if he broke through the realm of De? Under everyone's witness, the dark clouds in the sky gradually thickened. Then, wisps of white clouds drifted over from the sky. The white clouds moved under the dark clouds, like a jade belt around one's waist. It was like a peerless beauty was covered in a dreamy white veil. Then, large snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. There was no wind for thousands of miles. Only the pure white snow drifted down to the mortal world without any interruption. Faintly, there were wisps of powerful divine senses passing through. That was the joint effort of the Demon Emperor's sky saints to create snow in the entire world to celebrate the Demon Empress' birthday. A soft chant, like a dreamy voice, rang out in the sky of the Demon Emperor's sky. The voice seemed very soft, but everyone could hear it clearly. The Demon Emperor has been the Holy Mother since ancient times. She looks down and laughs at the wind and clouds. Her lotus heart and jade bones reach the heavens. She decides life and death with one hand. Thousands of mountains and valleys are grateful for her kindness. Celebrate my Holy Mother's birthday. Pure as ice and jade, pure as jade, pure as ice and pure as jade. Snow drifts down from the heavens. The 4 billion living beings of the Demon Emperor's sky wholeheartedly pray for the Demon Empress' birthday. Let the world celebrate together. Eternal youth, forever. That solemn voice, filled with sincere prayers, echoed in the sky over and over again. Within the boundaries of the Demon Emperor's sky, all living beings knelt down and prayed to this heavenly emperor. At this moment, all those who belonged to the demon race, no matter where they were, would prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow to give their heartfelt blessings. There were too many people who directly prostrated themselves on the streets and in the bustling city, sincerely kowtowing. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were suddenly filled with shock. The birthday of the Demon Emperor's sky and the Demon Empress was so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The prestige of the Demon Empress was actually so great. If one's life could be like this, then it would not be in vain. In the distance, there were 3 figures flying over in the form of rainbows. They had already entered the boundary of the Demon Emperor's sky. However, the moment they entered the boundary of the Demon Emperor's sky, the 3 figures immediately felt that the entire sky was filled with tyrannical spiritual energy. The 3 of them were all peak experts of the current era. Naturally, they could feel it at the first moment. Seeing the situation, they couldn't help but be shocked. The 3 of them didn't know the situation, so how could they dare to be careless? They immediately stopped and decided to assess the situation before making any plans. However, there was already a dignified voice that asked, "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the Demon Emperor's sky at this moment?" The 3 of them looked at each other and said, "Heavenly Ink Cloud, 3 7-star guards. We are here to carry out urgent business. We have no intention to offend the Heavenly Emperor. Please let us pass." That cold and indifferent voice said, "Let us pass? Impossible. For the next month, no one is allowed to fly in the sky of the Demon Emperor's sky. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy." Originally, when they heard that Heavenly Ink Cloud was here, they thought that these people were here to celebrate the Demon Empress' birthday or to deliver gifts on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor of Ink Cloud, Xianxia. If these 3 people were really here to celebrate the birthday or to deliver gifts, based on the strength that they had displayed, the Demon Emperor's sky and even the Demon Empress herself would have to be indebted. Because these three people's strength was there for all to see, but the truth was that they were here to carry out a mission in the Demon Emperor's sky. The situation was completely different. Instantly, this demon race expert felt a breath stuck in his throat. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy day. Also, the last time I wished heaven-breaking old Ka's birthday, I saw the wrong date. So today is. This fellow is so wrong that he wants to die. He said that I changed his date of birth. Asterisk cough cough asterisk this matter, asterisk this Demon Emperor Heaven Saint expert was extremely furious. Damn it, why is your Demon Emperor Heaven's mission so tight? Why do you have to carry out a mission on this Demon Empress birthday? You don't give me any face at all, it can't be on purpose, right? Kill without mercy? What big words. One of the three sneered, not to mention you, even your Demon Empress might not dare to say something like kill without mercy to us three brothers. To be honest, with the strength of the three of them, the Demon Empress had a high chance of victory if she were to fight the three of them by herself. However, if she wanted to take them down in one go, it was still beyond her ability. If the three of them wanted to retreat unscathed, they naturally had the confidence to do so. Therefore, even though it was very unlucky for them to say such words, it wasn't considered boasting, but saying such words at this moment, on the Demon Empress' birthday, was undoubtedly like poking a hornet's nest. The Demon Emperor Heaven Saint of the Umbra was also a saint expert. Although he was not as strong as the three of them, he could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. If it was a normal situation, he would most likely turn a blind eye and let them pass. After all, offending such a strong enemy for no reason was not wise. But today, no matter what, he could not let them go, especially when the three of them were spouting nonsense and insulting the Demon Empress' dignity. What's more, I've never heard of a 7-star bodyguard before. The Demon Empress' birthday was a huge issue that involved the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. He definitely could not let it go easily. If you really want to go your own way, don't blame my Demon Emperor Heaven for not having the etiquette of the pugilistic world. It is unavoidable to offend you. I hope you will think twice before you act. After the Demon Emperor Heaven expert finished speaking, he suddenly roared to the sky without any warning. Immediately after, his body also revealed itself from the mist. This demon was a saint-level expert of the tiger tribe. Facing three powerhouses from the other side at the same time, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise, he would have immediately sent out an emergency signal to ask for help. At this moment, his position was clear. As soon as he revealed himself, he immediately returned to his original state and raised his strongest combat power to increase his chances of winning. In the air, a huge multicolored tiger that was 100 feet long stood. Its sharp teeth were incomparably powerful. At this moment, he was roaring at the three powerful enemies in front of him. Any one of Mo Yuntian's three guards, if taken out individually, was once an omnipotent figure who could call the wind and summon the rain, running amok under the heavens, and no one dared to oppose them. However, they had never expected that they would be intercepted by a demon that was only a beginner-level saint after not coming out for more than 100,000 years. They had even announced their identities and tried to negotiate in a friendly manner, but the other party still didn't give them any face. Immediately, they were so angry that their livers hurt, their guts trembled, and their hearts tightened. Since when did the Jianghu become so lawless? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack the three of them. Provocation, the three of them were instantly enraged. Their faces were dark, and they didn't even have the mood to talk. They directly attacked, and their attacks were ruthless. The huge tiger let out a shrill roar, calling for its helpers to come and help, while it fought with all its might. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even though the tiger was also a saint expert, it was definitely not a match for an existence that was at the peak of the saint level. Even though only one of the three of them came out, they still attacked with all their might in a fit of rage, not holding back at all. Back in the day, they were also kings in this heaven imperial court. With a loud roar, no one dared to disobey. Today, they had really lost a lot of face. In a fit of rage, they grabbed out, and the wind and clouds in the sky shook. Heaven and earth changed color. A huge hand that was like holy white jade suddenly formed. It was about a few thousand feet wide, and in just one move, it grabbed the huge tiger that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. With a slight squeeze, it smiled faintly and said, "Little tiger, you want to fight with me with your cultivation? Your standard is still a little lacking. I pity your cultivation, and you are also a subordinate of the Demon Empress. As long as you call me grandfather, I will let you go. However, you must remember, in the future, when you meet your grandfather's mission, run as far as you can." The tiger glared at the person angrily, struggling in the other party's hand. It scolded, "Why, you called me grandfather?" Sigh. Grandfather heard it. "Good grandson, you are really obedient." Despite being completely suppressed by the other party, he still dared to say such words. This tiger saint was truly a tough nut to crack. However, at this moment, it was a very special moment. The other party's anger had already completely exploded. The reason why he didn't immediately kill him was because he was in a foreign land and had some reservations. Furthermore, there was the huge threat of the Demon Empress. Therefore, he wanted to get some benefits and find a way out. However, he didn't expect that he didn't get any benefits and was instead taken advantage of by the other party. Naturally, he was adding fuel to the fire, and was unable to restrain his anger. "Little tiger, you are courting death. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish." The Seven Stars guard laughed sinisterly. His huge palm slowly tightened and gradually retracted, but he still left some leeway. After all, he was in a foreign land, and he didn't want to do things to the extreme. If he did, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Although the Seven Stars guard was vicious, he still hoped that the Tiger Saint would quickly give in and say a few nice words. Then, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. However, the Tiger Saint glared at him fiercely and didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. Instead, his aura increased. The white jade palm gradually retracted and didn't stop at all. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. The muscles on the Tiger Saint's tiger face had already started to spasm. Large beads of sweat dripped down continuously, but he still didn't make a sound. It seemed like he didn't even have the slightest bit of fear. How stubborn. Just based on your stubbornness, as long as you beg for mercy now, I will let you go. The Seven Stars guard's eyes flashed. He still didn't want to go to the extreme. *CK your mother's fart. I beg your mother's mercy. The Tiger Saint cursed loudly. By the time he cursed the last word, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. The Seven Stars guard couldn't maintain his composure anymore. As his eyes turned sharp, his hand tightened again and he quickly retracted it. Stop. A loud roar came from afar. Faintly, a few figures could be seen flying over at high speed like a meteor chasing after the moon. However, the Seven Stars guard only smiled faintly. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, he even increased the speed of his retraction. The cracking sounds became more and more intense as time passed. After being provoked like this, if he still let him go, he would have to stuff his face in his pants. The Tiger Saint only had time to let out a low groan. All the bones in his body were broken inch by inch. There was no sign of them being intact. Tiger! A heart-wrenching roar came from afar. More than 10 figures appeared in front of the three with a swoosh. Everyone had an indescribable look of grief and indignation on their faces. They stared at the three people in front of them as if they wanted to eat them alive. Yo, we only beat one and now there's a whole group? The Seven Stars guard's hand shook the Tiger Saint's body. He said indifferently, "What, do you want to come at me together? This seat will take on all of you alone. I will play with you. Put the person down, quickly put the tiger down." The person opposite him was a man in a green robe. At this moment, his face was also emitting dense green gas. His eyes were extremely furious. Put him down? Ha ha ha. The Seven Stars guard looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Put him down. Do you think you can still save him? As long as this seat takes action, how can there be any survivors? Since he had already made his move, the matter was already done. Both sides' standpoints were clear. Naturally, the Seven Stars guard no longer had any misgivings. He said everything he wanted to say. Then, he casually threw the tiger saint's tattered body out, blood spurting everywhere. The two people opposite him rushed out to catch it at the same time. However, they were forced to take 2 steps back by the huge force attached to it. They groaned in unison. However, they were willing to bear this huge force and protect the tiger saint's body with their lives. "Tiger, how are you?" Several experts gathered together. The tiger saint opened his eyes with great difficulty. At this moment, he was clearly in a dying stage. What little remained of his spirit was gradually drifting away. All the bones and muscles in his body had also turned into powder. At this moment, although he could still condense into his original shape, he was already slowly drifting away. In such a state, there was no room for recovery. Even if Chu Yang was here and gave him the highest version of heavy elixir, it would be useless. The tiger saint's physical body was already on the verge of dissipating. There was no room for recovery even if there were elixirs. This was an injury that could not be cured. "These 3 people are causing trouble, for me, revenge." The tiger saint's eyes widened. He struggled with all his might and said a few words. However, before he could finish, his gaze suddenly froze. He no longer moved. His huge body, starting from his limbs, slowly turned into flowing light and drifted away. Finally, it completely disappeared. "Tiger." The 3 of them looked even more sorrowful. They screamed at the top of their lungs. They were brothers who had spent hundreds of thousands of years together and treated each other with sincerity. However, they were separated by a day and night. When they met again, they were already on the road of no return in such a miserable state. What kind of pain was this? I know that your last words were for us to avenge you." "Avenge you?" One of them roared at the sky and pounded his chest violently. Tears streamed down his face. Then, he transformed into a huge golden-furred lion that was thousands of feet tall. He roared at the sky, "I will definitely avenge you." "Avenge you?" Although the 3 7-star guards did not want to fall out with Yao Huangtian, things had already come to this point. Their opposing sides were already clear. Naturally, they had no choice but to respond. He sneered, "Do you think you can avenge me with just the few of you?" The dozens of demon saints did not say another word. They all stood up with red eyes and launched an attack at the same time. The demon empress' birthday was disrupted. The demon race's dignity was challenged. Their demon brothers were killed. The fact that the 3 of them came together to cause trouble was already an unforgivable crime. What's more, they had killed their own brothers, the experts of the monster race. They even killed the guards of the demon empress' birthday celebration. At this moment, there was no need to say anything more. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. They could only fight. They would fight and use their lives to protect the dignity of the demon emperor sky. Seeing the dozens of demon race experts charging at them like crazy, the 3 7-star guards sneered disdainfully. Although the cultivation of these people was not weak, they were definitely not in the eyes of the 3 7-star guards. The 3 of them even took a step forward lazily and started to fight with the enemy with an extremely casual attitude. As the saying goes, an old man playing a naughty child. This was the absolute difference in strength between them. Poof, that golden lion was suddenly stomped into the dust by a huge foot that appeared out of nowhere. It spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Even a grain of rice dares to shine. Today, I will let you know what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. What it means to be powerful. Another person grabbed out casually and actually used his hand to grab the tail of another elephant that was hundreds of feet long. He then swung it up and smashed it into another expert of the demon race. The 2 experts of the demon race cried out in pain. Countless bones in their bodies had been broken by this collision. The other 7 to 8 experts of the demon race continued to fight while sending out voice transmissions to warn them that strong enemies were coming. An extremely urgent warning came from afar. The 3 7-star protectors were still smiling calmly. They were fighting leisurely. They didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the fight. To them, the current battle was not even a warm-up. It would be best if the other party could send a few people with enough weight to have a good discussion about this matter and quickly settle the matter. However, if the other party's attitude was really tough, they naturally did not mind fighting again. With the status of the three of them, killing a few saints in the Demon Emperor sky was not a big deal. They naturally had the qualifications and weight to do so. However, the three of them did not expect that today was no longer a matter of status, nor was it a crime of killing a few people. This was the Demon Empress birthday celebration. The dignity of the entire Demon Emperor sky had now been trampled beneath their feet, trampled to the point that it was worthless. If the three of them did not die, no one in the entire Demon Emperor sky would be willing to let this matter rest. Even if the Demon Empress was willing to tolerate it, the Demon Emperor and the other great demons wouldn't be able to take it lying down. What's more, was the Demon Empress the kind of demon that was willing to give in? Since the three of them became 7-star guards, they basically didn't come out much. Even though their strengths were extremely formidable, their knowledge of the world was limited. Especially when it came to the Demon Empress birthday, they didn't have the slightest impression of it. However, it was also because of this that he had provoked this monstrous disaster. The bigger the fist, of course, represented the bigger the reason, but the truth of this layer of heaven was not applicable to all situations. For example, today, as the battle continued, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. More and more demonic beasts rushed over, and in just a few moments, all kinds of powerful divine senses arrived at the border of the Demon Emperor heaven. The moment the demons saw the scattered corpses of the Tiger tribe saints on the ground, as well as the fact that a few of them were so heavily injured that they couldn't move, as well as the fact that the three enemies were toying with their own tribesmen like a cat playing with a mouse, they were instantly enraged. They immediately attacked. As for the reason, why would they waste their breath to ask for an explanation from the enemy under such circumstances? Then they wouldn't be demons, but idiotic demons. The rules of the pugilistic world were that whoever had the bigger fist was right. No matter what reason you had, let's fight first and talk later. In this aspect, the demon race was very different from the human race. When a human race martial artist encountered an expert who was stronger than them, as long as they weren't forced to, most of them would choose to avoid the fight temporarily and not act rashly in order to preserve their own lives. However, the demon race chose to become stronger when they met a stronger opponent. No matter how strong you were, if you were my enemy, I would fight with my life on the line and would never back down in terms of momentum. Just like now, a group of demon race experts arrived one after another. Even though they knew that the three enemies in front of them were super experts that they couldn't shake, they still charged forward and fought bravely. Especially when they found out during the battle that the three of them were actually here to cause trouble for the Demon Empress birthday. A Tiger tribe saint tried to stop them, but was killed by them and even injured so many demon race experts. All of their eyes turned red, their hatred soared to the level of national enmity, and all of them attacked as if they didn't care about their lives. The more the 3 7-star guards fought, the weirder it became. Even though they were able to fight with ease because of their strength, the situation in front of them was too strange. Logically speaking, this was only a remote area of the Demon Emperor sky, and there was no reason for so many experts to appear at the same time. But the reality was that more and more demon race experts were gathering. It was as if these people had gathered together to do something. The three of them became more and more surprised, and at the same time, they felt that the pressure on them was increasing. Because the people who came later were not only large in number, but they were also extraordinarily strong. Moreover, they fought with their lives on the line. No matter how strong an elephant was, once it was faced with a shocking number of ants, it could still be swallowed by a sea of ants. The number of demon race experts in front of them wasn't huge, but the difference between the two sides wasn't like an elephant and an ant. Although the 3 7-star guards couldn't cause any actual harm to the three of them, all of this was too abnormal. In other words, this meant that there was definitely something fishy about this. Speak, what's going on? The three of them exchanged glances and attacked at the same time, using all their strength to force the dozens of demon race experts who surrounded them out of the battle. What's going on? Now you want to ask what's going on? It's too late, the three of you must die here. Someone answered coldly, overflowing with murderous intent. You killed our people first and still dare to flaunt your strength. Now you're asking us what's going on. When you're all dead, the Yellow Springs won't be far away. Go ask the King of Hell. Under the continuous gathering, more and more demon race experts came after hearing the news. In addition, the army of the Demon Emperor Sky, which was the closest, had already started to march here as fast as lightning. At the same time, the sudden situation here had already been reported to the Demon Emperor Palace through a special secret communication method unique to the Demon Emperor Sky. On the day of the Demon Empress' birthday, Mo Yuntian's 3 great guards came to cause trouble. Moreover, they have already killed a few saint experts of our clan, including, other than confirmed dead, there are countless injured. We are currently in a stalemate, requesting for reinforcements. When such news reached the Demon Emperor Palace, it was imaginable how the higher-ups of the demon race would react. Every demon was bristling with anger, unable to restrain their anger, and extremely furious. Damn it, we didn't make things difficult for you, but you actually dared to come and cause trouble, and on such a special day. Last time, we already gave you enough face, but this time, you actually came to cause trouble again, and even worse, do you really think that our Demon Emperor Sky is easy to bully? Coincidentally, the one who received the news was the beautiful woman in white who had just rushed back from Luohua City. Almost without thinking, she gave a death order. No matter who it is, kill them with all your strength. No matter what the reason is, kill without mercy. As soon as the order was given, the beautiful woman in white saw a white shadow flash in front of her. The main character of today's birthday, the master of the Demon Emperor Sky, the Demon Empress, appeared silently in front of her. Sister. Mo Yuntian's people are too much. They are too much, we must teach them a lesson. The beautiful woman in white said angrily. The Demon Empress faintly acknowledged and said, we definitely have to teach them a lesson. However, the person from Mo Yuntian's side is Yuan Tianjia's personal 7-star guard. The people you sent aren't enough. They can't touch them. The beautiful woman in white widened her eyes in surprise. We sent so many people, and it's still not enough? The Demon Empress nodded. These people are the strongest in the world. Even if I personally take action, I may not be able to take them down in one fell swoop. I have already ordered the 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Sky to attack together. Since we have decided to take them down, we must not leave any leeway and go all out. However, this matter is very likely to cause a war between the 2 worlds. We must prepare for the aftermath. The beautiful woman in white was shocked. Ah, those people are actually so important. Killing them might even cause a great war between the 2 heavens and earth? If that's the case, should we let them live? The Demon Empress faintly said, I have already said, since our positions are clear, the ending is already decided. No matter who they are, no matter how important they are, and no matter what the consequences are, since they dared to cause trouble for me in these few days, they can only die. Not to mention them, even if the Heavenly Emperor of that side comes personally, so what? Since they have offended me, why not fight? Yes. The beautiful woman in white replied excitedly. Sister, remember, our Demon Emperor Sky is not afraid of fighting at any time. The Demon Empress snorted. An indescribable murderous aura suddenly soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire Demon Emperor Sky. The aura of the Demon Empress at this moment was almost above the heaven and earth. It was a kind of superheroic spirit that was not afraid of anything. The Demon Empress had not shown it for many years, and today, on her birthday, it actually flared up again. It seemed like she was also angered by the 3 great guards. Is it because I have not shown my prowess for so long that no one in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court knows of my prowess? First, they were overshadowed by the 2 emperors, then they crossed realms and started a war in my Demon Emperor Sky. Now, they are going to fight with us directly. They even picked a particularly good day, as if they want to offend me on my birthday and embarrass me. If I continue to endure, I reckon no one will take me seriously anymore. This is intolerable. Yuan Tianjia. You shameless bastard. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The demon cursed angrily. The white-robed woman was dumbfounded. Is that little bastard back yet? The Demon Empress asked. He's back. He's been back for a few days, but he's been bringing his lover to the library to look for the highest inheritance of the Fox clan. He's been busy for a few days now. The white-robed woman wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She was so frightened by her elder sister's Yuan Tianjia, you bastard. It had been a long time since she had seen her elder sister scold someone like that, right? And the person she was scolding was Heaven's Emperor of the Ink Cloud Heaven. This kind of shock was a little big. Confidant? The Demon Empress originally wanted to walk out, but when she heard this sentence, she abruptly turned her head while her eyes flickered with divine light. What confidant? It's a little girl from the Fox clan. This time, I met her by accident outside. Ningning fell in love with her at first sight, and he was very attentive to her every day. I think he's fulfilling elder sister's wish. The white-robed woman smiled. The demon empress was surprised, then he's no longer fantasizing about Miss C? Ha ha ha. The beautiful woman in white laughed. In fact, little Z already has a sweetheart. Moreover, after seeing that person, she punched and kicked him. Our Ning was so scared that his heart and liver trembled. Many times, he rejoiced and said to me, fortunately, Miss Z didn't agree with him. Otherwise, I really can't live this day, haha. The demon empress laughed as well. Later, remember to ask that rascal to bring his confidant over for me to take a closer look at. That bastard, he didn't even tell me about such a big matter. Okay. The white-robed woman immediately left. The demon empress was right, this was indeed a big matter, and a super big matter in the entire demon emperor heaven. It was naturally a small matter for a normal family to find a wife, but for the only grand prince of the demon race to find a wife, it was definitely a big matter in the world, at least in the demon emperor heaven. This was because this wife was very likely to be the demon empress, and she needed to be the mother of the world. Not long after, Xianxia arrived with Bai Shixian trembling in fear. After countless years of accumulated power, Xianxia had developed a habitual fear. Whenever she saw her mother, her legs would tremble. It wasn't a fear of power, but a genuine fear of being beaten. In Xianxia's memories, the number of times she saw her mother not being beaten could be counted on one hand. At this moment, Bai Shixian was actually natural and unrestrained. Greetings to the demon empress. Following Chu Yang and Emo Qinggu, she had seen a lot of grand occasions. She had seen countless of the so-called heirs of kings. Now that he was meeting the demon empress, and it wasn't even in a formal setting, he didn't feel any discomfort. In view of this, even though it was the first time the demon empress saw Bai Shixian, she immediately had a favorable impression of her. However, when she carefully identified her, she was suddenly shocked. Wind Fox race? Bai Shixian said, yes. The demon empress let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect the Wind Fox race to still have descendants in this world. This empress is truly surprised. As she spoke, she actually hesitated a lot. The Wind Fox race had always been the race of beauties of the demon race. In the history of the demon emperor heaven, most of the so-called beauties that could bring disaster to the country and the people were from the Wind Fox race. Therefore, the Wind Fox race was also called the charming race. Later on, the Wind Fox race unintentionally offended someone with a great background. And this person's backer was the Saint Monarch's son. Because of this, they were convicted and were completely wiped out by the Saint Monarch's bodyguards. As this matter involved the Saint Monarch, even the demon empress was helpless. She originally thought that this race had already perished, but she never thought that the confidant her son had just made was actually a descendant of the Wind Fox, and it was a pure Wind Fox that had never cultivated the charming technique of the Wind Fox race. The cultivation inheritance of the Wind Fox race. I do have it here, but your nature is pure. It's a pity to cultivate that. The demon empress said, moreover, since you and Ningning have already reached this stage, it's better not to cultivate the inheritance of the Wind Fox race. The demon empress had already made up her mind in an instant. This time, it involved her son. Why would she care if he was a Saint Monarch or not? How about this, you can change to cultivating the inheritance of the demon race's royal family. This will be more beneficial to you. The demon empress made the final decision. Thank you, mother. Yao Ningning was overjoyed. Bai Shixian blinked her eyes and was puzzled. Why can't Yao Ningning and I cultivate the inheritance of the Wind Fox race? She was truly an innocent little girl who didn't understand the world's affairs. The demon empress and the white-clothed beautiful woman were both speechless. You're going to be the demon empress in the future. Don't tell me you still have to cultivate those techniques to charm men. In private, Yao Ningning asked nervously, Mother, what do you think of Shixian? The demon empress snorted and said, barely passable. Thank you, mother, for your help. Yao Ningning cheered. The demon empress couldn't help but laugh. You've really grown up. You know how to fight for the person you like in front of your mother. This was a sign that you've truly become a man. When the demon empress said you've grown up, she was very emotional and also quite gratified. Mother. This is a birthday gift from my newly acquainted brothers. Yao Ningning was genuinely happy. She took it out from the ring. This is from Miss Z, this is from Tan Tan, this is, Which big brother Chu of yours didn't give a birthday gift? The demon empress tilted her head. Well, the birthday gift from big brother Chu is in this bottle. He solemnly told me that I'm forbidden to open this bottle, so I don't know what it is exactly. Yao Ningning took out a bottle. In an instant, the entire hall was surrounded by a dense purple light. It's actually a bottle made of purple crystal jade essence. Just this bottle alone can be considered a treasure. The demon empress raised her eyebrows. Even though purple crystal jade essence wasn't something too rare for the demon empress, such a large and complete piece of purple crystal jade essence was only made into a bottle for packaging. Then, the value of the thing in the bottle was already imaginable. It was definitely not something ordinary. Mother, Big Brother Chu once said that when you open this bottle, you must use your vital energy to seal the thing inside. You must not miss anything. Yao Ningning hemmed and hawed. Obviously, she didn't understand a certain someone's earnest instructions. Oh? The demon empress frowned and said, could it be that there's something very rare here? I'd like to see what good thing it is. As she spoke, she didn't hesitate. With a wave of her jade hand, a pure and holy white light instantly sealed an extremely small area. Then, she opened the bottle. The moment the bottle was opened, an extremely pure and surging medicinal power suddenly surged out of the bottle. In an instant, it actually had the tendency to break through the demon empress seal. The demon empress was truly shocked at this moment. She once again increased the sealing power of her vital energy. Then, she poured out a fruit from the bottle. It was a squarish fruit with words on each side. And that crazy pure spiritual energy was being emitted from this fruit. This is really the most valuable birthday present I've ever received in my life. There's no other. The demon empress said in surprise and joy. Then, she said, open your mouth. Hearing this, the other party, Yao Ningning, didn't react. What did she mean? Why did she open her mouth? Without another word, the demon empress pinched open Yao Ningning's mouth with one hand. The next moment, she had already put this strange fruit into her mouth. Then, she clasped her hands together. The small portion of medicinal power that was dissipating also turned into a clear stream. Under the careful control of the demon empress, it all entered Yao Ningning's stomach. Mother. Yao Ningning only had time to say these two words before her mouth was already covered by the demon empress. Concentrate on cultivating. Don't let the medicinal power go to waste. Then, she used one hand to press against her daughter's back while the other hand was placed on the top of Yao Ningning's head. She channeled a vast amount of vital energy to help her daughter raise her cultivation. Heavenly treasures were undoubtedly very important. And this birthday present that Chu Yang gave this time was definitely the best in the Heaven Imperial Court. There was no other good thing that could compare to it. If the demon empress ate it, then she was very confident that she would be able to advance further in the peak level of DE Empress. Because there wasn't just pure medicinal power in it. There was also some kind of heavenly Tao law. She believed that as long as she could comprehend it, it would be a great creation. Even if she couldn't comprehend it on the spot, there would be an additional opportunity in her body. It could be said that it was extremely rare. But she still didn't choose to eat it herself. Instead, she gave it to her daughter. Weren't all mothers like this? When they had good things, they would choose to give it to their daughter first. How could there be a mother who cared about herself first? Yao Ningning's heart was in turmoil. She almost cried. It was because she didn't work hard in the past and her cultivation improved too slowly that her mother chose to give her such good things this time. In the Demon Imperial Palace, spiritual energy surged like never before. After a long while, the Demon Empress walked out, looking slightly tired. She ordered that no one was to enter and disturb her. Then, she went to the main hall. She thought to herself, this Chu Yang is really interesting. Also, he is generous enough. From what I know, this guy is someone who fears nothing. He even killed Yuan Tianji's son. Without hesitation. but now, he gave me such a great gift because of Ning. Obviously, it wasn't because of the power of the Demon Emperor Heaven. It was because of this relationship. Looks like Ning has really grown up. She can even make such good friends. With a friend like this, I can really be at ease, but, as the saying goes, give a peach and give a plum, return a jade. Since that's the case, I naturally can't be too petty. Forget it. This time, Mo Yuntian's 3 guards came to the Demon Emperor Heaven. Their purpose is self-evident. They must have come for him. This empress might as well block this disaster for him. Anyway, those 3 fellows have hurt many of my clan. Getting rid of them can be considered as helping others and myself. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's something I need to say in advance. It's like this. Around the 7th month, I felt a bean-sized protrusion at the base of my left thumb. There was also a similar protrusion at the 2nd joint of my right hand. It was very small. From then on, I knew it was tenosynovitis. However, I didn't feel any discomfort at that time. Recently, I slowly felt that it was getting in the way, but it didn't hurt much. The main thing was that in the past half a month, my fingers had some problems flexing and extending. Often, I needed to use one hand to pull them back. But it's said that I need to do a small surgery. Now, I'm still hesitating whether to do it or not. I originally wanted to do it after I finished writing this book so that I could rest. But now that I'm hesitating. The entire Demon Emperor Palace was filled with joy as people sang and danced. It was as if the sudden incident did not affect the mood of all the demons. However, in the sky tens of thousands of miles away, the great battle was still raging and could not be stopped. At this moment, Mo Yuntian and the other 2 guards finally understood what had happened. They understood what mistake the 3 of them had made, but it was already too late. Audacious bastards, how dare you disrupt the Demon Empress birthday celebration? This sentence was said by a group of Demon Emperor Heaven experts who had just rushed over after they had killed a few people. Hearing this sentence, the 3 of them could not help but feel cold all over, and even their heads suddenly felt dizzy. How could it be so coincidental that it was the Demon Empress birthday celebration, and the 3 of them had actually killed the guards of Demon Emperor Heaven during the Demon Empress birthday celebration? This was troublesome. They had formed a huge grudge. This is a misunderstanding. One of the 7-star guards said loudly, "Please allow this old man to explain." Misunderstanding your ancestors. Almost all the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven scolded together. Explain your mother's head. At this point in time, you still have the cheek to say that it's a misunderstanding? Then, I'll rush to your house and kill your wife's parents. Then, I'll tell you that this is a misunderstanding. You have to forgive me, okay? He must have lost his mind. Go to hell. The great battle was fought until the wind blew and the clouds rolled. The sky was blood red, and it was extremely tragic. If one were to compare, even if Chu Yang, with his insignificant battle strength, led his army for hundreds of thousands of miles, encountered disasters everywhere, was full of injured soldiers, and was full of devastation, he was still inferior, because the quality of this battle was too high. Those who were not at the level of a saint were not qualified to participate at all. Even elementary saints were not much stronger than cannon fodder in this battle. The level of the side that was besieged was simply too high. There were a few twists and turns in this battle, and they were also the key points of this battle. It was worth mentioning. In the beginning, although the experts from Yao Huangtian's side had also come to participate in the encirclement, because their strength was not at a sufficient level, the 3 Mo Yuntian guards handled the situation with ease and were especially arrogant and despotic. They faced the enemy carelessly, chatting and laughing wittily, not treating it as a big deal at all. Although they had killed and injured many demons in the process, they did not think much of it. They felt that it was not a big deal, especially when they were extremely confident in their own strength. Even if there were any accidents in the future, it would not be a problem for them to retreat safely. Therefore, the 3 of them were naturally very relaxed. But later on, when the 3 of them found out that they had accidentally disturbed the Demon Empress birthday, they truly panicked. The strength of the 3 of them was tyrannical. If the 3 of them worked together, even if the Demon Empress personally made a move, it would be difficult to take them down in one fell swoop. This was a fact, but you had disturbed the birthday of a heavenly emperor. No matter what, this was a conflict that was extremely difficult to resolve. Not to mention them, even their master, Yuan Tianxiang, would be dumbfounded. I did not expect that the three of us brothers would be so unlucky. We actually caused such a thing to happen the moment we set foot in Yao Huangtian. This kind of situation must not be blown up. We really did not do it on purpose. No matter how much courage we have, we would not dare to provoke such trouble. Therefore, the three of them started to be careful when they made their moves. They tried their best not to injure others, and tried their best to avoid increasing the number of casualties. But as more and more demons rushed over from Yao Huangtian's side after hearing the news, the attacks became more and more frenzied. Even though the three of them had outstanding strength, they were still gradually unable to hold on. Even if you did not want to kill and only focused on defense, the difference in strength was too great, your rebound force could still injure others. Yet, the opponents were demons who loved to play as long as they fought. As long as a demon vomited blood, not only would the demons not regret it, all the experts of the demon race seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at the same time. They simply went crazy without regard for their lives. Stop, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. The three of them raised their arms and shouted. They lowered their posture, intending to reason with them. They had already said this many times, but other than the first time, no one cared about them anymore. If you don't stop, we will have to retaliate with all our might. The three of them shouted. This time, they were threatening with force, but no one cared. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. We have already tolerated enough. Don't force us to retaliate. The three of them were extremely angry. Although this sentence sounded a little funny at first, with the status of the three of them, it was indeed a little aggrieved. You are just a bunch of ants. We only need to wave our hands a few more times to wipe you all out. You actually dare to pester us like this? We have already fought with you for so long, and we are not even embarrassed to kill you directly. What are you still pestering us for? The three of them were also people of high status in the past. Their cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly imperial court, and their status was revered. When had they ever suffered such cowardice? As time passed, they gradually became irritated, and their attacks subconsciously became heavier and heavier. Naturally, the hostility in his heart rose again. Injuries, deaths, the frequency of the gradually increasing numbers accelerated again, and after a period of time, the three of them were shocked to find that the situation was already out of control. No matter what they did, the other side's casualties were increasing, and the hatred between the two sides became deeper and deeper. There was no longer any room for negotiation, since things had already reached such a stage, it was destined to be irreversible. Then, they might as well go all out and do something even more ruthless. The three of them were burning with anger. They had made up their minds to really go all out and kill all the demons in front of them. However, at this moment, someone suddenly said coldly, I was wondering who it was. So it's the three of you. When the three of them heard the words of the person who came, their hearts trembled. This voice was almost right in front of them. Someone could actually come so close to speak, and the three of them did not notice? Didn't that mean that the person who came was at least an expert of the same level as them? Could it be that they only heard a dignified voice saying, all of you, back down? An unprecedented force suddenly attacked, and the demons who were madly fighting suddenly flew out one by one involuntarily. Then, the 5 golden-robed men faintly formed an encirclement, surrounding Mo Yuntian and the other two inside. The faces of the people who came were as cold as water, and their gazes were as sharp as lightning. It's you. Mo Yuntian and the other 2 guards showed an unprecedented cautious expression. The 5 of them could be said to be old acquaintances, and were also on the same path as the 7 star guards. However, they were in Demon Emperor Heaven, and they were in Mo Yuntian's office. Back then, they had fought and killed for tens of thousands of years, and their grievances were intertwined. But now, they were already old friends who had not seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. The cultivation of each of the 5 people in front of him was comparable to his own. The 5 of them working together was obviously much stronger than the 3 of them on his side. Even though it was not an overwhelming difference, the outcome of the battle was already clear. It's really been a long time. To think that the 3 of you are still alive. Furthermore, you actually have the guts to come to my Demon Emperor's heaven and cause such a huge ruckus. The Demon Emperor's Heaven's Guard said in a strange tone, "Are you really tired of living?" These few people had fought to the death in the past. Between each of them, other than being old acquaintances, they were also old enemies. Especially the enmity between the two heavens and earth, it had a long history, and there was no room for negotiation. When they met, there was never anything good to say. "This is a misunderstanding, and we did not do it on purpose," the three of them said at the same time. If there were no casualties, it would be fine. But now that so many demons have died, it can't be called a misunderstanding. The 5 guards of Demon Emperor Heaven snorted coldly. The current situation is that something happened at some time, and it led to a bloody conflict. Many demons died, and that is the truth. You are all old monsters who have lived for a long time, and you don't even understand such a simple logic? Another person said mockingly. There is no such thing as a misunderstanding in this world. The third person said indifferently. A misunderstanding, to us, is a battle. It is life and death. The fourth person continued with a smile. So, the 3 of you are destined to be unlucky this time. The fifth person looked at Mo Yuntian's 3 guards with a gloating look. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You are all dead. All of you can stay here. At this point, there was no need to explain anything anymore, and there was no meaning to it, even if they said something like, "We didn't know that today was the Demon Empress' birthday, and those who didn't know are not guilty," and so on. Other than showing weakness, there was no other use. Since that is the case, what's the harm in fighting? The 3 of them quickly gathered their scattered thoughts. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we were never able to determine who is better. Let's just fight it out today, and see who is the winner. Good. Let's fight. Let's go to the sea. Not in my Demon Emperor Heaven realm. Okay. The 8 of them leaped and turned into 8 long rainbows. This kind of rainbow transformation movement technique was the unique technique of peak cultivators. In just a few moments, the sea suddenly became turbulent, and thunder rumbled nonstop. Obviously, the great battle had already begun. The entire Heaven Imperial City was also in a state of change because of this battle. Demon Emperor Heaven was still covered in snow, but outside of Demon Emperor Heaven, it was already overturned, and the earth was turned upside down. And that sharp aura and killing intent that soared into the sky, as well as the aftermath of the battle, almost refracted thousands of miles away. The battle aura that belonged to peak experts also surged back and forth in the sky of Heaven Imperial City for a long time. For a moment, countless experts in Heaven Imperial City's divine senses were silently watching over there, watching this battle of the century. On the other side, Chu Yang, the king of hell, was busy recruiting and strengthening his army. His own forces. He didn't know that there was another wave of super experts coming to find trouble with him, but they were coincidentally stopped by another wave of experts. Both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. On the contrary, he was full of curiosity and interest towards this sudden and inexplicable battle of the century. I wonder which experts are fighting again. It's not a small commotion. Chu Yang touched his chin. A battle between experts usually caused a big commotion, but it wasn't to the extent that the entire Heaven Imperial Court knew about it and could see it. Chu Yang, Xianxia, and the rest were only relying on the benefits of the sage-level experts, heavenly spiritual perception. Only then did they feel this great battle of the century. Just the aftermath of a battle between experts of this level is not something that people like you and me can come into contact with. You'd better give up on the thought of going to watch the battle. Xianxia pointed out Chu Yang's intentions and immediately shattered Chu Yang's hopes. I don't want to go, I really don't want to go. Chu Yang laughed dryly, a little embarrassed that his thoughts were seen through. Do you think I don't know your nature of wanting to see the world in chaos? Let me tell you, even if you have the tribulation space to rely on, it's better not to have any wild thoughts. In such a great battle, the space will easily shatter. Even if the tribulation space is magical, it may not be able to withstand it. There's no need to take the risk. Xianxia looked at him disdainfully. Come, let's go out. I'll practice martial arts with you and raise my strength early. Maybe I'll be qualified to watch the battle next time. I'm not going, I'm really not going. I promise you that I won't go, okay? Chu Yang's face turned bitter. His current cultivation had surpassed Xianxia's. This was for sure. It was already a consensus between the two of them. However, Xianxia had always relied on her high-level methods to win every battle. Chu Yang was already suffering because of this. Now that he saw her provoking him again, and with such a strong reason, Chu Yang hurriedly hung up the no-battle sign. Humph, look at how useless you are. You're really not a man. Xianxia's provocation was extremely blatant, and she did not hide it at all. How do you know whether I'm a man or not? Why don't I show you the power and prestige of a man tonight? Chu Yang smiled evilly. Bastard, how dare you tease me? Elder sister, this, that, you should let go. Wu Qianqian couldn't bear to see her like this. She was also a little jealous, so she hurriedly came up to persuade her. To be honest, she really had some opinions about Xianxia. You said you wanted to eat, but you didn't let him eat. Why didn't you hurry and stay far away from him? Why did you have to come here every day to provoke him? What exactly did you want? You didn't know that after you teased him every day, you patted your butt and went to sleep without any worries. But when you woke him up with a belly full of lust and nowhere to vent, you came to torment us at night. In these few days, things had just become a little more leisurely. Which night had they not been tormented until the wee hours of the morning? At this moment, seeing that the initiator of all this was provoking and teasing them again, Wu Qianqian hurriedly went up to plead for leniency. Thinking of Chu Yang's beast-like impact, Wu Qianqian felt her whole body go soft and she felt like she couldn't walk. That was really too terrifying. She had to find someone to join forces with. He and Tai Budian had joined forces every single time to defend against the attacks with all their might. However, they had always suffered a crushing defeat every single time. Alright, this time it was Sister Qianqian who pleaded for leniency. I have to give her face no matter what. I'll let you off this time. Even if she didn't give face to anyone, Xianxia definitely had to give face to Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian. After all, these two girls were related to her life. Cough, cough. Hurry up and scram. We sisters have some private things to talk about. Oh yes, Sister Z is right. You're not allowed to take the risk to watch the battle. Wu Qianqian's eyes narrowed as she chased a certain king of hell out. Chu Yang came out dejectedly. As expected, he didn't have the intention to watch the battle. He went to the field to watch Meng Wuya train his troops. Ever since Meng Wuya had advanced, his enthusiasm for training his troops was unprecedentedly high. In these few days, he had already trained his troops, which had gradually expanded to 8,000 people, to the point of hovering between life and death. In addition, Chu Yang also had a plan that he had to carry out as soon as possible. He slipped away like a wisp of smoke. In the study room. Sister Z, you're doing this every day. That's not the case, right? Wu Qianqian hesitated for a while and suggested to Xianxia with a red face. When Xianxia heard this, she was slightly stunned and her face immediately turned red. At this moment, Tai Budian coincidentally also came out from inside. Seeing the two of them talking, she immediately joined in. She tried to persuade Xianxia, using emotions to move her and reason to reason with her. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that she couldn't use force, it was very likely that she would use force to threaten Xianxia. At the end of the day, the two women's foxtails were exposed. Sister Z, since you're no longer his match now, why don't you just give in? If it was the previous Tai Budian, she would never say such a thing. My man is my man. If you're someone else's man, no matter how outstanding you are, I won't snatch you away. But my man belongs only to me. Wu Qianqian and Mo Qinggu couldn't do anything about it, but Xianxia, Tai Budian had to consider it. But after this period of time, she had already been ravaged by Chu Yang to the point that she didn't have any scruples anymore. Quickly finding help was the right thing to do. If she didn't hurry, if she quickly formed an alliance, she wouldn't have to do anything else in the future. She would be tormented by that beast like Chu Yang for an entire night. Then, she wouldn't even be able to rest during the day. Then, it would continue at night. Now, Tai Budian already had a feeling that she couldn't bear the burden anymore. She naturally thought, anyway, I can't handle it. But I can't let you all laugh at me. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to share some of the pressure together. If 2 against 1 can't handle it, then try 3 against 1. It's better than the current situation, submit? Xianxia's face was red. She gritted her teeth. Don't even think about it. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were anxious. Then why are you teasing him every day? You're not taking responsibility after teasing him. It's been hard on us. Xianxia's face was red. She said fiercely, what's hard on us? Why don't you two know how to be grateful? I've created benefits for the two of you. Every night, I can hear the two of you shouting very loudly. You seem to be very happy and blissful. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were instantly ashamed upon hearing that. So Xianxia could hear everything? Actually, this was a blind spot in their thinking. Xianxia was a saint. With her senses, she didn't know anything, Tai Budian retorted with a red face. You still have the cheek to say that. Isn't this all your fault? We're all sisters anyway. How can you not put out the fire after setting it on fire? Xianxia never expected that the two of them would actually leave her here today to talk about this openly. She didn't even try to hide the fact that she was discussing this issue with him. For a moment, he was in a difficult position and didn't know how to respond. Although she was much older than Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian, she didn't have the slightest advantage in this aspect. Instead, she seemed to be very backward, very backward. The two of them were now full-fledged married women. In addition, there were no outsiders around. Naturally, they were quite open with their words. What should and shouldn't be said, what could and couldn't be said, what was convenient and inconvenient to say, they said everything. In addition, the two of them had joined forces to attack from the front and back. Xianxia herself was a pure and innocent young lady. How could she be a match for the two of them? She couldn't hold her ground after a few words and was defeated. Especially Wu Qianqian, who said sourly, if you continue like this, then so be it. One day, we'll also see how you're going to cry. How you laugh at us now, we'll laugh at you then. It's not that you don't report it, but when the time comes, you should report it yourself. Xianxia was completely defeated. She fled thousands of miles away. Unable to show his face, he rushed out. Behind her, the triumphant laughter of the two women could be heard. Seeing Xianxia leaving in such a sorry state, Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian laughed for a long time before they both became worried. Looking at Xianxia's posture, it was obvious that she would continue to persist for a short period of time. In other words, during this period of time, the two of them still had to face this beast Chu Yang, who was worse than a beast. What should they do? At the same time, they couldn't help but think of another potential ally, Mo Qinggu. Sigh, if Qinggu was here, maybe. Tai Budian sighed. Yes, I don't know what that girl is doing now. Wu Qianqian sighed bitterly. It's really difficult for the two of us to deal with her. It's really hard to continue. After sighing for a long time, the two women began to discuss their future matters. After the private matters, they naturally had to put their energy into proper business. They unanimously decided that they would work overtime more in the future and not come back if they had nothing to do. As long as they didn't see him, it would be fine. However, this excuse must be found carefully and not be seen through by a certain someone. That guy was very shrewd. After the discussion, the two of them made up their minds and couldn't help but feel refreshed. Say, in the future, if Wu Qianqian blushed and said, if everyone is together, then, the problem of who is the eldest and who is the youngest, Tai Budian smiled. I don't mind. Anyway, I'm not the eldest, but I'm definitely not the youngest either. To be honest, I really don't have any thoughts about the eldest position. I don't have any thoughts either. Wu Qianqian sighed. It's just that a dignified empress is going to be reduced to the point of being someone's concubine. This is also a little sad. What's there to be sad about? You're still the rightful empress, but you're still like this. Tai Budian didn't care and said, in the past, I didn't even have the right to be by your side. Now that I've reached this point, it's already a blessing from the heavens. Besides, I have Tai Yang. Basically, besides accompanying Chu Yang, I don't have any other desires in this life. Those who are content will be happy. Am I not happy now? Isn't that right, my Zitong? Wu Qianqian originally wanted to tease Tai Budian about this matter but was caught off guard by the counterattack. For a moment, she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to continue. Sigh, you have Taiyang. You can be content and happy. But until now, my stomach hasn't moved at all. How can I be happy? There's no need to be so depressed. I reckon that there are only two possible outcomes. One is that everyone is equal in rank. The other is that Mo Qinggu is the boss. Tai Budian chuckled and said casually. I can understand that there's no rank, but is the second possible? Miss C might not fight for anything. And Qinggu isn't the kind of person who fights especially hard. Wu Qianxian was a little puzzled. How could Mo Qinggu be the boss? This involves the saying of first come, first served. Tai Budian smiled slightly. The three of us came later than Mo Qinggu. And this has nothing to do with age. It's all because of first impressions. Of course, with Chu Yang's temperament, the biggest possibility is that there's no distinction between seniority and seniority. Tai Budian mused. Actually, compared to this, I'd rather have Mo Qinggu be the one with the most seniority. In Chu Yang's heart, he has always felt the greatest guilt towards Mo Qinggu. If there is no hierarchy, his focus will still be on Qinggu. If Mo Qinggu becomes the boss, Chu Yang's guilt will subtly lessen a little, although I don't know what exactly that guilt is. Tai Budian pondered deeply. Yes, this is indeed a little strange. You don't know, back then. Wu Qianxian also started to discuss this issue. Tens of thousands of miles away. Mo Qinggu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was sitting cross-legged in a colorful and peculiar environment. On top of her head, there was a grotesquely huge bell that was emitting a seven-colored brilliance. The seven-colored light gradually converged and transformed into a holy white light, slowly entering Mo Qinggu's body. Behind her, there were two elderly women who were quietly observing. Although these two people were just standing there, they revealed a trace of dignity and solemnity. They were obviously people of high authority all year round. They were the two grandmasters of Dreamlike Veranda. No one would have thought that Mo Qinggu would progress so quickly. She had taken those things that she claimed to have been given to her by brother Chu Yang. After a period of time, those things had become completely compatible with her physique. They had merged perfectly with her physique. Since then, no matter what she did, it was dozens of times more work with half the effort. When she cultivated, it could be described as 100 million miles a day or a whale swallowing the sea. This is too strange, but they didn't know that Mo Qinggu's physique was originally reconstructed by the heavy pill, and those that Chu Yang gave her were the essence of the great miracle medicine. As for the composition of the heavy pill, it was nothing more than a small portion of the great miracle medicine. Now, the big miracle medicine had gathered in Mo Qinggu's body. How could this kind of effect be small? What's more, for the sake of Mo Qinggu's advancement, the people of Dreamlike Veranda had already given all the secret resources of the entire sect to her. In addition, after the two patriarchs accidentally discovered Mo Qinggu's heaven-defying speed in cultivation, in order to help her build a solid foundation, they actually carried out a hefty enlightenment technique. Her progress was to say, the speeds to fast. Therefore, in such a short period of time, Mo Qinggu had already rushed to the peak of the celestial being level. She even had more to spare. Now, she was about to break through to a higher level. But the after-effects of such rapid progress were also quite serious and very obvious. The progress was too fast, but the corresponding tempering of the state of mind couldn't keep up, inevitably resulting in a considerable gap. Moreover, Mo Qinggu had lived two lives, and her spiritual power was far superior to that of an ordinary person. So, she was lucky enough to maintain her current situation. If it had been an ordinary person, perhaps they would have lost their mind due to the poor state of mind. In fact, they would have become a complete lunatic. The two grandmasters of Dreamlike Veranda were also worried that Mo Qinggu's cultivation progress was too fast, and that it would be easy for her to be taken advantage of by the heart demon, so they specially activated the soul-repressing bell for her, and then guarded her day and night to protect her. For Dreamlike Veranda, it could be said that this time, it was a big investment. While watching this girl cultivate, the two ancestral masters were astonished. Since ancient times, it seemed that they had never heard of anyone who could cultivate so fast, and in Dreamlike Veranda, the efforts and progress of the new batch of little fellows also made everyone look at them in a new light. No one would have thought that Xianxia could actually bring back so many genius disciples from her trip this time. Looking at the development of these children, all the higher-ups of Dreamlike Veranda were all smiles almost every day. The prosperity of the sect was just around the corner. When these children were obtained, although they paid a considerable price, in terms of the aptitude and temperament of these children, it was already worth the price to exchange for 5 of them, even more than worth it. So, that was not a problem at all. Of course, there were still some things that needed to be frowned, because, according to the cultivation progress of these children, the many heavenly treasures that the sect cultivated or earned over hundreds of thousands of years, were simply not enough, so, it was necessary to get them here, to buy them, to think of all ways, and not delay these children. Delaying any one of them would be a great sin, so, during this period of time, except for the necessary experts to guard the mountain gate, the rest of the people in Dreamlike Veranda went out to get resources. The more the better. Dreamlike Veranda's forces in Dreamlike Veranda fell into a state of chaos because of this. They began to put up lists and search everywhere, as long as there were heavenly treasures that caught their eye, but at the same time, they discovered that some other sects seemed to be collecting these things as well, such as Xianxia faction. And other sects were also collecting these things. What was even more infuriating was that sects from other realms were also collecting these things in Donghuang Heaven, all of a sudden. Heavenly treasures became goods in high demand. Yes, heavenly treasures were originally goods in high demand, but now, they were even more in short supply. Almost every heavenly material and earthly treasure was sold at a price that was 10 times higher than before, and it was still on the rise. In fact, such a situation did not only happen in Donghuang Heaven, Demon Emperor Heaven, Extreme Heaven, Ink Cloud Heaven, Stupa Heaven, and other super sects, including the government, all began to work hard to collect and hoard heavenly treasures. For a time, countless treasure-snatching battles took place in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. For example, Luo Kadi and Marshal Luo. At this moment, Marshal Luo was hiding on top of a tree, looking down at the two sides that were fighting intensely. He bit on a green foxtail, his eyes full of greed. I heard that these people are fighting over a heavenly sun chrysanthemum that can only be found by chance. This is good stuff. I must get it. I heard that one side is from a super sect, and the other side is from a mysterious person. Both sides have powerful backgrounds. But it doesn't matter, I don't care about this anymore. It's still the same old rules, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. I shall be a hunter with a bow for a while more. There's nothing I can do. After using all my means and risking my life, I'm only a heavenly human now. And this is after going through so many fortuitous encounters. I thought I could finally be the boss for a while. But from the way boss dealt with Ink Cloud Heaven's pursuers so easily, he's obviously at the level of a saint. I'm still too far behind. So this time I must snatch this good stuff, and I must get it. Damn it, for the sake of not losing face in front of my brothers in the future, not to mention the super sect, even if this thing belongs to that old saint, I'll snatch it for him this time. Even if I can't be compared to the boss, I still have a chance to be the second boss. Even if I take 10,000 steps back, I should at least be stronger than that stupid GMO, seeing that the battle below had basically come to an end, and both sides were covered with injuries, when the victor was finally about to be decided. Marshal Luo raised his head and roared, "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Rumble, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's team that belonged to Marshal Luo suddenly appeared from all directions. Like wolves and tigers, they galloped forward. Who are you people? Do you know who we are? Do you know what you're doing? The leader said in shock. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Kadi walked out with a green foxtail in his mouth, and slapped his face. I don't care who you are. You 1, 2, 3, 4, quickly hand over the thing. You're always here to rob. This is what I always do. Hurry up, if it's too late, I'll lock you up one by one, destroy your cultivation, tie you up, and throw you into the spirit beast shed, then feed the spirit beast's aphrodisiac. In another world. At this moment, GMO was hurriedly running away like a stray dog, like a fish that had escaped the net. Mother ****, this time I've really poked a hornet's nest. Who would have thought that I would randomly rob someone, and actually get such a good treasure, and even more unexpected that this guy is the son of a prime minister. Mother ****. This old man's luck is really bad. Is this old man's luck good or bad? I got the thing. He muttered like this, and continued to run away in a sorry state. He didn't think about it, running to the imperial city to commit a crime, robbing the most expensive place in the imperial city. What was so strange about being able to rob the prime minister's son, not to mention the prime minister's son, even if it was the heavenly emperor's son, it wouldn't be strange for him to run into him. And how could such a person have anything bad on him? Fortunately, after robbing the imperial city's warehouse, I've already raised my cultivation to the peak of the celestial being level. Otherwise, this would have been really difficult. But this time it seems to be very dangerous. That old bastard prime minister actually sent several saints to chase after me. It's just a little thing. Is there a need to bombard me with cannons? This is really making a mountain out of a molehill. GMO wanted to cry as he ran, but no tears came out. What's the big deal? At most I accidentally crushed his son's balls. I didn't really take his life. As the saying goes, a prime minister's magnanimity can support a boat, but this prime minister's magnanimity is a little too narrow. GMO grumbled as he ran. Why didn't he think about it? The other party's balls had been crushed by him. How big of a blood feud was this? And he actually thought that it was nothing. Instead of crushing his balls, he might as well just kill the other party. Oh no, oh no. They're about to catch up. GMO was extremely helpless. He could only stand up and fight. But before the battle, he still couldn't help but fight for himself. Tell your master that I can still cure his balls. Can I replace his balls with a pair of dogs? You mother f*** curs should reply. F***ck. Fight without saying anything. Watch my sword. On another side of the world. The strategist Motianji. Behind Motianji, there was a huge hand. This huge hand was a few feet wide. Its 5 fingers pointed straight to the sky. Its entire body was shining with a strange light. Every moment, some symbols would light up on it. On one side, someone was collecting and recording these symbols. At the tip of the other finger of the giant hand, some words were constantly being emitted. As long as there was a flash of white light, words would appear. Beside these words, there were also people who were recording them. Whether it was the words or the symbols, they looked messy at first glance. Looking at them for a while would make one's head spin. However, under Motianji's overall planning, everything was carried out in a clear and orderly manner. There wasn't the slightest bit of chaos. In fact, if there was someone who was really familiar with the happenings of Jianghu, who was well-informed, sharp, and quick-witted, looking at it carefully, he would definitely be surprised to find that these words were actually things that were happening in Jianghu right now or had just happened. Such a huge amount of the latest and most accurate information was actually gathered here. It was truly breathtaking. That huge hand was Motianji's original magical ability, Tianji Hand. With the help of Motianji's strange formation, Tianji Nebula Formation, he could gather all the information in the world in detail. The extent of this formation's extension had already covered half of the world. In this area, as long as there was a new situation, it would be immediately reported back here. In this way, Motianji could keep abreast of the latest developments in Jianghu. In addition to paying attention to the movements of the nebula array at all times, there was also a large amount of information gathered by his subordinates. Almost everyone had been sent out to gather information about the entire world and set up a branch. Then, after assessing the situation, they gradually stabilized and integrated the information into the Great Nebula Array. It was this move that allowed Motianji's heavenly secret hand to cover a larger and larger area. It was gradually expanding. Judging from the current trend of development, the heavenly secret nebula array would not be able to cover the entire world for long. At this moment, Motianji looked at the various types of information that had been gathered, as well as the gains that he had made during this period of time. His face was amiable and refined, as if he was a learned monarch. Anyone who saw him would immediately have a feeling that this young man was very knowledgeable and had a very good temper. At the same time, he was also a very intelligent person. He was very intelligent and knowledgeable. That was for sure. But, he might not have a good temper. He might not be very, very special. Below, the hall masters of the various halls were all sitting upright and still. They were meticulous, and it seemed that they didn't even dare to take a deep breath. They quietly waited for Motianji's evaluation. Last month, our income from information was less than 3 million purple cloud coins. But, in the first half of this month, our income has exceeded 10 million purple cloud coins. Motianji said lightly. During this period of time, with Motianji's ability to see through heaven's secrets, he had done a few big things that shook the entire Jianghu. Motianji's accurate analysis and prediction allowed him to surpass the most popular intelligence organization in the Heaven Imperial Court in a very short period of time. His business was booming to the extreme. It was almost on the verge of a blowout. I estimate that our income in the second half of this month will only increase. However, our current income is still far from enough. Motianji said lightly, moreover, what we need is never money. We need control. Control of all the information in the world. Right now, we are still limited to this part of the world. We haven't set foot in the information outside this part of the world. What we know is really too limited. So, I order. Motianji's eyes flashed. Everyone stood up together. Their eyes were burning. Chief, please give the order. I order that in the next half of this month, our intelligence network will start to try to penetrate into the surrounding parts of the world. For the time being, we don't need to collect more information. First, we need to gain a firm foothold. In the next month and the month after that, we need to completely cover the other 3 parts of the world. Within half a year, our intelligence network must cover the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The most trusted intelligence organization in the entire Heaven Imperial Court is only our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Motianji calmly ordered, I only want results. Any explanation, reason, or statement is not valid in front of me. I don't care what method you've used or what means you've used. In short, this is a death order that must be completed. The only thing that is allowed is to complete the task ahead of time. There is absolutely no delay. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. They didn't show any surprise or confusion on their faces. Instead, they all showed a fanatical and nervous expression. Following our chief, we were nothing more than a group of lowly bandits at first. But now, we have quietly become the most popular figures in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, we have the special business license issued by the government. That is to say, we have been completely whitewashed and have become decent people. To be able to openly appear under the sun, to appear in the eyes of the world, and to sit together with those high officials and nobles to discuss business, and to be treated with respect by these people. Well, in the past, we used to call them fat sheep. But, now, we had changed. Bandits had become businessmen. Fat sheep had become customers. Moreover, we still needed to rob. Because earning money from these people was much faster than robbing them, not only was there no risk, but it was also very exciting. This was simply the life of a deity. This was originally a good thing that everyone could not even dream of. However, in Motianji's hands, it became a reality in such a short time. And the basis for all of this was Motianji's intelligence network. It was more timely and reliable than the government's intelligence network. Sometimes, the government also needed information from here. Recently, 8 out of 10 of them were leaning towards Motianji's side. Since Motianji's Heavenly Armament Pavilion was only facing an intelligence network and not a military organization, it naturally wasn't a threat. Moreover, it was convenient for everyone. Every month, it could collect a huge amount of tax fees. How could such an organization not be supported? Therefore, Motianji's side was given the green light all the way. Cover the entire Heaven Imperial Court within half a year. This was the next goal that Motianji had set. After arranging the next task, the subordinates all left. The heavy door slowly closed. This hall became a relatively closed secret room. Motianji slowly sat back down. Motianji sat in the middle of the big hand. The big hand slowly closed, wrapping Motianji's entire body inside. Then, the main hall suddenly seemed to be in the open air. This was because the top of the main hall was suddenly densely distributed with stars. It was like a bright starry sky. Strands of starlight endlessly poured into the Tianji hand. Then, it entered Motianji's body. Bit by bit, it tempered his body and strengthened his elemental energy. Tianji Nebula Formation and Tianji Hand were never just intelligence-gathering formations. They were also Mo Tianji's personal control hands. Moreover, they were the most unique and effective places to cultivate. Controlling the world was like this. Mo Tianji had already cultivated it to an extremely high level at present. He could directly draw upon the power of the stars and use it for himself. The purest light of the stars, after a short while, Mo Tianji's entire body was enveloped in brilliant starlight. As the starlight flowed, his elemental energy also gradually flowed. It became more and more vigorous. I need to use this intelligence network to gather information about my brothers. I need to temper my body as much as possible and increase my strength to the limit. I can't fall behind too much. Although I am a think tank, who said that a think tank can't be a super expert? In the future, this intelligence network will be the biggest guarantee for us brothers in the martial world. No matter if it's recruitment or any other operation, intelligence will be the most effective weapon. I want to develop it into an invincible intelligence network. No matter what, it cannot be destroyed. This still needs to be perfected. How are the preparations? Chu Yang asked Meng Wuya. Almost done. As long as Zhao Ningning can get the approval of the Demon Empress and announce the operation in the name of the Demon Emperor's heaven, we can take action at any time. Everything has been prepared. Meng Wuya answered confidently. Obviously, he was very confident. Divine Soul, how are your personal preparations? Chu Yang turned and asked. In this plan, the Divine Soul of Jianan was an indispensable and important part. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes on my side. The Divine Soul of Jianan patted his chest. Good, then we will conserve our energy and wait for the news. Chu Yang nodded. The few of them chatted and laughed confidently. Everyone believed that the resources they had prepared and all the preparations they had made had already exceeded their needs, therefore, everyone was not in a hurry. However, no one would have thought that the preparations now were just a drop in the ocean compared to what they really needed to prepare. It was not enough at all. But at this time, Chu Yang, Meng Wuya, Tai Butian and Wu Qian, who were in charge of the overall planning, did not expect this. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a loud boom coming from the horizon. This loud boom was really earth-shattering, asking for the author's vote of the year. Even the boundless dark clouds in the sky were shaken a few times by this sudden loud noise. Those were the source of the heavy snow that was created by the combined efforts of countless saint experts of the demon race. It was actually shaken by an external force. The commotion caused by this incident was definitely not small. The result of this battle of the century should be out. Xianxia frowned and looked into the distance. She could vaguely feel that there were a few wisps of divine spirit power shaking and attacking violently over there. This battle of the century between the top experts has already been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Yang was fascinated. I wonder what the final result will be. There are a total of close to 10 super experts from both sides. However, the possibility of any expert dying should be very small. However, I'm afraid that everyone will inevitably be seriously injured. This is for sure. Xianxia sighed. There's really a lot of hostility. In the sky, another mournful howl came from afar. In the blink of an eye, 2 long rainbows could be seen streaking across the sky and instantly disappearing into the horizon. Immediately, another 5 long rainbows flashed and chased after them. It seemed that they would not give up until one of them was dead. One after the other, they were like the 2 most dazzling meteors, flashing and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Looks like there are 7 people fighting in this battle. 5 against 2, there's a huge disparity in numbers. Those 2 were not strong enough and escaped in defeat. The other 5 were in charge of chasing after them. In such a battle between experts, if one side admitted defeat and retreated, the other side would rarely chase after them. Today, it's rare that they won't give up until one of them is dead. Xianxia looked at the sky in a daze and sighed. Although it was just a glimpse, it made everyone on the ground feel as if the gap between heaven and earth was huge. Although the few people here were already sages and had entered the ranks of the top powerhouses in the world, they usually felt that they were advancing very quickly and could look down on others. However, at this moment, even though they did not belittle themselves, they truly felt how insignificant they were. It turns out that I'm still very lacking. It turns out that compared to the real experts, I'm still not worth mentioning. Yang stared fixedly at the disappearing rainbow in the sky, and an indescribable feeling of passion welled up in his heart. One day, I will be able to soar in the sky like this. Yang and the others didn't know that there were actually 8 super experts fighting in this battle. He miscalculated the number of people. He also didn't know that the rapid escape light at the end was actually everyone burning their life force in a race of life. They were running for their lives. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to reach such a speed. One of the 3 guards on Mo Yuntian's side was heavily injured, and one of them was dying. The other 2 were also heavily injured, and they brought their companions to activate their last life-saving method to escape with their lives. As long as he could return this time, as long as he could preserve his life this time, then what followed next would be a long and arduous revenge. 10 years was never too late for revenge. This time, things had happened too suddenly. Because of a stroke of fate, they were intercepted and killed, which meant that they were completely unprepared. However, if they were fully prepared, just the individual strength of these 3 guards would be enough to cause chaos in the entire Demon Emperor Heaven. They definitely had the strength to do so. And the 5 guards on Demon Emperor Heaven's side understood this point. They also had the same thought: since they had attacked, then they would definitely fight until they were dead. If these 3 people were to return alive, then the trouble that would follow would really be huge. Everyone was originally experts of the same level, and their strength was roughly on par. None of them could do anything to each other. Under normal circumstances, even if it was 7 against 1, that person wouldn't be able to win, but he would still be able to escape unscathed. At their level, wanting to kill them directly in a battle was undoubtedly a rather difficult thing. Unless they were alone and met an expert like DE, then there was a possibility that they wouldn't be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia had such doubts previously. However, this time, because there were too many experts on Demon Emperor Heaven's side gathered in one place, intercepting them from all directions. 3 against 5, they were already at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the place and people. Often, when they were moving at extreme speed during the battle, someone would suddenly join the battle and launch a sneak attack. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Usually, they would completely disregard or even ignore the attacks. But now, they were like one fatal straw after another, making their situation worse. They were in danger of being annihilated at every turn. In fact, it was those occasional sneak attacks by enemies that appeared without warning that caused them to be caught off guard and slow to react. That was why they were heavily injured. If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be such a free lunch falling from the sky anymore. If you want to beat a snake, you must beat it to death. Once they returned, no matter how serious their injuries were, they still had ways to recover quickly. By then, it would still be 7 against 7, and they would no longer have any advantage to speak of. This heaven-sent opportunity in front of them was perhaps the one and only chance to break the balance. The 5 great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven who wanted to pass the bottleneck saw that the situation was in their favor and naturally pursued even more desperately. They didn't even hesitate to use their own life force to increase their speed, not daring to relax at all. Under the watchful eyes of the experts below, 7 rainbows, 2 in front and 5 behind, came and went suddenly. They crisscrossed and intersected, almost forming a strange huge net in the sky. However, the pursuers couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried, and the escapers couldn't completely shake off their pursuers. The situation fell into a stalemate for a moment. Just as the pursuit in the sky was still in a stalemate, the Demon Empress birthday celebration finally ended in an orderly manner. However, during the birthday celebration, the Demon Empress solemnly announced an important piece of news to the people of Demon Emperor Heaven, which immediately caused the entire Demon Emperor Heaven to fall into chaos. According to reliable news, the extraterrestrial demons have already invaded Demon Emperor Heaven. This sudden news was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. What were the extraterrestrial demons? This was something that everyone naturally knew, and it was something that they knew very well. Thinking back to those years, the other heavenly emperor of a region, Zihao, led an army of tens of millions and fought a bloody battle. Everyone wasn't unfamiliar with it, and it was still a popular legend. Now, the extraterrestrial demons had already occupied purple cloud heavens for many years and were currently in a standoff with the imperial courts. Army. This was something that everyone was well aware of, and they had always been paying close attention to the situation over there. However, in such a long time, the extraterrestrial demons didn't make any big movements. From beginning to end, they only engaged in small-scale battles, harassing battles, and all kinds of probing. Although they were endless, there was no real big battle. As time passed, everyone subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't expect that at such a delicate moment, the news of the extraterrestrial demons' invasion would suddenly spread. With regards to the authenticity of this news, no one doubted it because there was no need to doubt the source of this news. The demon race of Demon Emperor Heaven could doubt anyone, including themselves. However, there was one person who absolutely wouldn't doubt it, and that was the Demon Empress herself, the master of Demon Emperor Heaven, and this news was announced by the Demon Empress on her birthday in an unusually solemn manner, or it could be said that she was informing everyone of a fact. If it wasn't true, why would she announce it at such a time? The extraterrestrial demons sent as many as 3 million first-class experts. Many years ago, they changed their appearances, transformed into human forms, and infiltrated the Heaven Imperial Court to act as the vanguard and wait for an opportunity to take over the Heaven Imperial Court. This is also the real reason why the extraterrestrial demons seem to have been quiet all these years and didn't make any movements. The Demon Empress words made everyone's heart heavy. No wonder the extraterrestrial demons were so well behaved all these years. It turned out that they had made such a huge plan to nibble away at us from the inside and then cooperate with us from the outside to completely annihilate us. Their plan was indeed huge. However, this Empress isn't very clear about the exact number of years these spies have been lurking. The only thing I can confirm is that the current Heaven Imperial Court is as precarious as a pile of eggs. We have to plan for the worst and then proceed in the best direction. The Demon Empress words were undoubtedly very reasonable. If the extraterritorial demons had really started to set up their plan many years ago, and everyone was still clear about their actions, then they would not be extraterritorial demons. Even being able to find some clues like this might be a kind of luck. Right now, the great battle that is going on right now is the peak experts of our Demon Emperor Sky fighting against the hidden experts of the extraterrestrial demons. But we still don't know how many of such experts they have. How many of such demons are still hidden in the Imperial Court? The Demon Empress tone was very heavy. And the demon hearts of the entire Demon Emperor Sky also became heavy. Yes, the extraterrestrial demons have only exposed a few people, and they already need our Demon Emperor Sky to send out all the peak experts to go all out and risk their lives. To create such a huge commotion. Then, once the other party mobilized all their forces, what would happen? When they thought of this, everyone shuddered. Some of the more astute ones instantly looked around, afraid that an extraterrestrial demon would suddenly appear beside them. From now on, the entire Demon Emperor Sky is to prepare for war. From now on, the entire Demon Emperor Sky is to be a soldier. From now on, we must be extremely careful of the extraterrestrial demons. We must ferret out all the extraterrestrial demons in our sky and exterminate them. From now on, the Demon Emperor Sky and the extraterrestrial demons are irreconcilable. On the day of this Empress' birthday, I will issue a battle order. All members of our Demon Emperor Sky are forbidden to engage in internal strife and fight against the extraterrestrial demons with all their might. In the face of foreign aggression, we must unite against a common enemy. When the Demon Empress said this, she seemed to be emphasizing every word. Her voice was extremely heavy and almost condensed. It displayed her extremely heavy state of mind. On the day of her birthday, she would issue the strictest battle order. These few words instantly caused the entire Demon Emperor Sky to boil. Sprinkle my hot blood. Protect my homeland. Slaughter all the extraterrestrial demons and protect our Demon Emperor Sky. The Demon Empress' solemn and clear voice resounded throughout the entire Demon Emperor Sky in different ways. Everyone in the Demon Emperor Sky felt their blood boiling. They felt as if their hearts were about to explode as they roared in unison. My blood. Protect my homeland. Slay the otherworldly demons and bless the Demon Emperor Sky. My blood. Protect my homeland. Slay the otherworldly demons and bless the Demon Emperor Sky. The Demon Empress strategy was announced at the same time. From now on, everyone in the Demon Emperor's sky is to prepare for battle. Gather all the soldiers in the Demon Emperor's palace and prepare for battle. Martial artists who are determined to slay the otherworldly demons are to gather at Luohua City and choose your subordinates. You must act in an orderly manner. Do not fight on your own and damage your own foundation. Pass down my order. Organize a martial arts exhibition at Luohua City. In the entire Demon Emperor's heaven, the King of Sabers, King of Swords, King of Spears, King of Assassins. The winner can lead an army and prepare for war. Demon Emperor Tian Taining will personally oversee Luohua City. He will be in charge of all matters. Once the otherworldly demons are slain, all the kings will be listed as the kings of the Demon Emperor's sky. They will be respected for generations to come. Martial artists will gather at Luohua City and follow the rules to choose the number one in the Demon Emperor's sky. Once the army is mobilized, he will be the number one in the Demon Emperor's sky. I'd like to solemnly declare that there is still a long way to go to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. The extraterrestrial demons are brutal, and their cultivation is extraordinary. Martial artists below the martial saint level must not act rashly. Organize yourselves. Once the war breaks out, the supply and demand of logistics will depend on everyone. Start investigating the people in your territory. Do not act rashly. Do your best to find the otherworldly demons and pacify the world. Turn the Demon Emperor's sky into a paradise for the people. We will not allow the demons to grow here and disturb the world. The Demon Empress speech shocked the entire Demon Emperor's sky. It was a long speech, but every word and sentence became the motto of the people in the Demon Emperor's sky. In a short time, almost everyone could recite it. The martial artists in the world were even more excited. Whether they were hermits or survivors, they all came out of their mountains and swarmed towards Luohua City with passion. Especially when the Demon Empress mentioned titles like King and Demon Sky Martial World's #1 martial artist. These titles caused the blood of countless martial artists to boil. A man's life is like a plant's autumn. If he could use this opportunity to leave his name for 100 generations, then he wouldn't have lived in vain. Driven by such thoughts, coupled with the feeling of being a martyr on the battlefield to protect their homeland, countless super masters rushed to Luohua City. However, most of the people who had gathered here were just ordinary martial artists. These people were barely at the level of a saint. Naturally, they didn't have any intention of fighting for supremacy. However, their hot-bloodedness wasn't inferior to any of the participants. We may not have peerless divine skills, but we have hot-bloodedness. We may not be able to become kings, but we can still contribute a little bit of cannon fodder and a straw to the war against the extraterrestrial demons. There were even many people who had irreconcilable blood feuds with each other. In the past, whenever they met, they would immediately draw their swords and fight to the death. But after meeting this time, both sides smiled at each other in unison. The invasion of the heavenly demons is a huge matter. The grudge between you and me is a personal grudge. Let's not have a personal grudge. That's right. After killing the extraterrestrial demons, if we're still alive, shall we have a battle with you? After killing the extraterrestrial demons, if we're lucky enough to survive, we'll fight to the death. If you die in the holy war, we'll forget about our grudge. I'll do my best to raise your descendants. If I die in the holy war, you can do whatever you want. Are you the only one who's noble? If you don't die in the holy war, I'll definitely kill you. But if you die in the holy war, I won't bully your orphans and widows. On the contrary, I'll take care of them with all my heart. Take care of yourself. Wait for the day when I chop your neck with my sword. You too. Take care of yourself. Don't die in the hands of those extraterrestrial demons. My sword still needs your blood and sweat. The Demon Empress order undoubtedly shocked the world. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Chu Yang himself. When he heard this news, Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded. Elder sister, I just wanted your son to beg you, and then you would agree to hold a martial arts exhibition in Luohua City. My original intention was at most to gather some people from here, to expand the team for the expedition in the future. I really didn't have any more ideas. Do you have to make such a big fuss? Chu Yang was completely at a loss. The changes in front of him had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had completely lost the ability to control the overall situation. Damn it, how can a mere saint like me be so busy with such a big matter? I only have a few people under me. At most, it's less than 10,000. But now, so many people have come to Luohua City. At least 10 million people. What do you want me to do? Do you think I'm Mo Tianji? Even if Mo Tianji was here, he might not be able to handle it. Although I'm somewhat talented, I know my own limitations. Even if I don't belittle myself, or even if I'm invincible, to have to deal with so many tedious things every day, oh my God, kill me, oh God, save me, Qu Yang was very worried. Not only him, but even Meng Wuya, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian, who were used to countless big scenes, were stunned by the big deal of the Demon Empress this time. This was too surprising. In fact, the cause of this matter was very simple. It was not complicated at all. At first, Qu Yang felt that the current manpower was relatively insufficient. It was not enough to form an army to wipe out the extraterrestrial demons. Even their ability to protect themselves was not strong enough. So, he discussed with others to see if there was a way to recruit people faster. Qu Yang's idea was very simple and pure. Lure people with fame and benefits, organize some activities, create some reputation, take out a few divine weapons or heavenly treasures, and attract people to come. Then, recruit them from the excavations. But there was an unavoidable problem. That was, it had to be approved by the officials of Demon Emperor's Heaven. Otherwise, it would be an illegal gathering, and it would definitely be suspected and punished by the officials. And the city lord of Luohua City obviously did not have this authority. But when this matter reached Zhao Ningning's ears, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Leave this small matter to me. We can directly give orders in the name of the royal family. I will have the final say in organizing this event." So, there was a series of previous events. Before leaving, Qu Yang reminded him again and again, "You must make it clear. Don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Also, the matter should not be too big. Everything is important. Be careful." Yao Ningning agreed readily, as if it was a small matter and no problem at all. Who would have thought that this guy would do such an earth-shattering thing after he went back? This was far from Qu Yang's original plan. It was at least thousands of miles away. For a moment, Qu Yang felt as if the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging in the world. Countless heroes and warriors were rushing towards this place. He felt as if the world had become his heart. Qu Yang was in tears. Why did I believe that idiot? I knew that he was an idiot, but I still pinned my hopes on him. If he is an idiot, then I am an idiot. I am just a small character from a small family. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Damn it. I really can't afford to go through so much trouble now. Of course, Qu Yang still had other considerations in his heart. The Demon Empress was so serious. On the surface, it seemed that it was because of her son's request, but this was too much of a fuss, although the theory of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons might not be groundless. For so many tens of thousands of years, if the extraterrestrial demons with ulterior motives did not infiltrate the Heaven Imperial Court, Qu Yang would not believe it even if he used his but to think. The Demon Empress attitude also showed that this female hero was a resolute supporter of war when it came to the matter of the extraterrestrial demons. She seemed to be using this matter to announce something and reveal something to the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Anyway, it was definitely not entirely because of her son's request. How could a strong person who could reach the level of the Demon Empress do things like this? This was completely impossible. Therefore, Qu Yang could not help but think further. He thought again of the time when the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds was alone and without help. Then, he thought of the Demon Empress' great fanfare this time. Qu Yang decided that although there might be something fishy about this matter, since this unexpected meat pie had already fallen from the sky, then even if he knew that it was beyond his ability and that he could not swallow it, he had to swallow it. Even if he was stuffed to death, he had to try his best to swallow it. This might have some considerations of the Demon Empress, but this might also be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to rise. Go all out, I'm going to do it. When Qu Yang said this, he gritted his teeth and tears streamed down his face. This meant that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion would once again become the world's poorest pauper in the shortest time possible. There are so many people's food, clothing, lodging, cultivation, weapons, armors, and so on. All of these things need to be prepared, right? Poor me, I've only been rich for a few days. I haven't even enjoyed myself yet, and I'm about to become poor, bitter. After working hard for more than 10 years, I'm going to become a pauper overnight. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and sighed, speechless. But since he had already decided to do it, then he would do everything in the best direction. Sorry for yesterday, brothers and sisters, please forgive me. This is a supplementary update. Thank you, everyone. After making up his mind, Chu Yang immediately informed the Tang clan's third young master. I have a large number of treasures to auction. Quickly exchange them for purple cloud coins. I don't want to maximize the value, but I want to be fast. The Tang clan's third young master was as thin as a bamboo pole. As soon as he heard the news, he became busy as if a spring had been wound up. Countless purple cloud coins flowed into Chu Yang and the Tang clan's third young master's pockets. At the same time, foreign martial artists also rushed into Luohua City in batches, from Chu Yang to Tai Butian, Meng Wuya, Wu Qianxian, and the others in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were all spinning like crazy. They were so busy that their feet were hitting the back of their heads. It seemed that they didn't even have time to take a breather. Someone had to receive so many people. The Demon Empress had personally ordered these people to come. She couldn't let these people sleep on the streets, right? Then, where would the Demon Empress put her face? Fortunately, there were official helpers in Luohua City. But even so, the entire Luohua City was full within 7 days. Chu Yang had no choice but to think of another way. But at this time, the Tang clan's third young master suddenly had an idea. He got hundreds of thousands of tents to sell at one time. After making a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of white mushrooms appeared outside Luohua City overnight. There were too many people living in tents. They were waiting for the Demon Empress to announce the start of the event. Seeing this situation, Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He immediately poured out a lot of purple cloud coins and asked all the clothing manufacturers to start making tents in large numbers. Just the first batch of orders had already reached a total of 5 million. Note that this was only the first batch. Chu Yang could completely predict that with the capacity of martial artists in the Demon Emperor Heaven and the power of the Demon Empress personal summons, the number of martial artists who came here would definitely exceed 20 to 30 million, so tents were now good things. Just at the beginning, Chu Yang was already a little overwhelmed. I really can't afford this. This was Chu Yang's catchphrase now. He almost became a lunatic if he kept saying this. However, Chu Yang didn't know that there was something that he couldn't afford to do. This catchphrase of his had yet to be repeated. The most mysterious Godfall forest in the Double Heaven Imperial Court also showed signs of people. Godfall Jungle, this place was not necessarily mysterious. It was actually a super jungle that spanned from the west, south, and east of the Demon Emperor sky from the other side. However, it was also the dividing line between the Demon Emperor Heaven of the Heaven Imperial Court and the other 3 great heavens and earth adjacent to it. In terms of area alone, the Godsfall jungle was absolutely not smaller than any world. Moreover, the area of the Godsfall forest seemed to be faintly expanding. Of course, these were not enough for this forest to be called the most mysterious. The reason why this forest was called the most mysterious was because in the legends, a true god had fallen in this forest. Therefore, it was called the Godfall Forest. However, no one knew whether or not a god had fallen here. However, as far as the Heaven Imperial Court was concerned, the Godsfall Forest was not only a mysterious place, but also a forbidden area. It was definitely a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter the Godsfall Forest. Even Di Guang had to discuss with the people inside if he wanted to enter the Godsfall Forest. It was said that there was a very special race inside. This race was called the Elves. They didn't belong to humans or demons. They were a race that had unique life characteristics. In the Godsfall Forest, there were many experts and there was no lack of top-notch experts. The legendary Elf Emperor's cultivation was definitely not below Di Guang's. He might even be stronger. Now, in such a precarious and delicate moment, the elf race of the Godsfall Forest suddenly appeared and declared, "We, the elf race, are duty-bound to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Protecting the Heaven Imperial Court is the sacred duty of the elf race. We also want to participate in the battle of exterminating the demons." Although everyone was dissatisfied with the elf race's boasting and even thought too highly of themselves, they just silently complained. The war was imminent and the extraterrestrial demons were present. It was really not suitable for them to cause trouble. Moreover, the elf race was kind enough to help. If it was in the past, the humans and demons would probably teach these fellows a lesson just because of these arrogant words. What did they mean by "you're duty-bound to exterminate the demons"? What did they mean by "protecting the Heaven Imperial Court is the sacred duty of the elf race"? You can be responsible, but don't think of yourself as the savior of the world. Do you think you're the king of the world? If it was just this, it would be fine. Although everyone was dissatisfied, at this special juncture, they still understood the big picture. They tolerated it one by one. It didn't matter. If you want to participate in the war, then participate. One more battle force was one more chance of winning. However, this elf race was obviously too arrogant. He actually made such an illogical and even annoying request. We, the elf race, will definitely participate. However, as noble as we are, we will never accept the command of humans. We will never accept the command of demons. We, the elf race, are the noblest race in the world. We are the only race in the world. We are the supreme race. All the races and manpower that participate in the war must be arranged and coordinated by us. We will send out the invincible generals. The invincible military advisors. The right to command the war must be controlled by us. No one else has any authority. They must obey all of our commands unconditionally. Once such a condition was thrown out, the entire Demon Emperor sky exploded. Why? Who do you think you are? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Who has seen you? Do you know what this world is like? Do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? He actually wanted to take over the command right from the start. What the F***ck? The Demon Emperor's heaven's pugilistic world was in an uproar. The elves refused to give in to his demands, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Looking at how things were developing, perhaps the two sides would have to fight before the heavenly demon battle. Xianxia sighed. What should I do about this matter? The elf race is really awesome. If others don't accept your conditions, you can either take a step back or just retreat and not participate in the battle, right? However, every single one of them was stubborn. Over and over again, there was only one sentence: we want to participate in the war. We want full command authority, we don't accept it, none of you are worthy, seeing that the next conflict was about to erupt. Even the instigator of this matter, the Demon Empress, did not expect that such an announcement would cause a huge uproar. However, she did not expect that the elf race, who had been lost to the world for a long time, would come out. Furthermore, the elf race's way of thinking was so weird and illogical. Currently, although the news of the elf clan had already spread, the elf clan did not send out a large army. Only their representatives and the upper echelons of the Demon Emperor Heaven were constantly arguing. Although the atmosphere was very intense, it was not to the point of no return. The Demon Empress could only ignore it for the time being. If she really went to discuss with these people, she would probably not be able to say more than a few words before she would attack and kill all of them. However, it was obviously not suitable for her to kill them now. In the hearts of the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor sky, they naturally knew about the eccentricity of the elf race. The elf race was a race that was so arrogant that it made almost all the other races loathe them. In their hearts, number one under the heavens. Number one under the heavens. This kind of thinking was deeply rooted and almost unshakable. Other than being arrogant, almost every elf race had mysophobia and were extremely particular about cleanliness. They had always looked at people with their nostrils. Even if it was the most beautiful woman in the world, they would only disdain her because she smelled like a fish. Even the cleanest place would be sneered at by them, all trash. However, the elf race's nature was to advocate peace. They were kind-hearted and did not like war. Even the most demanding race would never deny these. They were like a group of angels who did not eat the food of mortals. It made people love and hate them. We know that you are an angel and we can also treat you as an angel. However, please don't treat yourself as an angel. Okay, that was probably the reason. Author's note: I suddenly thought of our author when I wrote here. It seemed that there were some similarities. When the readers read books and treat the author as a great god, that was because the readers liked it. However, the author must not treat himself as a great god. However, regarding this matter, Chu Yang felt that he was very indifferent. It seemed that this matter had nothing to do with him. Although when he was in the Chongtian continent, he had some relations with the native elves there. He had once helped Duke Yu and even obtained some elf emperor's seal. However, all of that seemed to have nothing to do with the elves here. Moreover, judging from the arrogance of these elves, Chu Yang was even a little worried. If they found out that I, a human, had obtained the elf clan's elf emperor's seal, would they become angry out of humiliation and kill me, because I am a dirty human? Moreover, they were arguing with the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor Heaven. Those were the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor Heaven. It had nothing to do with him. The mountain was high and the emperor was far away. He believed that he would definitely not be able to see them. Groundless fears? Looking for trouble, therefore, Chu Yang put all his energy into continuing to expand his forces. The Demon Empress had given him convenience and created such a good advantage. If he did not make good use of it, how could he be worthy of her great support? After Yao Ningning, Bai Shixian, and the others left, the beautiful woman in white finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With doubts, she walked into the palace of the Demon Empress. Big sister, do you think that there's something fishy about this matter? The white-clothed beautiful woman asked suspiciously. The Demon Empress laughed. You've been dragging your feet all the way until now. I think you're here to ask me about this matter, right? The beautiful woman in white nodded embarrassedly. Yes, a heavenly devil suddenly appeared. This matter is a little too inconceivable. The Demon Empress shook her head. Bringing up this matter now might be a little abrupt, but it might not be inconceivable. Because in the Heaven Imperial Palace, there are heavenly devils lurking. It's not a rumor, it's real. I can understand that there are people hiding in the extraterritorial demons. However, the three people who came earlier were clearly Mo Yuntian's three great guards. They weren't extraterritorial demons. The beautiful woman in white continued. We can beat a snake to death, but we still need a reason to beat a snake. What we got rid of are the remnants of the heavenly devils lurking in the Demon Emperor Heaven. No one can doubt it, no one can doubt it. The Demon Empress said slowly. Big sister, I can understand what you're saying. But, there's another matter, which is also the most important thing. Our actions might not be beneficial to ourselves. It will only completely benefit Chu Yang and his heavenly armament pavilion. The beautiful woman in white was puzzled. Although Ningning and he are friends and know each other's hearts, I'm afraid we're making a big fuss over nothing by doing this. Furthermore, he's developing his strength in the Demon Emperor Heaven. Wouldn't he absorb all the experts of our Demon Emperor Heaven? The beautiful woman in white still had one more sentence that she didn't say. This is clearly inviting a wolf into the house. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by it one day? In the past, Chu Yang might not have needed to worry about this. But now, Chu Yang was already close to the level of a sage. His cultivation was still increasing at a rapid pace. According to the information that had been gathered over the past few days, even his subordinates were making continuous progress at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although this force was still in its embryonic form, it was already showing an unstoppable momentum. The Demon Empress smiled calmly and said, Your worries are reasonable, but I naturally have my own considerations. There are 3 reasons why I would do this. There are actually 3 reasons? The beautiful woman in white frowned. Please tell me, elder sister. The first reason is because of the friendship between Chu Yang and Ning-er. You also said that they are very close to each other. It's really rare for Ning-er to have such a friend. Of course, this reason is the weakest factor. If it's only because of this, I can at most guarantee that Chu Yang won't die. I won't make such a big move. However, because of the first reason, it can also guarantee that Ning-er's position in the Heavenly Imperial Court will be unshakable once Chu Yang's wings are fully grown. What he had was an extremely reliable ally that he didn't have to worry about. This was a friendship that had been forged in times of adversity. Such a relationship is indeed worth investing in. The Demon Empress spoke tirelessly, and the beautiful woman in white listened attentively. Elder sister is right about this. Chu Yang is indeed not an ungrateful person. There are hundreds of benefits and no disadvantages to being close to him. I agree. But what about the other two reasons? The second reason is relatively simpler. The demon empress smiled strangely. A few days ago, I started a heaven covering. The beautiful woman in white's face twitched uncontrollably because of this sudden shocking news. Heaven covering? Whose heaven are you covering? Xue Leihan's heaven. The demon empress sneered. Eastern royal heaven. The beautiful woman in white was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with my way of doing things? Only he can cover my heaven, but I can't cover his heaven? The demon empress raised her eyebrows. That's not what I meant. You. The beautiful woman in white hurriedly denied. This elder sister's temper was still the same as before. She wouldn't take any loss. After covering the Eastern royal heaven, Xue Leihan didn't say any more nonsense. He only told me one thing. The demon empress's expression was a little serious. He said, there's someone behind Xianxia. There's someone behind him? The beautiful woman in white was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. It was even very explicit. However, such a sentence, coming from Xue Leihan's mouth, seemed so unusual. The meaning of there's someone behind him was undoubtedly, I can't afford to offend anyone behind Xianxia. But, who could it be if even? Xue Leihan couldn't afford to offend him. Xue Leihan was a ruthless character who even dared to challenge the saint back then. And the saint was the indisputable number one existence in this heaven imperial court world. And the person whom the Eastern Royal Heaven Emperor couldn't afford to offend might not be the saint. Then, who could that person be? At that time I couldn't help but ask this question. The demon empress said thoughtfully, Xue Leihan only said, if something happens to us, it might not be so. If something happens to Xianxia, I'm afraid the entire Heaven Imperial Court will cease to exist. What? There's actually such a person in this world? Is this possible? It's impossible, right? The beautiful woman in white wasn't as surprised as she was today. This was too shocking. Sweet potato? In this Heaven Imperial Court world, we're certainly the top existences and rulers. But outside this world, what kind of level can we be considered? This universe is so vast. How many things and how many experts are there that we don't know about? The demon empress looked at the starry sky outside the window and said with a sigh. Of course, this shocked me greatly, but it's still not the main reason why I'm willing to help. Even if there's really an unparalleled expert behind Xianxia, if he really offends me, he'll still die. I said I won't help him, so I won't help him. This isn't a big deal. Even if this world is destroyed, I won't be the only unlucky one to suffer. Heaven and earth will decay because of me, and the universe will be overturned because of me. Isn't this a happy thing in life? A cold light flashed in the demon empress' eyes, and her aura instantly rose. The beautiful woman in white saw this and her back was drenched in cold sweat. How could she not know her own sister's character? She would rather break than bend. Heaven and earth were never in her eyes. What really made me determined was the third point. This third point is the most important factor. The demon empress said softly, the extraterrestrial demons, the extraterrestrial demons? What has it got to do with the extraterrestrial demons? The beautiful woman in white frowned and repeated, asking subconsciously. The extraterrestrial demons are the most important enemies of our Heaven Imperial Court. They're also a problem that we have to face in the future. Back then, Zihao, the Purple Firmament Emperor, realized this point. That's why he still chose to fight alone. In the end, his entire army was annihilated, and he died. But what no one knows is, it's because of Zihao's desperate battle that most of the extraterrestrial demons' experts were killed. Although it didn't damage their foundation, it's still because of that battle that the extraterrestrial demons no longer have the confidence to swallow the entire Heaven Imperial Court. It's already so difficult for them to fight against just Zishao heavens. What's more, they have to fight against all 10 heavens and earth at the same time. So all these years, they've been recuperating. Although they haven't given up on their evil intentions, they still don't dare to act rashly. The demon empress heaved a sigh of relief. When Zihao fought against the extraterrestrial demons, the connection between the entire purple firmament and the outside world was completely cut off. There's no news at all. There was a rumor that Zihao, the heavenly emperor of Zishao, knew the danger of the battle. He once sent his personal bodyguards, which were his 7 stars bodyguards, to break out of the encirclement and ask for help. But these 7 people disappeared without a trace. If Zihao's 7 stars bodyguards were still there, that battle would still inevitably end in failure. But I believe that Zihao wouldn't have died in the battle. The demon empress' cold face was full of doubts. But in fact, those 7 people did spread the news. It was also from then on that the various heavens and earth in the Heaven Imperial Court united against a common enemy because of the extraterrestrial demons. Countless experts of the pugilistic world rushed to Purple Firmament's aid at night. But at that time, because each heavens and earth had their own misgivings, they couldn't unite against a common enemy. The various heavenly emperors restrained each other, and the saint's attitude was ambiguous. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore. Because our demon emperor heaven isn't far from Purple Firmament, I snuck into Purple Firmament alone to see the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, I was one step too late. I only saw the aftermath of that battle. Just 15 minutes before I went, Zihao finally self-destructed and died. Tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons' corpses floated in the air. Zihao's last roar has been echoing in my heart for more than 1,000,000 years. Xianxia looked up to the sky and sighed. Suddenly, she roared like a thunderbolt. Fighting alone. Fighting to the last soldier. What's the point of dying? But not a single one of the trillions of living beings in the Heaven Imperial Court came to help. Why are people's hearts so cold? Why are people's hearts so cold? The Demon Empress let out a thunderous roar without any warning, causing the entire Demon Emperor's sky to tremble endlessly. In an instant, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. Just like back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor Zihao let out an extremely sullen roar before he died. The beautiful woman in white, who was closest to the source of the sound, suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Waves of hot blood surged and made her hair stand on end. For 1,000,000 years, I'd been asking myself this question. Why are people's hearts so cold? The Demon Empress smiled bleakly. There were many doubts about what happened back then. There must be something else going on, and there must be a big hand manipulating all of this. At this moment, the beautiful woman in white was so shocked that she was speechless. For such a top secret, the only thing she could do was to be shocked. Seeing Zihao die, I was one step too late. In my anger, I activated the Demonic Emperor's secret technique, Demonic Emperor's Universe, at that moment. With one attack, millions of extraterrestrial demons were instantly turned into dust. They were all buried with Zihao. I was one step too late and couldn't fight side by side with that unparalleled hero. This was the only way for the hero to not be lonely. It's a pity that I was still alone at that time, and my demonic power was exhausted. To be able to fight against the extraterrestrial demons for a long time, even I could only retreat temporarily when the few demon lords of the extraterrestrial demons were on the move. The Demon Empress looked up and sighed. After that battle, tens of thousands of years had passed. Outside the ink sky, the corpse of one of Zihao's 7 star guards was found by chance. It was outside the ink sky, in the mountains. His body was like a beehive, and only a skeleton was left. After that, Xianxia spent a lot of effort and found the corpses of other people. They were left on the ice peak of the extreme heaven forever. They became eternally frozen. Their faces full of grief and indignation before they died were still vivid, as if they were still alive. So that's how Zihao's 7 star guards died. That's why Xianxia rushed to the imperial court in a rage and fought a bloody battle with the saint back then. The Demon Empress said thoughtfully, however, until the end of that battle, Xianxia still didn't really explain what exactly happened back then. However, ever since that battle, the Eastern Royal Heavens was heavily guarded, and the entire Eastern Royal Heavens was preparing for war. It has been 1,000,000 years since then. Furthermore, after that battle, Xianxia obviously distanced himself from the other heavenly emperors. He was rarely seen again. The reason why our 2 heavens still have contact with each other is probably because Xianxia knew that I had once gone to the Purple Cloud Heavens to help. In the end, I even helped the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor a little. However, this made me feel sincerely ashamed. The Demon Empress sighed deeply. The beautiful lady in white exhaled deeply, feeling that she was already shocked to the point that she was going to be dumbfounded. Just this short sentence contained so many secrets, so many huge secrets that could explode the entire heavenly imperial court. She really couldn't think of it even if she cracked her head. Countless unsolvable mysteries appeared one by one in front of her today. Back then, why couldn't the news from the purple cloud heavens be sent out? Why did Xianxia have to send out his 7-star guards to break through the blockade and send out the news? And why did the 7-star guards die? What role did the saint play in this? What was the reaction of the various heavenly emperors at that time? Why did one person die in the ink sky? Everyone else died in the extreme sky? And what did Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Xianxia, do? The violet firmament monarch, Xianxia, has always been on good terms with the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Why didn't he head to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms to request for reinforcements? Yet, he wanted to go to the ink cloud sky and the extreme sky. No matter which one of these questions was enough to trigger a huge tsunami in the Heaven Imperial Court. And what exactly happened in the Heaven Imperial Court that year that no one knew about? These were all mysteries, but one thing was for sure, something must have happened between the top leaders of the Heaven Imperial Court back then. And these things were the key to Xiao's defeat. After that, Emperor 1, Empress 1, and only Saint Monarch slowly separated their respective worlds. They minded their own business and rarely interacted with each other. Moreover, each of them is filled with suspicion and fear towards the other. The demon Empress' voice was filled with indescribable fatigue and indescribable sorrow. After Xiao died, in order to find a clear understanding, I once went deep into the place of the extraterrestrial demons alone. I transformed into their clansmen and understood everything about the extraterrestrial demons. The demon Empress said softly, then I found out that these extraterrestrial demons are the life and death enemy of our Heaven Imperial Court. At the same time, they are also an unavoidable great danger. The place where the extraterrestrial demons originally lived is floating in the universe. It is a special existence like an isolated island. The area is very limited. Moreover, the environment is extremely bad. When the strong wind blows, the extraterrestrial demons will have waves of air that reach the sky. The earth trembles and the mountains shake. There are even volcanic eruptions. It seriously threatens their safety. In their surroundings, there is no suitable place for them to live. And if the extraterrestrial demons want to expand, they must invade the Heaven Imperial Court. Purple Cloud Heavens is only their first stronghold. They will definitely not stop here. They are ambitious and far-sighted. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, they have already started to distort the truth and claim that our Heaven Imperial Court is the evil one. In their mouth, we natives have become the extraterrestrial demons who commit all kinds of evil. Confusing right and wrong, turning black and white upside down. There is nothing better than this. The beautiful woman in white clenched her teeth and scolded. But under their long-term propaganda, the entire extraterrestrial demon clan has already united against a common enemy. Even the children who receive education in their schools have to shout slogans before they start learning every time they go to class. The slogan is actually, exterminate the extraterrestrial demons and restore our Heaven Imperial Court. The demon Empress said. They are simply shameless. How can there be such a despicable race? The beautiful woman in white was so angry that her face turned red. The Purple Cloud Heavens is a lone piece of land in the outside world. It has always been coveted by the otherworldly demons. Now that it has been taken over by them, they actually have the audacity to say that this piece of land was originally their homeland, and we are the invaders from long ago. The demon Empress' voice was very eerie. This group of bastards who deserve to be cut into pieces. Back then, they invaded our Purple Cloud Heavens. Hundreds of millions of Purple Cloud Heavens citizens were all killed by them. They committed a monstrous crime of killing and still have the audacity to twist the truth and make a false accusation that we are the invaders. How can there be such a shameless thing in this world? How can there be such a shameless race? The beautiful woman in white was so angry that her towering chest heaved up and down continuously. Her face was flushed red as if she was about to explode. Sigh. The extraterrestrial demons have been preparing for war since 1,000,000 years ago. They have never given up on their desire to destroy us. But our Heaven Imperial Court has always been singing and dancing in peace. We have been building our chariots behind closed doors. The only battles we have are all internal strife. The demon empress sighed helplessly. No matter if it is the number of experts or ordinary people in the Heaven Imperial Court, they outnumber the extraterrestrial demons by more than 10 times. If they really go all out in a battle, exterminating the extraterrestrial demons would be as easy as flipping one's hand. But the demon empress let out a long sigh. The beautiful woman in white was also an important member of the demon emperor heaven. How could she not know the current situation of the Heaven Imperial Court? She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At first glance, the Heaven Imperial Court looked strong and powerful, but the regular armies of the various worlds had not participated in a large-scale battle for far too long. Now, apart from the high-level experts, the so-called regular army's combat power was far inferior to the people of the pugilistic world. The reason for all this was very simple. Everyone had been living in peace for far too long. It had been so long that they had gradually forgotten their battle instincts. And the environment of the extraterrestrial demons was extremely harsh. For the sake of hope, for the sake of the future, everyone was practicing martial arts with all their might. Everyone saw the destruction of the Heaven Imperial Court as their own responsibility. If a great battle broke out one day, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. It was definitely not optimistic. The extraterrestrial demons and the Heaven Imperial Court will have a battle sooner or later. This is already foreseeable. The demon empress said softly, to restore the purple cloud heavens and let it return to the Heaven Imperial Court's territory has been our long-cherished wish for many years. But the extraterrestrial demons will definitely not back out easily. Our restoration of the purple cloud heavens is mostly just to avenge the heroes, to avenge the innocent people, to take back what we originally had, and to vent our anger. But to the extraterrestrial demons, this is a battle of life and death. So, once we make a move on the purple cloud heavens, the extraterrestrial demons will fight to the death with the Heaven Imperial Court. There is absolutely no possibility of retreat. That battle will happen sooner or later. The demon empress said quietly, if we win in the end, everyone will be happy. But if we lose, then the great catastrophe of the Heaven Imperial Court will be unavoidable. So this battle has not broken out yet. The main reason is that both sides have their own concerns and are unwilling to start a war easily. But in the long run, if we continue to wait, as the extraterrestrial demons become more and more rampant, our gradually weakening military power will definitely weaken further. The demon empress smiled bitterly. If this continues, the day of the Heaven Imperial Court's destruction is just around the corner. Because the purple cloud heavens is really too close to them. Moreover, in the recent million years, the extraterrestrial demons have been recuperating, so their numbers have naturally increased. Their original places of residence can no longer accommodate so many new people. The demon empress sighed heavily. The extraterrestrial demons are really the common mortal enemy of all the races in the Heaven Imperial Court. But this time, Elder Sister suddenly announced that the heavenly demons had infiltrated and caused mischief. She put on a battle-ready stance. The beautiful woman in white was clearly still somewhat puzzled. In the end, it's still because of what Xue Leihan said earlier. The demon empress said, Chu Yang, there's someone behind him. Obviously, this person is a super existence that even the saint has to look up to. With such a strong person holding the fort, why should we be afraid of the extraterrestrial demons? And it just so happens that Chu Yang also wants to develop his strength in preparation to slaughter the extraterrestrial demons in the future. So, we have to take advantage of the situation. Whatever Chu Yang wants, I'll give it to him. As long as we can eliminate the extraterrestrial demons, what's the point of paying a small price? Even if we use all the strength of the demon race, we'll do it without hesitation. The demon empress's phoenix eyes flashed with extreme viciousness. She said, but doing this is still not enough. So, the next step is to organize a team of our extraterrestrial demons to kill and plunder wantonly in various worlds to create the illusion of the extraterrestrial demons and create the broadest and greatest influence in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. The beautiful woman in white was shocked. How can this work? In this way, if the matter is exposed, the one who will suffer in the end will still be you, elder sister. The demon empress was indifferent. She said coldly, those who ignore the extraterrestrial demons and are greedy for pleasure don't deserve to live in this world in the first place. What's the pity of killing them? As for me, if I can awaken everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court to stand up and fight against the extraterrestrial demons, what's the point of my reputation? The beautiful woman in white sighed silently. The demon empress did this for the Heaven Imperial Court. There was no doubt about that. However, doing so would definitely create boundless sin. In the end, if it was exposed, no matter what the original intention was, the endless hatred would eventually fall on the demon empress alone. Paper could not wrap the fire. Especially between people like DE and Empress. Perhaps at the beginning, they would still use this information to deal with the extraterrestrial demons. However, once the demons were eliminated, this information would be exposed again. How could they let go of a chance to get rid of an expert of the same level as them? The beautiful woman in white was sure of this without a doubt, if it really came to that. Facing the condemnation of the entire Heaven Imperial Court, with the demon empress temperament, how could she bear it? The beautiful woman in white was worried. The demon empress said tiredly, once it really comes to that, the demons will be eliminated. At that time, I can also use this opportunity to pass on Xianxia. The beautiful woman in white suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. The demon empress might have left something unsaid. Pass on to Xianxia, but what about herself? When all the sins in the world were attributed to one person, her original intention should be to leave her name in history. However, the result was that she would be infamous for 10,000 years. Was there any meaning in leaving her name in the history books? With the demons as the cause, borrow Chu Yang's hand to detonate the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Break the idle time now. For a period of chaos, we might be able to avoid eternal darkness in the future. The demon empress said softly, as long as the general situation is established, we can start a war of annihilation against the extraterrestrial demons. However, before the war, the various armies of the Heaven Imperial Courts have to be nervous. With the current situation, their combat power will be greatly reduced. They might not dare to say that victory is in their hands. Since no one is going to be the evil person, then let me be. The demon empress expression was stern. This process will take a few years to completely stimulate the anger. During this time, let Ning and Chuyang grow. The beautiful woman in white looked sad. She wanted to say something but stopped. You don't have to worry about me. Whether I am right or wrong is in my heart. There is no need for future generations to judge me. How many years has it been? How many times 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 has it been? Sigh. The white-cloaked beauty let out a long sigh. Even though she approved of the demon empress actions, she was still worried. Everything is still in the beginning. Now, it's up to Luo Hua City's follow-up reaction and actions. The demon empress said, I hope these little guys won't disappoint me. After traveling day and night, Yao Ningning and the others finally arrived at Luo Hua City. As soon as he entered Luo Hua City, he was caught by Chu Yang. What should we do? What should he do now? Tell me, what should I do? What the hell are you thinking? How did you make such a big commotion? Are you trying to tire all of us to death? Chu Yang choked Yao Ningning's neck forcefully. You idiot. How can you be so stupid? Ugh 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 ugh. Yao Ningning stuck out her tongue and swayed left and right. Boss, it really has nothing to do with me. It was all my mother's doing. Damn you. Tan Tan flew over and kicked him. It's all because of you and your mother, whoosh. With an even louder plop sound, the Grand Elder flew across the sky and landed firmly on the ground. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Big brother, spare my life ah. The Imperial guards at the city gate looked at each other and didn't know how to react. There was actually someone in the world who dared to treat the Grand Elder like this, but the one who did it was his big brother? Then, should we rush up and risk our lives? Or should we not rush up? This was a problem. It took a lot of thinking. While he was still deliberating and hesitating, he watched Chu Yang and Tan Tan fly up and grab Yao Ningning, punching and kicking him. In an instant, the originally handsome and confident Grand Elder had turned into a pig's head. Then, he was dragged in by the two while groaning. Elder Hu and Elder Ma stopped the others and smiled bitterly. those two are not outsiders. They are the Grand Elder's sworn brothers. We have to get used to this kind of thing in the future. Everyone was stunned. What? The Grand Elder's sworn brothers? More importantly, they had to get used to this kind of thing in the future? In other words, this kind of thing might still happen in the future. It might even happen more frequently? Oh my god. While they were stunned, they saw Meng Wuya, Duan Songkong, and the others coming out too. Welcome the demons into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This time, the welcoming ceremony was much more formal. At the very least, everyone was well-mannered and courteous. They were definitely not like the two people just now, who were completely barbarians. She really didn't know where His Highness found such friends. They even had to be submissive and let others bully them. Bai Shixian skipped over and joined Tai Budian and the others. They giggled and made a mess. There wasn't the slightest trace of unfamiliarity. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were naturally more concerned about the matter between Bai Shixian and Yao Ningning. After all, Chu Yang's side was equivalent to Bai Shixian's maiden home. So, the topic of conversation between the two of them was naturally led in that direction. Bai Shixian couldn't hold on any longer. She turned around and fled into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion with a red face. Behind her, there was a burst of laughter. I brought 1,000 demons with me this time. Yao Ningning said, these demons will fully assist you in this matter. Mother said that I would be responsible. Actually, it's just in name. As a mother, she naturally knows what kind of character I have. I can't do these things at all. It's okay to just drink wine. Yao Ningning sat cross-legged and raised her head to speak in a righteous manner in front of the dozen or so saints, Elder Hu and Elder Ma, as well as Chu Yang and Tan Tan. Everyone and demons were a little dizzy. Although we know that you're not responsible and that's the truth, you should at least do something, right? You've already reached a new level of being irresponsible, okay? How can you say it so blatantly? Can you be more self-deprecating? Energy, wood, and energy? In other words, from now on, all of these demons are under your command. Yao Ningning said as if it was a matter of course, don't come to me if there's anything. Of course, don't come to me if there's nothing. By the way, what is Tang Clan's third young master doing now? Did anything interesting happen while I was away? I've been so bored these past few days. Tai Budian said speechlessly, he's too busy. What fun can he have? Third young master is now in the auction hall. Auction hall? I've been admiring your new auction hall for a long time. Yao Ningning's eyes shone like searchlights. Waha, I must go and have a look. I'm going to have fun now. Ha ha ha, auction hall, how is it at Jianghu? A place where people don't use knives and don't see blood. She couldn't wait to run out. Elder Hu and Elder Ma's faces were full of black lines. They shook their heads and hurriedly followed her. F***CK. Tan Tan cursed, you want to be a hands-off shopkeeper? How can you do that? You'll come back easily. With a whoosh, he chased after Tan Tan. Now, let's discuss how to proceed with this matter, how to develop it, and how to avoid problems. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows. Didn't that person just chase after Master? One of the demon saints grinned and said a little cautiously. The person in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a master who dared to kill Moyun Tiantai on the spot. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Yang was the #1 troublemaker in the Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, he was not at the level of one of. It's better to be careful when talking to such a person. What if he gets angry and kills me? Judging from Grand Master's attitude towards him, Grand Master might not be angry and avenge me. Instead, Grand Master might jump up and down and applaud me for doing a good job. If that happens, I'll be wronged. Zhang Lixing thought. Sigh. Don't wait for them. Chu Yang's face was sad. Do you really think that he went to chase after your master? He's just using this reason to run away. Let's be hands-off shopkeepers together. These two bastards. Let dumbass accompany dumbass to go crazy. Without them, we won't have to come up with any bad ideas. Maybe we can save more money. All the demons fell into a moment of silence. Then, they burst into laughter. Sure enough, Tan Tan didn't return even when night fell. Chu Yang and the other humans and demons had arranged everything properly. However, Tan Tan still hadn't returned. Everyone was full of admiration for Chu Yang's foresight in understanding people's minds. After the discussion, Chu Yang returned to his residence. His forehead was full of black lines, and he kept cursing. I've never seen such a stingy person. Chu Yang complained to Tai Budian, Yao Ningning's mother is the master of a heaven. This Xianxia is too stingy. She only sent out a few demons, and she didn't even give a little money or resources. She's really stingy. The rules of the event are all set by me, and the prizes are all provided by me. The accommodation of the people is all arranged by me, and the order of the event is completely maintained by me. Is she ordering people around? From the beginning to the end, only the Grand Highness who doesn't care about anything is eating, drinking, and playing here. There are also 1,000 demons for us to order around. However, we are also responsible for their food and accommodation. We eat and drink for free and do a little work. Chu Yang said angrily, even if this demon empress doesn't treat me like a fool, she treats me like a worker. I'm really unhappy. Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian immediately burst into laughter. I say, don't act like you're the victim of a bargain. Isn't the demon empress good enough for you? Her series of actions is equivalent to giving you a green light in the entire demon emperor's heaven, allowing you to develop your forces as you wish in her territory. In this entire matter, you are the only one who benefited from it. Yet, you are still spouting nonsense here. I have never seen such a toothless person like you. Chu Yang said with melancholy, but how can I have so many people? Where can I get so much money? Are you saying that I'm being unreasonable? Isn't this what you need to develop? Tai Budian snorted and said, actually, I'm thinking that this might be a test from the demon empress for you. If you can't even do something like this well, how are you going to accomplish great things in the future? Wu Qianxian said with confidence and full of trust, Chu Yang, you can do it. Don't let me down. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. Once these words came out, it simply forced me into a desperate situation. How can a man say that he can't do it? Especially in front of the women he loves. Not to mention in front of the women he loves, needless to say, after Chu Yang finished complaining, he began to work at full speed. King of Sabers? In addition to the ordinary reward, there should be an additional saber. This saber can't be an ordinary one. King of Swords is roughly the same, right? The other kings also need to be equipped with supporting facilities, right? There should be a rule in this place, right? Draw it out, King of Assassins, how can this thing be manifested? This needs to be discussed, right? This Luohua city has been an old city for millions of years. How can it be destroyed so casually? People in Jianghu are generally difficult to control. Conflicts are probably inevitable. This needs to be mediated, right? There are not so many places to eat in the whole Luohua city. This problem also needs to be solved, right? To deal with so many things at the same time, all of them need purple cloud coins, right? Even if you have all the money, some things can't be bought with money, because the volume of Luohua city is limited. Chu Yang felt a headache coming on due to all of the above reasons. He had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The Tang family's third young master's auction house was like a big sale. He had sold a lot of good things and collected a lot of money. Then, Chu Yang continued to work on other things. Fortunately, there were enough helpers and demons. Moreover, Tai Butian, Wu Qianxian, Zi Xieching and the other women were used to seeing big and fierce characters. They were not flustered at all. Although everyone was unusually busy, they tried to do it in an orderly and clear manner. There was also Huyan Aobua. Xie Danfeng, Madame Mei, and the other women's army gave full assistance. Meng Wuya was a great general. Chu Yang, the absolute key person, was in charge of the arrangements. Finally, the urgent situation was solved. At least, there weren't any big mistakes so far. It's just that Chu Yang was really so busy that he didn't have any idle people under him. Moreover, everyone was so busy that they were having a lot of fun. The arenas were also set up one after another outside the city. There were hundreds of them. Someone was responsible for recording in each arena. At first glance, it looked like a large-scale sports event in the whole heavenly imperial court. It really looked like, finally, after many twists and turns, on the 8th day, all kinds of rules of the competition were fully formulated. In these 8 days, the huge amount of purple cloud coins that Xianxia had earned before really flowed out like water. No. It should be like the high tide of the sea, or a river bursting the dike. This shocking speed of spending money made those saints who thought they were knowledgeable all stare with their mouths agape and cold sweat dripping down their backs. It seemed that they had never seen such a spending spree in their lives. Using the most conservative rough calculation, the amount of purple cloud coins that Xianxia had spent in these 8 days was at least 70 million, if it was converted to purple cloud coins, 80 billion, on average, it was almost 100 billion per day. I've lived for so many years and I feel that my experience is not shallow. But this is the first time I've seen so much money. And it's spent in such a short period of time. If it were someone else, or even a bigger clan, even if they could spend as much as they wanted, how could they spend so much money in a few generations? I think it's impossible to spend it. A saint of the demon race stroked his beard and was very emotional. Yes. If I had so much money. Sigh, I'm afraid I might not be able to cultivate to this level. There's a big chance that I would have died long ago. What does it mean to squander money like dirt? I've finally seen it today. It's like squandering crystals like dirt. A very lecherous expert was drooling. Tisk. Everyone looked at this good-for-nothing with disdain, although the phrase squandering crystals like dirt was a bit more appropriate. Outside the city. Every few hundred feet, there was a large martial arts arena rising from the ground. These arenas were completely bare. There was nothing to climb on. There was a relatively wide platform on top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to jump up. There were also clear rules. One was not allowed to borrow strength on the way up. Anyone who needed to borrow strength on the way up would be disqualified. In addition, all the light spirit jades on people or demons who participated in the competition would be confiscated. In this way, the participants would have their own gravity increased by at least 30 times. Furthermore, to be able to jump up a few hundred feet, one's cultivation level would have to be at least saint level or above. In front of each arena, there was a black mass of heads. They were discussing something in full swing. Looking out from a high vantage point, one could only see a black mass of people stretching out. It was boundless. One could not see the end of it with a glance. If someone at the edge of the crowd looked even further, they would only see an endless stream of people coming from afar like a tide. On the morning of the same day, the rules of the competition were finally released and posted. Furthermore, 10,000 copies were posted at once. No one was allowed to tear them down and take them away. But even so, there was still a shortage of demand. First, according to each region, for example, the experts of each city and each region, they will form a small group. The person with the highest cultivation level will be selected to advance and participate in the competition. Once the winner of the competition, they can form a small group of their own. Anyone in this region can form a large group. They will be divided into ranks and trained diligently in preparation for the day when they can slay demons. This was only the first rule. But when the first rule was announced, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Lone Bamboo City, over here. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Heavenly Sun City, over here. Chrysanthemum City, gather over here. Steamed Bun City, gather here, gather here. Blackback Region, gather here. Wild Wolf Region, over here. Tail Region, Spectre Region. For a moment, almost everyone was in a mess. However, under these specific rules, they quickly formed their own groups. Then, they basically formed groups of several thousand people and began to discuss martial arts rankings. There were even some areas where the more experts there were, the more they refused to submit to each other. In order to seize the position of leader, they started to fight on the spot. They didn't give in on the spot and didn't show any mercy. Although blood hadn't been spilled yet, it wouldn't be rare to see blood. I recommend chopsticks. Chopsticks are awesome. Chopsticks are nothing. How can they be compared to Hai Kong? Hai Kong is nothing. If you have the ability, come out and fight. If you don't dare to come out, then why are you shouting? Most of the people who came here were Jianghu people, and they were all lawless big demons. When they quarreled, all the creatures in the whole Luohua city felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Qu Yang's new rule came out at the right time. If they couldn't form their own team within 2 days, the whole area would be disqualified, effective immediately. Hurry up, you haven't eaten yet, look at your lazy look. Hurry up and change your team. Don't waste everyone's time. Suddenly, it became a series of urging voices, one after another, and the waves were turbulent and endless. Qu Yang's ears were full of noisy noises, and he felt a big headache. Finally, 2 days later, under the various emotions of dissatisfaction, joy, indignation, and anger, the various brigades of the various regions miraculously formed into an army. This morning, they actually started to line up neatly one by one. Although there were still some loose and crooked lines, but compared to the previous time, it was definitely a huge improvement. When Qu Yang and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare at it with their eyes wide open. Such a strict military formation. This? Am I dreaming? This progress seems to be too big, too incredible, isn't it? Although this lineup was still far from the military order of a regular army, but, to be able to achieve this in just 1 or 2 days was already very, very difficult. Qu Yang rolled his eyes and began to speak. Everyone, you've really surprised me today. Haha. I can see that all of you are good people. My name is Qu Yang, and I'm in charge of the overall planning of this event. Furthermore, once we form an army to fight against the extraterrestrial demons in the future, I'll basically be the one in command. For example, the nightmare region here is very good, the order is quite good. From here, you can see the ability of the organizers over there, it is really extraordinary. And the chrysanthemum region's performance is also very good, the arrangement is very good. It seems that the leader is also a person that everyone has high hopes for, a great talent. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. As for the others, they are slightly inferior. Asterisk n, the event will officially start tomorrow. This time, the discussion was transmitted far away by the sages with the help of the wind. Everyone in the Luohua city could hear it clearly. Naturally, the people of the few regions who were praised were all overjoyed. We have high standards. We must continue to work hard and keep it up. As for those who weren't praised, they were naturally unwilling. They couldn't help but muster up their energy. This is related to our future. Damn it, you must work harder in the future. Don't lose face for us. Of course, the people of Jianghu were also discussing Qu Yang's voice in private. Isn't this Qu Yang the one who killed Yuan Tianjie? That's him. Who else could it be? I didn't expect that this time, when I joined the army to kill the extraterrestrial demons, it was actually under the leadership of such a legendary person. It's worth it. That's true, but I have to say that this Qu Yang's voice is really a bit coquettish. It's not as powerful and imposing as I thought. This sentence is too correct. Not only is he coquettish, but he also seems to be a little submissive. That's right, that's right. I feel the same way. I don't know if you noticed, but when he laughed, it was basically a bit lewd. What kind of ears do you have? What do you mean by basically? That's completely lewd, okay? It's not clear. A certain love-struck woman, what a nice voice. It's too magnetic. If I can make this Qu Yang sleep with me for a night, it'll be worth it even if I die. I heard that he's also very handsome. Go to hell. Why don't you take a piss and look at your big flat face? You actually want to sleep with Qu Yang? Other than the old meat and vegetables who don't mind and don't despise you, the others will also lose their desire to sleep with you. Bastard, you dare to call me a big flat face? Don't even think about getting on my bed in the future. Bang bang bang, on this day, which was also the 17th day after the Demon Empress' shocking declaration, the event officially kicked off. Relatively speaking, the martial artists from the surrounding areas of Demon Emperor Heaven had basically all arrived. Those who hadn't arrived yet were basically the most remote areas, or those who didn't want to come at all. Because of this, Qu Yang set aside a spot for the peripheral brigade, which could be considered to be the end of this matter. Immediately, Qu Yang's current team of Heavenly Armament Pavilion members were collectively sent out to act as referees for the various arenas. The various saints were all head referees, quelling those controversial matches. The various competitions officially started. For everyone to be able to come here, it proves that you all have a benevolent heart to protect your country. In the future, everyone will have a high chance of being comrades in the same trench. The ultimate goal this time is to go to war. The selection will be held in the sky. Therefore, it will be decided in one round. Victory and defeat are enough. You must not kill anyone. Those who intentionally kill their comrades will be sentenced to death. Clan extermination. This was Chu Yang's first order, and also the most severe one so far. But once this order was out, it was exactly to the liking of these martial artists. What was the reason for millions of people to gather here? It was nothing more than to exterminate the heavenly demons. Since everyone was on the same side and had a common enemy, why was there a need to kill each other and break their own wings? Saber experts, it's rare for us to gather here today. I'm Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu, from Chrysanthemum City's Chrysanthemum Pass. I'm throwing a brick to attract jade, and I wish to take up the position of Saber King. Of course, we have some self-awareness, but we are not willing to belittle ourselves. Everyone who is interested can come up and give us some pointers. After the initial silence, someone finally took the lead to break the silence. A man in a green robe floated up like a green cloud, without the slightest pause. He floated up like an immortal, and just like that, he floated up a 1,000-feet-high platform. Just this move alone was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. This person's face was thin, and he was extremely handsome. His figure was tall, and he looked very scholarly and refined. He did not look like someone who was going up to spar with the saber. Instead, he looked like a scholar holding a book of poetry and going up to spar. Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu, this person's saber cultivation is not small. I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the level of a saint. If he wants the position of Saber King, I'm afraid that other than the few people in our heavenly armament pavilion, no one else can compete with him. On one side, there were people who specifically explained the origin and story of this Chrysanthemum Saber King to Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang could roughly judge the strength of the target, he was still not a native of Demon Emperor Heaven. Although he did not know anything about the identity and specialties of the experts of Demon Emperor Heaven, he knew very little. Yes, the days of Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Lightning Snake and the others are still too short. Their cultivation is unavoidably unstable. I'm afraid they are still not a match for this Chrysanthemum Saber King. Chu Yang nodded deeply. Indeed, Li Guanyu grew up in Chrysanthemum City since he was young. Later on, his cultivation was great, and he occupied the entire Chrysanthemum Pass by himself. This person was originally a scholar, but for some reason, he gave up on martial cultivation, and actually became a saber king. Just based on his saber cultivation, there are few people who can match him. There are also rumors that this person loves chrysanthemums. He often says, 100 flowers love the chrysanthemum. After the chrysanthemum blooms, there are no more flowers. The chrysanthemum taste is even more beautiful. After the chrysanthemum is fried, it makes good tea. This Chrysanthemum Saber King loves chrysanthemums to the point of infatuation. He strolls around the chrysanthemum all year round, enjoying himself so much that he forgets to leave. In addition, he immersed himself in the chrysanthemum for many years, but because of the chrysanthemum, he unexpectedly comprehended a peerless saber technique. It is the chrysanthemum saber that made him famous. Under the hands of this Chrysanthemum Saber King, who knows how many billions of chrysanthemums have withered. People call him the Chrysanthemum Saber King, or the Chrysanthemum Hero. Moreover, every move of Li Guanyu's saber technique has the word chrysanthemum in it. The most powerful technique is called the Chrysanthemum Saber King. 10,000 chrysanthemums explode together. One saber is like 10,000 chrysanthemums exploding at the same time. Its power is truly unparalleled. He is indeed a character. After listening to this introduction, Chu Yang nodded and said, "Looks like this Chrysanthemum Saber King is indeed something. Li Guanyu, this name is also very good. There is a bit of artistic conception." Meng Wuya nodded and praised. At this time, while the demon expert was introducing the Chrysanthemum Saber King to Chu Yang, there were already people who did not want to be outdone and rushed up to fight with the Chrysanthemum Saber King. There is a saying that people despise each other and martial artists fear each other. Although the Chrysanthemum Saber King was famous for his fighting prowess, it was not to the extent that no one dared to test his edge. There was already a saber cultivator great demon who went up the stage to challenge him. The two stood together and the battle was exceptionally brilliant. It is said that this chrysanthemum saber king loves beauties very much. His wives and concubines are as numerous as the clouds. As the saying goes, the chrysanthemum saber king is not depressed. At the side, the commentator completely ignored the battle above and only introduced the story of this chrysanthemum saber king to Chu Yang in detail. Yes, this chrysanthemum saber king seems to be quite knowledgeable. If he can stand out, he should have the ability to hold his own. Chu Yang seemed to be listening, but in fact, he turned a deaf ear. His divine sense had already locked onto the battle, paying attention to the battle above. This chrysanthemum saber king was indeed worthy of his reputation. His saber skills were outstanding. Although he had not used his killing move, he had already made the great demon opposite him sweat profusely. He could only parry and did not have the strength to fight back. It looked like he was about to lose. We are preparing to conduct a second lottery in a short period of time. Everyone will have a chance. This Li Guanyu is indeed a saint-level expert. So far, he hasn't used his real skills. Moreover, the person who just went up obviously has the cultivation of a heavenly being, but Li Guanyu didn't even use 10% or 20% of his cultivation. If they really fought, the winner would be clear within 3 moves. If it was a life and death battle, I'm afraid that the opponent would be dead in an instant. Chu Yang sighed. In the vast Jianghu, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There's always someone better. I just don't know if the rumored infinite invincible saber, Lu Yongxiang, will come to participate. The infinite invincible saber is from the Eastern Royal Heaven. I'm afraid he won't come. Someone beside him answered. Chu Yang said with some regret, yes. The other thousands of arenas also started to fight at about the same time. Every battle was brilliant and varied, each with its own style. Everyone below the arenas locked their divine senses on the arenas and watched nervously. Those who were fighting in the arenas were almost all the leading figures of their respective regions. Their final results would directly affect the future glory of the martial artists in their respective regions. Who didn't want their own martial artists to win, even though they knew that the cultivators on their side were no match for the cultivators on the other side, and the situation was already clear, they still cheered loudly, hoping for a miracle to happen. Their voices of encouragement almost broke through the sky. Chu Yang quietly let out a sigh of relief. The difficulty of this event was in the beginning. But as long as it started well, then there was basically no need to worry about it. They would naturally continue to fight like this. This continued until the final expert was decided. Everything would proceed step by step. Moreover, with Tai Budian hosting, Wu Qianxian planning, Zi Shiqing supervising, Meng Wuya as the chief referee, and the divine spirit of calamity hiding in the dark to observe the entire venue, such a combination was almost like a super dream combination. It was foolproof, and even if there were any accidents, it would be very difficult. At this point, Chu Yang, who didn't dare to relax at all these days, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But as the battles continued, deaths could be avoided, but injuries were unavoidable. And after this battle, these people would all be his subordinates. The medical expenses would undoubtedly be a huge figure. Thinking of this, Chu Yang had another headache. The future was not very optimistic. He truly understood that no matter how rich an individual was, compared to an organization, a power, or even a country, the difference was still too great. Or was this also a sign of the lack of manpower? Around Luohua City, saber light flashed, and sword chi soared to the sky. Hundreds of saber lights flashed. After Chu Yang provided the Tang clan's third young master with a batch of auction treasures, he ordered someone to bring the information of the nominees into a tent. Chu Yang sat quietly for a while. He felt that his heart had once again regained its usual ice-cold calmness. Only then did he open his eyes. He picked up the topmost document and carefully read it. A mole. Chu Yang absolutely didn't believe that there were no spies buried by the heavenly demons in the various heavens and earths of the heavenly imperial court. This required his meticulous reasoning ability. It was just like how he found the mole in Batian Pavilion in the past. He needed to find the mole. However, today's work was much more difficult than that of the past. It was also much more complicated. At that time, there was a lot of detailed information to rely on, and there were clues to be found. The scope was not small, but it was not big either. As long as he worked hard enough, all the difficulties would naturally be solved. However, the targets of the mole in front of him this time were not ordinary people. Any one of them might have been hiding for countless years. But for those who came to be a mole, which one of them would be willing to reveal their true information? Therefore, Chu Yang's investigation work this time was heavy and long. It was definitely a very difficult task. According to Chu Yang's own estimation, it would be very good if he could investigate everyone before going to war with the heavenly demons. At present, Chu Yang was only targeting a few leading figures. Although it was a few, the real number was definitely not small. There were a total of 7,000 to 8,000 people. If only Mo Tianji was here. He is the expert in this area. Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Mo Tianji, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Speaking of this matter, Mo Tianji is the most suitable person for it. Chu Yang sighed and entered the screening area. The battle outside was still going on like a raging wildfire, while Chu Yang's side was in full swing. Xiadan Qionglan and Mo Yuntian's side was also developing crazily. Mo Tianji's information business was also gradually expanding. Whether it was the scale or the momentum, it was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like it would gradually engulf the entire heavenly imperial court. Ao Xiayan's heavenly armament pavilion was also wantonly recruiting at a crazy speed. GMO and Luo Kudi's bandit group was also developing rapidly. Dong Wushang's heavenly armament pavilion and Mo Laer's assassin group were quietly growing. Rue Butong was also tirelessly expanding. Although the group of brothers weren't in the same place and didn't know about each other's news, they were all working together to develop their own strength. Everyone knew that none of their brothers were to be trifled with. But if they slacked off a little, they would be thrown far, far away by them. Therefore, everyone worked with all their might. It wasn't just the group of brothers who had huge improvements. It should also include those little kids that Chu Yang had sent to various places. Although the news in the heavenly imperial court was relatively isolated, it wasn't a problem for the various super sections. Those kids were all thinking about the matter of Chu Yang being hunted down. They were all eagerly waiting for the arrival of new news every day. This gave the various super sects a headache. They had no choice but to collect some news every day to satisfy the worries of these little ancestors. Sometimes, when there was really no new news, they could only fabricate a part, saying that Chu Yang was still fighting, and so on. No matter which world, what sect, no matter where the little fellows were, their reactions were surprisingly similar. First, they let out a sigh of relief, then cursed Xianxia and Mo Yuntian in unison. Then, one by one, they went to practice martial arts as if their lives depended on it, improving their own cultivation. Each and every one of these little fellows had improved by leaps and bounds. This made the various super sects overjoyed. Only Gu Duxing, who had abandoned his foundation and wandered the martial world alone, unexpectedly encountered the biggest crisis of his life at this time. Ever since that day when he saved the people in trouble out of kindness, he had very coincidentally obtained the celestial sword technique. Gu Duxing had always been studying this sword technique. Finally, one day, suddenly, without any warning, he completely unleashed the tyrannical power of the celestial sword technique. The whole process was almost a subtle feeling of advancing in a daze, and finally, success came naturally. Everything went step by step, and in the end, it was completely natural. However, at the moment when the celestial sword technique was mastered, Gu Duxing's own cultivation rose rapidly as if he had become a Buddha on the spot. He actually broke through 3 big barriers in a very short time after the sword technique was mastered, and became a saint expert. This couldn't be said to be a step to heaven, it was simply surpassing mortals and entering saints directly. At the moment of breakthrough, a surge of abundant and continuous celestial sword chi immediately appeared and went straight to the sky. It also caused another shocking surge of sword chi to appear in the world. It was also a peerless sword technique, Absolute Heaven Sword, but not to mention that Gu Duxing didn't know what Absolute Heaven Sword was at this time. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Because first, he had to face the impending heaven's punishment. The heavenly punishment, which was powerful enough to make even saint-level experts fear it, didn't have much meaning to Gu Duxing. In this life of his, other than his brothers, there was only his sword. So what if it was the heavenly punishment? 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords, a divine sword to break heaven's punishment. It was just that after going through his own saint's punishment, Gu Duxing realized that heaven's punishment really wasn't a big problem, because the biggest problem he had to face was really starting now. That vast and boundless cloudy heaven sword chi had attracted almost all the experts of the great overarching heaven in this region to come over. What was even more troublesome was that the experts of the great overarching heaven were included. First, there were people who came forward to recruit him, but how could Gu Duxing, who only had brothers and sword in his heart, accept others' recruitment? Since he didn't accept the recruitment, he could only face the sudden series of battles. Although Gu Duxing had improved and his strength had greatly increased, although the celestial sword was a peerless divine sword that was almost invincible among those of the same level, and Gu Duxing himself cultivated the sword of oblivion and the sword of solitude, he basically already had the tyrannical ability to kill people above his level. But sometimes, a person's strength was limited. Facing so many experts at the same time, Gu Duxing absolutely couldn't win. Even breaking out of the heavy encirclement was so difficult. After luckily breaking out of the heavy encirclement, Gu Duxing used all his skills to escape, but his position was always locked on by the enemy. He fought and fled all the way. Gu Duxing's journey could be said to be extremely miserable, and he narrowly escaped death many times. To put it bluntly, the level of danger that Gu Duxing encountered this time was only above that of Chu Yang and the others. It was absolutely not inferior in the slightest. Chu Yang's side was just following orders because of the enmity between them, but Gu Duxing's side was for his own personal desire. As long as Gu Duxing was killed, he could obtain the legendary celestial sword chi and cultivate the celestial sword chi. Who didn't want to ascend to the heavens in a single step? Who didn't want to transcend mortality and attain sainthood? Who didn't want to obtain such an opportunity? A rare opportunity? Now, they only needed to kill one person to achieve it. What was there to hesitate about? In an extremely short period of time, this news spread wider and wider. The entire Daluo heaven was in an uproar. Countless experts swarmed out, chasing and intercepting Gu Duxing, using all means possible to target him. And in this process, Gu Duxing's identity was exposed bit by bit like the wind. Gu Duxing, male, 20 years old, weapon of expertise, sword. Master of the Daluo Heaven Weapon Pavilion, currently traveling the world. When he obtained the celestial sword technique, unknown. However, he was still in the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion 2 months ago. During this period, he didn't show any connection with the celestial sword technique. It was only after this trip that this opportunity suddenly erupted. Therefore, it could be concluded that he obtained the celestial sword technique by chance within these 2 months. 2 months ago, his cultivation was only at the level of a saint. Obviously, it was because he cultivated the celestial sword technique. The great effect of the celestial sword technique was imaginable. Gu Duxing, escaping from the Hengduan Mountains yesterday, fighting with Xianxia and fleeing in defeat. Possible destinations: 1. Xianxia Mountain. 2. Xianxia Gorge. Gu Duxing, personality, straight as a sword, would rather break than bend. Cold face, often dressed in black. Gu Duxing, height, weight, working methods, all the information related to Gu Duxing spread throughout the entire Daluo Ocean within a day or two, as though flowers had blossomed on the ground. So it's just a little guy who just advanced, but got lucky and reached the heavens in a single step, such a heaven-sent opportunity. It's said that the celestial sword has the inheritance of a saint. For Gu Duxing to be able to transcend mortality and attain sainthood in such a short period of time, it's clear that the rumors are true. The conclusion is, we must not let him go. Everyone in the Daluo heaven had the same thought. When Mo Tianji's intelligence reached deep into the Daluo heaven, it was when the Daluo heaven's encirclement of Gu Duxing was in full swing. When the person in charge saw that such a lively thing was happening here, wasn't this the best opportunity for his Tianji intelligence department to be established and show off his skills? Therefore, he immediately put up the name Tianji and began to attract customers. Then, he began to analyze Gu Duxing in depth. This guy's private organization coincidentally has the same name as our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Every piece of information that Mo Tianji's Heavenly Armament Pavilion sold had been thoroughly tested and verified. So, there was no mistake about it. In fact, it was impeccable in all aspects. As a result, the buyers gave good reviews one after another. Thus, for a time, Tianji became famous. It quickly gained a firm foothold and began to radiate outwards. Gu Duxing would never have dreamed that he had nowhere to hide during this period of time. Almost every moment, someone would accurately find him. He simply didn't have any time to rest or breathe. And the mastermind behind all this was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion commanded by Mo Tianji. Wasn't this the so-called flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? If Gu Duxing knew the truth, he would probably go crazy from anger. So, it wasn't impossible for him to grab Mo Tianji and swallow him alive. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the only thing he could do now was to escape. He would use all of his abilities and all of his wisdom to find the slightest chance of survival. But, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion immediately launched a very specific service, according to Gu Duxing's personality, way of doing things, and temperament, recommended Gu Duxing will undergo a series of changes. 1. Here, all the possible changes that Gu Duxing might make were analyzed in great detail before the final decision was made. At the end of the information, there was another paragraph. The accuracy of this information is based on Gu Duxing's possible changes up until now. But, if we continue to pursue him, as long as Gu Duxing doesn't die, there will definitely be further changes. So, at that time, there will also be Gu Duxing's possible changes, too. Once this analysis was sold, the response was like a tidal wave. It's really too sharp. It's simply hitting the nail on the head. Although we didn't succeed in pursuing Gu Duxing, his behavior is indeed the same as what it said. This is too accurate. I guess Gu Duxing himself might not be able to summarize it so thoroughly. This information is too valuable. Under such a wave of praise, all kinds of information from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence department were sold like water. And the money from this sales was used to continue to build branches in various places. Every city and district was gradually expanded. Gu Duxing was miserable. He just couldn't figure out how his actions were so accurately guessed by others. He had just come to the Heaven Imperial Court for a few days. Even if someone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion betrayed him, it was impossible for them to understand him so thoroughly. This was too mystical and too bizarre. It had been a full 10 days. He didn't have a moment of rest. Although the previous pursuit was a little tiring, it wasn't so intensive. What was going on? He was constantly struggling in a hopeless situation, and he had to be on guard against any possible danger that might appear at any time. Gu Duxing carried a stomach full of depression and confusion. He continued to fight desperately, continued to fight, continued to run for his life, circled between life and death. Sometimes, he couldn't help but imagine that in his past experiences, even if he faced Chu Yang, he wouldn't be so miserable. Unless he faced Mo Tianji, that damn pervert who calculated everything. Only then would he be in such a situation. Could it be that this time, he was so unlucky to face someone who could compare to that pervert? Just like this, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence department became expensive. It was like water flowing in. 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 Until 20 days later, Mo Tianji found out by chance that his intelligence department was actually doing a report on Gu Duxing. He was shocked and almost scared to death. However, what kind of person was Mo Tianji? He quickly adjusted his state of mind and adjusted his strategy. In a short time, he gathered all the information about Gu Duxing being hunted down and brought it back for a look. After looking at it, he immediately laughed. Second brother Gu is still living a very coquettish life. However, with pressure comes motivation. If this thing of crisis is used properly, thus, he ordered, in the future, I will be in charge of analyzing this Gu Duxing's information and disseminating it to the public. As for the price of the information, increase it by 5 times from the original price. Below, the intelligence department immediately cheered. Since Big Brother had personally taken action, how could this Gu Duxing escape? He could only wait for death. Thus, they immediately sent out a message. The boss of this intelligence department will personally analyze Gu Duxing's information and give everyone more detailed information. The price was increased slightly from 100 purple cloud coins to 500 purple cloud coins. This message was definitely worth the money. If anyone was disappointed, they could refund it tenfold. Once this message came out, it immediately caused a strong reaction. Everyone felt that this information was really too black-hearted. This was called a slight adjustment? How much did you have to adjust if you wanted a major adjustment? However, as Mo Tianji analyzed Gu Duxing's every action without missing a single detail, including his facial expressions, what he saw, what he said, the moves he used, and so on, everything matched perfectly. Everyone immediately felt that this boss of the Tianji Intelligence Department was indeed too awesome. To be able to do this in intelligence, he had the qualifications to be a master of his generation. 5 times the price was indeed worth the money. 10 times the price for such detailed and accurate information was not unacceptable. It was too worth it. As a result, the intelligence of the Tianji Intelligence Department was once again out of stock. Second brother Gu, it's rare to get information about you. This really makes me excited. I can't believe that you've already reached the level of a saint by chance. You're really brave. You actually dared to surpass me without anyone noticing. How can I let you go so easily? Mo Tianji had a sinister smile on his face. If I don't give you a taste of my power, would you still know the immensity of heaven and earth? Reaching the heavens in a single step? Is it so easy to reach the heavens? Besides, this bunch of people are chasing after you like a swarm of bees. They always leave you some time to rest and breathe. How can this be? How can this force out all your potential? After such a long time, you haven't even been seriously injured once. You are really too weak. I will let you savor the wonderful taste of life and death. Are you looking forward to it? Mo Tianji was a little dissatisfied. Only I can fully unleash your potential. Second brother Gu, you better be careful. Don't worry. I will definitely not play you to death. I will definitely leave you with a small breath. But, if you don't go all out, then it will be hard to say. I have high hopes for you. Wahahaha. Mo Tianji's rare carefree laughter made the people of Tianji Intelligence Department outside the secret room look at each other. What happened to their boss, who usually didn't show his emotions on his face, today? And this laughter now, it seemed a little too lewd. It was the kind that didn't even bother to hide it. Therefore, one by one, orders, analyses, and intelligence regarding Gu Duxing flowed out of Mo Tianji's hands just like that. Every day, he had to analyze in detail. For example, how many injuries Gu Duxing had suffered, to what extent he was injured, how many battles he had fought, how much energy he had left, or how long it would take for him to recover. Mo Tianji even specially asked for a detailed map of the northwest region of Daluo Heaven. Every day, he would analyze it in detail and analyze Gu Duxing's possible escape routes. We must squeeze out all his potential and then continue to improve. There can't be any injuries or deaths. But, the information can't be distorted. Mo Tianji stroked his chin and smiled sinisterly. I want to see if second brother Gu will want to kill me when he sees me, or will he want to thank me? Wahahaha. Mo Tianji couldn't help but laugh like a night owl. Everyone, please pay attention to my public reputation. Search for Wind Rides the World and you will find me. Tomorrow, the second lottery will be held. For some reason, Gu Duxing, who was thousands of miles away, shuddered. His powerful spiritual sense clearly sensed that he was being locked onto by someone. No matter what he did, this person could see it. Who exactly was this person? Gu Duxing broke out in cold sweat. He used all the methods he could and couldn't, and changed the methods he shouldn't have used. He just wanted to get rid of this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it in the end. From beginning to end, as long as he moved a little, he would be hunted down by a strong enemy. In the end, Gu Duxing no longer used his own methods. He started to use Chu Yang's, Ji Mo's, Luo Kadi's and Ao Xian's methods. In fact, he even tried all the methods that Mo Tianji had mentioned before. But Gu Duxing was soon disappointed. He almost lost all hope. No matter what method he used, it was useless. No matter what he did, the enemy could accurately predict what he would do next. In fact, he couldn't even escape from the enemy's calculations right from the start. This extremely terrible feeling made Gu Duxing feel like cursing. What the F***ck are you? Are you a F***king roundworm in my stomach? Why is it that every time I change directions at the last minute, there's always someone waiting for me? How can I live through this day? For example, when I wholeheartedly go west and reach a fork in the road, I suddenly decide to go south. In the end, there's still someone waiting for me there. He even keeps on laughing. This information is really amazing. This guy actually went this way. Haha, every time Gu Duxing heard this, he wanted to kill someone. What kind of a B** starred could come up with such information? This B** starred is even more perverted than Mo Tianji. When I find Mo Tianji, I'll definitely provoke him to spar with this B** starred and see who's more perverted. Obviously, Gu Duxing's understanding of Mo Tianji was still at the level of the heavenly imperial court for the time being. However, he neglected the fact that he himself was now a saint. How could Mo Tianji remain at the same level? Therefore, Mo Tianji, who was originally abnormal, naturally became even more abnormal now. Bang bang. Bang. A man in purple was kicked to the ground by Gu Duxing. Before he could even react, Gu Duxing, who was covered in wounds, had already pounced on him like a mountain. Gu Duxing immediately locked onto his divine sense, then controlled his body's mobility, sealed his dantian, and took control of his mind and spirit. Then, a slap landed on his face. Gu Duxing asked fiercely, "Speak. Where did you get the news about me? Tell me." This person was quite strong-willed. His life was in someone else's hands, and his tone was quite aggressive. "Why should I tell you? Hee, kill me if you have the guts. I won't kill you if you tell me." Gu Duxing had no choice but to compromise first. The first few had all died in this way, they would rather die than say anything. This was a matter of the backbone and face of a high-level expert. The more you force him to say it, the more he won't say it. He would rather die than submit. Generally speaking, when one's cultivation reached such a level, how many of them were spineless? "If I tell you, you won't kill me?" The man's eyes lit up and he asked, "Do you mean what you say?" Who would have thought that this killing god would actually be so easy to talk to? In the past, no one who had fallen into his hands had survived. A word spoken cannot be taken back. I will never go back on my words. Gu Duxing was furious. "You dare to not believe me?" "Yes, this way, we have an exchange of conditions. It's not that I'm being threatened by you, right?" This person actually didn't give in at all. "Yes, that's what I mean." "Alright then. Let me go first, then we'll talk. I won't run away. You have to keep your word. I'm not someone who goes back on my words." "That's not a problem." After a round of exchange of conditions, Gu Duxing finally knew that his information had been obtained by a currently famous and huge intelligence organization. This intelligence organization seemed to have a huge intelligence network. They had collected all of his battle information, all of his personality, and all of his habits. Then, they summarized and analyzed everything. After the analysis was done, they began to sell it wantonly. Currently, just by selling information related to him, they had earned at least several million purple cloud coins. And this number was just a few days ago. Just by selling information about Gu Duxing alone, this organization had already earned a lot of money. What kind of F***king intelligence organization is this? They actually use it to make money. Gu Duxing was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. They framed me while selling my information. While I was running away like a dog, they were counting the money loudly? There's actually such a thing in this world. What kind of weirdo could come up with such a wicked idea? They're really more perverted than Mo Tianji. Gu Duxing finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed. "Oh right, what's the name of this organization?" Before the man left, Gu Duxing finally asked this question. When he asked this question, the man had already turned around and walked a few hundred feet away. He stood at a corner. Gu Duxing stood there and asked, not chasing after him. "The name of this organization is called Tianji Intelligence Department." The purple-clothed man took a deep breath. He turned around and looked at Gu Duxing. "Thank you for not killing me this time. If you can escape from this disaster, I will go to your heavenly armament pavilion and create a great undertaking together with you. I've received your kindness and will withdraw from this pursuit. Take care." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left. Watching the saint-level expert leave, Gu Duxing fell into a daze. Tianji Intelligence Department, Tianji? Perhaps ordinary people might not have any reaction to these words, but as Brother Jia, how could Gu Duxing not have any reaction? Could it be that this intelligence organization was created by that bastard Mo Tianji? Is it possible? It's impossible, right? Why would he deal with me? Something's not right about this. Gu Duxing frowned. At first, he denied it, then he wasn't sure. Could it be that black-hearted and goddamn Mo Tianji's doing? Otherwise, who could be so familiar with my character and temper? Who could be so familiar with Brother Jia's methods? Leaving me with no path to heaven and no door to hell. Although there are many capable people in this world, there are not many who can make me, Gu Duxing, so embarrassed. But, if it's really Mo Tianji, then this guy is too inhumane. Is there a need to play me like this? He really wants to play me to death. Gu Duxing thought for less than a quarter of an hour before he once again embarked on the journey of escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue thinking, but because there were already many people surrounding him from all directions. The current Gu Duxing was like a super big meat pie. Everyone wanted to eat it, even though this meat pie was actually poisonous and could poison anyone to death. Waha, he's really still here. But why is this guy in a daze? Why did the intelligence say that he would definitely be in a daze? Is he deliberately cooperating with that intelligence? Many people cheered and laughed, flying over as if they had found a mountain of gold. To think that the Tianji Intelligence Department had even predicted this. Mo Tianji. You damned perverted bastard. Gu Duxing roared with grief and indignation. I'm going to *CKU #yen%. As he cursed, he ran for his life. After that, he was surrounded 4 or 5 times in a row. Gu Duxing could finally confirm that the person who sold him the intelligence behind the scenes was definitely Mo Tianji himself. This point was already confirmed without a doubt, because at that time, he had already fallen into a situation of certain death, with no possibility of turning the situation around. However, it was a rare mistake in the intelligence that misled all the pursuers, allowing him to break out of the encirclement from all directions. However, he met his opponents again in waves. If it wasn't for that error in the intelligence, he would definitely have been intercepted and killed there. There was absolutely no chance of any fluke. Although the intelligence was extremely accurate, no one could say that they didn't catch up with Gu Duxing. But, there was almost no real danger of life and death. In fact, in order to find out if this intelligence department was Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing even purposely put himself in a desperate situation. As expected, that intelligence misled him again, leaving him with a chance of survival. Driven by such accurate intelligence, Gu Duxing actually felt more and more in his heart. Why is it as if these people were sent by Mo Tianji to practice his swordplay? However, even with such a realization, Gu Duxing still didn't dare to be the least bit careless. Mo Tianji might let him off, but these people chasing after him definitely wouldn't show him any mercy. His life would be in danger at every turn. Just the slightest bit of carelessness could cause him to lose his life here. This game is really not fun. Gu Duxing was running away. His heart was full of tears. Mo Tianji, you damned perverted bastard. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I will really be played to death by you. Although he said that, Gu Duxing also knew that if he didn't make another breakthrough, this game would definitely not end, because Mo Tianji wouldn't allow it to end like this. The conclusion was that he could only continue to be hunted down according to the script written by Mo Tianji. If he wanted this game to end, there could only be 2 results. First, Mo Tianji would make a miscalculation and he would die under the siege. As for the second, that was if he finally succeeded in breaking through and stabilizing his realm, he would become so strong that no one would dare to chase after him, and to achieve such an effect, his cultivation would have to at least reach the peak of the saint level, and he was still a very, 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 very far away from that step. This meant that before he reached that goal, he was destined to be hunted down and unable to avoid it. He could only passively earn money for Mo Tianji and continue to earn money like this. This conclusion made Gu Duxing burst into tears. It was too much of a scam. Gu Duxing estimated that by the time he finally ended his escape, that goddamn perverted bastard Motng would at least be able to earn a few 100 million purple cloud coins while he was being chased, or even more, that goddamn perverted bastard. This is too ruthless, isn't it? Gu Duxing cursed in his heart as he fled. I've never seen anything like this. You should at least leave me some time to relieve myself. Ever since I was noticed by you, I basically don't even have the time to relieve myself, therefore, Motng gave out more and more information without anyone knowing about it. And the information became more and more concentrated. And the price of the information also rose accordingly. And it became more and more expensive. However, more and more people bought it. And there was an endless stream of them. As a result, the Fecta intelligence department became more and more powerful. Their reputation spread far and wide, and they became more and more reliable. I sold the information to you, right? My information was right, right? My analysis was right, right? Gu Duxing was indeed there, right? That's right, right? He did say those words and did those actions. That's all right, right? Since that's all right, then with so many advantages, if you still can't kill Gu Duxing, then that's a problem with your own strength. Does that have anything to do with my information? Of course, basically no one questioned Tianji Intelligence Department. Once they went and were questioned in return, other than showing their incompetence and that they were a super idiot, what else could it mean? With such accurate information, you can't even kill Gu Duxing. What? Can. Say. What? Do. Therefore, under the premise that the people of both heavens and earth were kept in the dark, no one knew that this pursuit had already changed from the route one day. This seemingly absurd but actually very strange pursuit had already quietly turned into Gu Duxing's personal sword training journey on that day. Gu Duxing's road to improvement, the road to the peak. Of course, this business also created Motng's money-making journey. He could make as much money as he wanted from private banks. Of course, the Tianji Intelligence Department had also been expanding without a sound during this pursuit. In just a few short months, they bloomed all over the Daluo heaven. Moreover, there was still a large surplus of purple coins. Therefore, it was really hard to say whether it was Motng who had fulfilled Gu Duxing's wish or Gu Duxing who had fulfilled Motng's wish. It was rather strange. In short, Gu Duxing realized that he didn't know when, but he had already become the target of Motng's manipulation. He had also become the mastermind and executor of the conspiracy. Furthermore, no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the fact that he was collecting money for Motng and becoming Motng's accomplice. Even if he agreed, no one else would, who wouldn't want the cloudy heaven sword art. Furthermore, the most ridiculous thing was, old man is obviously a victim. Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and sighed. His heart was tangled. Tens of thousands of miles away, Motng sat in the hand of Tianji. His face was full of an enigmatic smile. Second brother Gu, you should be very grateful to me. This kind of life and death experience, with all the experts in the world being your practice, is like a whip, lashing you forward. You have no choice but to improve. Haha, furthermore, I'm here to help you control everything. Although it's a bit far away and there will be some omissions, if you can't even handle those, what kind of brother Jia are you? Motng looked at the densely packed information in front of him and smiled sinisterly. Now, all the other people's information had been handed over to others to handle. Motng was going all out to blow Gu Duxing to the peak. Even if you're just a pig, I'll blow you to the heavens. Motng smiled sinisterly. It's a pity that the others don't have such an opportunity. If they were all whipped together like this, how satisfying would it be? After thinking for a while, he suddenly frowned. If I were to frame them myself, and then cause a dispute, that's also a good idea. In Motng's secret chamber, a smug and lascivious laughter suddenly rang out. Outside, Motng's trusted subordinates felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shudder. Whenever boss laughs like this, someone is bound to be unlucky. I wonder who will be the unlucky one this time. In the Daluo heaven, Gu Duxing fled from west to east, from east to north, from north to west, from west to south. He fought and killed along the way. Since this time, Gu Duxing had thoroughly established his lofty status of being invincible with one sword. The lonely swordsman, Gu Duxing, fought and killed along the way. He remained undefeated despite thousands of dangers and tribulations. He galloped freely in the Deluo Heaven Imperial Court. After this pursuit, if he heard anyone say, "I've been through hundreds of battles in my life," Gu Duxing would definitely snort disdainfully, "You've been through hundreds of battles in your life? That's nothing. I've been through no less than tens of thousands of battles in just 4 months, Motherf asterisk Ker, I've been through hundreds of battles every single day. That's not even a single F asterisk King day. You've been through hundreds of battles in your life, and you still have the nerve to brag in front of me?" This pursuit was still ongoing. Over at Demon Emperor Heaven's side, Chu Yang had already started to train his troops. After 4 months of continuous selection, in the second month, Chu Yang very logically displayed the Heavenly Soldier banner. Of course, it was the flag of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He officially started to recruit those experts who had passed the selection. For this, Chu Yang specially occupied all the mountains outside Luohua City and used them as the headquarters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Outside the mountains, he opened up countless training grounds and set up countless military camps. Every day, those who passed the selection would enter the military camps like flowing water. No one had any objections to this. Because the ultimate purpose of their arrival was ultimately to fight the extraterrestrial demons and eliminate the extraterrestrial demons. Heavenly soldiers fighting the extraterrestrial demons was a matter of course and appropriate. It was a tit for tat, it was a perfect combination. Some people exclaimed in admiration. The name Heavenly Armament Pavilion was really too reasonable. As for the training of the troops, it was even more needless to explain. Since they were going to war, they naturally had to train their familiarity with each other, tacit understanding, cooperation, and even various skills such as charging in battle formations. No matter how strong your individual combat power was, it might not be able to play a big role in the ever-changing battlefield. Of course, unless you were a super expert like DE. Of course, there were exceptions. The people who originally belonged to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were scattered and assigned to various military camps as instructors. Of course, these instructors were not so easy to be. Except for a small number of them, the rest of the soldiers were all higher in cultivation than the instructors. This reality made the instructors sullen to death. In addition to training the recruits, they also had to further train their own level. No matter what, their status could not be that low, right? If a dignified instructor could be beaten up by a random recruit, then there was no need to live. However, reality was so cruel, so they had to work hard to change the situation. In particular, the Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guanyu, after being recruited, also took the title of Demon-Slaying Saber King in advance. He brought his people into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in a grandiose manner. As soon as he entered, he displayed extraordinary strength. Chu Yang was very surprised to find that this person was not only a master of saber arts, but also a master of military strategy, tactical arrangements, planning, and so on. Handing over a team to him, there was no need to worry at all. At most, he just had to send a few more instructors over and everything would be fine. Talent, Chu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it was not to kill the extraterrestrial demons and eliminate the extraterrestrial demons, how could such a talent be willing to submit to others, seeing that everything was going on the right track one by one? At this point, Chu Yang could be said to be greatly relieved. Now that everything was on the right track and the hundreds of millions of purple cloud coins had been spent, it was rare for Minister Chu to have some free time. Suddenly, he was filled with lust. This afternoon, he found Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian and winked at them to accompany him back. He said that he wanted to discuss some issues regarding the future development of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This pervert, with a lewd look on his face, he looked like a pig whose brain was filled with sperm. Did he really think that everyone was so stupid that they couldn't tell? Wu Qianqian and Tai Budian, who were also aware of it, couldn't help but blush to their necks. They scolded angrily, "Get lost." Minister Chu was shameless. He smiled and said, "We haven't had a meeting for more than a month. Let's have a meeting today." At the side, Bai Shixian said innocently, "The meeting is serious business." "Sisters, you should go quickly." At the side, there was a burst of laughter. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian were too ashamed to show their faces. They grabbed Chu Yang and gave him a beating. Then, they sternly declared that they were not going back, definitely not going back. Minister Chu hung his head dejectedly, and left with his tail between his legs. During this period of time, Chu Yang also felt that his foundation for the saint-level cultivation had become much more solid. He was fully equipped with the strength to break through to a higher level. At present, the only thing he needed to prepare was to relax his body and mind. Then, he could start to try to break through. He didn't expect Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian to be so resolute and reject him without hesitation. Minister Chu went back gloomily. He thought to himself, why don't I go and have a drink with the Tang clan's third young master, Yao Ningning and Tan Tan? Relax my mood. Those two idiots had disappeared ever since they started working. Occasionally, when they saw Chu Yang, they would run as far away as possible. They hated Chu Yang so much that his teeth itched. Now, he finally found a chance to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, if he didn't teach them a lesson for 3 days, they would become unruly. However, when he was walking on the road, Chu Yang unexpectedly saw someone. This person had made all the hairs on Chu Yang's body stand on end. Ever since his rebirth, Chu Yang had developed a very special habit. As long as he was walking on the road, although he looked as if he was looking straight ahead and was simply walking on his own path, his divine sense had already enveloped a certain area around him. There was no exception. And this area had gradually increased along with the growth of his cultivation. Now, this area had already reached a radius of 5,000 feet. A radius of 5,000 feet, a radius of 5,000 feet, in the Heaven Imperial Court, this detection area was basically the limit of a beginner saint-level expert's detection area. And the periphery would more or less be overlooked. This kind of long-distance divine sense detection had to be constantly released for a long period of time, and it had to be released at any time, anywhere, all day long. For ordinary experts, even saint-level experts, this was a very extravagant move. But for Chu Yang, this was just a starting point. It was nothing more than the most basic range of defense. Since his rebirth, more than 70% of Chu Yang's time had been spent fighting with the enemy. This kind of constant probing with his divine sense had almost become an instinctive defense mechanism. Especially now that he had to face an entire world of enemies, he naturally had to be more careful. Secondly, Chu Yang's current divine sense strength was more than 10 times that of people of the same level. This kind of consumption was not too much of a burden to deal with. To be honest, a radius of 5,000 feet did not seem small. But if he really had to face a high-level saint, this distance was at most enough for Chu Yang to barely avoid being hit in his vital parts. It was inevitable that he would be injured. Since this detection area was not enough, and Chu Yang still had energy to spare, why not further expand the detection area of his divine sense? It was not that Chu Yang did not want to or could not do this. It was just that such a detection area could not be expanded any further. If it was expanded any further, it would interfere with the limit expansion of his divine sense when he was in danger. A distance of 5,000 feet was just the boundary between detection and limit expansion. Just as he was on his way to the auction hall of the Tang clan's third young master, he suddenly felt a throbbing in the range of his divine sense. At the same time, a ray of fast white light like a rainbow penetrated the space of the tribulation. Then, it flashed and disappeared. If he used his naked eye to detect it, or even his divine sense, he would not be able to detect it. But Chu Yang's tribulation space could sense the aura of danger. Chu Yang's hair stood on end. That ray of white light is actually a high-level saint? Why would he appear here? What the hell is going on? Chu Yang was shocked. The experts sent by the Demon Empress were basically all by Yao Ningning's side, and he was familiar with all of them. After doing this, the Demon Empress would never send anyone else over. Even if she did, she would definitely inform him. If that was the case, there was a high chance that the saint-level expert who appeared here was an enemy and not a friend. Could it be Mo Yuntian's? Otherwise, why would he suddenly appear in Luohua City? Chu Yang's vigilance was raised to the highest level. But, he didn't show it on his face. He quietly turned a corner and walked over at a moderate pace. As he got closer and closer to a certain location, Chu Yang discovered a few people. Chu Yang stealthily wiped his face, and changed into another appearance in an instant. Then, he calmly walked over. He had already locked onto a target. It was a black-robed man. Although that person looked ordinary and indifferent, like an ordinary person, Chu Yang could keenly feel that this person didn't care at all. Towards the world, towards life, towards everything, including himself, he didn't care at all. The black-robed man was also stained with blood. He seemed to be injured, but it could still be seen that the quality of his clothes was very good. In the current Luohua city, such injured people could be seen everywhere. They wouldn't attract any attention at all. With just a glance, Chu Yang immediately sensed that this person was injured. Although he tried his best to cover up his aura, after all, he was seriously injured. The weakness in his movements couldn't be hidden from others. Of course, this others could only be people above the saint level. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to discover him. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he recalled the earth-shattering battle not too long ago, and the streaks of light that streaked across the sky. If there were any top experts here, it could only be those few. If they were on the Demon Emperor's side, they wouldn't hide their tracks like this, could it be? Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. That person seemed to have noticed Chu Yang's attention and was walking away. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly walked over quickly. He directly rushed to the front of this person and said with a surprised face, "Hey, aren't you Wang Laowu? Why are you here? You bastard, I haven't seen you for many years, ha ha ha." His tone was full of surprise and enthusiasm of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Chu Yang patted his shoulder affectionately with one hand, as if they were brothers who had been separated for 3 million years and suddenly reunited in a war-torn street. That person frowned and looked at Chu Yang impatiently. "Who are you? I don't know you. I'm not Wang Laowu." Chu Yang laughed and pointed at this person. He was overjoyed. Look, you bastard, you really are a bastard. You don't even recognize your hometown. Even if you're afraid that I'll ask you to pay me back, you don't have to do this, right? Wang Laowu, how can you do this? The villagers all say that you've made a fortune, but you can't ignore your hometown just because you've made a fortune. I won't ask for the small amount of money you owe my family, okay? That person snorted and said, "You're unreasonable." After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Chu Yang chased after him and said, "Hey, Wang Laowu, you can't be like this. Back then, your family didn't even have money to eat. You borrowed real money from my family. At that time, you and your sister Wang Laowu and your father were honest. He promised that once the hard times were over, he would marry your sister Wang Laowu to me. Later, your family didn't pay back the money and moved away. My family didn't say anything. This is something that everyone in the village knows. Now, you actually pretend that you don't know me." Chu Yang said with infinite grievance, "Although I'm very poor now, you can't treat me like this. Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu. Wait for me." When this sentence was shouted out, it immediately caused a strong reaction from the people around. How can this person be like this? Someone muttered, acting like this after getting money. This is called being ungrateful. He's worse than a pig or a dog. Yes, what's wrong with the rich nowadays? Why do they all have such a bad habit? He's simply a bastard. Stop right there. Say it clearly. Someone even blocked this person's path. Go? Where are you going? He helped you when your family was in danger. Now that you've become rich, you actually turn your back on him? How can your character be so despicable? I despise you. Don't you feel embarrassed? This person was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I'm not some Wang Laowu. I don't know who he is at all. I'm already so old. How old is he? Why would I borrow some things from his family? Chu Yang said with an aggrieved look, "Wang Laowu. I didn't think of asking you to pay me back. I also didn't think of marrying your sister. I'm not young anymore, and I have a wife. It's just that I suddenly saw you in a foreign land. I couldn't help but be surprised. I wanted to find a fellow villager to talk about the old days. How did you become like this? You really turned your back on me and refused to recognize me." There were more and more people around. They all criticized, "That's right. How can you be like this? He didn't say that he wanted to do anything to you. Can't you say something reasonable?" Rich people all have this problem. When they see someone, they think that they want to borrow money from them. They see a little bit of money as more important than the sky. I despise you. I also want to be rich. But even if I'm rich, I won't be like someone, F***ck. This person's chest completely exploded. When did such a fellow villager pop out? It had been at least 3 million years since he left his hometown. Even if there really was a fellow villager, he would have already turned into bones. Besides, when did I call myself Wang Laowu? I actually have a sister called Wang Laowu. Even if my father is retarded, he wouldn't name his daughter Wang Laowu, right? How retarded must he be? Shouldn't he name her Hua Tao or something like that? If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured and had no choice but to come here to heal himself, he would have long slapped this guy to death. How could he allow this wretched guy to blabber in front of him? What the F***ck is going on? Chu Yang, who hadn't used his acting skills for a long time, had now advanced his acting skills to another level. He had perfectly integrated his acting skills into his voice and image. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he complained tearfully, "Old fifth bastard, how can you be like this? You really don't recognize me? I'm Gao Dequan. I'm really Gao Dequan. I'm your childhood friend. Turn around and look at me. Have you forgotten my face? It's only been a few years. I haven't changed much. I even recognize you. Why don't you recognize me?" The onlookers were obviously confused by someone's acting skills. They fell into a one-sided situation. They all started to criticize him. People would never forget their nature of wanting to watch a good show. Moreover, they would always sympathize with the weak. Even if they didn't know each other and met by chance, it was the same. However, this person didn't look like a martial artist. Moreover, his temper was very soft. Everyone was really not rich. It was rare to see such a rich person who was so easy to bully. If they didn't take this opportunity to bully him, how could they live up to their poverty? Damn it, they were poor for nothing. Today, a friend got married. Last night, he was dragged to spend his bachelor's night with his friends. 20 to 30 brothers sat together and bragged. They bragged until their saliva was dry. In the morning, everyone walked past the groom. Everyone bowed and said with sorrow, "My condolences. From now on, you're finished. You're no longer free." The face of the seemingly rich and soft man had already turned the color of pig trotters in soy sauce. He strode over and grabbed Gao Dequan. "Gao Dequan, let's go somewhere else and have a good talk." Chu Yang was delighted to hear this. He beamed and said, "You are finally willing to call me by my name? I knew you wouldn't forget me. Back then, we were so close under the moon." Good, good, good. I haven't heard from our hometown for a long time. Come, come, come. Let's go for a drink. Don't worry. I'll treat you to a drink. Although we are not very rich now, but we are from the same hometown. I don't lack the money for drinks. Are you relieved now? Ha ha ha. This laugh was extremely forthright. This is a real man. Forthright. A real man. What a character. A real man repays enmity with kindness. Good. Amidst the cheers and applause, Chu Yang beamed. He was so happy that his eyes almost disappeared. He cupped his hands and bowed, "Thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone is a good person. I should have brought everyone with me. Unfortunately, I am embarrassed. I have the heart but not the strength. I can only thank you verbally. I wish you all a peaceful life." The man next to him had a twisted and ferocious face. He looked at this guy who called himself Gao Dequan and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to swallow him in one gulp. In fact, this person was a super expert of his generation. So, his mental fortitude wasn't something to be trifled with. So, he shouldn't have collapsed because of such a trivial matter. However, it was a coincidence that he was seriously injured at the moment. So, his mental fortitude was somewhat unstable. Moreover, he was being slandered by Chu Yang. Moreover, he couldn't refute Chu Yang's accusation. He could even clearly feel that his lips were trembling. His heart was beating violently. This was a sign that he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. It was a very normal behavior, this guy put me in this situation and still has a face full of joy. You are ruthless. Thinking this old bachelor suddenly felt a sharp pain in his 5 internal organs. His 5 internal organs that were almost smashed by the enemy were showing signs of collapse again. Endure, I must endure it, no matter what, I'm still a top expert of my generation. I can't be angered to death by such a wretched guy. Endure. I can't take it anymore, but I still have to take it. Finally, Chu Yang finished thanking him. Then, he walked hand in hand with this old fifth Wang, and the two of them went straight to a restaurant. Who exactly are you? What is the purpose of this? The man gritted his teeth and panted heavily, barely maintaining his composure as he asked. Wang Laowu, you. Chu Yang said innocently. Today, Chu Yang's acting skills were really beyond his level. It was a great loss to the acting world that he didn't become an actor back then. I'm not a bachelor. Why don't you King call me Wang Laowu one more time? The man couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. Alright, Elder Wang's brother, how can you be like this? Chu Yang was still improvising. Oh well, I'm going crazy. The man went crazy and banged his head on the table. He was in so much pain that he wanted to cry but had no tears. What do you want? Ah. At the table, the waiter who had just walked over was shocked. This, customer, I'm here to ask the two of you what dishes you want to order. Oh my God. The man looked up to the sky and sighed. His eyes stared blankly as if he didn't know what he was talking about. His life spanned hundreds of millions of miles, and his sword was once 1,000,000 masters. When have I ever received such disgusting and terrible treatment? Until Chu Yang ordered a table full of food and wine, the man's eyes were still blank and he didn't say a word. Come, Wang Laowu, Elder Wang's brother, we brothers have not seen each other for a long time. We must drink to our heart's content. Chu Yang enthusiastically raised his wine cup and urged him to drink. The man seemed to have woken up from a daze. He took a few deep breaths and suddenly looked at Chu Yang like a hawk. Who are you? Chu Yang smiled. Who am I? Why don't you guess? The man's eyes changed from the initial anger to deep thought. You are obviously not Gao Dequan. The man said with certainty. Well, you're right. It's a very rational judgment. Chu Yang smiled and raised his cup to invite him to drink. I'm also definitely not Wang Laowu. When the man said this, the muscles on his face twitched again. His eyes instantly became fierce. Damn it, how could I say such a degrading thing? Who am I? I don't even know myself. How can I be sure by someone else? May I ask Senior's name? Chu Yang instantly knew that the person in front of him was really angry. He couldn't provoke him any further. What if he took an inch and wanted a mile? Wouldn't he know whether he was a bachelor or not? The two sides would definitely fight on the spot. There was no other possibility. Therefore, he asked in a very humble voice. He was like a completely different person from before. Your current appearance should be a disguise, right? The man turned a deaf ear to Chu Yang's question. He looked at Chu Yang's face and sneered, although this disguise is very clever, very natural and almost flawless, your eyes are too clear now. Such clear eyes shouldn't appear on such a vulgar face. You and I are all cultivators. You should understand what I'm saying. Chu Yang nodded and said very respectfully, I've learned something. The respect this time was not deliberately pretentious. It was sincere. Chu Yang had thought about this before, but he didn't hit the nail on the head like the man in front of him. You disguised yourself after you found me by chance, right? The man said, generally, people whose divine senses are not at the level of a high-level sage will not be able to find my traces. But you are obviously not at that level. This puzzles me. The man looked at Chu Yang with an inquisitive gaze. In fact, if not for this suspicion, perhaps this man would have already killed Chu Yang. It was because of this uncertainty that the two of them talked on equal terms. I am indeed not at that level. Senior's eyes are right. Chu Yang admitted. Although you are not at that level, you have the ability to find me. This undoubtedly shows that your divine senses are special. The man said. Chu Yang frowned. And the most important point. You are not at the level of a high-level sage, but you have the guts to tease me like this. You must have noticed that I was injured previously. In my current state, I can't do anything to you. That's why you have the guts, right? The man said sharply. Yang still didn't deny it. He nodded again. A peak expert was indeed a peak expert. Although he was angered to the point of being at a loss, he changed in an instant. After a moment of adaptation, his mood immediately stabilized. This is the Demon Emperor Heaven. It is the foundation of the demon race. But you are obviously not a demon. The man continued his analysis. There is no demon aura on you at all, he said with certainty. Yang nodded. Yes, I am not a demon. There have never been many human experts in the Demon Emperor's celestial clan. Those whose divine senses are as sharp as yours and far surpass their own cultivation are extremely rare. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are 1 in 10,000. The man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although your cultivation is too far away from the rumors. I think I know who you are. Yang was silent for a moment. Senior's mind is clear and careful. Yang admires you. The man laughed, but his expression turned cold. It is indeed you. Yang said lightly, it is indeed me. But even if you want to kill me now, you are powerless. Since you can't kill me, why don't you have a drink with me? It is fate that we met. Since we are fated, why don't we drink together? The man took a deep breath. I may not be unable to kill you. Yang smiled, Your Excellency only has the strength for one more attack. You may be able to kill me or injure me severely. But, no matter what happens to me, you'll definitely die after this attack. I believe that you will not do such a huge deal that loses everything and loses everything. Yang smiled and raised his cup. This wine is really good. The dishes are also good. Even if I die tomorrow, why don't we get drunk today? The man looked at him with cold eyes. After a long time, a rare smile finally appeared in his eyes. Yes, even if I die tomorrow, why don't we get drunk today? Please. Please. The two of them raised their cups together and drank the wind and snow in one gulp. Since we are fated to drink together, I have not asked for Senior's name. It is really rude of me. Yang ate. After saying those words, the two of them became a little more relaxed. Their previous cautiousness and caution had completely disappeared at this moment. They were all people who had reached a similar level, so there was still a little bit of trust between them. As people of Jianghu, they had experienced the hardships of Jianghu together. They could create a peaceful space for a while. I am Xu Kuang. The man held his cup. When he said his name, his aura seemed to have changed instantly. So it is Senior Xu Kuang. Yang said seriously, I have heard of your name for a long time. Like thunder in my ears, the bright moon in the sky. You think so highly of me? Are you sure? Xu Kuang looked at him with a faint smile. Are you not trying to trick me? Yang smiled and recited slowly, I am not crazy after reading all the poems and books. Since ancient times, I have been the king. Above my head, I dance with the sun and moon. My heart is long, but my love is longer. Xu Kuang sighed softly. I didn't expect you to know me. Yang said in a low voice, actually, I like the last 5 words of your poem the most. Xu Kuang murmured, the heart is long, but my love is longer, yes. Yang smiled. At this moment, his smile was warm. The heart is long, but my love is longer. Book Kuang chuckled with some unknown bitterness. He shook his head and said, drink. Drink. Let's drink together. How can you talk more than you drink? The two drank a few more cups. Yang opened another topic and said, Senior Book Kuang, I'm very interested to know what happened back then. There are many people who want to know. Although Yang said without rhyme or reason, Book Kuang obviously knew what he was talking about. He smiled bitterly and said, but I can't say it. I really can't say it. I know. Yang rolled his eyes and said, but it's just talking about yourself. Is this okay? Just take it as a topic to drink. Talking about myself. Haha. Book Kuang smiled bitterly and said, actually, the road is longer than the road of love. It should be. He was silent for a moment and said, "The road of love is longer." Chu Yang was startled when he heard this. Book Kwang picked up his cup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed and said, "The road of love is broken. Is it long love or long road?" He drank another cup and said, "Love is dead but the body is alive. Love is long or life is long?" He drank another cup and said, "The body is alive but the heart is dead. It turns out that love is long and love is long. If not, how can the heart be dead?" Then he picked up a wine jar and poured it into his mouth. With a bang, the empty jar was placed on the table. Book Kwang murmured, "This is a goddamn fate. This bastard god. This *cat up world. This cowardly life." He looked up at Chu Yang and said, "This is my own story. It's a mess." Chu Yang fell into silence. However, Chu Yang had already heard too much from these few sentences that had no head or tail. Book Kwang was seriously injured. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he might have died thousands of times, but the book maniac could still sit there and drink with insolence. All of his current cultivation was used to suppress his injuries. Therefore, all the wine he drank was carried by his own body. It was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated drinking wine. In fact, it was even more serious. Apparently, he was already a little drunk. However, these words were definitely not drunken words. They contained the kind of regret, sadness, and loss that was like a tsunami. And this made Chu Yang, who was listening to them, feel shocked. In an instant, Chu Yang inexplicably recalled the moment when Mo Qingwu died in his arms in his previous life. The road to love is longer, the road to love is longer. Chu Yang sighed. He couldn't help but think of Mo Qingwu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Qingwu, are you all right?" Tens of thousands of miles away, in the dreamlike veranda, Mo Qingwu sat cross-legged under the clock. It was obvious that she had reached a critical juncture. Behind her, the two ancestral masters of the dreamlike veranda were also doing their best. Mo Qingwu would reach the heavens in a single bound as long as she could overcome this hurdle. She would transcend the mortal world and become a saint. She would become one of the top experts in the world. However, this hurdle had yet to be completed until now. Everyone was already exhausted. They wanted to do it, but they didn't have the strength to. Mo Qingwu's heart demon invasion was already very serious. On her beautiful face, a somewhat frenzied expression constantly appeared. Frenzied madness and clear-headedness intertwined back and forth. The two ancestral masters sighed in their hearts. It looked like she really wouldn't be able to make it. This girl's heart hurdle was really too heavy. It was really difficult to overcome. If she couldn't overcome the hurdle of love here, she would eventually stop at her current level, and there would be no possibility of further advancement. The two ancestral masters looked at each other, and actually had the thought of stopping. If they continued to force it, Mo Qingwu might become a cripple, but the two of them would inevitably suffer heavy injuries. The two ancestral masters, who knew that the situation had developed to this point, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts at the same time. They didn't know what was so good about that Chu Yang that could actually make this girl so infatuated with him to this extent. Dreamlike Mortal World Pavilion, as the name implied, meant that the world of mortals was like a dream. In a dream of the world of mortals, one could cut off the roots of love and become untainted by the world of mortals. This was the true essence of the Dreamlike Mortal World Pavilion's mental cultivation method. Only by cutting off the roots of love and overcoming the hurdle of love could one reach the level of great success of the sect's mental cultivation method. Once one failed to pass, even if one had extraordinary talent and outstanding qualifications, it would still be a pie in the sky. But now, Mo Qingwu, whom everyone in the Dreamlike Mortal World Pavilion regarded as their future hope and spiritual sustenance, actually did the opposite. She was deeply in love. "You're so young. You're only a few years old, and you're still really pure. Why is your heart so, what a sin?" The two ancestral masters sighed at the same time. They watched as a peerless prodigy was about to be destroyed by love. How could this scene not make them sigh? However, at this moment, just when everyone was helpless and reluctant to give up, but still had to choose to give up in the end, Mo Qingwu's surging emotions, which were already so intense that they were boiling and had absolutely no possibility of being suppressed, suddenly exploded beyond its limits. From being emotional, passionate, and extreme, it suddenly rose to the peak. It was a complete eruption of the limit. No, it was an explosion beyond the limit. Mo Qingwu, who was still in the land of chaos, inexplicably let out a soft cry of joy. Chu Yang. Are you thinking of me? She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes shot out an enchanting divine light of transcendence, full of happiness and satisfaction. All of his previous worries about personal gains and losses, as well as being neither close nor distant, suddenly disappeared without a trace. As long as you miss me, no matter where you are, I can feel it if you miss me, no matter how far away we are, as long as you have me in your heart, I have no regrets. Mo Qingwu's emotions seemed to have sensed some subtle changes. She became calm and peaceful. All the previous worries, all the pettiness, all the jealousy, all disappeared without a trace at this moment, as if they didn't exist. It turns out that what I want is actually so simple and pure, just like this, extreme in love, extreme in dharma, extreme in heart. All dharma is extreme. Under the dumbfounded, tongue-tied, incredulous and disbelieving gazes of the two grandmasters, Mo Qingwu's body suddenly rose 3 feet slowly, and just like that, she fell in midair. The next moment, the boiling aura around her suddenly paused, as if it was completely still. Then, the sky full of multicolored light danced and fell crazily as if the sky was collapsing. Below her, there were countless holy white lights surging in spirals, turning into a holy and pure white lotus. It kept surging and blooming, like a fountain. Countless petals kept coming out. It held Mo Qingwu's body steadily. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Slowly, the number of holy white lotuses that emerged finally reached the limit, 1. However, the white light from the ground was still gushing out crazily, half of it entering Mo Qingwu's body, and the other half entering that white lotus. It was endless, endless, endless. The 4 eyeballs of the two grandmasters popped out of their eye sockets at the same time. The two of them stretched their necks, widened their eyes, tilted their heads, and opened their mouths wide. This appearance was undoubtedly extremely indecent, especially on the bodies of women, and 2 of them were rather good-looking women. There was no need to doubt, and no need to be puzzled. The members of the dreamlike secular pavilion were all women, especially those with high status. What was so surprising about the 2 elders being women, and very beautiful women at that, but 2 beautiful women losing their composure at the same time was undoubtedly very indecent, very embarrassing, but the 2 of them obviously couldn't think of any indecent or embarrassing questions now, and were directly in a mess. For a moment, their minds were in a mess, and they didn't know what to think or say. There were only 4 words in their minds. How is this possible? This can't be. How can this be? After a long time, the 2 of them finally came back to their senses. They looked at each other, and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes, as well as completely unconcealed envy and jealousy. Heaven's net rosy clouds, earth surging holy lotus, lotus platform, dreamlike secular world. These 4 sentences were the origin of the name of the dreamlike secular pavilion. It was also the ultimate phenomenon that occurred when the dreamlike secular pavilion's cultivation technique was cultivated to the highest level, and when the real, dreamlike secular world cultivation technique was unlocked. It was just that this ultimate realm seemed to have not been achieved by anyone for a very, very long time. Or rather, no one had achieved it except for the founders. The 2 founders only felt that their minds were in a mess, and they couldn't sort it out. How could this be? Mo Qingwu had obviously gone into the wrong direction, to the extreme, and stepped on the road of no return. The yellow spring was approaching, and the soul was leaving the spring at any time. Why did this happen instead? Could it be that we saw wrongly? They rubbed their eyes hard, and when they opened them again, they still saw the sky full of rosy clouds and white lotuses everywhere. The 2 founders only felt that they were going crazy in an instant. At the same time, they started to recite the highest level of the dreamlike secular pavilion. Dreamlike secular world, both illusory and real, break through the barrier of love, right heart and right spirit, jade is pure and clear, the door of Tao opens. Secular world, dreamlike secular world. Only halfway through the recitation, the 2 stopped at the same time. Both of them were experts in cultivation, and they instantly discovered the key point. The problem obviously lay in the 4 words, break through the barrier of love. The 2 looked at the rosy clouds all over Mo Qingwu's body, and looked at the golden lotuses that kept gushing out from the ground. Their hearts were filled with inexplicable bitterness, and they couldn't help but have the urge to cry out loud. One must know that ever since the founder of the dreamlike secular pavilion passed away, no one in the dreamlike secular world cultivation technique could cultivate the highest level of the dreamlike secular world cultivation technique, although in these years, there were people who cultivated to the saint level, and even high-level saints at the peak. However, this legendary scene of rosy clouds descending from the sky, holy lotuses gushing out from the ground, and the reopening of the lotus platform never appeared again. Everyone only thought that their hearts were not sincere, or that they had not reached the level of merit, so generation after generation, they strictly followed the ancestral teachings, strictly forbidding the disciples from falling in love. The third prestige lottery is about to begin. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and leave a message, the opportunity is great. Although Mo Qinggu was already the most highly regarded among the younger generation in terms of cultivating the dreamlike mortal cultivation technique, and was also recognized by everyone as the one with the highest possibility of cultivating to the highest realm again, everyone was still filled with uncertainty in their hearts. They didn't think that Mo Qinggu could really reach that legendary realm. However, they did not expect that the inheritance of the mental cultivation method had actually gone into a wrong direction right from the start. Break through the barrier of love. It was not sealing the heart and locking the love at all. It was also not the inhumane prohibition of the feelings between men and women. Breaking through the barrier of love. Could it be that, only when one loves to the extreme and their feelings are as deep as the sea, could one be considered to have broken through the barrier of love? Extreme in love, extreme in the method, extreme in the heart. All the methods are extreme. Mo Qinggu's body displayed the highest realm of the dreamlike mortal cultivation method, the supreme aura of the supreme realm. This was the first time in a million years that this had happened to a descendant of the dreamlike veranda. It turns out that we were wrong all these years. The two ancestral masters' faces were full of tears. At this moment, their hearts were almost dead, they almost had the urge to cut their own throats. Most of the members of the dreamlike secular pavilion were women. However, all the women with good aptitudes, pure hearts, and cultivation materials were outstanding. Which one of them was not a peerless beauty, with so many beauties around? Which one of them didn't have a dream-like appearance and a flower-like appearance? Which one of them did not have the feelings of a young girl? Which one of them did not have a lover who loved them wholeheartedly, or a person who was devoted to them for 10,000 years without regret? However, due to the harsh rules of the sect, each of them could only seal the love in the depths of their hearts forever. Enduring their hearts, with a cold face, they heartlessly rejected their lover. They had to bear this endless pain and loneliness alone. So many beautiful years, so much youth, were mercilessly wasted just like that. In the end, it was all because of a misunderstanding. It was because they had taken the wrong path and acted in the wrong way from the beginning. The two ancestral masters were dumbfounded. They were also people who had been through it. Back then, to break through the barrier of love, they had tried their true feelings, and they had also sincerely given up and loved each other wholeheartedly. Originally, they thought that their hearts had already closed and would never open again. Now that they thought about it, they could only feel tears flowing down their cheeks. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, that man with a face full of love, looking at her with a heart full of despair, that heartbreak, that powerless resentment. She seemed to hear that person's heartfelt plea again, "Come with me. I beg you, come with me." That man was such a proud man, but for her sake, he did not hesitate to put down his pride and beg. If it was not for that true love, how could he be so humble for love? "Don't practice that kung fu anymore, come with me. I will protect you." Why? Why is this? Why are you doing this? In the end, the man who loved her deeply screamed towards the sky in despair. His face full of tears. Why is this? For what reason? That man who had cried out to the heavens and earth, that man whose heart had been broken by her. "If you don't marry, I won't marry. I will wait for a lifetime." That hopeless and powerless vow, that lonely and bleak figure that staggered away. Many years later, that man had walked his life's journey in endless loneliness, but he had never forgotten that vow, that he would cross 1,000 mountains and rivers just to see her one last time. Before he died, his lips trembled, and he looked at her and begged, "In the next life, don't practice this, okay?" He still remembered the heart-wrenching pain he felt when he faced the new grave. They were separated forever. That man who had loved her his whole life, lived alone his whole life, and never got the slightest taste of love from her, slept in this yellow soil, his last words before he died were, "No regrets. No regrets for you. If there is a next life, will you marry me?" Seeing Mo Qingwu practice the true meaning of the dreamlike mortal cultivation method because of extreme emotions, the two ancestral masters were heartbroken. Facts speak louder than words. Breaking through the barrier of love is never to reject love. Being pure as jade is absolutely not only a virgin. Being loyal to the person you love is also a kind of pure as jade, loving each other wholeheartedly, loving each other to the extreme, understanding each other's true feelings, is the true breaking of the barrier of love. I finally understand it, but I understood it too late by hundreds of thousands of years. That man who once loved me so deeply, where is he? Where is he? Mo Qingwu's cultivation was complete, and she slowly stopped. She only felt happiness and satisfaction in her heart. Chu Yang, I have mastered it. I have improved. I can follow you now, I can protect you. I can share your burden, I can dance with you. From now on, I am as light as a dream, floating like a dream, floating like a dream, floating like a dream, dancing in the sea of blood and mountain of bones, enchanting, roaming the Jianghu, accompanying you in the sea of blood and mountain of bones. You can always see my inextinguishable enchanting. Don't ask if I can fight 1,000 miles with my sword. From now on, I can fight 1,000 miles with you. Don't ask if I regret it. Having you in this world, having you by my side, is enough. Life and death together. I will follow you in life and death, whether it is heaven or hell, whether it is wind or frost, whether it is difficult or dangerous, whether it is any. I only care about life and death. Slowly stopping, the rosy clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and the sacred lotus on the ground also disappeared in an instant. Mo Qingwu gently opened her eyes, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw two people in tears. Two ancestral masters, what happened to you? Looking at the two ancestral masters who seemed to have aged a few hundred years in a very short time, Mo Qingwu panicked. What is going on? The two ancestral masters were clearly young and beautiful before. How did they become like this now? Could it be that my seclusion this time actually took a few hundred years? This is impossible, right? Mo Qingwu's heart was in an indescribable panic. We are fine, we are very happy, very happy. The two ancestral masters choked and said, "Congratulations, Qingwu. You finally mastered the highest level of our dreamlike world cultivation technique. Thank you. You've made us realize what the real, dreamlike world cultivation technique is. It turns out that the so-called truth of love is so simple and pure." The two ancestral masters looked up to the sky and sighed. At the same time, we were envious of you, jealous of you, and hated you even more. You let us know how stupid we were. How stupid we were, at this moment, how regretful our hearts are. Thinking of the back mountain of the dreamlike mortal pavilion, there were many graves there. How many seniors and juniors had fallen into eternal slumber there, spending their entire lives in solitude with their aunt, spending their entire lives in loneliness. What did we miss? How much did we miss? Thinking of how many women's graves were engraved with the words grave of the Wang clan, grave of the Li clan, grave of the Li clan. Thinking about it now, we were actually so envious. We actually also wanted to be able to have the surname of our beloved on our tombstone after death. Whether dead or alive, we would have a home to return to, and have someone to rely on. Who would know that we, the overbearing women who seemed to be peerless in our generation, who could move unhindered in the imperial court of heaven, would be envious of an ordinary woman's grave? From now on, the dreamlike mortal pavilion will never forbid marriage. Anyone who dares to obstruct the free marriage of their disciples will be punished with capital punishment. Tears streamed down the faces of the two patriarchs as they gave this order at the same time. This was a decision that had been delayed for a long time. From now on, the two of us will go out for a trip. The dreamlike mortal pavilion's mountain gate will be opened wide. If anyone wants to go out, you can go out by yourself. You are free to enter and leave. Go and see that person, even if he is already under the yellow soil. Immediately gather all the higher-ups of the dreamlike mortal pavilion and start the cultivation method discussion. One order after another was sent out like flowing water. The entire dreamlike mortal pavilion was suddenly in an uproar. A few days later, many graceful figures left the mountain gate as if they were flying. They flew in different directions as if their lives were on the line. I want to see your grave. I want to see you under the yellow soil. I want to tell you that I was wrong. I was really wrong. I let you down. Let me tell you, if there is a next life, I will definitely marry you, as long as you still want me. I want to see you now. No matter if you are white-haired or old, I want to ask you, if I marry you now, will you still want me? Is it too late? Is it too late? I am coming, no matter how you are now, wait for me. You must wait for me. Every woman's face and eyes were filled with indescribable anxiety. There was anticipation, shyness, but also fear and hesitation. I hurt you like that before. But now I know that I was indeed wrong. Will you still want me? The feelings that I severed back then, are they still there now? There was only one person who was flying at top speed with an intoxicating smile on her face. That was full of satisfaction and a sincere desire to meet soon. That was Emo Qinggu. Emo Qinggu finally left the dreamlike mortal pavilion. She flew all the way to the Demon Emperor heaven, traveling day and night. She almost didn't rest at all as she hurried on her journey. The mountains were thousands of miles away and the rivers were long, but her heart had long had a clear direction. Her final destination. Now, she was flying towards her own happiness. The end of this journey was the end of her dream. Other than that, everything else in the world was no longer in her eyes and no longer existed in her heart. Xu Yang, I am coming. From now on, I will go through thick and thin with you, share a fate and dance together. For life, I will never leave you. Before Emo Qinggu left, at the Dreamlike Mortal Pavilion's Cultivation Technique Seminar, everyone sincerely sought advice from Emo Qinggu. How exactly should one break through the barrier of love? Emo Qinggu only left behind 4 sentences. Light like a dream, floating like a dream, dancing enchanting like a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. Don't question a sword for 1,000 miles, life and death together. These few lines were a poem that Xue Leihan wrote to Emo Qinggu in the previous life. It was also the name of the 8th fragment of Chu Yang's Calamity Sword, and also a summary of Emo Qinggu's feelings in her life. Having lived 2 lives, the word love had never changed. For Qingwu, for Qingwu, for Qingwu, for Qingwu, for Qingwu, life and death, but also for Qingwu. But what Emo Qinggu didn't know was that from then on, these few lines had become an essential part of Dreamlike Veranda's mental cultivation technique. At the same time, it was also an explanation of the highest mental cultivation technique. Light like a dream, floating. Why did it say that? Dreamlike Veranda, as the name implied, was a dream without any weight, so it floated. In other words, to practice this technique, one needed to be indifferent to the mortal world. A sea of blood and a mountain of bones dancing enchantingly. What was a sea of blood and a mountain of bones? That was the path of the Jianghu. The path of the Jianghu was not the path of return, so to practice this technique, don't have any other thoughts. Dance enchantingly. What was enchantingly? Enchantingly, a beauty. As for dance, what was dance? Dance, the simplest explanation was dancing. Then, who would an enchantingly beautiful woman dance for? She only danced for one person in her life. This was a woman. Therefore, to practice this technique, it was still important to put women first. From that moment on, Dreamlike Veranda officially became a pure female sect. Male disciples, no matter how outstanding their talents were, would not be accepted in the future. Don't ask me to fight 1,000 miles with a sword. You don't need to ask, I will naturally fight 1,000 miles with you, to repay kindness and revenge. For the person I love, I can also fight in the Jianghu, but there must be a king. Life and death together, life and death together. It was about love. What was love? Love was to follow in life and death, to never leave or abandon. To the sky, what was the sky? It was the sky. If I can follow in the sky, then what about the ground? This meant that no matter what, I will be with you. A daughter is rare for loyalty, a man is rare for loyalty, extreme in love, extreme in law, extreme in the heart, all laws are extreme. This was the real Dreamlike Veranda. See clearly, remember it in your heart, and don't pay too much attention to it. From then on, from these 4 lines, Dreamlike Veranda was truly on the right track. The regularity of the heart, the regularity of love, and the regularity of life, and Emo Qinggu had become the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Dreamlike World Pavilion because she had left behind these words. He became the #1 contributor to the creation of the Dreamlike Mortal Pavilion's true cultivation method inheritance. Of course, this was something that would happen a long time later. At this moment, Emo Qinggu was walking on the road towards the demon emperor heaven, towards where Chu Yang was. He flew, that was where her dream was, the way home. Actually, wine is really a good thing. Chu Yang raised his cup and said, Elder Shu, wine can make you forget your troubles when you're unhappy. It can also make you recall memories that you can't forget. It can also make you open up old memories that have been sealed for a long time. Shu Kuang chuckled. His eyes were somewhat blurred. Then, he suddenly looked straight at Chu Yang and said, Do you know why I want to get drunk? He actually squinted his eyes a little mischievously and said, Especially in front of you, my enemy, yet I can get drunk so easily? Chu Yang pondered seriously for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, Actually, sometimes in life, the enemy is much more reliable than some people around you. Elder, do you agree with this reason of mine? Shu Kuang laughed and said, Well said, this is the most important reason, the most important of all. Of course, there must be other reasons. Shu Kuang said, You're young. To be honest, I really admire you. Although I still have to kill you in the end, I really admire you. Even though our positions are clear, I don't want to speak against my conscience. Chu Yang said, Oh? When you killed Yuan Shu too, you were really straightforward. Shu Kuang narrowed his eyes and said, I admire this very much. Although your killing intent was unparalleled that day, you were still a small ant in the end. Even if Yuan Shu too didn't expose Mo Yun Heaven's identity, his sect was still not something that you could provoke. For you at that time, provoking such a super sect was actually not much different from provoking the entire Mo Yun Heaven or even the Mo Yun Heaven's royal family. But you still killed him without hesitation. I admire you very much, and I also envy you very much. In addition, I'm also very jealous. Shu Kuang laughed and said, You're really young. You're young, and your actions are really to my taste. And, your character is also not bad. Shu Kuang said, Just like today, I'm in trouble now. I believe that you have countless ways to easily kill me. There's no need for you to personally step into the dangerous place and risk your life to give me a chance to fight with you. But you didn't do so. Instead, you generously invited me to drink and talk to me sincerely. He narrowed his eyes and said, I admire this character of yours. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, Elder, you're seriously injured now. If I were to fight, it would be a joke and even more unfair. Although there's no enmity between you and me in the past, in the end, we'll have to fight to the death. Jianghu matters will always be settled in Jianghu. Jianghu matters will always be settled in Jianghu. It's nothing more than that. Shu Kuang laughed loudly and arrogantly. For some reason, Chu Yang always had a feeling that in the process of talking to Shu Kuang, there seemed to be something in Shu Kuang's heart that was always ready to move. That was a kind of emotion, a kind of special emotion that seemed to have been suppressed for a very long time. The most important reason. Shu Kuang drank 3 cups in a row and suddenly smiled, is because, although there was a smile on his face, at this moment, there was a bone-deep sorrow that was boundless and endless. It's because you can kill anyone for your woman. At all costs. This makes me envious, jealous, and hate you. Shu Kuang laughed and said, Because I don't. Chu Yang frowned and said, You don't? I don't. I'm not as good as you. I admit that I'm not as good as you. Shu Kuang smiled bitterly and said, Back then, I had 2 wives and 5 concubines. Although I felt that my cultivation was not weak, I didn't think of competing for the position of the emperor. Every day, I just focused on bringing them around to play and laughing. But finally, one day, we were attacked by strong enemies. There were more than 10 high-level saints and they attacked me at the same time. At that time I was unprepared. At the first moment, I was seriously injured and the situation was completely out of control. That day, in order to cover my escape, 3 of my concubines self-destructed and died. Her soft and delicate body instantly turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. As for the other 2 concubines, one of them died together with the enemy in order to protect my wife. The other one was killed by the enemy. Of my 2 wives, one carried me and escaped, while the other stayed behind to stop the enemy with her life. After being seriously injured, she was captured and committed suicide. The one who carried me and escaped was my first wife. My wife, Meng Er, burned her life potential and tried her best to escape with me. For more than 300,000 miles, she didn't rest for a moment. Finally, she sent me safely to the Mist River. Half a day later, she died of exhaustion. I still can't forget that she carried me and sank into the river. Seeing that my injuries had recovered, her eyes had a trace of relief. Then, she kept vomiting blood and died in my arms. In the last part of the journey, she actually burned her original divine soul as the price to survive. Her divine soul was completely destroyed and she was beyond redemption. At that time, I could only watch helplessly and couldn't move at all. I watched them self-destruct and die one by one. I watched her get killed. I watched her block the enemy alone. I watched her escape with me for hundreds of thousands of miles. I watched her die in my arms. Xu Kuang's eyes were a little frantic, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't. Chu Yang frowned and said, "With your status and cultivation, there's actually someone who can do this? If you didn't say it yourself, it's really hard to believe. All these years, I've been investigating. Who is it that wants to deal with me? Why do they want to deal with me?" Xu Kuang sneered. The group of people who ambushed me at that time were all masked and disguised. They even used strange techniques to hide their characteristics. But I tracked them down all the way and finally found them one by one. There were a total of 10 people in that group. 18 of them were killed by me one by one. But the last one, the leader, I still couldn't find out who he was. How can I take revenge if I don't get rid of the leader? I didn't participate in the battle between the kings. But Yuan Tianjia promised to help me take revenge. Furthermore, with Sage Monarch as my guarantor, it was Yuan Tianming who helped me investigate those 18 people. So, I'm willing to serve him to death. Xu Kuang took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. When he said these words, his expression was very strange. There was a faint indifference of a dead heart. His tone was extremely flat. Such an unbearable past seemed to be telling someone else's story in his presence. So, I'm very envious of you. I'm very jealous of you. I even hate you. Although you're being hunted down by the entire Mayan sky, you're still protecting your woman until now. I'm not as good as you. I admit that I'm not as good as you. Xu Kuang said sincerely, just on this point, I'm already far behind you. So, when you invited me to drink today, I didn't hesitate at all and came just like that. Because even if you didn't invite me, I must give you a toast. A toast to someone who can make me sincerely admire you. A man. A good man. Crazy Book raised his wine cup, and respectfully looked at Chu Yang with a kind of unprecedented awe and envy. Here's a toast to you. Good. Cheers. Chu Yang drank up. What is a man? Only a man who protects his family and his woman well is a good man. Xu Kuang smiled. His smile was always very indifferent. But, no matter how one looked at it, it felt a little miserable. Back then, there were 10 people who besieged you. 10 high-level sages. Now, 18 of them have been killed. Chu Yang frowned. Was it during the Battle of the Kings? Xu Kuang took a deep breath. It was earlier than the Battle of the Kings. It wasn't until 3 years after I was attacked that the Battle of the Kings broke out. After a series of battles, the ownership of the Heavenly Imperial Court was finally determined. Chu Yang nodded lightly and said meaningfully, originally, Yuan Tianji was still a very loyal person. Xu Kuang said, to me, he was indeed very loyal to me. Those 18 people were all found out by him and then killed by me one by one. If it weren't for his help, I believe that even if I spent my whole life, I might not be able to find them, let alone take revenge. So I was willing to assist him and become the Lord of Black Cloud Sky. Xu Kuang raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. So, I will do my best to take revenge for his son. No matter how unfilial his son was and how he deserved to die, even if I have to wipe out my conscience, I will still do it. Chu Yang sighed deeply, looking at the King of Books in front of him. For a moment, there was a lot of pity in his heart. Those 18 people, their martial arts were very high, right? Chu Yang asked. Of course. If they weren't extremely powerful, they wouldn't have been able to injure me so badly that I couldn't fight back. Xu Kuang gritted his teeth. If they fought alone, they were no match for me. But if the 18 of them joined forces, I could only escape. Even the chance of escaping was very slim. Xianxia said, "Is that so? Then, would they not know that you are actually still alive? This is very important. It concerns the life and death of all of them." But they didn't join forces again. They didn't even confirm your life and death. Do you know what this means? In my opinion, at that time, confirming whether you were alive or dead was the most important thing for them to do. And from the day you took your revenge, other than the first unlucky one, the other 18 people joined forces again to kill you and eliminate all future troubles. That was the most urgent thing for them to do. But they allowed you to defeat them one by one, killing them one by one. This is really thought-provoking. I don't think there are any idiots among those who have reached that level of cultivation. At the very least, not all of them are idiots, right? At the very least, after you killed a few of them, the remaining people should have known and realized it, but they still didn't take any action. I waited until you killed all 18 of them. This process seemed clean and tidy, but it was really thought-provoking. Back then, when they provoked an enemy like you, they clearly stood on different sides and could not live under the same sky. You died and came back to life, so they must be determined to take revenge. Instead, he is able to disregard life and death. Xianxia smiled and said, "The willpower of these 10 people is really extraordinary." The bookworm's complexion suddenly became dangerous. He stared at Xianxia with his hawk-like sharp eyes. "What do you mean by saying these words? What are you trying to sow discord?" "I don't mean anything, and I'm not trying to sow discord," Xianxia said calmly. "I'm just surprised at the stupidity of these people. If it were any other person in their position, after provoking such a strong enemy like you, they actually didn't confirm whether they had eliminated the source of trouble, and were willing to conceal their identities. Perhaps you can understand that they thought that you were dead and that there would be no future trouble. However, after suffering from your series of revenge, they actually did not join forces to counterattack. There were more than 10 high-level saints. If they were to join forces, their strength would be quite terrifying. Could it be that they were too confident in the place where they were hiding after they changed their names? Unfortunately, such a secret place was still found out by Xianxia. Xianxia's ability is really strong. It's still worth it to serve such a powerful master." The bookworm heard these words that were both praise and derogatory, but also seemed to be reasonable. He immediately stood up. For so many years, every time he thought of the tragic death of his beloved wife and concubines, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Every night, he would dream of it and feel heartbroken. Only at the moment when he killed an enemy could there be a channel for the hatred in his heart to be vented a little bit. All this time, other than revenge, he had never thought of any other possibility. But today, after hearing Xianxia's words, he suddenly felt a great shock in his heart, and his imagination ran wild. "Have you ever killed the wrong person?" Xianxia asked. "No, definitely not," the bookworm said in a daze, as if he was answering Xianxia, but also telling himself. Xianxia really found the right person. I'm impressed. He's worthy of being the master of this world. Xianxia praised sincerely. But when the listeners heard this sincere praise, they really felt that the words were insincere. The bookworm was silent and didn't refute. "By the way, there's still no news about the real culprit, the one who took the lead for hundreds of thousands of years?" Xianxia asked. "No." The bookworm sat down slowly. Puff. He sat on the chair. "In this case, Xianxia seems to be too useless. The first 18 people have been found, and there's only this last one left. He can't even find it after hundreds of thousands of years." Xianxia said disdainfully, "The first 18 people were found so smoothly, why is the most important one so difficult? Those 18 people, none of them is weak." The bookworm sat down and said in a low voice. His face was very ugly. "How are they compared to you?" Xianxia asked. "They're naturally not as good as me, but it's also a pity." The bookworm said. "I don't know about this." Xianxia said lightly, "Actually, I didn't say anything, and I didn't sow discord between you or anything. I believe you know everything in your heart, and there's no need to say anything. However, the person involved can't see clearly." Xianxia nodded and smiled very easily. The bookworm nodded slowly and heavily, and his face was obscure. After this, the bookworm didn't speak anymore. He just drank one cup after another, frowning as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he drank enough. The bookworm stood up and staggered away without even saying goodbye. When he reached the door, one foot was already out, but he suddenly stopped. With his back facing the bookworm, he said in a low voice, "I'll find you someday. I'll look forward to your arrival at any time." Xianxia looked at the bookworm's figure gradually disappearing into the crowd in front of the restaurant, and his eyes were extraordinarily complicated. Xianxia even hoped that his conjecture was completely wrong. If it was true, then the blow to the bookworm would be absolutely devastating, but Xianxia believed that the bookworm could completely understand what he meant. And the sentence that the bookworm said, "I'll find you someday." It was definitely not just empty words. Someday, tomorrow and the day after could also be someday. Xianxia returned to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion with a bellyful of thoughts. He even abandoned his original plan of visiting the Tang clan's third young master halfway. Even if he watched Meng Wuya, Li Guanyu, and the others train their troops, his brows were furrowed. His brows were tightly knitted, but in reality, he didn't see anything. "What's wrong with you? You look lost," Xianxia asked. Sister Z was one of the few people who could ask unusually straightforward questions. "I'm just a little troubled." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Today, I met someone by accident. Then I realized. Even if one's cultivation has reached the level of a high-level saint, or even higher, as long as someone wants to deal with you, it's not that difficult." Xianxia said in surprise, "This is how the world is. What's so strange about this? Is it worth making such a fuss over?" Xianxia heaved a long sigh. At first, Xianxia thought that the bookworm would come to find him tomorrow or the day after, but he didn't expect him to come so soon. Just in the evening, the bookworm came to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He named Xianxia and said that he wanted to see him. Although he couldn't use force at the moment, he didn't hold back the extraordinary temperament of a born king and a master at the peak. Seeing that the visitor was extraordinary, the guard naturally reported it immediately. Xianxia hurried out to welcome him. Under the request of the bookworm, the two went to Xianxia's study and immediately shielded all auras. There were only the two of them. The Heavenly Book divine technique that I practice has its own mystery and is very useful to you on Xianxia. The bookworm went straight to the point. Within the range of the Heavenly Book domain that I release, if Yuan Tianjia opens his mind and evolves his technique, he can easily break through the bottleneck in the Heavenly Book domain. Xianxia nodded. In the territory of the Seven Stars Guards, I'm the only one who can help Yuan Tianjia practice without any scruples. The bookworm took a breath. How great is the specific effect? Xianxia asked cautiously. It will be his own ordinary practice. The bookworm took a deep breath. More than 5 times. This temptation is too great. Xianxia sighed deeply. 5 times the speed of practice. What a powerful reason this was. For anyone, this was more than enough. It was enough to do anything for this. The muscles on the bookworm's face twitched inexplicably. He said, "Then, is it true or not?" Xianxia was silent. He said, "This, I don't have the final say. You need to check it out yourself. Feel it with your heart." The bookworm clenched his fists. "It's a pity that I'm seriously injured now. Even if I want to go back to Mayan Sky, I can't do it." Xianxia was silent for a while. He said in a low voice, "I can help to solve your injury. Even if I can't let you recover completely immediately, it's not a problem for you to recover half of it. But I have some other worries." "Other worries? What are you worried about?" The bookworm asked, puzzled. "I'm worried that if you go back this time, I'm afraid you'll die in Mayan Sky." Xianxia said bluntly. "The cold this time completely disrupted my plan. I originally wanted to write more manuscripts these days and save them until the end of the year. Then, I'll immediately go for tenosynovitis surgery and rest during the spring festival. I can also use this reason to refuse to drink. I'll go light after the spring festival." Sigh, the plan can't keep up with the changes. At such a critical moment, I actually caught a cold and my whole body became like noodles. The 2 manuscripts that I saved with great difficulty were used up just like that. I hate colds. Shu Kuang nodded slowly. I won't die, I won't go back now. Even if I go back, I'll go back openly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Good. I'll help you. The world was really unpredictable. Just a day ago, they were in absolute opposition to each other. Now, they were united. Book Maniac was so strange and ruthless. Of course, it was reasonable for him to stay in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The whole process was really strange. In fact, when he expressed his willingness to accept Chu Yang's suggestion to stay in Heavenly Armament Pavilion, even he himself felt that it was hilarious. His original intention was to kill him. Up until yesterday, this goal had not changed. Just because he had a drink with him and listened to his strange and inexplicable arguments, he had a clear stance. Now, he was living in his house and had to rely on him to treat his injuries. Such a chance encounter in life was really bizarre. There was really no way to explain it. By the way, the other two people who came with you wouldn't just leave you here, would they? They will still come back, right? Under normal circumstances, they will definitely come back. But this time, it's not certain. At that time, we were in an absolute disadvantage. If we couldn't lure the enemy away, I would have definitely died. As for the other two, sigh, I can only hope that they will be blessed by the heavens. Elder, I suddenly realized that you may be the kind of person who is least likely to get injured, but has the weakest ability to survive. Just as you have guessed, my Heavenly Book Divine Technique has a great effect and can be said to be all-encompassing. It can almost eliminate the attack power of most of the techniques in the world. However, it is also because of this that if the enemy's attack power exceeds my limit, I will immediately be seriously injured. This is the biggest flaw of my divine technique. There is no such thing as a perfect divine technique in the world. If there is an advantage, there must be a disadvantage, and vice versa. Qi Yang nodded and said, Elder, you're quite insightful. What you're practicing is the Heavenly Book Divine Technique. As the name suggests, it's obvious that although books are good things that can enlighten one's mind, increase one's wisdom, and even pass down one's legacy, books are really all-encompassing. Books themselves may not be able to last forever. All principles, legacies, and matters are presented, concealed, and evolved in the book. However, it is precisely because it is all-encompassing and can affect almost everything that it leads to its lack of focus. It is very difficult to reach the true pinnacle level. Most importantly, it lacks the decisive attack power to determine victory. Qi Yang said indifferently, however, it's precisely because anything can be found in books that this special technique of yours, the higher the level of cultivation, the greater the assistance it will provide to others. No wonder there are people who covet it. Even Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Yuan Tianji, requested for you to accompany him in his cultivation. Because, regardless of whether it's traces of the Great Tao or the Heavenly Tao, they can all be found in there. Qi Yang chuckled softly and said, if that's the case, even if we have to sacrifice 18 peak experts in exchange for your wholehearted support, we can still complete this transaction. The cost is certainly not small, but the profit is even greater. The muscles on Crazy Book's face instantly twitched. He gasped for breath and suddenly laughed. I didn't know that I was worth so much. I didn't know that I was worth so much until today. Ha ha ha, the more profound the meaning of a technique is, the harder it is to cultivate it. For example, Senior's Heavenly Book Divine Technique. If you can really cultivate it to the extreme, then it's all-encompassing. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's omnipotent. Qi Yang raised his eyes and said, now, you should be stuck at this bottleneck, right? Yes. Crazy Book sighed, all these years, I've been disheartened. The progress of my cultivation is indeed not big, Qi Yang smiled faintly and said, moreover, because you have to wholeheartedly assist Yuan Tianji in his cultivation, this process probably requires you to give your all without reservation. This is also one of the reasons why you haven't made any progress. It may even be the biggest reason. It's understandable to repay a debt of gratitude. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone such a big debt of gratitude. Crazy Book laughed self-mockingly, ha 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 ha, his laughter had an indescribable sadness and bitterness, which almost broke one's heart. Qi Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, what realm has Yuan Tianji reached now? Crazy Book sighed deeply and said, at present, he has already broken through the shackles of the ultimate saint. If it was a million years ago, his cultivation was far from Shui Leihan's. He was even one of the few people who ranked behind after De. But now, his cultivation is probably not inferior to Shui Leihan, who is now recognized as the number one after De. In fact, he might even surpass him. Qi Yang made a sound of agreement and nodded. But in his heart, he had a deeper understanding and evaluation of Yuan Tianji's strength. Yuan Tianji was already so powerful, but he had always been so low-key after De. The impression that he gave people was always that he was one of the last few. If they were to encounter him rashly, Shui Leihan might really be at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Yang killed his son this time, which made him unable to tolerate it and sent out troops to suppress Qi Yang in anger, which led to him sending out Crazy Book in the end. And Crazy Book was unexpectedly persuaded by Qi Yang. He might still be kept in the dark about this matter. Why has Yuan Tianji been hiding his strength all this time? Qi Yang frowned and asked, he is already the master of a part of the world. Why would a supreme figure of the heavenly imperial court hide his strength like this? Crazy Book's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Qi Yang continued to guess to himself, could it be that he is pretending to be weak to his enemy? But, who is his enemy? Crazy Book's expression became more and more ugly. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he swallowed his words. At this moment, Qi Yang also stopped this somewhat awkward topic. Changing to another topic, he said, if Senior Book King can achieve great success in the Heavenly Book Divine Technique, then, I believe that without anyone's guidance, with the all-encompassing Heavenly Book Divine Technique, finding out the mastermind and the real culprit, should be very confident. Xu Kuang smiled bitterly and said, how could I not know this? However, the fact that my Heavenly Book Divine skill could reach this level is already unprecedented. It's the first of its kind. Because of this, after reaching the bottleneck of this level, there's naturally no more reference for me to use. Everything has to depend on myself. Since then, I have been disheartened and have no more motivation to go further. Also, in order to return Yuan Tianji's favor, I have to do my best to assist him. I see. It's human nature. But, if your state of mind is always like this, even if you find the real culprit in the future, do you still need Yuan Tianji's help? Qi Yang smiled meaningfully and said, what's more? How can you be sure that the 18 people you killed are the real culprits who tried to kill you back then? You said that at the beginning of the battle, you were seriously injured and your consciousness was in a mess because of the joint attack of a group of people. What evidence do you have to confirm that the 18 people you killed are the real culprits who killed your wife and concubines back then? Also, so far, you've only killed 18 murderers. Where's the leader? He's the real executioner. Yuan Tianji is so resourceful. Since he can find the first 18 people, why can't he find the last one? Qi Yang's eyes were as sharp as a knife. To put it bluntly, are the 18 people you killed really the same group who attacked you back then? Yuan Tianji said, those 18 people are the culprits, and you believed him and never doubted him? Have your enemies really been killed by you? Qi Yang said, perhaps, among the 18 people who died, 1 or 2 of them who were killed by you at the beginning was indeed the real culprits. I mean, if my conjecture is true, but, the people in the future may not be the real culprits. Or even none of them may be the real culprits. After all, high-level saints are also very rare. If we can use this to weaken the strength of the enemy's experts, wouldn't we be helping others and ourselves? Qi Yang said heavily, I think you should understand what I mean. Senior Crazy Book. Crazy Book was sweating profusely when he heard this. He had always thought so and had never doubted it. Just as Qi Yang said, Yuan Tianji helped him find the culprits. At the beginning, he had questioned the few people in detail. There was also one person whom he tortured to death and confirmed to be the real culprits of that day. But, when he killed people later on, it was half based on the confessions given by those people and half with Yuan Tianji's help. After he found the culprits, he killed them indiscriminately and without leaving any leeway. Killing people without leaving any leeway was certainly satisfying, but on the other hand, it also lacked the true intention of cutting off all enmity. Even if Yuan Tianjia was a suspect, if Yuan Tianjia was prepared to sacrifice the lives of these 18 people, even if that was the case, Yuan Tianjia would still spare a few people and let the others, or those who disobeyed Yuan Tianjia, be the scapegoats. Anyway, they had already been killed. The dead tell no tales. Now that he thought about it, the more powerful the real culprits were, the more powerful they were. Some of them were even super experts of their own world. Even though he had put in a lot of effort to set them up, it also took a lot of manpower and material resources to succeed. Every time he thought of this, he would be more grateful to Yuan Tianji. But, was it Yuan Tianji who helped him take revenge, or was he just listening to one side and working for others? The Heavenly Book Divine Technique is all-encompassing. It probably includes the way of hatred, right? Chu Yang said lightly, I heard that if one's cultivation reaches a high level, he can go back in time. Speaking of this, Chu Yang's eyes looked up. Opposite him, Crazy Book was shocked. Using your own powerful thoughts to lock onto something. Let this matter replay all the causes and effects in front of you in an instant. Chu Yang said lightly, I can't guarantee that the Heavenly Book Divine Technique doesn't have its own special ability, but I think that you should make the final decision on everything by yourself. You should see the result with your own eyes. This is better. Perhaps this is the only way to be worthy of yourself and worthy of. Xu Kuang was silent for a long time and said, Thank you for your advice. Chu Yang's words undoubtedly had a great impact on Xu Kuang. It was so great that Xu Kuang himself couldn't understand it. Xu Kuang asked himself honestly. Everything that happened in his life had traces of being manipulated by someone, including being ambushed, escaping, and then taking revenge. Even until now, he still had a bad feeling of being led by the nose. Since when did his life become like this? Xu Kuang kept thinking and thinking. Finally, he couldn't help but ask this question modestly. Chu Yang thought for a long time and said after some deliberation, I don't know if it's right or not, but I have such a feeling. What feeling? Tell me in detail. Xu Kuang asked anxiously. When you first started cultivating the Heavenly Book Divine Technique, did you advance quickly at the beginning? Far faster than ordinary cultivators. Chu Yang asked. Yes. At that time, did you feel that you had no distractions? Did you only want to advance by leaps and bounds? Could it be that after advancing all the way to a very high level, he suddenly stopped advancing? And then you started to get a wife? Yes. But what's the problem? Xu Kuang asked curiously. What's the problem? It's a big problem. Chu Yang smiled and said, This is one of the disadvantages of reading too much. Xu Kuang said seriously, I'd like to hear the details. Of course, I'm not saying that reading too much is necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying that reading too much will make you read too much. Because the principles in books are often contradictory to each other. For example, a person's behavior may be recognized in one book, but it will be criticized in another book. All kinds of thoughts will gather together to guide you unconsciously. So, your thoughts will often deviate from one another at any time. It's hard to determine. Your behavior is better than mine. There was a saying that went, those who uphold justice are mostly dog butchers, while those who betray justice are mostly scholars. Why? Chu Yang said somewhat mockingly, dog butchers don't read much. Their thoughts are one-track minded. If you are good to me, I will naturally be good to you. If you can kill for me, I will sell my life for you. It's that simple and pure. This is the truest and most fundamental feeling, the most direct spirit of loyalty. Although countless people scolded me for being blindly loyal, I have to admit that this kind of loyalty is quite touching. You can deny it, but you can't deny it. And why do we say that scholars are heartless? Why are scholars so heartless? Actually, in my opinion, the so-called scholars are heartless is somewhat arbitrary. Because after reading a lot of books, one naturally knows how to weigh gains and losses. Everything should be weighed, but weighing is also the most terrible thing to do. Because once there is a comparison, then there is only one reason to move forward, while there are thousands of reasons to move backward. If a person saves your life, you owe him a life-saving grace, and one day this person is framed and killed, shouldn't you take revenge? For him? And will you take revenge for him? Perhaps your first reaction would be to take revenge for him. This is something you should do as a human being. But after carefully weighing it, you will feel that taking revenge for him will cause you to face a lot of trouble, and you will even lose yourself. And you still have children and grandchildren, so you can't die. And you still have beautiful wives and concubines, so you can't die. And you still have parents, so you can't die. And you still have a great future, so you really can't die. If I use a more dignified way of saying it, it's that a wise man won't do it. With all these choices, a wise man often dispels your thoughts of taking revenge for your benefactor. So you start to think of another way. I can't take revenge for him like this. It's not beneficial to him, and it's harmful to me. I can choose to take revenge in other ways. For example, I'm an official, and I happen to be in charge of this area. I can do this and that. For example, I can take good care of his parents, wife, and children, and not let them be wronged. Is that it? Leave a useful body, and do endless things. Xu Kuang said in a perplexed manner, if you say it like this, it makes some sense. Taking a roundabout way of repaying a debt of gratitude is still repaying a debt of gratitude. Acting rashly for a moment can really cause a greater tragedy. Zhu Yang smiled faintly, that's why I said that your character is easily swayed by others. What I want to tell you is that as long as you walk on the path of ingratitude, you'll be an ingrate for the rest of your life. When you become an official and come to this area, you'll naturally want to redress your grievances. But if you find out that the family you want to target is very important to the political achievements of your area, and they're extremely powerful. They have people above them, and they're extremely fawning over you. Even if it's a very difficult matter, as long as you have the help of this family, you'll be able to get it done very quickly. Once you kill him, it'll be the same as. In any case, that good friend of yours has already been dead for more than a dozen years. He doesn't have any memories. At this time, what will you do? When your friend just died, you're so angry that you can't even take revenge for him. After the passage of time, can you still act rashly for a moment? The most frightening thing is to weigh the gains and losses like this, and forget your original intention. After weighing and weighing, all the beautiful feelings in the world will be completely destroyed, and not a single drop will be left. So, it's not a bad thing to read too much. But as long as the books are reasonable, they'll be affected. That's a bad thing. And you happen to be at this stage. At the beginning, you don't know how difficult the Heavenly Book divine technique is. You just keep your head down and focus on cultivation. Naturally, you'll be able to advance bravely and make rapid progress. But after reaching a certain point, you'll realize that the road ahead is really too wide. It's really too all-encompassing. This will instead give birth to fear and slack in your heart. This is the biggest obstacle for your cultivation to stagnate. Zhu Yang said coldly, those who are righteous are mostly dog butchers, while those who are unfaithful are mostly scholars. King of books, you're now a heartless person. Your wife and concubine were killed. You also want to take revenge, but you didn't follow your original intention. Instead, you went to investigate and find out the real murderer. You just killed whoever others say it was. Do you think that you'll be done after killing the murderer? If I say that everyone in the world is your enemy, will you also kill them all? What does this blind revenge have to do with your hatred for your wife and concubine? It's fine if you kill the right person. If you kill the wrong person, you'll be committing another sin for them in the underworld. Xu Kuang was sweating profusely. His stable state of mind at the level of a high-level saint collapsed at this moment. As the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's recruitment activities became more and more vigorous, more and more experts from all over the Demon Emperor Heaven gathered. And this phenomenon lasted for more than 2 months before it slowly decreased. With so many people gathering, the venue naturally needed to be big enough. Slowly, the surrounding 3,000 miles around Luohua City became the territory of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This 3,000 miles of land was called the Land of Heavenly Punishment by later generations, because there were lightning and thunder almost every day, and almost every day, there were people who broke through their own limits. Ever since the Heavenly Devil War, there had never been a place like this in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Of course, the intensity of the training here was enough to make one wish they were dead when they thought about it. It was a nightmare of the past. There was once a veteran who, after the war on the Heavenly Devil battlefield, was asked about the day he received training in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He couldn't help but tremble with fear on his face. He said, I'd rather continue to fight on the extraterritorial devil battlefield for 10,000 years, than go back to that damned place to stay for one more day. What's the Heavenly Devil Demon territory? That damned place is the real demon territory. So, this sentence was extended and became a famous saying. 10,000 years of extraterritorial devil-slaying war is not as good as one day of Minister Yang's training. When this sentence came out, all the soldiers who had trained in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion burst into tears. It's really too damn. My heart, it said what I wanted to say the most but dared not say the most. It's so satisfying. How can the days of training under Minister Chu be spent as a human? If it wasn't for the sudden outbreak of the devil-slaying war, everyone would almost think that this sadistic madman was simply torturing people. Of course, this was a story for another time. Mo Qinggu, who had achieved great success in her cultivation, came all the way south. The scenery was beautiful, but she was eager to go home. At the same time, it was winter in the Heaven Imperial Court, and it was snowing heavily. Tens of thousands of miles were white, and the rivers and mountains were all shining with silver light. Mo Qinggu, dressed in red, flashed across the snow-white land. Like a red cloud, she floated away. Her beautiful hair was like a waterfall. The red cloud steel bow on the top of her head spread its wings. On her snow-white jade-like face, there was a slight blush that did not disperse. It was the throbbing of the impending meeting. Her slim figure was graceful and charming. Her slim waist was wrapped in a red belt, as if it could be grasped with one hand. The peerless beauty went all the way south. Naturally, there were many untactful people along the way who blocked her way. Some were smiling mischievously, some were robbing, and some were using all kinds of underhanded methods. Mo Qinggu came all the way with a smile, and left all the way with a smile. For those who didn't do anything for themselves, she lightly punished them. If she didn't do anything for herself, she would be done with it. If she met those who pestered her or used some despicable underhanded methods, then there was nothing to say. She directly drew her saber. Dreaming of a gentle dance, saber appeared in the world again. When the saber was drawn, the starlight shone and danced lightly. But immediately, many people turned into remnant souls under the saber. Along the way, she had already crossed the Fog River. I heard that this place is only 7 days away from Luohua City where Chuyang is. With my speed, as long as I put in a little more effort, I should be able to get there in 3 days. Mo Qinggu heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. The end of this road was near. At this moment, she suddenly heard a loud noise in the sky. Then, she saw 2 rainbows flash violently, and then disappeared in the sky. It's really strange. It's already winter. And, it's still snowing heavily. How can a rainbow appear here? Mo Qinggu wrinkled her elegant brows. She was puzzled as she muttered to herself. Although her current cultivation was very high, she still didn't understand the higher level of cultivation of the St. Peak. After her cultivation improved that day, she couldn't wait to travel to Jianghu. Naturally, she had never heard of it. Although she had doubts in her heart, hurrying on was more important now. So, she hurried on. After walking for hundreds of miles, she unexpectedly heard a faint groan coming from the side of the forest. Is someone injured? Mo Qinggu hesitated and thought, in this cold weather, the injured person is too pitiful. Mo Qinggu was kind by nature. Thinking of this, she turned and followed the sound. Entering the dense forest, she saw a human head poking out from under the snow with difficulty. Suddenly, a dark human head emerged from the pure white snowy ground. Mo Qinggu was startled at once. No matter how high her cultivation was, Mo Qinggu was still a girl in the prime of her life. Unexpectedly seeing such a situation, how could she not be shocked? Taking a closer look, this person's head seemed to still be attached to his body. However, he was forcing himself to crawl out. After crawling out halfway, he couldn't crawl any further. His 2 hands were about to stiffen. If no one came to save him, he would probably die completely. Mo Qinggu patted her chest and murmured, I was scared to death. I thought it was a ghost. It turned out to be half human and half ghost. This person was now in such a state. How was he different from half human and half ghost? However, if Mo Qinggu didn't help, the remaining half of the person would soon become the other half of the ghost. Mo Qinggu cautiously walked over and patted that person's cheek, saying, I say, are you okay? That person had already fainted, but after being slapped on the face, his instincts kicked in and he immediately woke up. He opened his eyes, and a sharp gaze shot out. It was actually mixed with endless dignity. He said in a low voice, You dare to slap my face? Along with these words, an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura surged out. However, what was completely inconsistent with his imposing manner was, right after he finished speaking, his head tilted to the side, and he fainted once more. That imposing aura instantly vanished into thin air. Mo Qingwu was startled when she saw this. It wasn't because of that imposing aura, but because she was puzzled. This guy was already so miserable, yet he didn't care about his own life, but his face. You're about to die, so what's wrong with me patting your face to save you? Besides, it wasn't like I was hitting you. I was trying to wake you up. Mo Qingwu was a little unhappy with this stranger's rudeness. She frowned and looked at him for a moment, but then she realized that this guy's hands and feet were cold, and he could die at any time. Finally, she was moved. With a wave of her hand, the frozen soil on the ground exploded with a bang. This person's body slid out of the soil, but his body still didn't have the strength to support itself, and instantly collapsed onto the snowy ground. He didn't move. Mo Qingwu first reached out to feel the main artery on his neck. After confirming that he was still alive, she then reached out to check his pulse. After checking his pulse for a while, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. To be able to live with such injuries, as far as I know, only Rui Butong can do it. It seems that even Chu Yang can't do it. His meridians were all destroyed, his dantian was shattered, and his internal organs were all cracked. They could develop into pieces at any time. Although he was in such a state, there was still a mysterious and powerful force in his body that barely protected his heart and meridians, preserving his vitality, and not causing his soul to dissipate. This was simply a miracle of life. Or it could be said that this was the benefit of a high-level cultivator. Unless there was an extremely high-level cultivator himself, it was impossible to still be alive in such a situation. It's a pity that the heavy pills that Chu Yang gave me have all been used up. There's no immediate treatment method. I can only use ordinary methods now, and I don't know how to treat him. Mo Qingwu hesitated for a moment, and finally took out a small jade bottle from her bosom. She opened the bottle, and there were 3 snow-white pills inside, exuding a rich fragrance. She reached out and pinched this person's mouth, but she couldn't pinch it open. What else was there to say? Naturally, she slapped him again. Smack! It was still the manual effect that was more obvious and immediate. This person, who was almost dead for 10 minutes, actually opened his eyes again. His hair stood on end, and he said furiously, You hit my face again." Mo Qingwu only waited for him to open his mouth before she poured the 3 pills into it. Crisp. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. What a weirdo. Mo Qingwu sighed. He doesn't even care about his life, and only cares about his face. Could this be the legendary dead face? He's a bit like that guy Tan Tan. The 3 pills that Mo Qingwu gave him were very unusual. They were the unique panacea of the dreamlike veranda, the Red Dust Heaven Reversal Pill. The Red Dust Heaven Reversal Pill was the #1 life-saving medicine in the dreamlike veranda. Although the effect of this pill was still far from being comparable to Chu Yang's heavy pills, it was still one of the top few panacea in this Heaven Imperial Court. Even an ordinary high-level saint might not be able to have panacea of this level. Mo Qingwu used 3 pills at once. She was really generous, and because she used 3 pills at once, this person's condition immediately improved. His breath was obviously stronger than before. Although he was still in a coma, his life was definitely saved. Mo Qingwu stood up, and frowned. When I left the mountain this time, I asked for 2 bottles of this Heaven Reversal Pill. Now, 1 bottle is gone. Originally, I thought that I would be able to see Chu Yang immediately, and I didn't need any Heaven Reversal Pill, so it wasn't worth it. Now, if there's another one like this, both bottles will be gone. Besides, saving this person's life is a good thing, but this place is in the middle of nowhere. This person is lying here. If I don't take care of him properly, I'm afraid he might die in a while. But how can I take him away in this situation? Mo Qingwu bit her finger and thought for a long time. She was a big girl. Whether she carried him or carried him, it was not appropriate. Although this guy looked quite old, it was still not okay. He was a man after all. After thinking for a long time, she clapped her hands. Got it. Mo Qingwu chopped off a few branches with a few schwa 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 sounds. Then, she casually arranged them and quickly made a sleigh. Then, she used her hand to make a buckle. Then, she broke off a big branch with a kacha sound and stuck the branch in the buckle. Then, she used her hand to pull the other end of the big branch and dragged it for 2 steps. It was actually very smooth in this snowy environment. This idea is not bad. Mo. Qingwu took out a blanket from her space ring and laid it out. She put the person on it and covered him with a thin blanket. She murmured, I only brought 2 sets of blankets with me. I've already given you one. You'll have to bear with it if it's cold. Don't freeze to death. When we reach a place where there are many people, I'll get a carriage to pull you, and you'll be comfortable. After she finished speaking, she pulled with her hand. Immediately, snow and dust flew behind her. A graceful figure in red pulled the snow sled all the way, rolling forward just like that. A delicate figure pulling a snow sled. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. It seemed very strange. What was even stranger was that this super simple and crude snow sled made of a few branches, which looked like it would fall apart at the slightest touch, was actually moving forward so fast on the snowy ground. If someone saw this, their eyeballs and jaws would probably fall to the ground together. Mo Qingwu kept moving forward. After walking for only a few dozen miles, she suddenly stopped and said with great annoyance, really, the good things don't come true, but the bad things do. Why is there another one here? Sure enough, on the side of the road, there was a man in black lying on his back, motionless. After a long time, she saw a little bit of white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose. This proved that he was still alive. Mo Qingwu looked at him in distress. Sigh, I've already saved one before. What's the harm in saving one more? She moved forward to take a look. This person was also seriously injured and was on the verge of death. She reached out to take his pulse. The extent of this person's injuries was actually about the same as the person just now. All his meridians were destroyed, his dantian was broken, his spirit was damaged, and his internal organs were all cracked. He looked like he would die at any time. In addition, he also used a strong force to protect the last bit of vitality in his heart meridians, maintaining his vitality. Why does this seem like you're deliberately torturing my crisis reversal pill? God, you're not playing with me, right? Mo Qingwu said sadly. She didn't say anything. She followed the same pattern and pinched the person's jaw, preparing to pour the medicine. What was depressing was that this person also didn't open his mouth and didn't cooperate. Mo Qingwu frowned. Thinking of the previous method, she waved her hand and slapped him. Slap, the sound of the slap was loud and clear. This person suddenly woke up, his eyes as round as bells. You actually dare to hit my face. After saying that, he tilted his head and fainted again. Mo Qingwu had already successfully poured the medicine into his mouth for the second time. Thus, the small sleigh started to expand and became a big sleigh. 2 people were lying side by side at the back. These 2 people were sleeping peacefully for the time being. Mo Qingwu was pulling them forward like a coolie, as fast as lightning. If Mo Qingwu knew the real identity of the 2 people she was pulling, she would probably be shocked. These 2 people, one was Demon Emperor Heaven's 7-star bodyguard, the other was Mo Yuntian's 7-star bodyguard. The earth-shattering explosion just now was caused by these 2 people risking everything to collide head-on in the air. That was why the 2 of them had suffered so much that they had almost lost their lives. If they didn't coincidentally meet Mo Qingwu, these 2 people would have a high chance of dying together. That person from Demon Emperor Heaven fell from the sky without worry. Anyway, he had many people on his side, the others should be able to find him very quickly. He had left behind a trace of his primordial spirit to protect his body, so he wouldn't die. As long as he didn't die, any serious injuries wouldn't be a problem. And Mo Yuntian was more miserable. Because he suffered such serious injuries, he still had to worry about the enemy's pursuit. After the collision, he used his last bit of strength to burrow into the soil, intending to hide himself. But because he really didn't have the strength to maintain it, he almost suffocated to death under the soil. He forced himself to crawl out again. Just as he crawled out, even his last bit of strength was used up. He was about to become a living dead person who buried himself alive. At the last moment, he was saved by Emo Qinggu. And now, this pair of mortal enemies were placed shoulder to shoulder by Emo Qinggu on the same sleigh, covered in the same blanket, sleeping peacefully. If such a harmonious scene was seen by people who were familiar with the identity of these two people, there was a high chance that they would spit out a mouthful of blood and die from shock. Of course, the rescuer, Emo Qinggu, definitely didn't know about this. She only focused on running forward, with only one thought in her mind, to see Chu Yang as soon as possible. Half an hour after Emo Qingwu rescued that person, a long rainbow came through the sky. A person flew around several times, and searched everywhere. Then, he scratched his head in bewilderment. It's clearly here, why isn't it here? What's going on? He used his divine sense to probe, but there was no trace at all. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on? How could a living person go missing? On this day, the three of them arrived at the lone bamboo city. Emo Qingwu hurriedly hired a large sleigh carriage, and carried the two of them up. She lowered the curtain of the carriage, and hired someone to drive the carriage in front. She also sat in the carriage. She could finally relax for a while. Although pulling the sleigh did not consume much energy, it really damaged her image. Women always cared about their image. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. But, Emo Qingwu had placed the two old men in a relatively narrow space. The two of them were very close to each other. Most of the remaining space was occupied by Emo Qingwu. She was lying down comfortably, and reading a book. The book she was reading was the recently published unofficial history of Jianghu, Chu Yang vs. Emo Yuntian. This book is full of exaggerations. There are all kinds of exaggerations, all kinds of smearing Emo Yuntian, all kinds of praises for Chu Yang. Almost 1 out of 10 sentences was not bad at all. And it was all exaggerated. But Emo Qingwu liked it the most when other people praised Chu Yang. Even if she knew that it was exaggerated, and the truth was basically impossible, she still read it with great interest. In this book, Chu Yang's experience could truly be described as a life-and-death situation. How strange, unimaginable, and whimsical, it was more than 10 times more wonderful and complicated than Chu Yang's own experience. The only thing that made Emo Qingwu dissatisfied was, the Chu Yang described in this book is too flirtatious. He actually did it with Yuan Tianji's wife. This is too insulting to my Chu Yang. Even if Chu Yang doesn't mind, I do. Slap, Emo Qingwu angrily closed the book, and puffed up her cheeks. You slapped my face again. Suddenly, the two of them shouted together. Their voices were full of grievance and anger. But it was this slap sound that actually made the two of them wake up like a conditioned reflex. Subconsciously, they thought that they had been slapped again. Emo Qingwu's forehead was full of black lines as she looked at the two mummy-like old men. Why are you two joining in the fun? Don't you know that I'm in a bad mood? But even if I'm in a bad mood, I can't vent my anger on these two people. Although their condition improved, their breathing was still weak, and they could barely breathe. Their eyes were open, but they couldn't move their limbs. They couldn't even move their necks. But the two of them were facing each other at this moment, face to face. When they opened their eyes, they were shocked. To see that their life's greatest enemy was right in front of them. They could even feel the other party's hot breath. They couldn't help but scream, as if they had seen a ghost. It's you. It's you. It's actually you. It's actually you. You. Why are you here? You. Why are you here? Just like that, the two of them, who had never been on the same journey, spoke almost at the same time. Emo Qingwu sighed quietly, these two must be twins. Look at how sensitive their hearts are. My ears have been open today, but at this moment, the two of them didn't say anything else. Just like that, they looked at each other in dismay. Their 4 eyes were wide open in anger, as if they were about to split apart. They stared at each other fiercely, as if they wanted to kill each other with their fierce eyes, but other than that, they didn't do anything else. It seemed like they couldn't do anything, and they didn't have the strength to do it. Originally, they had another choice, which was to faint. But now that their greatest enemy was right beside them, and both of them couldn't move. If they were to faint first, wouldn't it mean that they had lost? I'm not as good as him? That's impossible. Little girl, it's you who saved me? The 7-star guard from Mo Yuntian was the first to break the stalemate and asked hoarsely. Mo Qingwu said, if it's not me, is there anyone else here? The guard from Demon Emperor Heaven also sighed and said, little girl, it's you who saved me? Mo Qingwu exploded. Can you let me answer your question only once? Both of you asking the same question, isn't it childish? Although you two are twins, you can't be like this. Are you showing off to me that you two have great chemistry? The little girl was really aggrieved. When the two old men heard that, they were instantly stunned. Then, they shouted at the same time, who's his twin? Another 2 sentences came out at the same time. And they were actually exactly the same. Oh my god, you still dare to say that you two aren't twins? I believe that even real twins wouldn't be as compatible as you two. Stop fooling around, you two. I'm a little regretful now that I saved you too. Why was I so kind? Mo Qingwu held her forehead in pain. The two of them stared at each other for a good while, and realized that they couldn't do anything in the end. They couldn't even change their positions. Suddenly, they asked at the same time, can you change my position? Let me not face this bastard. As soon as one person spoke, the other person repeated his words as if he was repeating himself. Coincidence, this was really a coincidence, what a terrifying coincidence. Mo Qingwu was instantly enraged when she heard that. She scolded, tell me, what's going on with the two of you? Both of you are also experienced in the martial world, right? You're not young anymore, right? You've lived for so long, so you should have some experience in the martial world, right? You should know how to face your savior, right? You don't even know how to say the most basic words of thanks. You only know how to order people around. Is this how the martial world works? You're really not embarrassed, right? When the two old men heard that, they were dumbfounded. They opened their mouths and stared at each other. For a moment, they were stunned by the scolding. Want to get angry? Get angry for what? The little girl was right. She didn't do anything wrong. But if they didn't get angry, why did they feel so uncomfortable in their hearts? No wonder you're so old, but you haven't been able to make a name for yourself in the martial world. Instead, you've fallen into such a pitiful state. You don't know what the martial world is. You don't know what the rules of the martial world are. Mo Qingwu scolded angrily. She said angrily, I don't care what the relationship between the two of you is. Now, shut up. If you don't want to look at each other, then just close your eyes. Where did all these problems come from? You don't want to see? Right now, I'm the one in charge here. When young Miss Mo lost her temper, she was awe-inspiring. She intimidated everyone in the carriage. Then, she picked up the book that she had thrown away and read it with great interest. What happened to the rest of the plot? For a moment, the two old men were speechless. At this moment, they actually felt a subtle emotion of we're both in the same boat. This life, this demon life, is really wonderful. When did a person like this old man get scolded by a little girl like this? Moreover, it's such a little girl. Although the other party's words were very subtle, how could the two old men not understand the meaning behind it? That was, you've lived for a generation and roamed the martial world for a generation. Don't tell me you've wasted it all. Moreover, no wonder you're so old, but you haven't been able to make a name for yourself in the martial world. This sentence really made people's faces twitch to the point of cramping. The two of us were king figures in the past. We commanded the world and moved unhindered in the universe. With a stretch of our hands, we could collapse mountains and seas. With a stomp of our feet, we could shatter the heavens and the earth. Now, in our old age, we've been reduced to insensible, good-for-nothings. Oh, this little girl is really, what the little girl said is reasonable. You old thing, you've wasted all your years living like a dog. You've dragged me down. The 7 stars protector of Yao Huangtian said disdainfully. He couldn't move his body, but he could still attack with his mouth. Don't tell me you're living as a wolf? Mo Yuntian's guard scoffed. We're both being scolded at the same time and you're still so smug. You said I'm dragging you down, and I'm the one saying you're dragging me down. No matter what, being old is still better than being like you. Yao Huangtian's guard did not budge an inch, and said disdainfully, an old trash like you actually dares to roam the martial world. You dare to say I'm old? how young are you? The two of them engaged in a war of words, cursing each other endlessly, and started to argue again. Of course, they really had a tacit understanding, and strictly abided by the premise of not saying each other's names. If this little girl knew who they were, and went out to spread it a little, then their reputation would be sent to the dog's kennel, but in the end, both of them were full of anger, and the more they talked, the angrier they became. Yao Huangtian was the first to make a move. With a pei sound, he spat a mouthful of saliva onto the face of the Mo Yuntian's guard who was closer than him. Instantly, the saliva became sticky and sticky. That demon guard laughed proudly. Mo Yuntian's guard was startled at first, and then he flew into a rage. Naturally, he was not to be outdone, and spat back. The two of them were less than half a foot away from each other, and neither of them could move. Naturally, there was no room for them to dodge. Therefore, every mouthful of saliva landed squarely on the other's face. The two of them took turns to spit at each other, and it didn't take long for them to cover each other's face with saliva. Mo Qinggu, who was watching this battle of the century from the side, looked up to the sky and sighed. She did not know what kind of madness she had gone through, or what kind of evil she was, or what kind of good person she was. She saved these two fellows, and they were actually old and shameless good-for-nothings. You're already so old, and you're still spitting at each other. Can you be any more despicable? Even if you don't care about your identity, have you never thought that beside you is a great beauty who loves cleanliness the most, and she's the benefactor who saved your lives? She was really speechless. Sure enough, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Today was an eye-opener. Mo Qingwu wrinkled her nose and helped the two of them clean up after they had fainted from exhaustion. She wiped their faces and so on. She thought to herself, should I hire another maid? All in all, the carriage and sleigh carried the three top masters of the world. They rushed through the wind and snow all the way to Luohua City. Demon Imperial Palace. The demon empress stood under a flowering tree in front of the main hall. She gazed at the vigorous snowball in front of her and asked softly, how are Chu Yang and Ning Er doing? It's already on the right track, and it's progressing very smoothly. During this period of time, the beautiful woman in white had never left the demon empress side. Very good. The demon empress eyes turned cold as she said, since everything is going well, let's start the Heaven's Salvation plan. Open the meteorite prison. Big sister, I'm afraid you'll have to think twice about this. Perhaps we have a better choice. The white-clothed beautiful woman stammered. She really didn't think that the demon empress grand plan would work. Once it started, there would be no turning back. No need, I've already made up my mind. The demon empress waved her hand with a resolute expression. The meteorite prison, That's the meteorite prison. The white-clothed beautiful woman muttered to herself. The meteorite prison, it was the #1 prison in the demon emperor heaven. Unless the heavens fell, this prison would never be opened. All the prisoners locked up here were extremely vicious and evil people. Since the demon empress became the demon emperor, she had made some changes to the meteorite prison. Then, it had remained so until now. No matter how powerful the countless prisoners were, no matter how profound their cultivation was, they would have to spend the rest of their lives in there, never to see the light of day again. How many prisoners were locked up in there was also a mystery in the demon emperor heaven. In addition, who was locked up in the meteorite prison had always been a mystery. However, there was a vicious curse that had been passed down in the martial world. It was a curse that the great thieves or bandits of the underworld cursed. I hope you'll be locked up in the meteorite prison soon. As long as this sentence was spoken, it would mean that both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. The meaning behind this sentence was obvious and could be imagined. I've already executed a batch of prisoners in the meteorite prison in the past few years. The demon empress narrowed her eyes and said calmly, there's no point in keeping those inhumane people alive. I've already killed them all. Those who were able to stay were all people with a conscience. Of course, they are still vicious and merciless to outsiders. However, they still care about their own families and inheritances. Among these people, there are about 70,000 people who are qualified to be of use. In other words, these people are all experts, first-rate experts. The demon empress paused and her phoenix eyes turned cold. The descendants of these people are still safe in this world. It's good for us to have something to worry about. The demon empress said calmly, let's go. Amidst the screams, tens of thousands of thin white threads appeared in the demon empress' hand and disappeared in a flash. Below, in the meteorite prison, all the prisoners had a wisp of their soul extracted by the demon empress. I'll give you 3 days. The demon empress said calmly, go back and see your families and descendants. Then I need you to come back and do something for me. Below, all the prisoners in the meteorite prison stared at the demon empress in disbelief. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they'd be able to leave the legendary meteorite prison one day after entering it. Moreover, they could see their long-lost family members. To think that such a rare thing could happen. Ignoring the bone-piercing pain of having their souls extracted, they all knelt down and thanked the demon empress. Then, under the demon empress' cold gaze, they all turned into streaks of black light and disappeared from the meteorite prison. Of course they had to come back. That wisp of soul was in the demon empress' hand. If they dared not come back, the demon empress could destroy their souls with a single thought. 3 days, they only had 3 days to be reunited, 3 days of incomparably precious time. 3 days later, all the prisoners in the meteorite prison gathered in front of the demon empress. Everyone's eyes were filled with a heavy sense of gratitude. He was grateful because his family and grandchildren did not suffer any unfair treatment because of him. Everything was of no benefit to the commoners. As long as they didn't do anything wrong, the demon emperor's sky government would still protect them. They were grateful because the mission that the demon empress was going to give them would definitely be extraordinary. These prisoners were all smart people. How could they not understand the crux of the matter? I need you to do something for me. This is something bad. The demon empress paced around with a cold face. She slowly organized her thoughts and deliberated her words. From now on, you are no longer yourselves. You are no longer demons, and you are no longer humans. You are extraterrestrial demons. I want you to go to any place you can. Burn, kill, pillage, and commit all kinds of crimes. The outcome of this trip has already been decided. You will not return. You will be destroyed in the end. It's just a matter of time. The demon empress' phoenix eyes flashed coldly. But I want you to do it as openly as possible. Then, you have to be more secretive. You might be able to last longer. You will commit more sins, and you will be more hated by the heavens. Do you understand what I've said? Among the tens of thousands of prisoners, most of them were already enlightened. As mentioned before, they were all smart people. They instantly understood the demon empress' intentions and good intentions. May I ask, demon empress, are you going to officially declare war on the extraterrestrial demons? Someone asked excitedly. Although we were unpardonable evildoers back then, as long as we are declaring war on the extraterrestrial demons, we will not be stingy with our blood. Even if it means death. The demon empress took a deep breath. That's right. What I want you to do is related to this. So, no matter who catches you in the future, you can die. But you must not die in the way of the demon race. You must commit suicide in the way of the extraterrestrial demons. No matter how you are tortured, no matter how you are forced to confess, you must not reveal your real names and faces. You are the extraterrestrial demons. From head to toe, you are the extraterrestrial demons from the inside out. The demon empress said solemnly. If we can succeed in the war with the extraterrestrial demons in the future, the Heaven Imperial Court will obtain eternal peace and happiness. As long as the demon emperor's heaven is still here, I and my descendants will ensure that your descendants will enjoy peace and happiness for generations to come. And your real names will be engraved on the demon emperor's heaven heroic monument, and will be admired for generations to come. At that time, you can figure out what to do by yourselves. You are all used to doing bad things in the past. I don't think you need me to teach you this. The demon empress said solemnly. But I will only emphasize one point. As long as anyone leaks out the truth, even if it's just a little bit, then all the families of the 77,000 people here will be annihilated. There will be no exceptions. Use your lives to arouse the hatred of the people of the Heaven Imperial Court towards the extraterrestrial demons. Start the war for the extraterrestrial demons. Give your descendants glory for generations to come. The demon empress finished her speech. The tens of thousands of people on the ground were silent. Everyone's eyes were sparkling. That night, black shadows floated out of the meteorite prison like clouds and mist. They quickly scattered in all directions. In the silent place, the meteorite prison that used to hold a huge number of people had become an empty city. "Sister, they have all left." The beautiful woman in white looked worriedly at the demon empress who was standing in front of the window with her hands behind her back. The demon empress did not turn around. She just said quietly, "Left? Good. Will there be any problems?" The beautiful woman in white was full of worry. The demon empress said coldly, "It doesn't matter. We're all experienced people. They know better than us what to do. Actually, it's a good thing for them to do whatever they want again in their lifetime. Especially when the bad things they're doing now can lead to good results and bring endless light to their descendants. To be honest, if I were them, I'd do the same. This is also a great opportunity for them to wash away the stain on their names. Actually, people are all the same. No matter if they're good or evil, there's always a lot of people who are willing to work together in the face of external aggression." The demon empress said softly, "Those who forget their ancestors and collude with the extraterrestrial demons are only a minority." "Yes." The beautiful woman in white agreed. "Those who are righteous are mostly dog butchers. Those who are unfaithful are mostly scholars." The demon empress muttered these two sentences. Her eyes flashed coldly, and she said, "Ask the intelligence department to pay more attention to those pedantic scholars in the demon emperor heaven. Don't think that they're wrong just because they learned a few words from humans. Once they're discovered, eliminate them immediately." "Yes. This is a battle of life and death for the entire Heaven Imperial Court. We can't be soft-hearted." "Yes. After you're done with this, go to Luohua City too. Go and look after Ningning. And that Yang, keep in touch with me at all times." The demon empress said quietly. "What about you?" The beautiful woman in white sensed something. "Me? I'm going to Purple Cloud Heaven later." The demon empress raised her head. There was an indescribable meaning in her eyes, and she said, "I'm going to Eastern Royal Heaven again. Besides, I'm going to Extreme Heaven to see St. June." "See St. June? Why are you looking at him?" The beautiful woman in white frowned. "I just want to see if St. June is, as I suspect." The demon empress' eyes revealed an indescribable murderous aura. This murderous aura rose to the sky and drowned the demon emperor palace in an instant. Billions of demons knelt down at the same time. The demon emperor's power shook the heavens and the earth. Yang didn't know that the demon empress had also said the same thing not long after he said, "Those who are loyal are mostly butchers and those who are unfaithful are mostly scholars." Moreover, because of this sentence, he had taken precautions. That was why coincidences were sometimes really scary. This sentence was indeed somewhat biased, but in this critical period, it was better to be careful. Yang was now standing on the drill ground, looking down at the smoke and dust that filled the air as the extreme training was in full swing. With one hand on his cheek, he was thinking about something. What other method could be more effective than this method to squeeze out the maximum potential of the human body in the shortest amount of time? Was there any other training method that was even crueler? Seeing how these kids could still make a big fuss, and how imposing they were, it seemed like they were enjoying it. How could that be? Yang pondered hard, but he still couldn't figure it out. He was even considering if he should change the bed they slept on every night to a bed made of nails. The nail tips are all on top of that kind of thing. Then every night I have to check if they have entered a deep sleep. As long as they didn't enter a deep sleep, he would hit them mercilessly. Yang racked his brains and thought about it at all costs. Of course, if the members of Heavenly Armament Pavilion who were training below knew what the minister was thinking at this moment, they would probably go crazy. You let people sleep on nails, and you still want to check if they are in a deep sleep. Was he studying the training method? He was clearly thinking about how to take people's lives. This handsome young man with a worried face and a jade-like face was clearly so elegant, but he was thinking of so many inhumane methods of torturing people. Could it be that he was the legendary gigolo with bad intentions? The ancients didn't lie to me. The old saying was still quite reasonable. At this moment, from the north gate of Luohua City, a sleigh suddenly rushed in. Inside, a little girl dressed in red, as beautiful as a fairy, eagerly asked, "Excuse me, where is Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" Everyone who saw this little girl was fascinated by her peerless beauty. Soon, some warm-hearted people showed her the direction. There were also many young men who enthusiastically wanted to be her guide. They had some unknown thoughts and smiles on their faces. But, after 2 sentences, "Miss, who are you looking for in Heavenly Armament Pavilion? There were a lot of people there recently. I'm afraid it's not easy to find him. I'm looking for my husband. He should be easier to find." Who did you say you were looking for? Your husband? You are married? Yes. Okay. What is your husband's name? His name is Chuyang. Hey. Didn't you want to be my guide? Why did you disappear before I finished talking? Where is he? Since the 2 words Chuyang came out, those young men who coveted Mo Qingwu's beauty instantly ran away. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Don't joke around, that is Lian Mo Yun. He is a fierce man who dares to kill people whenever he wants. If he knew that I was actually thinking about his wife. Even if I were to court death, I wouldn't find such a brainless person. It's better to slip away quickly. If there is a misunderstanding, I may lose my life. While I'm at it, I'm also praying that that beautiful little lady won't remember my face. The big mole on my face isn't worth your attention, and I don't dare to let your husband remember it either, please." Chuyang was still uncertain at this moment. He was unable to settle his disgust. Suddenly, his heart moved inexplicably. Suddenly, his face glowed. Even his heartbeat seemed to have quickened. He couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with me today? Why am I so excited? Why am I acting so strangely all of a sudden? Could it be that Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were both sitting on the high platform? Xianxia was also standing at the edge of the high platform with her hands clasped behind her back. She was watching the training below. At this moment, they all sensed Chuyang's strange situation and raised their heads to look at him. At this moment, a clear voice called out, "Chuyang, where are you?" It came from the entrance of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. When Chuyang heard this, he only felt a heavy shock in his heart. As if he was hit hard by happiness. His heart almost stopped beating. He hurriedly stood up. I'm here. Before he finished speaking, his whole person had already flown up. At the entrance of the courtyard, a red figure also flew up to the sky following the sound. She was graceful and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. She flew over with infinite affection. Even though she was in a hurry, her figure still streaked across the sky like a celestial being dancing in a mesmerizing way. Xianxia's eyes flashed. She muttered, "Tian Wu. It's that girl Mo Qingwu. I didn't expect that this girl has already trained to such a level." Mo Qingwu. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian stood up at the same time. Their feelings were very complicated. The biggest and most invincible love rival in their lives, and also the most important sister, had finally arrived. Mo Qingwu, who he hadn't seen for a long time, had come to Chuyang's side again. Chuyang only felt that his heart was boiling. For a moment, he was so excited that he was about to explode. The moment he heard this shout, he almost couldn't believe his ears. Qingwu had actually arrived so early. In midair, he could already see the red figure that he had been longing for day and night, flying over. The butterfly knot on her head spread its wings. Her delicate little face was filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation. There was also a lot of suppressed longing that turned into unspeakable grievances. Her small red lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes were filled with sparkling tears. At the moment when she finally saw Chuyang, many tears finally flowed out uncontrollably. Mo Qingwu, with infinite longing and attachment, flew across hundreds of feet of space as if she was flying and threw herself into Chuyang's arms. At this moment, she, who had always been reserved and polite, didn't even consider that her actions were being watched by thousands and tens of thousands of people. She just flew over without a care like that. At the moment when she felt that long-awaited warm embrace, Mo Qingwu had a kind of blissful feeling as if the dust in her heart had suddenly settled down. I'm home, this was her first feeling. Then, the longing turned into grievances, and all of them burst out like a mountain torrent. Chuyang tightly hugged the delicate body of the beauty he hadn't seen in a long time. It seemed as if he was afraid that the beauty in front of him would suddenly disappear. Chu Yang was so happy that his heart almost exploded. He almost unconsciously muttered, "Qing Wu, Qing Wu." Mo Qing Wu slowly raised her head. That little face was already tear-stained, but there were tears in her smile. In her smile, she couldn't help but want to cry. She bit her lips to prevent herself from crying out loud. She looked at Chu Yang in a daze and said, "You still haven't changed at all, it's so good, you too, it's so good." Chu Yang smiled. Using all his strength, he hugged this delicate body tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to rub the beauty in front of him into his body, never to be separated again. The two of them hugged each other tightly in the air, their bodies sticking close to each other as they slowly rotated. One in a black robe and the other in a red robe, under the reflection of the heavy snow, they actually formed an exceptionally harmonious and beautiful scene. Behind them, Meng Wuya shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? You don't even have a little bit of composure. All of you, go back and do more training. Today's training will be doubled." Li Guanyu stroked his beard and looked with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Talented and beautiful, a match made in heaven, I'm really envious of others." Someone next to him laughed and said, "Chrysanthemum Knife Wan family has so many wives and concubines, yet you still envy others. Do we still want to live?" Li Guanyu laughed and said, "I'm a pervert, this is my nature." "How can you be the same?" Suddenly, his face changed and he said, "All of you, stop looking. Just now, we stopped for a little while, and we were about to be overtaken by other teams. Today's training will be tripled." The Lightning Snake Trio each led a large group of machete men, torturing themselves and their subordinates to death. As long as they could still move, they had to continue training. From the distant mountains, earth-shattering howls could be heard from time to time. That was the last competition, the final battle to determine the king of assassins, the final battle. The spirit of calamity showed its skills in there. Qingguo, Tai Badian, Wu Qianshan and Zi Shiqing were all familiar with Mo Qingguo. When the two immoral people finally landed on the ground and vented their excitement a little, they immediately called out, breaking this extremely ambiguous stalemate. Mo Qingguo raised her head from Chu Yang's arms and suddenly shouted, "Ah! Why are there so many people here?" Just now, there was only one person in her sight, so she naturally didn't pay much attention to other people. Now that her spiritual sense had returned and her divine sense had been reactivated, she naturally noticed everything. Unfortunately, it was too late. When she thought of how her ambiguous behavior was actually seen by so many people, she instantly blushed. She hid her head in Chu Yang's arms and kept twisting her waist and stomping her feet coquettishly, never raising her head again. This was the so-called deceiving oneself to steal a bell. Chu Yang, however, burst into laughter. Yet, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Ever since Mo Qingguo started having that strange dream until she regained the memories of her previous life, it was as if she had two personalities. On one hand, it was the sentimental Mo Qingguo of her previous life, but on the other hand, it was the lively and witty little girl of this life. That kind of complicated yet distinct strange feeling sometimes made Chu Yang a little stunned. But today, when they met, that feeling was completely gone. It was as if there was only one Mo Qingguo in front of him. There was only the Mo Qingguo of this life. There was only that innocent, intelligent and beautiful little girl. Chu Yang instantly understood, Mo Qingguo had already solved her own inner demons. She could face, understand and accept everything now, and embrace everything with the true meaning of love. He couldn't help but feel extremely gratified, yet he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The Mo Qingguo of the past who was faintly angry and sorrowful, singing and dancing was ultimately a past tense. What he had now was the complete and original Mo Qingguo of her heart. What else was there for him to be dissatisfied with? People should be content with what they have, and those who are content will always be happy. Chu Yang asked about this matter when he was alone with Mo Qingguo. Mo Qingguo smiled and replied, "A dream is a dream after all. Why do we have to live in a dream? Isn't that good?" Thus, Chu Yang understood. Although Mo Qingguo's memory still existed, and because of that memory, she had some skills that she had never come into contact with in this life. But, she had finally succeeded in convincing herself that it was a dream, just a dream. You can revel in it, you can reminisce about it, but you won't take it too seriously, because it was unreal. Because the only one who truly lived in this world right now was this Emo Qinggu. Chu Yang hugged Emo Qinggu and returned to the high platform with Tai Budian and the others. Then, Emo Qinggu was surrounded by the three women. Qingwu, your progress in this period of time is too great. How can you have such a large increase? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's really hard to believe, hard to imagine. Xianxia looked at Emo Qinggu with some amazement. Chu Yang's progress had already shocked her, but she never expected Emo Qinggu to also have such progress. Although her progress was not as good as Chu Yang's, she had also reached the level of a saint. Compared to Chu Yang, she was only slightly inferior. Her real strength was almost on par with Xianxia's. This fact made Xianxia feel that she had lived in vain all these years. I'm also a coincidence. Most likely, it's because of a rare opportunity. Emo Qinggu was especially amiable when she saw Xianxia. And the heavenly dance technique that Sister Z gave me back then, I only realized after coming to the Heaven Imperial Court that that technique was practically tailor-made for me. It's not only easy to cultivate, but also the speed of my progress is simply incredible. Besides, the dreamlike secular pavilion poured all the best resources of the entire sect on me. It would be strange if my cultivation didn't progress quickly. There was one more sentence that she didn't say. Chu Yang also gave me great elixirs. The most important thing was of course the great elixirs combined into one, the terrifying driving force it produced. Qinggu, your little body is also growing, really fast. Wu Qianxian looked at Emo Qinggu's curvy body with some envy. She was a little envious and jealous. Before they parted on the Heaven Imperial Court, Emo Qinggu's small body seemed to be just the tip of a small lotus. Her chest was at most a small steamed bun. Now, her figure was actually very good. Compared to Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian, she was already not inferior. This result made Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian feel a little unbalanced. They were so much older than this little girl and were in their golden years. Moreover, they were nourished by Chu Yang from time to time recently. But this little girl seemed to be only 18 years old, and she was already so big. If this continued, wouldn't it be terrible? We'll be too ashamed to show our faces. Emo Qinggu smiled shyly and said, I don't know either. I've been growing crazily during this period. The two girls didn't know how to reply. Was this considered showing off? Chu Yang rubbed his hands at one side and drooled, looking like a pervert. His voice carried infinite reverie as he said, you can eat now, you can finally eat now. After so many years of waiting, finally, get lost. Xianxia, Emo Qinggu, Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian jointly kicked, for small feet kicked Minister Chu's buttocks at the same time. Minister Chu's hands and feet were flailing about as he was sent flying. He screamed in an exaggerated manner. Seeing this, the four girls laughed heartily at the same time. Emo Qinggu suddenly thought of something. Oh right, I saved two people on the way here. Their situation is very bad, they are about to die. I even left them at the door. I forgot everything just now. Everyone was sweating profusely. Aren't you forgetting a little too much? When the two injured people were carried in, everyone was speechless. Two thin old men. Under normal circumstances, they should be very sage-like. But now, each of them had a face full of saliva. They were still glaring fiercely at each other. How pathetic. Black lines appeared on Emo Qinggu's forehead once again. I was kind enough to save the two of them. But, I didn't expect that the two of them would turn out to be enemies. So, they fought all the way. No, they didn't fight, they scolded. Chu Yang looked at the two people wrapped in a blanket and was dumbfounded. And you still wrapped these two enemies in a blanket and let them walk for thousands of miles, face to face? Too talented. Emo Qinggu blushed. The carriage I prepared only has so much space. I have to save myself first. No matter what, I'm still a girl. Who would have thought that the two of them would have such a big temper? Everyone was speechless at the same time. They agreed with Chu Yang's words too much. Too talented. Chu Yang, hurry and save them. The two of them are about to die. If they really die, it would be a waste of my intention to save them, Emo Qinggu said. When they heard the two words Chu Yang, the two people who were already at the end of their rope and could die at any time suddenly widened their eyes and stared at Chu Yang in a daze. Especially Emo Yuntian's guard, his heart was even more tangled. The biggest target of this trip was actually here. And, from the looks of it, it was actually him who wanted to save him. Oh my god. How should he settle this muddled debt when the time comes? Don't worry, as long as they're here with me and still have a breath, they definitely won't die. Even the king of hell won't dare to snatch them from me. Xianxia smiled faintly. He reached out to take their pulse and checked. He couldn't help but be shocked. Mo Qinggu didn't know much about medicine. She didn't really know the severity of these two people's injuries. She also didn't know what kind of cultivation was needed to maintain their lives under such injuries. But Chu Yang's experience was so rich that he could tell with just one move. These two people, each one of them was an expert at the pinnacle level, a top expert. Just based on cultivation alone, Zi Shiqing and Meng Wuya together wouldn't be a match for any one of them. With such injuries, even if it were him, he would probably die a long time ago. In the world, there was only one person who could still struggle at death's door and not die under such injuries. According to Chu Yang's knowledge, of all the people he met now, only Xu Quan alone, and now, there were actually two of them in front of him at the same time. Since when were there so many experts in the world? And Mo Qinggu actually picked up two of them so casually. Chu Yang reached into his pocket and took out the heavy pills. He was about to save them when suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Could these two people be the ones Mo Yuntian sent out to attack us this time? At this point, the heavy pills became an incomplete version of the heavy pills. Then, he pinched open two portions and dissolved them into the spring of life. He poured it down the two people's throats. Since his position wasn't clear, it was better to be safe. It was fine as long as they didn't die. But no matter what his position was, he still had to give each of them an incomplete version of the heavy pills. After all, it would be a pity if these two people's shocking cultivation were to be destroyed just like that. Even if he was suspected of helping the enemy, he still had to do his best. Just as Chu Yang was treating these two people, outside the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, in the Luohua city, someone was writing something on a piece of shiny jade. Today, a girl in red, named Qing Wu, came to Luohua city. I've been worried all day and night. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion is too powerful, and I'm afraid it won't be compatible with our pavilion. I hope Pavilion Master will be cautious. After he finished writing, he sighed and carefully placed 5 purple crystals on the table. He quickly adjusted the position of the purple crystals into the shape of a hand. He cut open his finger and dripped his blood into it. All the words on the purple crystals turned into smoke and rose into the air. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The person in charge of the intelligence department had a worried look on his face. He was so worried that he could not hide it. He had obviously only been here for a few days, and he had been very careful in his actions, but he had still been targeted by the subordinate of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Now, he was being restricted in every way. It could be said that it was difficult for him to move. He could only wait for news from the headquarters and see what he should do next. After a short while, the crystal shone, and a line of words appeared on it. The person in charge was shocked and dumbfounded. This Heavenly Armament Pavilion is our headquarters. In other words, our Heavenly Armament Pavilion is just one of the branches of the headquarters. We are responsible for intelligence. Minister Chu Yang is the real leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If you are here, you can contact him as soon as possible and tell him your background and information. You will gain his trust. In addition, you have full authority to listen to Minister Chu's orders. Keep in touch with me at all times. If there is a conflict between our orders, Chu Yang's orders will prevail. Orders must be obeyed. Just this short line of words made the person's brain fill with blood. He almost crashed. How can it be like this? They surrendered just like that? The person was scared out of his wits. How can it be like this? Is boss's brain damaged? Our Heavenly Armament Pavilion is so big. How can it be just a branch? Save me. Although he said that, even if he had 10 more guts, he would not dare to doubt boss's wisdom. Moreover, the words on it were clearly written by Pavilion Master Mo Tianji himself. The person only hesitated for a moment. Seeing that there was no more news coming from the purple crystals, he finally got up and walked out of the door. His destination was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The Pavilion Master had made it very clear that the most important thing was to quickly contact the headquarters and reach a consensus. He was the first person to contact the headquarters and could be considered a key person to witness this historic moment. After each of them took half a heavy danpu, the two experts simultaneously revealed an extremely astonished expression. The heavy pill was filled with miraculous medicinal power and miraculous vitality. Almost in an instant, the two of them who were already pacing back and forth outside the King of Hell's palace were pulled back. The effect was immediate and incomparably miraculous. The two of them were saints after all. Under the nourishment of such a miraculous medicinal effect, their vitality immediately had an opportunity to circulate again. The tyrannical regenerative ability of the saints responded immediately. In just a moment, the almost shattered dantian started to recover. There were signs of it stabilizing again. Even the wounds on the 5 internal organs were healed immediately. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them suddenly realized, hey! They can actually move. Not only could they move their heads, even their legs seemed to have regained strength. They tried to struggle and the blanket on their bodies was instantly kicked away. Then, the two of them exerted their strength and stood up. Although they were still a little unsteady, to be able to recover to this extent, it was no longer difficult for them to recover further. Of course, the two of them did not know that this was because Chu Yang had some reservations and did not dare to use the full amount of heavy pills on them. If he used the full version of the heavy pills, with their cultivation, even if they could not recover completely, they would at least be able to recover 10 to 20% of their cultivation. Don't underestimate 10% of their cultivation. To the two of them, if they really recovered 10% of their cultivation, they would not be far from recovering completely. At most, it would only take a few days. The self-recovery ability of a saint-level expert was still very strong. However, even if it was an incomplete version of the heavy pills, and the fact that the two of them shared one, it was still a rare opportunity. Through this matter, Chu Yang also discovered another fact. His understanding of the heavy pills in the past was actually a fundamental misunderstanding. In the past, when Chu Yang used the heavy pills, he mostly used it to treat internal and external injuries, to recover his own fighting strength, or to use its powerful medicinal effects to promote his own cultivation and raise his realm. However, as his strength continued to increase, the heavy pills at various stages could no longer satisfy those needs. Especially when it came to increasing his cultivation and instantly recovering his physical strength and fighting strength, although the effects were still there, they were relatively weak. However, today, Chu Yang unexpectedly discovered that the most powerful way to use the heavy pills was to restore one's life and restore the body's functions. It really had the effect of snatching one's life from the hands of the King of Hell. Experts who had the cultivation of saint level and above would not be easily injured when facing opponents of the same level. Even if they were injured, they would be able to recover quickly. This was originally a characteristic of the self-recovery ability of high-level martial artists. However, as long as they were seriously injured, especially when their physical body was seriously injured and their vital energy was exhausted, they could only wait for death. Although there was no lack of elixirs in the Heaven Imperial Court, there were almost no elixirs that could restore the body's functions to the extreme. Even if there were exceptions, the quantity was extremely limited. Moreover, the people who had them would only cherish them. Not to mention giving them out, they would not even show them to others easily. At best, only the top few people had them, for example, the two high-level sages and book maniac that Emo Qinggu had saved. Although the three of them were extremely powerful, they did not have that kind of elixir. In fact, they were even inferior to Emo Qinggu. Miss Mo still had 2 bottles of mortal dust reversal pills with her, and the heavy pills were the best elixirs to treat this condition. As long as the patient was still breathing, as long as there was a heavy pill, even if it was an incomplete version, coupled with the spring of life, it could save the patient's life. As long as the vital energy was not depleted, with the recovery ability of high-level martial artists, it was not difficult for them to recover in a short time. This was also the effect of the incomplete version of the heavy pill. To the 2 high-level sages, it should only be a drop in the bucket. However, because it was right at the crux of the problem, the effect was so immediate. The two of them understood this point and also understood the preciousness of the elixirs that Chu Yang gave them. They stood up and thanked Chu Yang at the same time. With a life-saving grace in front of them, even if there were thousands of hatred, they had to repay the kindness first before they could take revenge. The two of them still understood this rule of the martial world. Of course, the only one who needed to think about how to repay the kindness first before taking revenge was Mo Yuntian's 7-star guard. You're welcome. Chu Yang smiled. In the end, it was the two seniors who had solid foundations. I just gave you a little push in passing. The two of them were even more grateful. Then, they looked at each other and glared at each other. Just you wait, we'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Chu Yang laughed and asked, may I know the names of the two seniors? I'm the Painting King. Mo Yuntian's guard was a little embarrassed. He said, my surname is Chiu Yuanshan. I'm the Wings King. Demon Emperor Heaven's guard smiled. Demon Emperor Heaven's king of birds. Their life's greatest enemy was right in front of them. It was impossible to hide their identity. If they forced it, they would only become the laughingstock of others. They might as well just say their names. The two of them thought so in their hearts. So it's the arrival of two king seniors. Chu Yang's face didn't change, but he thought, I didn't guess wrongly. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chu Yang didn't ask further about the background of these two people. Otherwise, Demon Emperor Heaven's guard would be fine, but Mo Yuntian's guard would inevitably say, my original intention of coming here is to kill you, and kill your whole family, then it wouldn't be too embarrassing. What senior? Wings King snorted and laughed. This guy is Mo Yuntian's man. He came here especially to kill you. But this time, you saved his life. Humph. I'd like to see how this old guy still has the face to do it. Painting King's face turned red and he said angrily, you don't have to bully me like this. So what if my mission was originally like this? But how can I repay his kindness with enmity after receiving his life? At most, I'll just go back like this. In the future, this matter will have nothing to do with me anymore. There will be a time to repay the kindness of saving my life in the future. Is there really a time to repay? I think you're just going to watch your savior get killed by your brothers? Pretend to be deaf and dumb? Such a person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Without someone to repay your kindness to, it will naturally save you a lot of trouble. Is that what you think? Wings King said sarcastically, the people of Mo Yuntian are indeed all ungrateful people. Painting King flew into a rage. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? I've been upright all my life. How can I have such dirty thoughts? My grudges are my grudges. The grudges of the Heavenly Emperor are the grudges of the Heavenly Emperor. I withdrew because of my personal grudges, but how can I affect the decision of the Heavenly Emperor? You still say that you don't have dirty thoughts. Didn't you say that saving you was a waste of effort in the end? Did I say something wrong? Who's the one spouting bullshit? Wings King said coldly. Seeing that the two of them were getting angrier and angrier as they quarreled and were about to fight again, Chu Yang and the others hurriedly tried to persuade them. But they didn't know what the two of them were thinking. No matter who tried to persuade them, it was useless. The atmosphere was getting more and more intense, and the battle was about to break out. At this moment, shut up. Both of you, behave yourselves. Mo Qinggu shouted angrily, and her voice shook the whole place. With just this voice, the two old men shrunk their necks at the same time and immediately stopped. Like two quails, they didn't dare to raise their heads to speak. Along the way, these two old men were called over by this little grandaunt. It had almost become a conditioned reflex, and they subconsciously followed the little grandaunt's words. It had already become a habit. Chu Yang looked at the Painting King of Mo Yuntian and said, Senior Painting King, your status is different. Today, it's just a small matter, you don't have to take it to heart. Once you leave here, you will be an enemy and not a friend in the future. As the saying goes, don't give in on the spot and don't show mercy. Fight each other, life and death will be up to fate. The Painting King's face was full of shame as he said in a deep voice, Since I have received such a great favor, how could I still have the face to oppose you, little friend? I will naturally withdraw from this operation. Before I have repaid little friend's great favor, I will absolutely not harm anyone by your side. As for the others, little friend, please be careful. Speaking of which, his current position was also very awkward. His original intention was to kill Chu Yang, but he didn't expect to be fatally injured before he even saw him. When they finally met, it was the other party who saved his life. his position in this matter was really too awkward. Now, the other party's proposal was reasonable and he couldn't find a reason to refuse. If he refused forcefully, it would be even more pretentious, so he could only thicken his skin and agree. But to say how difficult it was going against his conscience. If he went out like this, he was unfamiliar with the place and enemies everywhere. Maybe he would be torn apart by the strong forces of the demon realm in an instant. It would be fine if he died in the hands of a super expert, but if he died in the hands of some small fry, then he would really die in grievance. But if they stayed, it would be tantamount to receiving Chu Yang's protection. The painting King Xianxia only felt tangled in his stomach. How did he fall into such a strange circle? Forget it, there's no need to worry about paying when there are so many debts. I'll slowly calculate it. Chu Yang arranged for 2 people to go in and treat their injuries. Watching the 2 of them walk in while glaring at each other, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Before he could say anything to Imo Qinggu and the others, he saw someone come in and report, "Minister, someone is here to see you." He claims to be from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Tianji Intelligence Department. He will only explain in detail when he sees you personally. Tianji? Intelligence? Let him in quickly. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He instantly understood the origin of the person, Tianji Intelligence Department under the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This name, and the person who contacted him personally, then other than Mo Tianji's people, no one else could think of. Mo Qingwu's eyes also lit up when she heard this. She was so surprised that she let out a cry of surprise. The person that Mo Qingwu cared about the most was naturally Chu Yang. But, the second most important person was undoubtedly her elder brother, Mo Tianji. She had seen Chu Yang in one day, and had also received information about her elder brother. So, how could she not be ecstatic? Greetings, Minister. The person in charge of the Heavenly Secrets Hall's branch walked in and did not regard himself as an outsider. He knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Is your leader Mo Tianji? Chu Yang asked. It is indeed the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. How can you prove your identity? I have the Heavenly Secret Messenger hand personally made by Clan Leader Mo as a witness. Moreover, Clan Leader Mo once instructed me to say 4 words to Minister Chu if I see him, Master of the World. Not bad indeed. Chu Yang felt relieved. Controlling the world was Mo Tianji's unique skill, and it was also because of this that Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu were separated, almost causing Mo Qingwu's regret. Mo Tianji had been brooding over this matter until now. Other than Chu Yang, even the rest of the people who robbed him were completely unaware of this matter. With this as evidence, it was naturally hard to fake. Chu Yang instantly felt relieved. After a conversation with the person who came, Chu Yang was even more overjoyed. Mo Tianji's intelligence network had actually extended so far in such a short period of time. The overall scope of coverage had actually extended to more than half of the Heaven Imperial Court. Such rapid development in such a short period of time was practically a miracle that was hard to come by. After Chu Yang finished listening, he quickly pondered in his heart. With the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department's momentum, how should it be promoted and developed in the Demon Emperor Heaven, and how should he make use of this peerless weapon, the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department? In the Heaven Imperial Court, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging, each with its own style and brilliance. Gu Duxing's escape finally came to an end after he escaped to the extreme once again and raised his cultivation from a place where it was absolutely impossible. The chaotic heaven sword technique was finally completed, and as Gu Duxing advanced all the way, he himself finally joined the ranks of the top experts in the world. From then on, whoever wanted to deal with Gu Duxing would have to consider and weigh whether they had the ability to deal with him, whether they should deal with him, whether it was worth it to deal with him. Afterwards, whether they would be able to bear Gu Duxing's revenge. Recently, after a few famous super experts and legendary figures died or were defeated by Gu Duxing's sword in succession, the pursuit incident this time finally came to an end with such a strong start but a weak finish. Gu Duxing, who had completed his cultivation, returned to his old lair in an ostentatious manner and started a new round of recruitment. His followers actually gathered together, with the connections that Gu Duxing had built along the way, he actually gathered a group of super experts as his team in an extremely short period of time and swept through the Heaven Imperial Court, laughing proudly in all directions. Gudu Xing's heavenly armament pavilion was like a rolling snowball that grew bigger and bigger, expanding rapidly. In the end, it was already unstoppable, and Mo Tian, who had lost Gudu Xing, the target of his plan, felt very disappointed. He had lost both the person and the money. However, on the other side, he finally contacted Chu Yang directly, which also made Mo Tianji's mood rise again. Especially after knowing that Gudu Xing and Chu Yang had already achieved great things, Mo Tianji stepped up the next step of his plan. The target this time was Rui Badong, who had also not been seen for a long time. Rui Badong, who was in another world, had already been promoted to the #1 bandit of this world. He was really famous and unparalleled for a time. Finally, on this day, in a certain city, a Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department suddenly appeared. When this Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department appeared, the first thing it did was to advertise, "There's no whereabouts that we can't collect. There's no information that we can't collect." With this as a gimmick, it immediately began to promote and expand. Therefore, a busybody said, "You guys are so awesome, who doesn't know how to talk? Give me some proof. There's a #1 bandit in this world, Rui Badong. Can you find out his whereabouts? If you can, I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. If you can't, you'd better close your doors early and find another way out." Naturally, the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department was not to be outdone. 2 days later, they officially sold the news of the #1 bandit in this world. At this point, the legend of the #1 bandit whose whereabouts were unknown came to an end. For a moment, the whole world went crazy. Everyone knew that this #1 thief had gathered a lot of good stuff. He was a huge moving treasure trove in itself. As long as they could catch him, even if they had no enmity with him, they could turn from a pauper into a rich man overnight. This temptation, this reason, was enough no matter what. Therefore, everyone was enthusiastic and fought to be the first. The Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department once again made a fortune. To deal with Rui Badong, Mo Tianji did not need to think about everything like he did with Gudu Xing. He only needed to force this guy to his death. No mercy, no mercy. Anyway, this guy had the great ability of a phoenix. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, he could come back to life. What was there to think about? Under Mo Tianji's wisdom, Rui Badong instantly fell into a terrible situation where every sound was an enemy. Rui Badong, who was originally leisurely cultivating, suddenly realized that his whereabouts had been magnified by 100,000 times. It was as if he was exposed to everyone in this world without any concealment. No matter how he disguised himself, how crafty he was, or how he fled, there would always be someone who would stop him at the first moment and hunt him down. Rui Badong instantly fell into a dark and gloomy life. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I. Which deity have I offended? Do you still want me to live? Save me. When the later generations talked about the hunting storm that swept through the Heavenly Imperial Court this time, this was what they said. Unbeknownst to everyone, an invisible hand gradually overturned the world without a sound. No, it controlled the world. It controlled the world because the tentacles of this hand had already gradually penetrated into every industry and domain in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Moreover, no matter what industry it was in, this hand was trying to set off unpredictable waves. Of course, in the normal business industry, the wave set off by this hand would at most earn a little more money and nothing more. But in the martial world, the wave set off by this hand would earn people's lives, countless lives. Under the deliberate fiddling of this huge hand, came one after another to hand over money to this huge hand, and died happily at the same time. This hand controlled everything in the dark, but when this hand was controlling everything, no one felt that this hand's existence was so terrifying. They even thought that the giant hand was being used by them, existing because of their existence. However, they didn't know that the real objects being fiddled with were actually themselves. Just like that, they were being silently influenced, controlled, and fiddled with. Furthermore, the giant hand was enjoying it, taking its place one after another. Almost everything was done according to this hand's plan. He had already controlled everything, but everything that was controlled didn't feel that they were being controlled. He held the universe in his hand and controlled the world. He saw through the mysteries of heaven and made divine plans. There was nothing that could go beyond his control. this hand was called the Hand of Heavenly Secrets, and the owner of this hand is the current Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets, Motianji. The above paragraph was excerpted from a book written by a later generation, those years, the hand that controlled the Heavenly Imperial Court. Remembering the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets, Motianji. As soon as the book came out, it was out of stock. Countless people scrambled to pass it on. They were very interested in the story of how the Heavenly Mystery Emperor manipulated the world with all kinds of unimaginable means, but no one knew about it. The bookseller and the author made a fortune because of it, since it was a legendary biography. Of course, there were many untrue and exaggerated contents. However, there was only one record that was recognized by everyone. Although the whole process of the Celestial Mystery Emperor's actions during a certain period of time was full of inconceivable and unimaginable, it was true. Most of it could be checked. It was actually a rare documentary. This paragraph was the beginning and end of the process of Mo Tianji buying and selling information in the Heaven Imperial Court, as well as the frontline words when he was manipulating these things behind the scenes. There was a comment at the end, no one would have thought that the one who could do all this was not a deep-rooted native of the Heaven Imperial Court, but an outsider who had been in the Heaven Imperial Court for a very short time and had no foundation at all. In a short span of 2 years, he was able to form a considerable scale and begin his own control. For anyone else, this would be an inconceivable matter. But in his hands, everything is so easy and natural. Since ancient times, there was only one person who could do all this. Only the Heavenly Mystery Emperor. No one has ever done it before, and no one will do it in the future. And the sentences that interested people the most, or in other words, the most, were the last paragraph at the end of this chapter. Most of the operations set off by this giant hand ended perfectly. Those who were hunted down were all killed. However, there were a few times when even the Celestial Mystery Emperor failed to kill the enemy. And those times, the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was the one who led the most large-scale hunts. Of course, no one knew at that time, nor did they expect that in the process of being manipulated by this big hand, the few people who were able to keep their names in those large-scale hunts that swept across every corner of the Heaven Imperial Court turned out to be the rulers of this world in the future. Without exception. This paragraph, especially the 4 words at the end that were specially written in red, without exception. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that even the rulers of this world had been hunted down by the Celestial Mystery Emperor. I'm really curious about what it will be like when the emperors meet. These words caused everyone to almost burst into laughter, yet it also caused endless fanciful thoughts and imagination to run wild. Of course, the book didn't mention that the Celestial Mystery Emperor and the other rulers were sworn brothers. In the end, when a traveling poet was collecting information about a few sovereigns, he discovered that the sovereigns' lives were filled with the silhouette of a single person, Minister of Jade Clouds, Xianxia. Suddenly, he became interested and started investigating. Then, he discovered that these great emperors were actually life and death brothers. Thus, another book was produced. It was called The Secret Past of Minister Xianxia and His Brothers. It was all the rage for a while. And that book, after being adapted by the later generations, with artistic embellishment, was finally compiled into a huge work by the most handsome and confident author of the time, and was officially named World-Defying Heavens. It revealed those years, those people's extraordinary years, and the past events that could make one sing and weep. The whole world was boiling over because of it, and Minister Chu and his brothers were known as a legend that no one can replicate. And countless versions of it were derived, and so on. And that author, because he was too handsome, had many wives and concubines. Of course, because it was confidential here, it was not convenient to reveal that author's name. Of course, these were all later stories. Don't mention it. The above paragraph was the true portrayal of Mo Tianji's control of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence department during this period of time. Although it wasn't exhaustive, it had already covered the essence. Unknowingly, he first started a death hunt for Gu Duxing. In the end, Gu Duxing achieved great success in the way of the sword. Then, all his forces rose to the peak. That had just ended, and here, Rue Butong started to be hunted down, under Mo Tianji's unpredictable and unscrupulous methods of instigation, Rui Butong's situation was at least 10,000 times worse than Gudu Xing's because he no longer needed to worry about what would happen if he died. Every day, he faced a life-and-death tribulation. Yes, no, it wasn't a life-and-death tribulation, only a death tribulation. Therefore, in a short span of a few months, being killed became a common occurrence, and they were even tortured to death several times. Time and time again, he was reborn, and time again, he went to a higher level. At the same time, Ao Xieyun, who was in another world, was as unlucky as Rui Butong. The moment Mo Tianji's intelligence network discovered this Duke Xia, the name of descendant of the divine dragon, was exposed. And a legend was created out of nowhere. Descendant of the divine dragon, eating a piece of meat can make you immortal and stay young forever. To think that this legend even had a basis for it, for a moment, the world went crazy. Especially the women, from head to toe, they were completely and utterly crazy. Forever young. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? There was no way to resist this temptation. Then, the men went crazy as well, with their women nagging them day and night. They had to go crazy even if they didn't. Therefore, the hunt for Ao Xieyun proceeded smoothly. Mo Tianji split his attention between two sides. He was merciless towards these two brothers who were once life and death brothers. He released all the information about them, and used every means possible to dig up their whereabouts. He made a huge fortune by selling information, and forced them into dangerous situations again and again. He killed them until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. Before the hunt for Rui Butong and Ao Xieyun came to an end, Mo Tianji found news about GMO and Luo Kudi. This was actually a very logical thing. The intelligence network that Mo Tianji had now covered a wide area, almost covering the entire Heaven Imperial Court. To put it bluntly, if Mo Tianji wanted to find someone's bottom line, he could do it with just one sentence. It was definitely faster and more efficient than the first emperor, empress, or even saint monarchs. Also, the first emperor and empress might not be able to find someone, but there was basically no one that Mo Tianji couldn't find. This was how efficient he was. So, Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and continued to spread rumors. There's a lazy guy called GMO. What does he look like? It's said that this guy got lucky and obtained the immortal abode of the dog ant left behind by the ancient gods 30 million years ago. It's said that there's a way to surpass the saint realm. There were also countless treasures that had never been seen or heard of before. There's also someone called Luo Kudi. It's said that this guy got the inheritance of the wolf god 30 million years ago. Speaking of which, the so-called dog ant immortal abode is actually another name. It's said that the person who got this immortal abode, because of the password, would develop his own unique catchphrase, which is dog ant. It's impossible to imitate these three words. In fact, this immortal abode was originally called Fortune Immortal Abode. It's just that later generations spread rumors and it became Dog Ant's Immortal Abode. However, it's still true to its name. If you don't believe me, you can pay attention to GMO's catchphrase. You'll know. As for Luo Kudi's Howl inheritance, it's even more powerful. It's actually the inheritance of the wolf god. However, if a human gets this inheritance, there's a special side effect. That is, he'll howl like a wolf in battle. Other than this, there's nothing else unusual. According to some information left behind from tens of millions of years ago, whoever gets this inheritance will have invincible strength and supreme status. There's evidence. If someone wants to look up some information from tens of millions of years ago, there's actually some decent evidence. Therefore, suddenly, the other two worlds were also in an uproar. Who wouldn't want such a good treasure, invincible in the world, supreme? With such a strong reason, was there still a need to hesitate? There was no need at all. As for GMO and Luo Kudi, who were still in the dark, these two fellows were originally lawless people who wanted the world to be in chaos. Why would they care about what others said? Moreover, these two people who were focused on improving their cultivation didn't care about the rumors in the pugilistic world. Therefore, there were a few times when GMO inadvertently fought with others. When he was fighting to his heart's content, he would howl dog ant a few times. When Luo Kudi was besieged or robbed, he would howl like a wolf before the battle. Hell. After a few times, the two hotheads realized that they had unknowingly fallen into a situation where they couldn't explain themselves. This time, he was really unlucky. At the beginning, the two of them didn't know what was going on and were used to howling. Dog ant a few times. Hell. That's right, as a result, the craze of hunting and killing instantly formed and couldn't be stopped. Once this craze formed, Motianji naturally wouldn't allow it to cool down. He constantly fanned the flames and set off a huge wave in the pugilistic world in a very short period of time. Too many experts were howling and rushing towards GMO and Luo Kudi. Every day, there were new people joining the hunting army. GMO had just ascended to the heavenly imperial court. At that time, he was only at the human level. He actually reached the peak of the heavenly man realm in just 2 years. If it wasn't for Dog Ant's immortal abode, how could his cultivation progress be so fast? Luo Kudi had also just ascended to the heavenly imperial court. This was clearly written in the information. However, he also reached the peak of the heavenly man realm in just 2 years. If it wasn't for Hell's inheritance, how could it be possible? This accurate and detailed information made the people of the pugilistic world even more excited. Motherf *Ker, 2 years. You reached the peak of the heavenly man realm in 2 years. What's the point of cultivating for a lifetime? Was there a need to think about such a strong reason? No need, therefore, it was like a raging fire. One day, a brother who didn't get a prize rushed to Lai Wu and shamelessly watched me splashing ink with my brush. Then, he shamelessly took it away. After that, he even freeloaded on my food and drinks. Then, he coolly patted his butt and left. At this moment, Motianji was sitting in the military tent, practicing non-stop on the hand of control. At the same time, he was thinking and analyzing the information that was gathered to him, giving out orders according to the situation and the people. Then, this information quickly turned into a huge amount of purple cloud coins and returned to him. The huge amount of purple cloud coins would not just be piled up there. They would be converted into various resources at the same speed to maintain and expand the scale of Tianji's intelligence network, retrieving more and more detailed information. It even turned into an inescapable net, crazily encircling and killing the few brothers who had confirmed the information. Among the brothers, the only one who had it easier was probably Dong Wushang. It was not that Motianji did not find Dong Wushang's whereabouts. Because of the previous encirclement by Gu Duxing, Rui Butong, Jimo, and Luo Kudi, not only did they gather an astronomical amount of resources, they also allowed the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network to continue operating well, expanding the coverage of their intelligence network. At this stage, other than some extremely remote corners or those legendary forbidden areas, there was basically no place that the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network could not touch. Under such a superintelligence network, how could Dong Wushang be spared? In fact, Dong Wushang was also given a very, very tempting title. Although he was being chased by countless people, Dong Wushang had an advantage that the other brothers did not have. He had the help of Mo Laer's assassin organization. And this was something that Mo Tianji could not do anything about. It wasn't that Mo Tianji couldn't do anything to Mo Laer and the assassin organization under her. If Mo Tianji really wanted to uproot Mo Laer's assassin organization, it would only take a few minutes. Mo Tianji didn't even have to do it himself. He just had to say something and sell a few pieces of information, revealing the operation secrets of the assassin organization. Naturally, someone would make a move. Since it was an assassin organization, how could it not offend many people? Mo Laer's assassin organization was self-contained. Its management system had its own set of rules and was exceptionally secretive. Mo Tianji could be said to know this like the back of his hand. However, it was precisely because of this that if these things were exposed, it would be extremely detrimental to their future development. As long as there was a flaw in one link, the assassin organization could be destroyed. Even if Mo Tianji tried to remedy the situation afterwards, it would be useless. Therefore, Mo Tianji had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. He deliberately increased the frequency and intensity of his pursuit. After all, dealing with these two was not an easy task. One of them was powerful and domineering, and the other was clever and ruthless. It was definitely not an easy task to push these two people to the brink and break through their limits. The most important thing was that he had to control it well. He couldn't let the two of them die. Therefore, the task for the two of them was several times more difficult than chasing after Gu Duxing and the others. Mo Tianji carefully controlled them, but Dong Wushang and Mo Lei Er were always able to charge out. This made Mo Tianji feel a little helpless. In the end, he simply let it go. Therefore, a full-scale encirclement was carried out. Dong Wushang's advantage was in his aura. It was a kind of domineering aura that was unparalleled in the world. Even though his cultivation was higher than his, and even though there were 100 times more people, his innate heroic aura was not inferior at all. It was even more powerful than the aura of everyone combined. Words like cowardice, terror, and fear were not meant for him at all. Often, when he was surrounded by people, Dong Wushang's heroic aura, which was one with the heavens and earth, could intimidate people and make them temporarily stop attacking. This was an indescribable heroic aura effect. The husband and wife charged back and forth between the encirclement, training themselves and increasing their cultivation. Although they didn't know where these people came from, and also didn't know what kind of trouble they had caused, they still didn't know what kind of big people were they. Mo Lei Er had discussed this with Dong Wushang many times. What do you think is going on? Mo Lei Er always liked to get to the bottom of things. Who knows what's going on? If they're looking for trouble, we'll just kill them. How simple is that? Dong Wushang rolled his eyes nonchalantly. Once when they were being chased, the two of them had a conversation like this. I just don't understand. Why would such a ridiculous rumor suddenly appear and put us in the eye of the storm? I feel that this is a conspiracy. Mo Lei Er said seriously, someone must be plotting against us, and this person is very cunning. Who cares if he's cunning or not? So what if he's cunning? Dong Wushang leaned on his black saber and said nonchalantly, I don't care who he is. When we kill all of them, the truth will naturally come to light. Even if the truth doesn't come to light, the trouble will be solved. Mo Lei Er always felt speechless towards Dong Wushang's extreme carelessness. This fellow's carelessness had already reached a level that made people speechless. To say that he was heartless was a complete insult to the word heartless. It was as if other than practicing, he couldn't think of anything else. She really didn't know how someone with this kind of EQ could live until now, and this person was the person she couldn't let go of the most. As long as I have a saber in my hand, what else can I ask for in the world? Dong Wushang leaned on his saber indifferently. As long as I have a saber in my hand, what else can I ask for in the world? Mo Lei Er rubbed her forehead in distress. She was really speechless. To have such a fearless husband, there was really no other way. As they were talking, there were sounds coming from all around them again. Faint voices of people talking could be heard. There, where are they? They're really there. Someone shouted excitedly, apparently happy and excited because he had discovered the whereabouts of Dong Wushang and the others. Before Mo Lei Er could say anything, Dong Wushang had already stepped forward. Grandfather is right here. Little brats, come. Quickly come and fight with me. That kind of battle intent that seemed to be going crazy suddenly surged out in an earth-shattering manner. Gu Duxing was fighting, Ao Xiayun was fighting, GMO was fighting, Rui Budong was fighting, Luo Kudi was fighting and Dong Wushang was also fighting. On the other hand, Mo Tianji was cultivating. He was in control of the overall situation. On the other side, the battle on Mo Yuntian and Xia Danqiong's side was also in full swing. After several large-scale operations, Xia Danqiong successfully integrated the combat power of the original Dream Slayer army into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under his command. He confirmed that he had achieved a unified command. Naturally, the combat power of the Dream Slayer army had greatly increased. However, the side effect of this approach also appeared. In one battle, the true identity of the Dream Slayer army was inadvertently exposed. Unfortunately, they were recognized. Sometimes, the consequences of coincidences were really scary. When Yu Long heard the news, he was shocked and immediately mobilized the Mo Yuntian army to surround the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and from then on, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion also fell into a series of tough battles. They had to be vigilant at all times that they could be surrounded. And this time, their opponents were not ordinary people of the pugilistic world but the entire Mo Yuntian military force. Although Mutsang Lan would occasionally help in secret and pass on some information, it was currently Yuan Tianjia himself who supported Yu Bo in this matter. Mu Lan also didn't dare to jump out brazenly, and the help he could give was minimal. Moreover, Mu Lan was now under Yuan Tianjia's suspicion and his military power was temporarily taken back. For Mu Lan, the so-called taking back of his military power was actually only symbolic. What should be mobilized, what could be mobilized, even without the use of the commander's seal. But, this was a matter of attitude towards the royal family. As long as Mu Lan did not officially rebel, he could not be mobilized. Therefore, Xie Danqiong's situation had suddenly become very bad. Fortunately, Xie Danqiong was not surprised by this result. The Dream Slayer army being exposed was just a matter of time. It was impossible to hide it forever. Although the current situation was bad, it was still within his calculations. Back then, when his cultivation was not high and he did not have many people, he could still turn the world upside down. Now that he had a lot of capital, how could he not have the power to fight? Although Xie Danqiong had always been reserved, he was also a lawless person in his bones. After being besieged a few times, he actually brazenly raised his flag. Since their positions were destined to be opposite, he might as well put everything on the table. Mo Tian belongs to the Heavenly Army. The Heavenly Army is the ruler. Yuan Tianjia is muddle-headed and tyrannical. He is evil and morally corrupt. He should have abdicated long ago. My Heavenly Army pavilion should have replaced him. It is the will of the heavens and the will of the people. He actually raised the flag of rebellion so brazenly. In a very short period of time, he gathered an army of 1 million people and started a series of fierce battles with the army led by Yu Qi. And the most ironic thing was that when Yu Qi's army faced the Dream Slayer army, they actually retreated without the slightest ability to resist. This caused the entire Mo Yuntian to be in a state of turmoil. And this result made Yuan Tianjia so angry that his belly almost exploded. From the beginning, it was just a small bandit organization. It was nothing more than a little expansion. But now, they actually dared to openly rebel. And Yu Qi, as the number 2 person in Mo Yuntian's army, was actually so useless. Facing such a small group of bandits, they retreated. Do I need to personally lead an army to deal with a small Xie Danqiong? Really hateful, useless trash. Is the rebellion army under Xie Danqiong still a small bandit organization? If this statement was made half a year ago, it would not be wrong. However, after obtaining the entire Dream Slayer army and a huge amount of supplies, the evaluation of a small bandit organization was obviously no longer appropriate. Today, the scale of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion led by Xie Danqiong was probably above Chu Yang's actual military strength in terms of quantity. Otherwise, no matter what Yu Qi's character was like, she had to have the ability to climb to the position of the second most powerful person in the military. Why would she be defeated again and again? The main reason why the war in Moyanshan was getting more and more intense was because of Xie Danqiong and the Dream Slayer army. However, there were also other factors. Over the years, under the pressure of Yuan Tianji, there were many dissatisfied people in Moyanshan. It was just that Mu Lan was in charge and Meng Wuya's Dream Slayer army was invincible. Therefore, few people acted rashly. Now, Mu Lan was indefinitely idle and the Dream Slayer army was directly revoked. Furthermore, Meng Wuya had become a rebel. The huge threat in the past had completely disappeared. Xie Danqiong's brazen actions were in the limelight and he won many battles. Naturally, there were many followers. Perhaps this was another kind of a just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds little support. Yu Qi was reprimanded by Yuan Tianji and immediately increased her efforts. Unfortunately, it had little effect. As for the fact that the Dream Slayer army appeared in Xie Danqiong's formation, Yuan Tianji was extremely angry. He ordered people to summon Mu Lan into the palace and scolded him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if Mu Lan did not contribute in this matter, the entire Dream Slayer army would not have run over to the enemy's side. Mu Lan was obviously suspected of colluding with the enemy and even supporting them. Even if it was for their previous friendship, he should not have done this. This was indeed not what a subject should do. Now, Mu Lan also had unspeakable bitterness. The world was unpredictable and had developed to this point. When he saved the Dream Slayer army, who would have thought that after Xie Danqiong had these people, not only did they not become a huge burden because of the large number of people joining, they even took in the Dream Slayer army for his own use. Now, he even used these people as the main force to rebel. Now, what was done could not be undone. Yet, Xianxia raised the flag of rebellion and openly went against the Moyanshan heavenly court. This was really an unforeseen change. In this way, no matter what, the result was that Muzong Lan had to bear this crime. This was the truth, and any explanation would be pale and powerless. Yuan Tianji's anger erupted. After cursing, he finally couldn't bear to slap this old minister who had accompanied him for many years to death. He ordered him to shut himself up and reflect on his mistakes. He also ordered him to transfer all the military power of Moyuntian to Yuqi. In the future, he was not allowed to interfere with any military affairs or government affairs. This punishment was equivalent to removing Muzong Lan from his position as a commoner. The officers on Muzong Lan's side protested one after another, but the facts were still vivid in their eyes. No matter what their intentions were, the result was the same. Yuan Tianji remained indifferent. In the end, the military was completely controlled by Yulong. He was immensely proud of himself, in high spirits, and arrogant as he ordered the troops and horses to surround and annihilate Xianxia. Muzong Lan, who had been ordered to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors, thought about it for a while, but in the end, he still couldn't harden his heart and really turn against Yuan Tianji. Although his influence still existed and was enough to influence many things, he could only watch as his forces were suppressed day by day, and his trusted subordinates were transferred away day by day. Muzong Lan sighed endlessly towards this. Don't tell me that you really have to force me to take that step, but that step, I have no father and no monarch. How can I so easily take that step? Every day, there were trusted subordinates who came to say their goodbyes, and left in tears. Facing the hopeful eyes of his former comrades, Muzong Lan's heart ached like it was being twisted. But he only closed his eyes and didn't say anything. I know what you guys are thinking. But I can't. I really can't. I can't be a traitor. I can't accept it. Yuqi's wave of action this time mobilized a total of 10 armies, totaling more than 7 million soldiers, to encircle and annihilate Xianxia, intending to finish him off in one fell swoop. Under the all-around attack during this period of time, Xianxia's territory shrank again and again, and the losses in some areas also became greater and greater. Under such extreme pressure, Xianxia finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to take the risk, using the same extreme method. Xianxia had finally unlocked his ultimate secret technique. It was a technique he had accidentally discovered in an ancient secret place when he had been forced into a desperate situation. It was called borrowing the strength of the gods. Using this special method, one could extract the power of many saints at once and pour it into one's body, allowing the recipient's cultivation to suddenly increase by more than 10 times in a very short period of time. The effect of this method was certainly powerful, but the side effects were also equally overbearing. Although the recipient's strength would increase greatly in a short period of time, it wouldn't be permanent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a secret method, but a myth. The side effect was that after every use, all the borrowed power would have to be completely exhausted in a battle. Even if he accidentally left a trace of it behind, he would suffer an extremely strong backlash in an instant when he removed this cultivation method. His body would go against the flow, and his cultivation would explode. In an instant, he would vanish into thin air, and his soul would be destroyed. This was undoubtedly a very evil ancient forbidden technique, but Xianxiang was forced to this point, and no longer cared about any taboos, and brazenly used this method. Moreover, he used it more than once. According to this secret method, Xianxiang gathered 3,000 super experts, and these people formed an unparalleled giant knife. In every battle, Xianxiang led 500 people to take the lead in rushing into the enemy's formation, and implemented the chiseling tactic. The other 2,500 super experts were the targets of Xianxiang's borrowing the strength of the gods. Xianxiang had taken the lead. He had led these 500 super experts like a mad devil. They had slaughtered their way from the front of the enemy's formation to the back of the enemy's formation. They had slaughtered their way through the enemy's formation. Then, they had slaughtered their way back from the other side. Every time this happened, only the sky and earth would be covered with snowflakes fluttering in the air, and the bloody light would fill the world like a violent storm. after such a strong chiseling tactic, although the experts on Xianxia's side were no longer able to fight, the enemy's troops had basically collapsed under such an attack, and their formation had disintegrated. Once Xianxia's side's follow-up army attacked, it would be like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the face of Xianxia's powerful tactic, Yu Qi and his subordinates, who were completely unaware of the opponent's background, were completely helpless. These people naturally did not know the secret of the borrowing the power of the gods. Secondly, although they also had some desperate methods, such as spiritual energy disintegration, self-destruction, and so on, as long as it was not a matter of life and death, who would be willing to risk their lives like this? Yu Qi's subordinates cherished their lives very much, and naturally, they would not do such a foolish thing. As for Muzonglan's subordinates, although they were all courageous and did not hesitate to fight, they were already extremely uncomfortable and unwilling to be reconciled to being under Yu Qi's command. His own people were not willing to risk their lives, so why should they risk their lives to deal with the Dreamslayer army, who were originally fellow soldiers? Do you really think we are stupid? Under Xianxia's desperate efforts, the situation was finally stabilized. However, everyone knew in their hearts that desperate methods might be useful for a while, especially when such a saint expert was so desperate. It was absolutely useful, and the effect was great. However, this was not a long-term plan after all. Once the situation developed to the limit that Xianxia could support, this newly developed heavenly armament pavilion would eventually be destroyed. Although they knew that such a result was already expected, Xianxia and his subordinates had no other choice, and could only take one step at a time. During this period of time, in addition to the limitless pursuit of the various heavens and earth, there was also Mo Yuntian's large-scale war to quell the rebellion. There was also another matter that quietly arose. These other matters were the ones that really brought the most terrifying and endless panic and disaster to the entire heavenly imperial court. That was, the legendary extraterrestrial demons had actually invaded. In various heavens and earth, such situations occurred one after another, and there were signs of it becoming more and more intense. To be honest, no one paid too much attention to these in the beginning. After all, the heavenly imperial court's territory was too vast, and the places that were ravaged by the extraterrestrial demons were basically very remote. The news was very isolated, and could not be spread out at all. However, as time went by, this kind of relevant news accumulated more and more, and finally attracted the attention of the official forces and the local powers. Thus, they started to investigate, and this investigation instantly caused an extremely terrifying panic. As far as the eye could see, an entire village or a town was completely slaughtered, and everyone had already turned into eerie white bones at this moment, without any vitality. Even the flowers and trees had become pitch black, as if they would break at a touch. Everyone who saw all this felt heavy in their hearts. Everyone realized that the extraterrestrial demon's calamity, it had already arrived. In some places, there were already people and forces spontaneously organizing to encircle and annihilate the extraterrestrial demons, but in the end, the result was nothing. On the contrary, the traces of the extraterrestrial demon's rampage became more and more arrogant, and more unscrupulous. For a time, the whole heavenly imperial court was filled with rumors. The ancient calamity has come again, the extraterrestrial demons have really invaded. That day, I saw with my own eyes the tragic scene of the extraterrestrial demon's rampage. It was vast and boundless, and indescribably tragic. Sigh. I heard that the extraterrestrial demon's traces have also appeared in the surrounding cities. It seems that the calamity of the heavenly imperial court has finally come again. I wonder when the officials and the heavenly court will start to annihilate the extraterrestrial demons. If we continue to be on tenterhooks like this, how are we going to live in the future? That's right, as long as the extraterrestrial demons are not eradicated, we will be uneasy for the rest of our lives. In the Heaven Imperial Court, this kind of rumor was circulating in most places. Even the clamor of dust, there were more and more differing opinions. Some people even said it vividly, as if they had seen it with their own eyes and nose, as if they had seen it with their own eyes and experienced it with their own eyes. The officials of various places also reported to the imperial capital, one after another, about the cases that had happened in their respective jurisdictions. Traces of extraterrestrial demons have appeared in the local area. How should we deal with it? The heavenly imperial court was now being hunted down by all kinds of assassinations, encirclements, all kinds of extraterrestrial demons, all kinds of rebellions. It had completely turned into a pot of porridge, and it was a pot of muddled porridge. In the faraway heavenly continent. Upper three heavens. Law enforcement city. Xianxia and Feng Yuro looked at the little person in front of them speechlessly. Both of their faces were contorted. This adorable little fellow was really lovable, but how could his skin be thicker than his father's? How was he born? How was he born? How was he raised? In front of the two of them, there was a child who was at most 4 or 5 years old. He was standing upright, and his eyes were darting around. He had an innocent look on his face as he smiled and bowed. Greetings, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xianxia and Feng Yuro groaned at the same time. Their actions were uniform, and they held their foreheads with their hands. Today was their precious daughter Xiaojia's second birthday. The couple had gone through so many years and finally had their own flesh and blood. How could they not love her? Naturally, they had to celebrate their precious daughter's birthday. For this matter, the husband and wife had even handed over everything to Diwu Qingro. Then, they had specially rushed back. They had refused anyone's birthday gifts. They only wanted the three of them to bring their child and enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Who would have thought that an uninvited guest would come when the family was happily playing with Mimi? And this uninvited guest was actually a nobody that even they couldn't afford to offend, Chu Yang's son. Speaking of Chu Yang's baby, Xianxia and Feng Yuro felt a headache, a real headache. Back then, they had joked about being in-laws with Chu Yang. At that time, the child in Feng Yuro's belly hadn't been born yet. Who knew if it was a boy or a girl? Of course, it was just a joke. But this little guy actually believed it. Or maybe he was the only one who believed it. In these 2 years, he kept coming here whenever he had nothing to do. Whenever he went back to his grandmother's house, he would definitely drop by the Yu clan. Moreover, he kept calling them father-in-law, mother-in-law, and his wife. This made Xianxia and Feng Yuro almost break down. That's what you agreed on back then. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, little Dyer is my wife. You can't go back on your words. When the little fellow said this for the first time, Feng Yuro only took it as a child's babble. At that time, her daughter was only 5 months old. She just laughed it off. But he never thought that this little guy would pester him from then on. He was only 4 or 5 years old, yet he kept calling them father-in-law and mother-in-law. Xianxia and Feng Yuro were about to break down because of him. The problem was that this guy was followed by his state preceptor, Ning Tianya. Cough cough. Little Tai Yang, what I said back then was actually just a joke. It doesn't count. Feng Yuro coughed dryly. You're still young, and don't know any better, that won't do. How can you go back on your word? Words are like the wind. How can you go back on your word? The delicate little head opposite him shook her head repeatedly. My wife is my wife. You can't go back on your word. Today is my wife's birthday. I'm here to celebrate her birthday. Here, this crown of our empire's empress is the birthday present I prepared for my wife. The little fellow presented a treasure. Since she's my wife, she'll definitely be the empress in the future. As for the other concubines, they definitely won't receive such treatment. This is a one-of-a-kind thing. Xianxia and Feng Yuro were speechless. They were so angry that they almost wanted to slap him. You little bastard. At such a young age, you actually want to have the other concubines? On the other side, a similarly adorable little Lolita had already let out a wah, her eyes shining as she pounced over. Wah. Wow. This is for me. It's so pretty. The little fellow retracted his hand. Now I don't want to give it to you. Your parents don't want you to be my wife. This is something that only my wife can have. Well, the little girl sat on the ground and cried. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want to be Big Brother Little Yang's wife. I want to be Big Brother Little Yang's wife. Mom, Dad, if you're not willing, I'll cry myself to death here. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Xianxia and Feng Yuro's eyes almost popped out. Both husband and wife could clearly hear the sound of their jaws hitting the ground. Cough, cough, cough. At the side, Ning Tianya finally spoke. I say. What are you two hesitating for? It's rare that the children are in love with each other, childhood sweethearts, a perfect pair. With just one sentence, Xianxia and Feng Yuro's respect for Ning Tianya all these years turned into disdain. This old fellow, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by it's rare that the children are in love with each other, childhood sweethearts? You make it sound like we're trying to break up a pair of mandarin ducks. But the problem is, these children are in love with each other, are only 2 or 3 years old. 4 or 5 years old, what do they know? Even if they're childhood sweethearts, they still have to wait for a few years before it counts, right? You, Ning Tianya, have lived for tens of thousands of years. Have all your years been wasted? How can you even say such shameless words? Is it fun to speak against one's conscience? Let's see what fate brings us together in the future. Xianxia squeezed out a sentence dryly. Feng Yuro, who was at the side, looked at Ning Tianya with infinite disdain. Instantly, the face of this #1 expert in the world turned red. Those words just now were really a little against my conscience. I feel guilty about it. After being approved, the 2 little fellows didn't care about such distant matters anymore. They were all beaming with delight. Wife, come, I'll show you something. Wife, look at this, look at that. Ugh, oh my god. Wife, don't pee on me. Help, Xianxia and Feng Yuro's mouths were crooked. They didn't expect that their daughter would become someone else's wife just 2 years after she was born. Damn it. When they met Xiang in the future, they had to ask, how did you educate your children? How did you teach your children to be so monstrous? He's an old hero, but you're an old dissolute harem. Pooh, too inauspicious. Xiang naturally didn't know that his son had actually done such an earth-shattering glorious deed in the distant heavenly continent. Right now, he was in an abyss of hot water. Honestly speaking, there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. The strength of the heavenly armament pavilion was rising day by day. The number of people was increasing day by day. It was almost like a snowball that was rapidly expanding. And with the nourishment of elixirs and the cruel training, the number of people who broke through every day was also increasing. It could be said that the millions of people in Chu Yang's hands could play a considerable role on the Heavenly Devil battlefield right now, although they were still inferior to the Heavenly Devil experts. If they were to deal with some ordinary Heavenly Devil troops, even if they weren't sure of victory, they would at least be able to win. But what Qi Yang wanted was absolute combat power, so he was still dissatisfied with the progress of everyone's strength. He only kept urging them to train. And what gave him the biggest headache was, those 4 women. Ever since Emo Qinggu came here, the infighting between the women had completely started. In Qi Yang's imagination, this should be a very, very good thing. Yes, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian had long accepted each other, and they were the first to form an alliance. Most importantly, the 2 women were very magnanimous and sensible. In addition, the more important thing was that the 2 women had previously discussed about accepting new sisters, because the 2 of them felt that they couldn't stand Xu Yang's reproach. This guy was just a beast. Emo Qinggu was born intelligent. She was so young, yet so smart. She had always been obedient to him, so he believed that she wouldn't be jealous. As for the magnanimous Xianxia, she probably wouldn't care about these things. All these were the beautiful future that Minister Chu had in mind. He even started to think about how to get the women to serve him in bed. Every time he thought about it, he would laugh like a wolf in the night, looking a little silly, but the ruthless reality completely shattered Chu Yang's fantasy. Women would always be women. How could they not be jealous? Jealousy was a woman's innate talent, just like being envious and jealous of beauty. It would never be lacking. This was a penetrating insight, and also the truth. Reality and facts made Chu Yang truly understand, no matter how good the relationship between women is, and how affectionately they call each other elder sister or younger sister in normal times, there is absolutely no woman in this world who doesn't get jealous when it comes to love. Or rather, it was destined not to exist. A woman who didn't get jealous was a false proposition. After the initial surprise of their meeting, Emo Qingwu's enmity, which was tinged with sadness, was faintly revealed. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian's vigilance from the bottom of their hearts was also very obvious. On the surface, Zi Shiqing looked as if it had nothing to do with her and she was gloating. But the high and mighty big sister demeanor of the past was still there. For example, this time when they were eating together. Ha ha ha. Sister Z, you have to eat more meat. If you're too skinny, Xianxia won't like it. Mo Qinggu squinted her big crescent moon-like eyes and eagerly picked up a piece of meat. Yes, yes, Sister Z must be as voluptuous as Qinggu to pass. Wu Qianqian said gently. What's the point of being so fat? If I really become a little pig and too voluptuous, won't I be busy trying to lose weight like Qianqian? Zi Xiaqing joked, but she also made fun of Wu Qianqian. I'm so busy every day that my feet don't touch the ground. No matter how much I eat, I won't get fat. What a worry. Tai Budian sipped a glass of wine elegantly. She chuckled. All these topics seemed normal, but in fact, they were very abnormal. The four girls seemed to be friendly on the surface, but in fact, they were full of open and covert attacks. From appearance, temperament, cultivation, height, weight, and other aspects, they were competing, attacking others, and showing off themselves. From eyebrows, eyes, gaze, hair, hairstyle, temperament, nose, ears, earlobes, skin, mouth, neck, shoulders, chest, waist, buttocks, all the way down to her feet, all the way down to all the details, she was competing with him in every aspect, including who had the prettiest shoulders. They were able to cite 180 pieces of evidence, citing the classics, and debating incessantly. Often, in the end, they would pull Xianxia to be the judge. Xianxia, you say, isn't this the truth? Xianxia, you say, isn't it like that? Is it right? Is it wrong? Every time this happened, Xianxia would be sweating profusely and coughing dryly. His pitiful eyes carefully looked at everyone's face, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. What could he say? If he welcomed one, he would definitely offend the other three. He didn't dare to offend any of the four in front of him. Helpless and helpless, he could only scratch his head, cough. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Women were too scary. Especially now that there were several women fighting for affection. Each of them looked at him with a gentle face, but a cold light flashed in the depths of their beautiful eyes. Every one of them was silently saying, if you dare to say that I'm wrong, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianxia had a big headache, and his body was shaking. He didn't know what to do. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Help! Xianxia was wailing in his heart, and all his worries were summed up in the last 3 words. Why didn't I realize that these girls were so scary before? If one of them were to put on a new set of clothes, the other 3 would definitely exclaim in admiration. Ah, Xianxia, you see, Qianqian is really beautiful today, isn't she? She's prettier than me, right? That's right. Elder sister Qianqian is an outstanding beauty today. Isn't she better than the few of us who only know how to make up? How should Xianxia answer? He couldn't nod or shake his head, but he couldn't say anything. Why are you mute? Say it quickly. Yes, the truth, please say it. We won't mind. We won't blame you. That's right, Xianxia was wailing in his heart, if I really believe you, then I've seen a ghost. He would rather believe that there were ghosts in this world than believe the mouths of women. However, these were just child's play. The real problem would only come at night. Xianxia, go accompany the 2 elder sisters tonight. I'm a little tired. Xianxia, you should accompany Qingwu and have a good chat tonight. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Go, that's right, Xianxia, just listen to me. Therefore, Minister Chu sadly sat under the flowering tree in the courtyard at night, and sighed at the moon. He really didn't dare to go anywhere. I really can't live through this day. Xianxia looked up and heaved a long sigh. He was extremely distressed. When Mo Qinggu had just arrived, Xianxia was still fantasizing. He had been half-starving for a long time. Now, he could finally eat his fill for once, right? Who would have thought that he didn't even have half-starving days anymore? He was starving every day. 1 monk fetched water to eat, 2 monks carried water to eat, 3 monks had no water to eat, 4 monks, every single one of them was devastatingly beautiful and breathtaking. But, he couldn't even get a single one of them in his mouth. Such days went on for a few months. Xianxia was almost about to explode from holding it in. On the other hand, the women were showing signs of improvement in various aspects every day. Cultivation, I want to train hard and surpass you. Dressing up, I want to surpass you. My ability to deal with things, I'm Not any weaker than you. In other aspects, I'm also stronger than you. This kind of atmosphere of open competition and covert competition gave Chu Yang an extreme headache. The only choice was to move to the training camp and train like a dead dog every day. At least it wouldn't be so hard to hold it in. However, what made him unable to get angry was that although the four women were showing signs of improvement, their relationship with each other was really good. As long as Chu Yang wasn't by their side, everyone would immediately change and become close sisters who talked about everything. But as long as Chu Yang was here, then the atmosphere would also change instantly. What was going on? Minister Chu thought that he was extremely smart. Whether it was in terms of thinking or martial arts, he was the best in the world. But in the face of this situation, he was at his wits' end and helpless. Just in time, Shifty Cat, who hadn't seen for a long time, came over with the experts of the Cat clan. After hearing about Chu Yang's predicament, he gave Chu Yang an idea. Beat them up. Beat them up one by one. As the saying goes, filial piety comes from the rod. A virtuous wife comes from the rod. Shifty Cat was so excited that his whiskers shook up and down. He desperately came up with this rotten idea. This guy was obviously still brooding over the scene of Chu Yang framing him. Now that he had the opportunity, he didn't hesitate to do his best. Chu Yang looked at him disdainfully. Someone like you who is innately afraid of your wife actually dares to come up with such an idea? Why don't you go beat up Lazy Cat? Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu came up with an idea. Perhaps Minister Chu can spend more time with them, relax, and talk. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a clingy man. As the saying goes, where sincerity reaches, even metal and stone will split. As the saying goes, women need company. As the saying goes, women need coaxing. As the saying goes, women need to be spoiled. Chu Yang very impolitely raised a finger. These sayings of yours are just like a fart. The tribulation spirit took some time to come down and give Chu Yang an idea. Little ancestor, in fact, this problem is very easy to solve. The key is that you haven't really done that yet. As long as you successfully gather them all on one bed, get the hell out of here. Chu Yang pointed at the door. The tribulation spirit immediately covered his head and scurried away. How could Chu Yang not know such a simple truth? But, in the current situation, to get these four women on one bed, this idea was wonderful, but it was really too difficult to realize. The only consequence of doing so was that, even if this bed was made of star steel, it would collapse in an instant. Chu Yang only felt that he seemed to have a few more strands of white hair. He had a lot of wives, but he still hadn't settled half of them. This was really a very troublesome matter. This night, Minister Chu really couldn't take it anymore. In the middle of the night, he used his extraordinary lightness skills to sneak into Tai Butian's room in the dark of the night. He was prepared to discuss important matters of human relations with Her Majesty. If he was lucky, he might be able to create a younger brother or sister for little Tai Yang, but, what he didn't expect was that his biggest dream actually appeared in front of him. Tai Butian, Xianxia, Mo Qingguo, and Wu Qianqian were on Tai Butian's bed having a night chat. His wish of having four beauties on the same bed was finally realized. It was just that Minister Chu's basic idea didn't really come true. In fact, this night, a certain king of hell was beaten up badly by the four of them together. He almost had a pig face as he fled in a sorry state. Behind him, the faint laughter of the four women could still be heard. Chu Yang was very sad. Your relationship with each other is already so good, but you just have to be jealous in front of me. Obviously, you're going to do something big, but you're delaying it. Women's hearts are really hard to understand. Actually, this was a standard nonsense practice. Even the wisest of men wouldn't try to guess what a woman was thinking. This went on for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Chu Yang had only managed to grab a single opportunity from the beginning to the end, and that was to steal Wu Qianqian's body once. And on the second day, Wu Qianqian was attacked by the other 3 women and almost fainted from embarrassment. Tai Butian had learned a lesson from Chu Yang's mistakes. So, he had decided to guard Chu Yang to the death. Mo Qingguo was the same, Xianxia was the same. As long as Chu Yang dared to come over, her elder sister would dare to accept. Of course, the premise was that Chu Yang had to defeat her. The problem was, could Chu Yang do it? Therefore, Chu Yang started to practice like a madman. The biggest obstacle, Xianxia, he had to take her down as soon as possible. As for Mo Qinggu, to be honest, Chu Yang really couldn't bear to eat her now. Mo Qinggu was like the most beautiful dream in Chu Yang's heart. He could only admire her quietly. Once she was broken, there would be no more reverie in his dream. So Chu Yang decided to take Xianxia down first, but the most helpless thing was Xianxia's shameless means were too sharp to the extreme. Once she used this move, Chu Yang was no match for her at all. Usually, Chu Yang would be forced to have the upper hand just by sticking out his chest, but in an instant, he became the one who got beaten up. Chu Yang walked out of the courtyard with a bloody nose and a swollen face countless times. His footsteps were like the wind. He had a strong thought now. I really want to eat all the remaining heaven-earth mystery yellow fruits in one go, and then completely suppress Xianxia, so that she wouldn't have the chance to use that damned shameless move. Unfortunately, each person could only eat one heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit at most, and there were almost none left now. Besides leaving one for each of his brothers, there weren't many left now. Chu Yang didn't want to waste it on himself. He had already eaten one previously, what was the use of eating more? So, Chu Yang couldn't help but think about those black fruits. Black fruits were rarer than heaven-earth mystery yellow fruits, and there were only 5 of them. There wasn't any fragrance, and there was nothing special about it. It only had a round shape, just like a black plum. But Chu Yang knew that this black fruit was no small matter. The power it contained was probably many times more than the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruits. There was no other reason. Hundreds of heaven-earth mystery yellow fruits were only placed in the periphery, but these 5 black fruits were in the core position, the innermost. Since the powerful person who gave the fruits had made such an arrangement, how could there be no deeper meaning? I have been working overtime today. Because I have a plan. I have a classmate who is a surgeon. I have already made an appointment with him on the 20th, that is, the 20th of the 12th lunar month, to do the tenosynovitis surgery. And also to start the new year. So before that, I have to save a lot of manuscripts, because it is said that after the surgery, the fingers cannot move frequently for at least 10 days, in other words, I can't type. Now that I have more manuscripts, at that time I will update 1 chapter a day at a fixed time, and also celebrate the new year. Also, when people are persuading me to drink, I can't drink. How good, working overtime until now, I suddenly remembered that today is the 22nd, my brother's wedding day. Brother Wu, today is the day of the wedding. Since the last book, Evil Monarch of Another World opened, he has been following me until now. He has always been in charge, and has always had a good relationship with me. We have laughed together countless times, struggled together countless times, cried together countless times, lost together countless times. Brother Wu witnessed the rise of Evil Monarch of Another World, and also witnessed every battle of Evil Monarch of Another World. Every time, he fought with me to the end. Until now, all the battles, all the brothers and sisters who accompanied me through, he was there. Years passed just like that. The little hairy head at that time had finally grown into a man today. Marry a wife, start a family, and shoulder the responsibility of a man. I only wish my brother a happy wedding. Everything goes well. Early birth is expensive. The responsibility of a man, from now on, will be on his shoulders. Brother must hold on. No matter what, do not put it down. There may be low points in life, but, when there is low point, you must hold on. When things go well, you must be steady. I wish my brother a happy wedding. The end of the year is near. I can't go to Shenzhen to congratulate. I am deeply regretful. A cup of wedding wine, please stay. When we meet in the future, I will drink with my brother, friends in adversity, through wind and rain. I only hope that this relationship will last forever. Who would place hundreds of 10,000-year-old ginsengs outside and leave a useless weed surrounded by so many ginsengs? Wouldn't that be brainless? And that person, did he look like a brainless person? Obviously, it didn't look like it. Since he wasn't, then what was the use of this black fruit? Was there a need to ask? Chu Yang's only worry now was, with his current cultivation, would he explode from this black fruit? This consideration was definitely very realistic. According to Chu Yang's most conservative assessment of the black fruit, the power it contained was very likely to be 10 times, or even more than that of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. Although he was currently at the level of a saint and had the heaven-level divine technique as support, he still might not be able to bear it. Once he failed, the consequences would not be a joke. Also, his cultivation was advancing too fast now. It was very necessary to stabilize it. Therefore, he was desperately tormenting himself. Not only him, but Xianxia, Mo Qingguo, Tan Tan, and the others were also like this. If he rashly consumed the black fruit at this time, what if his cultivation level suddenly increased? What would the result be? It was easy to advance, but it was impossible to go back in time. If that was the case, he would not have the chance to make up for his mistakes in his entire life. Therefore, Chu Yang's heart was really very tangled. For a few months, Chu Yang was almost completely immersed in the training ground without rest. The minister's crazy training during this period of time shocked all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. After he went, he directly pulled Meng Wuya and the others to start training without saying a word. At the very beginning, Chu Yang was only fighting alone. Although Chu Yang's cultivation was only at the level of a primary saint, Meng Wuya had already broken through to the level of a saint. If he did not have hundreds of thousands of years of experience as support, he might not be able to cope with Chu Yang. However, it was also because of his rich combat experience that in the first few days, he really did train Chu Yang a few times, but after a few days, Meng Wuya's experience was almost completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Who was Meng Wuya? Once he saw that the situation was not right, he quickly stopped. This old man doesn't want to fight alone. Chu Yang was very happy. He might not be a match for them alone, but that didn't matter. Then, he would fight 1 against 2. He directly pulled the Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guanyu, and the power of the 2 saints. Sure enough, they instantly suppressed Chu Yang's limelight. Minister Chu was once again trained. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In less than 2 days, the 2 saints couldn't suppress him anymore. So, another person was added, and it became 1 against 3. If this continued, everyone would attack together in the end. Even the lightning snake and the other peak celestial beings who had not reached the saint realm were pulled up to make up the numbers. But even so, they were gradually unable to suppress Chu Yang's momentum. Everyone was extremely conflicted. How can Minister Chu's battle prowess soar so rapidly? After the fight with Chu Yang, everyone felt that they were walking softly, and their eyes were seeing double. It was more than 10 times more tiring than extreme training. When facing Chu Yang, it was as if they were fighting against a mountain, and it was the kind of mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was completely unshakable. It was a kind of tired feeling of using all your strength and collapsing, but not being able to move at all. Although after a day of fighting, everyone would discover that their cultivation had increased slightly after collapsing, no matter who it was, there wasn't much joy in their hearts. No one was willing to go through this process again. The degree of horror could be imagined. Now, the only one who didn't believe in heresy and still insisted on fighting with Chu Yang was the Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guanyu. Now, it was this guy who fought with Chu Yang in the first round. But finally, after being kicked a few hundred times in the butt by Chu Yang, he covered his butt and fled. Since then, his desire to compete with Chu Yang for supremacy had completely faded. In his own words, it doesn't matter if you lose a battle. Who hasn't lost a battle in their lifetime? It doesn't matter. Even if you lose again and again, you still have to keep fighting. This doesn't matter. But, Minister Chu's method of attacking is too much for this old man to bear. This method is too despicable, and the Tang clan's 3rd young master, who was on the side, said very amusingly, 3 flat balls are inferior to 1 round ball. And so, Li Guanyu was completely defeated. After a few months, Chu Yang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His progress was godly. Not only were others aware of this, but even Chu Yang himself could clearly feel that he had made great progress. Tribulation Sword Technique, 30 moves. In the past, if he used all his strength, he could barely use it once. But if he wanted to use it a second time, it would be very difficult. However, after going through this period of painstaking training, Chu Yang was able to use this technique twice, or at most 3 times. Now, he could use this technique endlessly. He wouldn't feel tired. He also wouldn't feel the phenomenon of his inner energy not being able to continue. And, the Tribulation Sword Technique that had reached the peak level, of the 4 ultimate moves, Chu Yang could already use the 3rd move directly. And, he thought that he had completely grasped the essence of the first 2 moves. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Xianxia, who was also infinitely close to the level of a saint, would find it very difficult to take 3 moves from Chu Yang in a real battle now. How could Xianxia, who had always been proud and arrogant, accept this reality? She gritted her teeth and cultivated with all her might. For this round of cultivation, Big Sister Z naturally wouldn't use Chu Yang as a target. So, Tan Tan and Yao Ningning were in big trouble. After Tan Tan obtained the supreme demonic technique, his cultivation improved greatly. And after Yao Ningning consumed the Heaven-Earth Mystery Yellow Fruit, his cultivation improved greatly. Currently, he was also at the level of a saint. These two were directly captured by Xianxia and brought back to cultivate. Battle, in fact, rather than calling it a battle, it would be better to call it a practice target. Tan Tan and Yao Ningning had privately analyzed more than once that Big Sister Z was looking for them. Was it because she wanted them to recover their saint physiques at an extremely fast speed? Every day, Tan Tan and Yao Ningning would have an extremely strong impulse to commit suicide. They would rather die than live these days. This elder sister never knew what it meant to be merciful. Getting injured in her hands was simply more common than eating a meal. Tan Tan was more or less stronger and had more combat experience. Most of the time, Yao Ningning became the scapegoat. Yao Ningning's condition was simply too miserable. The injuries on her body couldn't even be sustained by her strong saint physique. Every night, she would be covered in bruises all over, lying on the bed while groaning, and letting Bai Shixian apply medicine for her. And ever since Mo Qinggu came here, Bai Shixian basically hung out with Mo Qinggu every day. Naturally, she spent less time with Yao Ningning. This was the natural attachment of a spirit beast to its master. No one could do anything about it. Mo Qinggu even unilaterally and forcibly terminated the spirit beast contract between her and Bai Shixian. But Bai Shixian's behavior was still the same. Because from the beginning to the end, Mo Qinggu had never used the spirit beast contract to force Bai Shixian to do anything. Now, even if the contract was terminated, the feeling it gave Bai Shixian was still the same as before. There was no difference at all. Yao Ningning suffered a double blow mentally and physically. I don't care if I'm beaten by you guys like a sandbag every day, but my wife is still your spirit beast, the kind that can't be chased away even if you want to. What the F***ck is this? Was there any justice? Was there any reason? Was there any justice in this world? Chu Yang felt that his cultivation, power, and vital energy were all more and more condensed. He felt that his vital energy was flowing more and more freely, and he could do as he pleased. Gradually, all his limbs and bones were integrated into one, and there was a wonderful feeling of penetrating through the canopy and soaring into the sky. At this time, the injuries of the bookworm and the painting king had basically healed. So, Chu Yang had a new high-level cultivation target. To be honest, regarding Crazy Book and Painting King as cultivation targets, everyone except Chu Yang was very worried. After all, the main purpose of these two people coming to Demon Emperor Heaven was to kill Chu Yang. Now that their cultivation had recovered, and Chu Yang had given them such a legitimate opportunity to spar, if the two of them were to accidentally kill him during the spar, then wouldn't Chu Yang be in too much danger? Crazy Book and Painting King were both peak experts, and their strength was far from what Meng Wuya and Li Guanyu could compare to. Even though Chu Yang's strength had increased greatly, and he could challenge those of a higher level to a certain extent, it was still an unwise move to challenge these two people so rashly. However, Chu Yang persisted. Everyone had no choice but to ask the Wings King, who was still here, to stand guard for him. Then, they watched on anxiously, just in case. Actually, this was just an act of helplessness. With the strength of the Wild Book and the Painting King, if they really had the intention to kill, it would be difficult for the Wings King to guard against them. Even if they tried to remedy the situation after the fact and mend the pen after the sheep is lost, what use would it be? After the first day of battle, the group of people who had been on tenterhooks finally felt a little relieved. Even though Chu Yang was carried back in the end, there was no danger to his life throughout the whole process. At night, after Chu Yang recovered tenaciously like a cockroach, he recklessly challenged Crazy Book again. Crazy Book gave him another fierce beating, and Minister Chu lay on the bed again. The next morning, they continued to train. Later, on the second night, even Crazy Book and Painting King were surprised. In this world, there really was such an unkillable cockroach? Under such crazy continuous attacks, this guy actually became braver and braver, and fought on even after repeated defeats. Even though he knew that he was no match for his opponent, his extremely tenacious fighting spirit and will moved everyone. No wonder this little one can improve so quickly, it's not without reason. Both of them had such thoughts at the same time. The heavier the pressure, the better. Blood was still flowing from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth, and he still made such a request. Although the sword had already taken shape and revealed the embryonic form of a heaven-shaking divine sword, the newly formed sword had yet to be quenched. It still needed to be tempered. Impurities still needed to be removed. It still needed to be sharpened, only then could it truly become a world-shaking peerless divine weapon, and at this stage, every bit of impurities needed to be removed. It needed to be extremely painful to squeeze out the last bit of space before the impurities could be discharged from the body, and in this process, Book Maniac and the Painting King played the role of two big hammers. With the force of a thunderbolt, they came down and squeezed out the last impurities on the embryonic form of Chu Yang's divine sword. They completed the last step of the tempering process. Every battle was a tempering process. Chu Yang almost died every time, hovering between life and death. He could even feel that some secret things that restricted him were slowly flowing out from his body, and this process was infinitely slow. It was also infinitely painful, but this painful process had to be endured. And even if there was no such pain, he had to deliberately seek it out. Otherwise, it would be impossible to improve. At night, when Chu Yang was carried back again, he had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. On his body, one could practically not find a piece of good flesh anymore. Everywhere was bruised and bruised. And these were only visible external injuries. The internal injuries in his skin and internal organs had not been taken into account yet. Mo Qingguo and Xianxia sat by the bed and looked at the unconscious Chu Yang. They were concerned and heartbroken, but they were speechless for a moment. Although they knew that Chu Yang's current state was only that of exhaustion and that once he woke up, he would be able to recover quickly and these injuries would only take a very short time to heal, they still couldn't help but feel sad when they saw their sweetheart in such a miserable state. A saint-level expert, who had ever seen a saint-level expert being so tired? He was actually in such a miserable state. He's too tired. Mo Qingwu's eyes reddened. Sigh. Xianxia let out a long sigh. This is something that can't be helped. The external and internal pressures are pushing him to become stronger as soon as possible. Now that he's suffering, he may be able to avoid many regrets in the future. Xianxia was dressed in a snow-white robe and white dress. She walked slowly to the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. She felt a surge of emotions and murmured, "In this world, there's nothing that can be achieved quickly. Even if there is, it's only through the accumulation of years of pain in the process of achieving it quickly. Only then can it be considered a real achievement. Chu Yang is like this now. His progress is simply too fast." Xianxia sighed. Chu Yang's advancement is different from Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, you, me, Butian and Xianxia. As long as you are a human, you must have someone to rely on in your heart. Even if you don't admit it, even if you don't use it, you still have it. Even though Yao Ningning, who relied on external help to become a powerhouse, may be frivolous, but he still has that support. He has his mother. Therefore, even if he achieved it quickly, it's also because his mother thought of ways to improve him and make him. And as long as she thought of a way, the problem of his foundation would naturally be solved for him. As for Tan Tan, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, these brothers, although on the surface, seem no different from Chu Yang, in reality, they are very different. Because they also have someone to rely on. And their reliance is their boss, Chu Yang. Although the brothers are of equal status and there's no difference, in terms of spirit and psychology, Chu Yang has long become the spiritual pillar of these people. This is the so-called reliance. Qinggu, you, me, Butian and Xianxia, although the four of us seem to have different personalities, it's undeniable that Chu Yang is also our spiritual pillar. Can you deny it? Xianxia turned her head and looked at Mo Qinggu. She said softly, "Maybe you don't feel anything usually, but let me ask you, Qinggu, if one day Chu Yang dies, when you're the only one left in this world, will you still have any interest in living? Will you be able to live alone?" Mo Qinggu was shocked. She muttered, "If Chu Yang dies, what's the point of me living? Naturally, we'll go to the underworld together." That's right. So, Chu Yang is your reliance, the reliance of your heart and your life. Similarly, he's also our reliance. Xianxia said with certainty, so, we all have our reliance. But Chu Yang doesn't have such reliance. He can't rely on anyone else. Because he himself is our reliance. So, he can't rely on anyone else, he can only rely on himself. He has to constantly rely on himself to fight for a limitless future. It's all that he's worked for that we'll rely on. When others cause trouble, there's someone to stand up for them. When we cause trouble, there's Chu Yang to stand up for us. But when Chu Yang causes trouble, he can only bear it himself. This is the difference. The fundamental nature is different. At this stage, Chu Yang seems to have great strength, but in fact, his foundation is not stable. He can only use this kind of extremely high-pressure method to suppress himself. He can use this method to make up for everything that he neglected because of his rapid growth. Only then can he really stabilize and reach the level that he should have now. Xianxia said softly, only when he reaches it himself, when we break through, he will then have a way to go one step further and reduce the pain that we have to endure to the minimum. He will use his cultivation that has long surpassed ours to help us get through the difficulties safely and stabilize our level. Mo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. She said with heartache, but this Chu Yang is too bitter. My heart really aches, from nothing to become an eternal legend. From nothing to establish a foundation that will last for thousands of years. And he's not inferior to anyone in this world. From a barren land to establish an eternal reputation. How can it be so easy? Xianxia sighed deeply. Pain. Maybe it's just the most insignificant aspect of his legend. The most painful thing isn't this, but sacrifice. The greater the pain that Chu Yang is enduring now, the lesser the sacrifices that we will have to face in the future. And this point, among all of us, other than Chu Yang, no one else can do it. Although your second brother, Mo Tianji, can control the world, devise strategies, and take every conceivable possibility into account, but he can't replace Chu Yang's position as a pillar of support. Mo Qingwu nodded as if she understood. She said, but, if we still do this, won't it be too difficult for him? Xianxia smiled slightly. What's too difficult for him? You mean, the jealousy between us? Mo Qingwu's jade-like face blushed. She said, yes, shouldn't we let him relax for a while? There's nothing so easy. Remember, there's nothing difficult about this. Xianxia snorted and said, since he has the guts to provoke so many women, he must pay a corresponding price. Besides, this is just the beginning. If any concubine doesn't go through such adjustment, it will only lead to chaos in the family. At best, it can only be harmonious on the surface, but there will still be countless disputes inside. Including the issue of future heirs. Who is the boss? Who is the boss? Among Chu Yang's children, who is the legitimate son? Who is the concubine? Who has the highest right of inheritance in the future? Who has the absolute authority? These things may be the subject of disputes in the future. They all have to be considered in detail. And the jealousy now is to form a convention after a period of time. Between women, we will decide among ourselves. In the future, there won't be any more disputes. Otherwise, if everyone has children in the future, or if we are Chu Yang's women, it doesn't matter. We don't mind having the same husband, because this is the world. But as a mother, who will be willing to let her child be inferior to others? There will be a lot of troublesome matters in the future. How can we not decide as soon as possible? So, everything is decided in the beginning. This is the best way. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a calm light. There will be endless disputes. And the initial foundation will start from the jealousy between the few of us during this period of time. No one will give in. So, it will depend on who has the most power in the future. Xianxia smiled and said, between us sisters, it's a little heartless to say such things. But rather than saying it out in advance, it's better than us sisters killing each other in the future. This is not cold-heartedness, but wisdom. In the future, even if we can control our children, can we control our grandchildren? Even if we can control them all the time, there will be a generation that we can't control in the future. Or maybe we are already tired of all these and don't want to care about them anymore. This is not a possibility, but a certainty. What Qu Yang is going to do now and in the future is something that will shock the world. We also have to plan for an indestructible foundation. Everything starts from here, from this moment. Qinggu, these things, not only me, all of you are actually thinking about it. It's just that few of you think about it as clearly as I do. That's all. Mo Qinggu nodded as if she understood. After a while, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Besides, Qu Yang's foundation is not stable yet. It's definitely not the time to indulge in women. If we don't endure the pain now, the good days in the future will be delayed. If it's too late, it will be many times better, or we may never have it. So, not only Qu Yang has to endure, we have to endure too. Not only Qu Yang, we have to practice too. Xianxia said softly but firmly, a woman's primordial yin, especially one with high cultivation like you and me, is extremely useful for someone like Qu Yang's cultivation. And the higher our cultivation, the greater the benefits we will get when we practice yin-yang dual cultivation. Xianxia and Butian have already lost this opportunity, so we have to cherish it even more. Because, what they have lost in advance, the two of us will have to make up for it through Qu Yang in the future. When it came to this topic, even though Xianxia had taken the initiative to bring it up and had also cultivated for many years, the content contained within was actually close to nothing. After all, Xianxia was still a virgin. As she spoke, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Mo Qinggu's pretty face was red all the way to her neck. She lowered her head timidly, but her little ears perked up, listening to every word, afraid that she would miss out on something. Xianxia blushed as she looked at Mo Qinggu. She said, word by word seriously, so. Qinggu, you must not give yourself away so easily. No matter how desperate Qu Yang is, you must still hold on to the last hurdle at this stage. You must hold on to this point. If necessary, you can imitate my method. Qu Yang can't do anything about my 10,000 uses all things. Mo Qinggu's face was red, and she nodded slightly. However, the determination in his heart was boundlessly strong. So, this matter still has so many uses. I will definitely pay attention. Oh my god, big sister Z. Qu Yang, who had been unconscious on the bed, suddenly let out a painful moan. You are cutting off my way of life. It's fine if you don't let me touch you, but you actually let Qinggu do the same, and want me to imitate your method. I will remember you forever. It turned out that this fellow had long woken up, and had been pretending to be unconscious, to gain sympathy from the two women's conversation. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. The past few days were already unbearable. Now, with just one sentence from Xianxia, his blissful sexual life had been extended indefinitely. Minister Chu cried on the spot. Seriously, no one tormented him like this. Although what you said makes sense, what? Am I not making sense? Don't you understand? Remember me for a generation? I'm so scared. But I'm afraid that your memory is not deep enough. Do you want me to help you remember it better? Xianxia asked fiercely. That makes sense. Isn't it enough that you make sense? Qu Yang raised his hand weakly, but what? Mo Qinggu asked with a red face. Even if the two of you don't let me touch you, but, those two. Qu Yang's eyes were filled with grief as he said, Butian and Xianxia, we won't let you touch it either. We have to follow in Big Sister Z's footsteps. Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian walked in with their faces flushed red and their eyes scrunched up. Qu Yang covered his face. Don't be so heartless. I also have the right to enjoy a blissful sexual life, and so, a bunch of soft punches were thrown at him. It was as if Qu Yang had gone through half a year of hell-like arduous training. His ability to resist attacks had finally made great progress before the departure of the two great experts, Crazed Book and Painting King. At least, when facing Crazy Book alone, Qu Yang could now attack and defend at the same time, although he could not avoid defeat in the end, but, at least he was no longer completely powerless to fight back. Of course, this was only limited to the scope of sparring. If it was a real life and death battle, Qu Yang would still inevitably be defeated and killed within a dozen or even a few moves. But at the very least, Chu Yang's own foundation had been completely solidified under the continuous tempering of his body day and night during this period of time. Even if he immediately improved his own state again, there would be no worries. On the night before he left, Xu Quan had said such a sentence. I've never seen a person in this world who has such a crazy drive to practice martial arts. If there is an absolute king in the heavenly imperial court in the future, as long as Chu Yang is not dead by then, I believe that that person will definitely be him. Xiao Yuanshan, the painting king, deeply agreed with this sentence and had no objection at all. The two of them, who were at the peak of the senior level, had accompanied Chu Yang to practice martial arts for half a year, and they actually felt exhausted every day. It was imaginable what level Chu Yang had reached now. How old was Chu Yang now, and how long had the two of them been practicing martial arts? How much room for improvement did Chu Yang have? This was something that was hard to predict, hard to estimate and hard to predict, but it was also something that everyone was optimistic about. Seniors, please take care of yourselves when you go back this time. Chu Yang specially set up a table for the two of them to leave and raised his glass to wish them well. Don't worry, if things really turn out like that, even if I have to risk my life, I will help Crazy Book get justice. Xiao Yuanshan looked solemn. Naturally, Crazy Book's matter couldn't be hidden from him. The two of them had a deep friendship of 1,000,000 years, and there was no each other anymore? As early as the first day when the painting king came to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to treat his injuries, Crazy Book had already told him about this matter and Chu Yang's guess. At that time, the painting king almost collapsed. If things really can't be done, don't force it, don't be impulsive, there will always be opportunities. With so many good brothers and such powerful forces, this justice will be done sooner or later. Chu Yang said with sincerity, I'm not saying this because I'm a petty person. If such a thing really happens, I hope that the two of you can come back to me as soon as possible. I need you here, and the extraterritorial Heavenly Devil battlefield also needs you. Sacrificing yourself in vain is not what a hero should do. Impulsiveness is useless. Crazy Book and the painting king sighed deeply. Of course, if there really isn't such a thing, everything is my wrong guess, Chu Yang said solemnly. Please forgive Chu Yang for being presumptuous. The two of them hurriedly got up and said there was no need. Although Chu Yang said so, how could the two of them not know who was real and who was fake? With the experience they had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, if they didn't have this ability to judge, then they would have lived in vain. The two of them drank until they were dead drunk at this farewell banquet, and left while drunk. Before they left, they wanted to say something but stopped. Chu Yang and Yi King accompanied them, and no one said anything. When they came, there were 3 of them, but on the way back, there were only 2 of them. There was also a guard, and they didn't know where he was. The two of them wanted to ask about the whereabouts of their brother, but when the words reached their mouths, they couldn't ask. Everyone knew that there was no news until now, and they must have died in the hands of the 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Heaven. The 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Heaven attacked at the same time, and now there was only a king here. What did this mean? What did this mean? Where did the other 4 go? The 3 of them combined their strength, but they still ended up in such a miserable state. That day, only he was left to face the 4 great experts of the Demon Emperor Heaven, and it was on the other side's home ground. How could he have survived? But at this moment, what could they do? Could they still turn against each other and become enemies? So the two of them didn't talk nonsense and left directly. Even if they felt heartache, they would only show it after they left. The current atmosphere was really not suitable for them to show any abnormalities. Looking at the backs of the 2 people gradually walking away, Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, I'm afraid they won't leave directly. Yes, no matter how slim the chances are, they still have to look for traces of their brother. Even if it's just a wisp of his aura. Yi King sighed. In 1,000,000 years, only one of the 7 star guards fell in this half a year. Chu Yang nodded heavily. If they go back this time. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with worry. I don't know if what happened back then was really what Yuan Tianji said. Yi King sighed deeply. Then at most, one of the 2 can come back as a half-dead person. It's already very good. Chu Yang's heart ached, and he said, I hope they can bear with it for a while. If they don't try to be brave. Beside him, everyone slowly shook their heads. Such a breath, as long as it was a Jianghu person, they would definitely not bear with it. Minister, the latest news from Mayan Sky. The battle between Chief Xia of Mayan Sky Pavilion and the army of Mayan Sky Pavilion is currently at a disadvantage. The situation is not optimistic. The person from the Tianji Intelligence Department rushed over to report and gave the above information. During this period of time, under Chu Yang's careful planning and Mo Tianji's careful guidance, the Tianji Intelligence Department quietly entered Mayan Sky realm. Moreover, they quickly got in touch with Xia Danqiong. However, a large-scale battle between large groups of people was ultimately different from a Jianhu pursuit. The importance of intelligence was enough to affect the overall situation. However, it was far from enough to affect the outcome of this battle. After all, Xia Danqiong's combat strength was too weak. The disparity between the true strength of the two sides was too great. Even the most accurate intelligence could only be used to predict some tactical evasions in advance. It was difficult to have a decisive impact on the outcome of the battle. With the help of accurate information, it was indeed possible to carry out some small-scale ambushes in certain specific areas and achieve certain results. However, this was already the limit. Other than that, there wasn't much use. It was still the same sentence. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In front of absolute strength, even if there were some specific external factors, it was still unable to affect the direction of the battle. Chu Yang frowned. Continue to increase the surveillance of intelligence. Don't expose yourself. He had to give Xia Danqiong the greatest assistance he could in this regard. Don't allow any accidents to happen. Try to prolong the battle as long as possible and wait for a variable to appear. Yes. The face of the person in charge of the Tianji Intelligence Department turned bitter. It wasn't for himself. At best, he was just passing on a message. But, he was mourning for Mo Yuntian's colleagues. This request was too tough. Don't expose yourself and give the greatest support. Don't allow any accidents to happen. Try to prolong the battle as long as possible, that was fine. But, there was still a wait for a variable to appear. This kind of thing, even if a deity were to do it, it would be very difficult. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. No one knew if they would have the chance to see the sunrise of the second day. Under such circumstances, what variable could there be? Brother over there, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble this time. It's probably the legendary unbearable weight. Now, every piece of information gathered by the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department was sent to Mo Tianji as usual. Chu Yang also received a copy of it. But, Chu Yang didn't deal with this intelligence. He didn't even look at it. The ones who really dealt with this intelligence and made use of it were Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian. It had to be said that the coordination between these two women was truly flawless. Taibu Tian's degree of control over the overall situation and Wu Qianxian's precise grasp of the specific implementation of the plan were not inferior to Mo Tianji's in terms of precision and meticulousness in the coordination between these two women. If there was a gap, then the only thing that was lacking was that Mo Tianji could use the method of seeing through heaven's secrets to predict good or bad luck. The two women didn't have this ability. This was a limitation of their own abilities. It wasn't a fault of human strength or a fault of war. But, because of this, Taibu Tian and Wu Qianxian were even more careful. Everything was based on reality. In this way, it would be even more feasible. During this period of time, Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion gradually became more meticulous in the division of labor. Every small team had their own tasks, and they were strictly assigned to each other. There was not the slightest bit of disorder in the division of labor. Every team member had the advantage of having a tacit understanding with each other. Then, between small teams, between teams, and between large groups, they began to spar and practice their tactics. They began the final run-in before the decisive battle. Those who were not chosen to join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and whose cultivation base was slightly weaker were secretly recruited into the Tianji Intelligence Department. After being trained by Chu Yang, these people were spread out like a big net to catch fish. Among the Tribulation Brothers, Xia Danqiong was in the most difficult situation. Tan Tan had once lamented one day, "You say, Xia Danqiong is living like a bird now. Even GMO and Luo Kudi, those two idiots, are living more comfortably than him. This guy is leading millions of people and living like a stray dog every day." Everyone was speechless. So, how could he be compared with Xie Danqiong's rebellion with millions of people? How could he lead a few hundred or a few thousand people? They were definitely not on the same level. There was no comparison at all. Are we going to make a move now? Tai Budian looked at the information sent back by Mo Yuntian and asked with a frown. The information said very clearly that Xie Danqiong's side was almost at the end of the road. Although they were still fighting now, they were probably not far from being completely annihilated. Qu Yang pondered, for the time being, let's wait and see if there will be any changes. If Xie Danqiong walks this path himself, it will naturally be the best. If it really can't be done, it won't be too late for us to make a move then. Early on, when they contacted each other, Qu Yang had secretly sent Lightning Snake and the others to lead 20,000 elites to infiltrate the Ink Cloud Sky territory. Once Xie Danqiong's side was really in danger of being annihilated, these two people would immediately make a move to save him. With the strength of these people, it was definitely impossible to turn the whole situation around. But to save the situation for a while, they were quite confident. At the very least, they could ensure that the important people's lives would not be killed, but Qu Yang still hoped that Xie Danqiong could rely on his own ability to get through this crisis. This way, there would not be any unnecessary inner demons. Breaking through on one's own and being helped by others were two completely different concepts. If Xie Danqiong could break the deadlock on his own and turn the situation around, then in the future, on the Heavenly Devil battlefield, there would be another invincible and confident Supreme Commander. On the other hand, even if Xie Danqiong was eventually rescued and safely evacuated from the Ink Cloud Sky territory, he might not be able to achieve much in the future. Although this reality was cruel, it had to be faced. For this goal, Qu Yang felt that the risk now was still worth it. Mo Tianji also had the same thoughts as Qu Yang. Now, Mo Tianji's gaze was also all on the Ink Cloud Sky territory. Other than that, there was another extremely exciting thing. That was, Qu Yang's brothers had all been contacted, although everyone was scattered in their own heavens and earth. In the face of news of their brothers in their respective heavens and earth, they were all filled with excitement. At the very least, it was not like before, where they felt like they were fighting alone. As for the other matter, it was quite surprising. Li Xiong too, another fellow countryman who had ascended to the Heaven Imperial City from the Heaven Continent, had not shown his talents for a long time. However, on that day, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world with his saber strike. This guy had killed a member of the super big sect, the Heaven Sword Alliance. Moreover, the person he killed was an important person. Now, the Heavenly Sword Alliance had announced to the outside world that they would hunt down Li Xiong too at all costs. The momentum was so great that it was only slightly inferior to the time when Qu Yang was jointly hunted down by the three big sections. Mo Tianji acutely felt that this might be a great opportunity for Li Xiong too to transform. After hesitating for a while, he finally decided to help. If Li Xiong too's news was surprising, then there was another person's news that made people feel shocked. Some time ago, the Heavenly Sword and the Absolute Heaven Sword had appeared at the same time. The Heavenly Sword had been kept by Gu Duxing, and he had mastered it. And the Absolute Heaven Sword, which had been missing for a long time, had finally revealed its owner's true identity. The Absolute Heaven Sword, which was on par with the Heavenly Sword, naturally caused a commotion. And this lucky person who had obtained the Absolute Heaven Sword was also a fellow countryman who had ascended from the Heavenly Layer continent to the Heavenly Layer Imperial Court. And he was someone that everyone was familiar with, therefore, coincidences were really scary. Buluqing, this influential person of the Heavenly Layer continent, had been missing ever since he had ascended to the Heavenly Layer Imperial Court. No one knew what his situation was like, and what his current cultivation level was like. No one had expected that the first time they heard news about him, it would be such shocking news. Buluqing's killing intent was much stronger than Gu Duxing's. Faced with the encirclement from all sides, he directly killed all of them without mercy. His killing intent was so strong that it was shocking, but as the news about Buluqing spread, the attraction of the Absolute Heaven Sword was still irresistible. Therefore, Buluqing's situation gradually became worse. That Gu Duxing was originally only a heavenly man. But after obtaining the Heavenly Sword technique, he rushed to the saint level in a very short time. He became one of the few experts in the entire Heavenly Layer Imperial Court. Then, how can the legendary Absolute Heaven Sword technique, which is on the same level as the heavenly sword technique, be weak. If he obtains the absolute heaven sword technique, as long as he successfully cultivates it, won't he become another Guduxing? And this Buluqing's cultivation level is much weaker than Guduxing's. We can't do anything to Guduxing, but can't we do anything to this Buluqing? This is another chance given to us by the heavens. With such a mentality and such words, the commotion caused by Buluqing this time, it even exceeded the one caused by Guduxing. If there were people with discerning eyes who carefully analyzed the heavenly layer imperial court during this period of time, they would definitely be shocked to discover a fact. Starting from 2 years ago, the heavenly layer imperial court gradually entered a chaotic situation, or rather, a chaotic era. First, Xianxia attacked aggressively and killed Yuan Tianjiai, triggering a long pursuit. Although this pursuit had to stop midway due to the outbreak of Mo Yuntian's rebellion, the importance of this pursuit, the number of people involved, the scope of the pursuit, and the distance of the pursuit, were all the closest to the heavenly layer imperial court in hundreds of thousands of years. The pursuit on Chu Yang's side had just ended, but Guduxing's side had already begun to rise. Guduxing's side had not ended, but Rui Budong and Ao Xieyun followed closely behind. Then, it was GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others. Before the matter here had ended, Mo Yuntian had an unprecedented rebellion, and the entire Missouri Yuntian heavenly court was in a mess. Before everyone could retract their gazes from Mo Yuntian, they discovered that the absolute heaven sword technique incident had erupted again, and during this process, Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion rose out of nowhere, established itself in Demon Emperor Heaven, and gradually grew stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Tianji Intelligence Department also gradually developed into the #1 intelligence department in the entire heavenly layer imperial court during this period of time. They had complete control over the world, and in the other few heavens and earth, Guduxing's heavenly armament pavilion rose strongly with the end of Guduxing's pursuit. Rui Budong, Ao Xieyun, and the others, who were being pursued, each had a superpower, and gradually grew. These new powers gradually became the source of contention for the world's power. In the millions of years of the heavenly layer imperial court, there was no lack of some powers that suddenly rose and became popular for a period of time. It could be said that there were talents in every generation, and each led the world for thousands of years, but such a special phenomenon like mushrooms after a rain, like now, was really the first time in millions of years, especially when, at such a juncture, the heavenly demon calamity that had not occurred for a long time suddenly erupted in the entire heavenly layer imperial court. Everything was mixed together, and the whole world gave people a strange feeling as if it had directly become a pot of porridge. When all these things exploded at the same time, it gave people an indescribable feeling of subtlety. It seemed like the world was really about to change. Demon Emperor Heaven, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang, Zi Shiqing, Mo Qingguo, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian sat cross-legged together. Chu Yang was in the middle. Mo Qingguo's hand was holding Chu Yang's left hand, while Zi Shiqing was holding Chu Yang's right hand. The other hand of the two girls was connected to Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian respectively. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian's empty hand was pressed on Chu Yang's back. The five of them formed a perfect cycle, sharing all of their essence energy. At least at this moment, there was no difference in cultivation between them. Chu Yang, what are you planning to do by designing such an essence energy sharing formation? Zi Shiqing was a little confused. Is there something good? Or is it something that requires 5 saints to share at the same time? After activating the sharing formation, the cultivation of the 5 people gradually became the same level after a period of adjustment. As long as the formation was not removed, it would always be maintained in this state. And this state was an absolutely fair state of sharing, and such reality would require at least 2 saints to preside over it in order to be able to display it. And here, it was Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Zi Shiqing, 3 saints, who were in charge of it together. Such a lineup had obviously exceeded the basic requirements of this formation. But why was it so serious? Under the sharing formation, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian, whose cultivation was originally relatively lower, also had their cultivation temporarily increased. From the original level of saints, they directly jumped to the level of saints. Although this was only a temporary increase, Chu Yang wanted to use this special situation to help the 2 girls directly undergo a transformation that would allow them to reach the heavens in one step. However, this transformation required the selfless efforts of Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Xianxia, as well as the power of the formation. Then, there were other special means to complete it. I have a very special heavenly treasure with me. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for one person to use it rashly. If one is not careful, it may spoil things. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, if I find someone else for such a thing, I'm afraid that the participant will be selfish. If there's even a little bit of distraction, it may cause irreparable losses. I've thought about it several times, and it seems that only our family can have no scruples. Scruples? What scruples? All the women widened their eyes and voiced their doubts in unison. Actually, during this process, it is unavoidable that the yuan qi of heaven and earth will surge to the extreme. Under such circumstances, the clothes on the body will naturally turn to dust. If it is a family member, of course, it is fine. But if there are outsiders, it will be too embarrassing. Chu Yang smiled mischievously. No matter how one looked at his smile, it was as if he was asking for a beating. The four women blushed at the same time. They secretly thought that this sentence made some sense. Especially the bodies of women, how could they casually let others see it? Even the people closest to them would feel embarrassed, let alone an outsider. Under such circumstances, it was still safer to rely on his own family. 4 pairs of eyes focused on Chu Yang's face at the same time. The 4 girls thought in their hearts, actually, it's a bit inappropriate to have this guy here. If this guy's hooligan nature flares up, then wouldn't he? If that were to happen, things would be far from good. Just as they were thinking endlessly, they suddenly felt the yuan qi of heaven and earth in their palms start to flow faster. Chu Yang had already started to activate the sharing formation. It was too late to withdraw now. The consequences of rashly withdrawing would be far from good. All the women were annoyed. This guy, he's obviously taking the opportunity to take advantage of us. But at this moment, we can only let him take advantage of us. Letting him see but not touch us is even more of a punishment. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Moreover, Mo Qingguo and Xianxia's cultivations had already reached such a level. They could also understand that Chu Yang was thinking of ways to help Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian raise their cultivations. Such things naturally couldn't be said openly. Otherwise, both Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian would feel embarrassed. So Mo Qingguo and Xianxia naturally wouldn't say it out loud. In the future, everyone will be a family. What's there to take advantage of? After the circulation of energy, Chu Yang's mind suddenly moved. A strange black fruit appeared in front of everyone. This fruit did not emit any smell, and it was spinning rapidly in the air. Apart from the fact that the fruit was black in color and looked quite unusual, there was nothing else that was out of the ordinary. This fruit is called the Netherworld fruit. Don't underestimate it. Its effects are probably far above the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit that we ate previously. This fruit blossoms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and ripens after another 10,000 years. Not to mention how long it takes for the tree to grow, just the fruit alone takes 30,000 years to ripen from blooming to ripening. Chu Yang's low voice sounded. The 4 women felt their hearts tremble from the bottom of their hearts. It would take at least 30,000 years to grow into a fruit like this. The rarity of this nether hell fruit could be imagined. Just as they were thinking, they saw Chu Yang open his mouth. That netherworld fruit flew toward his mouth rapidly as if it had grown eyes. The next moment, the 4 women felt their hearts tremble. It was difficult for them to calm down. It was as if something in their hearts had suddenly exploded. It was as if the universe had suddenly exploded, giving birth to a sky full of stars. And from Chu Yang's mouth, a thick black gas that they had never seen before suddenly bloomed with beautiful colors like a rainbow. But when they looked closely, it was clearly still black. There was no difference in color. Chu Yang closed his mouth tightly. The muscles on his face twitched inexplicably, and an urge to curse surged in his heart. This is a fruit? It's really funny. There's actually such a smelly, sour, bitter, spicy, and tasteless fruit? The moment the netherworld fruit suddenly melted in his mouth, Chu Yang had an impulse that was worse than death. No wonder it was called the netherworld fruit. People who ate this fruit would feel as if they had taken a stroll in hell. Just this taste alone was enough to make people die 7 or 8 times, but this taste then turned into all kinds of feelings, slowly entering the stomach, body, and meridians. Then, it turned into a powerful tsunami-like force that rushed up fiercely. Chu Yang bore the brunt of it. He only felt a sudden shock in his head, and then blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. Even with Chu Yang's current saint cultivation and the strong foundation of the heaven-splitting divine technique, he still couldn't withstand the impact of such a huge amount of medicinal power. At this moment, Chu Yang only felt that his internal organs were burning. The only thing he could do was to desperately operate his own cultivation and disperse the spiritual energy that had already condensed in his meridians toward Mo Qinggu and Xianxia. If he didn't disperse it quickly, the only result would be his body exploding and he would die. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, this smell and this feeling are only on me. If it were on Qinggu and the rest, how would they be able to withstand it? If it was just a strong impact of spiritual energy, it would be fine. Although it was indeed powerful beyond imagination, after the spiritual energy sharing array, it would not reach the point where the 5 saints couldn't take it. But this special smell, it really made people feel like they were better off dead. Chu Yang had never thought that a mere smell could be so unbearable. He was hovering between life and death. His life was worse than death. Even the thought of committing suicide had appeared more than once in his mind. The horror of this smell could be seen at a glance. Even with Chu Yang's perseverance and steadiness, he couldn't help but have such a feeling, not to mention what kind of terrible consequences this smell would cause if it really entered the mouth of a girl. Chu Yang didn't doubt it at all. Not to mention the others, if Mo Qinggu had a taste of this smell, this girl would definitely not care whether this fruit had grown for tens of thousands of years or how much spiritual energy it had. She would directly spit it out without hesitation, and then vomit into a mess. As for the other 3 girls, whether it was the steady Tai Badian, the persevering Wu Qianxian, or big sister Xianxia, who was the most obsessed with improving her strength, the chances of them being able to withstand this smell was definitely not more than 1%. At most, 1%. The other girls also had a chance of vomiting into a mess. Under the operation of the array led by Chu Yang, the 4 girls could clearly feel that there was a huge amount of energy that they had never seen before. It was strong and endless, and it was really rushing over like a tsunami. And all the meridians in their bodies actually showed signs of being unable to accommodate it at that moment, and could collapse at any time. The 4 girls couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Guard your heart tightly, clear your mind, go all out, and don't slack off. Chu Yang said softly, but in the ears of the 4 girls, it was like a loud bell, enlightening even the apathetic. Tai Badian and Wu Qianxian were shocked at the same time. Mo Qinggu and Xianxia's cultivation had already reached that level, so naturally, they wouldn't lose their minds. The only 2 people who needed to worry now were Tai Badian and Wu Qianxian. The 2 girls were only able to forcibly improve their cultivation because of the array. Even though their cultivation could be improved immediately, it was very difficult for their state of mind to be compatible with it. And the current situation was like adding 100 pounds to 100 pounds, and it was really very dangerous. Qinggu, Xianxia, you must release your hearts and mobilize your vital yin. Chu Yang continued, fill your meridians, guide your spiritual energy, and succeed in one go. Mo Qinggu and Xianxia didn't hesitate and did as they were told. The elemental energy sharing formation was a special technique that used external forces to increase one's cultivation. However, if there was no extremely strong external force, the increase would still be relatively limited. Chu Yang, on the other hand, had taken the netherworld fruit at such a special time, it could complement each other. The tyrannical power of this health fruit was to completely equalize the spiritual energy in everyone's body. Then, they could talk about further improvement. And this improvement was referring to the improvement of Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, and Xianxia. As for Tai Badian and Wu Qianxian, although they would not improve their main force, they could still retain the saint realm that they had during the elemental energy sharing array and become true saints of their generation. As for what they could improve in the future, that was a matter for the future. However, for Tai Badian and Wu Qianxian, such a realm was undoubtedly still a step to the sky. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that such an amazing improvement was rare. Since ancient times, if not for extremely special reasons, very few people would be willing to sacrifice their own strength for the improvement of others. But this time, Chu Yang did so without any hesitation. And he had obtained Mo Qinggu and Xianxia's consent in advance. Although the spiritual power from the infernal fruit was enormous to the extreme, the five of them were working together to absorb it, and they were gradually getting on the right track. And Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian also reacted at this moment. How was this an ordinary cultivation? Chu Yang, Qing Wu, and Xie Qing were obviously using such a special method to help the two of them. While feeling grateful, they also sighed. The two women were not the kind of indecisive people. They quickly made a decision in their hearts. Since Chu Yang wanted to do this, one of the reasons was naturally to improve everyone's overall strength. The second reason was because of the small family relationship and the problems of getting along with each other in the future. If they were unreasonable, then Chu Yang's good intentions would be wasted. Just as Chu Yang thought. Chu Yang's road to love had always been very persistent. Or it could be said that if Tai Budian had not sacrificed herself to save him, Chu Yang would only be with Mo Qinggu until now. Until now, in terms of love, Mo Qinggu was irreplaceable and unshakable in Chu Yang's heart. However, Chu Yang had always felt somewhat guilty towards Mo Qingwu after he had accepted Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian. Although this world was a place where men were superior to women, and women were inferior to men, and it was very common to have multiple wives and concubines. However, in his previous life, Chu Yang had always only had Qingwu. Therefore, Chu Yang also felt a little sentimental. As for the four women, there was a strange phenomenon. Xi Xiqing and Mo Qinggu had the highest cultivation, but these two women were unlikely to stay at home for long periods of time. If there was a war in the future, these two women would have to accompany Chu Yang to charge and break through the enemy lines. However, the cultivation of these two women was certainly high, and their martial arts were certainly strong. But, they weren't qualified candidates when it came to living at home. In fact, they were obviously inferior to Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian. As for Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian, their overall ability was rare. However, in terms of cultivation, in a general sense, their current cultivation was already quite commendable. However, in the current situation, it was still a big weakness. In the future, if Chu Yang went to war and the two women stayed at the base camp, then the issue of safety would be a huge hidden danger that couldn't be ignored. But now, after doing this, the four of them were able to completely share their power. Thus, the flaws and small conflicts that might have appeared or had already appeared between the four of them, as well as some of their pettiness, were completely wiped out, because, as long as there was even the slightest bit of distraction, this kind of sharing would definitely not succeed, and once it succeeded, the women would naturally have a very magical telepathy with each other in the future. In this way, it was basically unlikely that there would be any conflicts. This was an important matter that Chu Yang had been preparing for a long time. Today, the time was finally ripe. During this period of time, I've been having a very subtle but very real feeling. Chu Yang said slowly, I'm afraid that this kind of peaceful days won't last much longer. The war with the heavenly demons may erupt at any time. Now, the spiritual energy output of the hell's fruit had entered a certain trajectory. Chu Yang could divide his attention to deal with the spiritual energy while talking. While he was explaining a matter, he also attracted the attention of the four women so that they wouldn't think too much and get rid of those distracting thoughts that they shouldn't have. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the topic he was talking about. So, I chose to use this method to increase the strength of Butian and Xianxian. Chu Yang said heavily, peace in the rear is a major prerequisite for victory in the battle at the front line. The four women were silent at the same time. They nodded one after another, expressing their agreement. Yes. Tai Butian frowned slightly and said, during this period of time, there have been heavenly demon outbreaks appearing in various parts of the Heaven Imperial Court. But in the beginning, although the extent of the scourge was bad, it was still acceptable. But later on, I'm afraid it gradually became a little out of control. At least, it's a situation where the tail is too big to be dealt with. Tai Butian frowned and said, I've analyzed more than 3,400 cases of heavenly demon outbreaks in the recent years. I've surprisingly found that although they were all caused by the heavenly demons, in essence, there were some differences. Or rather, there were some very strange areas. Chu Yang and the other three people listened quietly, and no one interrupted. They knew that Tai Butian usually didn't make conclusions easily. But once she came to a conclusion, it was final, Taibu Tian's status as an emperor had led to her temperament. She would never open her mouth easily. Once she opened her mouth, it would be earth-shattering. So, Xianxia and I sorted out all the information about the heavenly demons that the intelligence department had reported. In the end, we came to a conclusion, a very unbelievable conclusion. That is, the heavenly demon outbreaks in the beginning were very likely to be deliberately disguised and created by someone with ulterior motives. And those who were mixed in later on were the real heavenly demon traitors. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed and he was moved. He said in surprise, "There's actually such a thing? I've thought about this matter several times. The conclusion is the same. There's absolutely no falsehood in it." Taibu Tian nodded affirmatively. "Then I need information. About these people. The intentions of the person who set up this trap are really thought-provoking," Chu Yang said lightly. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Taibu Tian knew who Chu Yang was referring to by these people. While everyone was talking, the huge spiritual energy from the hell's fruit was also rapidly circulating in their meridians. And Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian felt it the most clearly. They could clearly feel that their bodies were gradually changing subtly. Or rather, the word subtly was not the right word, because the process was very fast. The impurities in their bodies were being expelled in a way that they could feel. And once those impurities were expelled from their bodies, they immediately turned into dust and dissipated. Gradually, the bodies and faces of the 5 people were surrounded by a kind of sparkling and translucent divine light. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Chu Yang suppressed that indescribable fear. He pinched his nose and took out another hell's fruit and swallowed it. He used that kind of martyr feeling and carried a strong sacrifice spirit. It had to be said that experiencing that hellish taste once was already too much. Chu Yang really didn't want to experience it a second time. However, the results before his eyes only improved Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian, while he, Mo Qingwu and Zi Shiqing didn't get much of an improvement. In fact, because of the equalization of cultivation just now, it even led to a certain degree of decline. Chu Yang didn't want to cause any problems among the girls, so he could only go through the 18 levels of hell again. Finally, this was the second time he experienced it, and he was mentally prepared. It was a little better than the previous time. However, that kind of sick feeling of wanting to send that thing into his mouth, even though he knew it was something else, attacked him wave after wave. It was a different kind of feeling. Slowly, Chu Yang and the others entered a transcendent state where they forgot about themselves. They closed their eyes and wholeheartedly guided the spiritual energy to flow through their meridians. A never-before-seen holy and extremely dense white gas gradually formed on the bodies of the 5 people, completely enveloping the 5 of them within it. And just when everyone was in this wonderful state, something even more wonderful and unimaginable happened to the 5 people. First of all, a small and exquisite seal slowly emerged from Chu Yang's smooth forehead. Although the seal was small, it was filled with an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura of a superior. Or rather, it could be said that it was the aura of an emperor who ruled over the world. It was clearly just an illusory image of a seal, but at this moment, it was filled with a feeling of substance. It gradually emerged on Chu Yang's forehead, and finally separated from it. It no longer floated, but just rotated slowly. And on the bodies of the 4 girls, Mo Qinggu, Zi Shiqing, Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian, a very special gas also gradually emerged at this moment. Those gases were filled with the aura of nature, gentle and warm, but also gave people an extremely powerful and real feeling. They were the few mysterious gases that the Elven Empress had evolved with all her divine thoughts back then. These auras of different colors gradually emerged, and slowly surrounded the Elven Empress seal that was rotating on Chu Yang's forehead. They were filled with an indescribable feeling of endless longing. Entangling, 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 and all of this was going on quietly without Chu Yang and the others noticing. That illusory image of the Elven Empress seal rotated slowly and elegantly. An unusually huge force of nature broke through the air without warning, and entered the room at an extremely fast speed without making a sound. In a flash, it had already entered the bodies of the 5 people. First thing, tomorrow is the surgery. After tomorrow, I will write a chapter a day. I won't be able to write for about 10 days. I don't have many chapters left, so I will try my best to write and update secretly. After the surgery, I will upload a photo of my hands on Weibo, lest some people say that I am looking for excuses. Let's have a happy new year and not spend it in suspicion. That's not comfortable. Second thing, there are a total of 5 chapters regarding the cold and arrears. I won't be able to repay them before the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, when my hands recover, I will make up for it. And outburst, compensation. Third thing, during the Spring Festival, from tomorrow until the 8th, I will probably write a chapter a day. During the few days after the surgery, there may or may not be an update break. In short, I will try my best. Fourth thing, the Spring Festival is not considered arrears, so let me celebrate the Spring Festival. So I will write a chapter a day and will not make up after the holidays. Everyone, please forgive me. The annual awards finally came to an end. To be honest, before the last moment, I was worried about my gains and losses. However, with the support of all my brothers and sisters, we finally got what we wanted. Author of the Year is a great honor, and it was given to me by all of you. I will never forget this moment of glory for the rest of my life. Brothers and sisters, thank you all. At this moment, my heart was filled with mixed feelings. Thousands of words could be summed up into one sentence. I finally have the first place. I am no longer second place forever. Whoever dares to call me second place forever, I will spit at him to death. Although I am not on the monthly votes list, I am really satisfied. Looking back on the battles of the past few years, I really feel a little sad. We have been fighting, but we have never won. Battle with potatoes, lost. Battle with tomatoes, lost. Battle with Chendong, lost. Battle with blinded eyes, lost. Battle with blood red, lost. Battle with Urgin, lost. Battle with Moon Pass, lost. Battle with Catfish, lost. Along the way, we have continued to lose and fight. Some of them did not just lose once or twice. Let's not talk about sad things. Although we have lost so many times, we have not fallen. Is it not so? Thank you to all our opponents, who have forged us into an undefeated team. Until today, the martial world is still the martial world, the wind is still the wind. The world is still the world, the wind is still the world. As long as there is wind, I will rule the world. I am very proud. Because I have all of you. I am very proud because I have endured all the failures. I believe that in the future, we will enjoy victory one day. Moreover, I will work hard to lead everyone to taste the sweetness of victory again and again. We have lost so many times, but we have not fallen. This is a miracle. Therefore, we will welcome our peak in the future. I believe in it. The annual awards have ended. Author of the Year was won by my brothers and sisters. Vice moderators Ben Xian, Big Cat, and Tian have been working hard to start the voting. It is hard to imagine how much effort they have put in. All the managers have been watching. Brothers, cast your votes one by one. Every time I see the votes, my heart is always burning. All the leaders, Feng Wu, Yaya, Long Inue, Immortals, Ling Piaping, and so on. Too many people have contributed selflessly for this Author of the Year. Great help, thank you all, sincerely thank you all. After the new year, I will work even harder to repay everyone. Today, I'm going to perform the surgery on my hand. Let's talk about the updates during the Spring Festival. From today onwards, 1 chapter a day will be updated regularly at 5 o'clock in the afternoon until the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. At that time, his hand was basically healed. In fact, it should have been healed in the beginning, but for the sake of safety, he took 2 extra days. It would be bad if he couldn't do it when he said that he had just started updating. In addition, he could also take a day or 2 off to rest and celebrate the new year. In the past, he had missed 5 chapters. He would make up for it after the new year. Please believe me, wind conquers the world made of iron. Golden signboard promise. I will do it. Thank you again. The Author of the Year award belongs to you. Thank you for your blessings. What's wrong? The Soul King who followed closely behind the Heart King frowned. Come, immediately, he realized that there were only the calligraphy and painting kings in the room. The other 4 people's hearts skipped a beat. The Heart King, who had a bad feeling, suddenly turned gloomy and irritable, as if the suppression before the storm. Where's the chess master? The calligraphy and painting kings lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Where's the chess master? The other 4 people shouted together. Their expressions and tone became very anxious, they knew that it wasn't good, but they still had a sliver of hope. Even if he was seriously injured and waiting for death, they weren't afraid. As long as he was still breathing, it was fine. Don't ask any more. Yuan Tianming let out a long sigh. The chess master was besieged by the 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Sky. He's already buried in the Demon Emperor Sky. In the secret room, the atmosphere instantly became abnormally quiet and oppressive. Only the sound of the 4 people panting could be heard. Even if the experts at the peak of the Saint Realm didn't breathe for 10 years or 100 years, they wouldn't let out such heavy panting sounds. But now, the panting sounds of the 4 people were like bellows. Dead? The Heart King's voice became dry. He laughed and said, "Lord, please don't make such a joke." Haha. How could the chess master die just like that? As he spoke, his eyes scanned the faces of the calligraphy and painting kings, full of hope. He hoped that the 2 of them would suddenly change from pretending to be sad to laughing and telling him, "You've been deceived, you fool." That way, he definitely wouldn't be angry. He would only happily pounce on them and happily beat them up. Even if they beat him up, it wouldn't matter as long as they said that the chess master wasn't dead. The other brothers were also waiting, eagerly anticipating as they looked at the faces of the calligraphy freak and Xiao Yuanshan. The 2 of them only felt as if their hearts had swallowed tens of thousands of kilograms of Chinese gold thread. Their throats seemed to be blocked, and for a moment, they couldn't say a word. They just stood there in a daze like statues. Their Adam's apple moved a few times, but they only swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The eyes of the other 4 gradually turned from hopeful to lifeless, powerless, and desperate. Dead? The Heart King said blankly, "Really dead? The Go Master really died? Is my brother really dead?" Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared, "You 2 bastards, hurry up and tell me that this is a joke." "What a joke?" "Ah." Suddenly, he flew forward and grabbed the lapels of Crazy Book and Painting King. He shouted angrily, "Speak quickly. Say it's a joke, quickly." There was a burst of crazy shaking. Crazed Book and Painting King's bodies were shaking rapidly like sifting chaff, but they looked at Heart King with despair and sadness in their eyes and did not resist at all. Finally, the Heart King stopped shaking. He looked at the 2 of them with a sharp gaze, and instantly realized that the 2 of them had been seriously injured before. He slowly took 2 steps back, and stood side by side with the other 3 people. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "We have all lived for millions of years. If we should die, we should have died long ago. Life and death, everyone has already seen past it. It's nothing. Who can truly not die?" When he said this, he seemed to be comforting himself, but also comforting the others. However, his voice was worse than crying, his face was worse than crying, his chest rose and fell more and more violently, and he finally couldn't help but roar, "But I want to know who killed them. How did they die? What's the whole story?" The others also stared at the 2 of them. They didn't say a word, and even stopped breathing. In an instant, the entire secret room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. The gaze on Yuan Tianjia's thin and dignified face suddenly flickered, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. He was just sizing up the Crazed Book and the Painting King with a strange look in his eyes without leaving a trace. As they spoke, Yuan Tian's limitless eyes' indescribable expression became more and more serene. It was bottomless. After listening to the 2 kings, the Heart King roared with grief and indignation, "We will go to Demon Emperor Heaven now. We will take revenge on the Demon Empress. We will go to Demon Emperor Heaven. Revenge! Revenge!" The Soul King and the others clamored. Silence. The strange expression on Yuan Tianjia's face suddenly disappeared, and he only roared angrily, "This matter concerns the war between the 2 worlds and tens of billions of lives. How can you treat it like a child's play? You are all people with high statuses, and your life experiences aren't ordinary. How can you be so impulsive?" Yuan Tianjia's face was full of anger. "But how can we do nothing when our brothers are killed? Are we just going to let this matter go? Impossible." Heart King's face was full of anger, and he tried his best to suppress his voice, but it became more and more feminine, so feminine that it was horrifying. If there was someone with a lower cultivation present, just this voice of his would be able to cause internal injuries. "How can I not be heartbroken? I'm heartbroken too. But, the internal strife on our side hasn't subsided yet. If we rashly start a war, victory or defeat is secondary. I'm afraid there won't be a chance for the chess master to take revenge in the future. Xianxia sighed. So we can only endure for now. When the internal strife is over, I will naturally conquer the heavens. Xianxia said heavily, 10 years isn't too late to take revenge. This emperor will definitely seek justice for the chess master in the future. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said abnormally heavily, the chess master is gone. You all only know that he's your good brother, but have you ever thought that he's also my brother? A brother who has gone through life and death together for millions of years. Heart King, Soul King, and the others all fell silent. After a long while, Heart King said heavily, I hope Lord Celestial Emperor remembers what you said today, and don't forget this blood feud. In his grief and indignation, Heart King was even more furious. He didn't even realize that talking to Lord Celestial Emperor like this was already somewhat overstepping his boundaries. But since Lord Celestial Emperor had already said so, it was equivalent to making a guarantee. If Heart King still insisted on going to the Demon Emperor Heaven to take revenge, it would be a little too much, too unreasonable, and unreasonable. Xianxia nodded deeply, his face solemn. Thank you, Lord Celestial Emperor. The senior guards bowed together. The moment they bowed, a few drops of turbid tears finally fell onto the ground, making a loud and powerful sound. Your Majesty. Book Kwang took a step forward, wanting to say something but hesitated. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he asked evenly, is there anything else? This mission failed. My brother died. This subordinate really can't absolve himself from the blame. Book Kwang said sorrowfully, in the end, it's all because I'm not strong enough. If it weren't for me. Speaking up to here, his voice choked and he couldn't speak for a moment. The other brothers all sighed and said, how can this matter be blamed on you? Book Kwang, why do you have to blame yourself so much? Xianxia thought to himself, so it's because of this. No wonder I felt that something was wrong with Book Kwang. With his melancholy personality, this kind of attitude is the right thing to do. He suddenly felt relieved, and his tone became even gentler as he said softly, Book King, this matter really can't be blamed on you. Sigh, the weather is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. Life, death, victory, and defeat are really normal for us people of the Jianghu. Perhaps, although the chess master died, he risked his life to bring you two brothers back safely. For someone like the chess master who values friendship and righteousness, perhaps he died a worthy death and went to the netherworld with a smile. You don't have to blame yourself too much. The other brothers all agreed and comforted him. If they asked themselves honestly, if they were in the same situation, they might also choose to sacrifice themselves to ensure that their brothers left safely. Thinking of this, their hearts were also filled with emotions. Perhaps, for the chess master, being able to protect Book Kwang and the Painting King to leave safely in such a dangerous situation, he already had no regrets. Crazy Book took a deep breath and said, before this subordinate has always had some reservations in my heart for so many years. Even when I assisted His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor in his cultivation, I also rarely went all out. Now, I actually caused my own brother to. Book Kwang suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and burst into tears. This is really my fault. I shouldn't have hidden my selfishness. The eyes of the brothers turned red again. Xianxia sighed and took a step forward. He patted Book Kwang's shoulder gently and said gently, it's okay. We will definitely take revenge for this. Book Kwang banged his head on the ground and said loudly, this subordinate will definitely do his best to assist Your Majesty to achieve great success in his cultivation, subdue the Demon Empress, and take revenge for my brothers. Good, good, good. Xianxia was greatly comforted and nodded repeatedly. I believe that the chess master will also smile if he knows that you have such a heart. Your Majesty, this subordinate was seriously injured this time and almost lost his life. However, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. I accidentally comprehended a cultivation method that is more effective than before. Crazy Shu stood up with a determined look on his face. Your Majesty, I can't make a breakthrough just by reading a myriad of books. I lack the feeling of looking directly at the world. The picturesque landscape and the feeling of looking at the world with one glance can't be completely integrated with my body and mind. That's right. Xianxia had actually been worried about this for many years. When he heard this, his spirit was lifted. What exactly did you think of? Tell me in detail and see if I can give you some suggestions. This matter also needs a special medium to participate, the painting king. Book Kwang said solemnly, there is a saying that painting and calligraphy are inseparable. However, for so long, we have always neglected this point. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Books can certainly be all-encompassing and bear all things. However, paintings can be used to view thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in a more direct way. Book Kwang said, if we can add the texture of pictures to the all-encompassing land, then the comprehension will be truly all-encompassing. At least, it will be much stronger than before. Xianxia said, I'm afraid this matter is not that easy. We have tried many methods before, but the results were very little. What's wrong? The Soul King who followed closely behind the Heart King frowned. He then realized that there were only the calligraphy and painting kings in the room. The other four people's hearts skipped a beat. The Heart King, who had a bad feeling, suddenly said in a gloomy and irritable voice, as if the suppression before the storm, where's the chess master? The calligraphy and painting kings lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Where's the chess master? The other four people shouted together. Their expressions and tone became very anxious and anxious. They knew that it wasn't good, but they still had hope. Even if he was seriously injured and waiting for death, they weren't afraid. As long as he was still breathing, it was fine. Don't ask any more. Xianxia sighed deeply. The chess master was attacked by the 5 great guards of the Demon Emperor Sky. He's already buried in the Demon Emperor Sky. In the secret room, the atmosphere instantly became abnormally quiet and oppressive. Only the sound of the 4 people panting could be heard. Even if the experts at the peak of the Saint Realm didn't breathe for 10 years or 100 years, they wouldn't let out such heavy panting sounds. But now, the panting sounds of the 4 people were like bellows. Dead. The Heart King's voice became dry. He laughed and said, hee hee. Sir, please don't make such a joke. Haha. How could the chess master die just like that? As he said that, his eyes scanned the faces of the calligraphy and painting kings, full of hope. He hoped that the 2 of them would suddenly change from pretending to be sad to laughing and telling him, you've been deceived, you fool. That way, he definitely wouldn't be angry. He would just happily pounce on them and happily grab them to give them a good beating. Even if they beat him up, it wouldn't matter as long as they said that the chess master wasn't dead. The other brothers were also waiting, eagerly looking at the faces of the calligraphy freak and Qiu Yuanshan. The 2 of them only felt as if they had swallowed thousands of kilograms of coptis. Their throats seemed to be blocked. For a moment, they couldn't say a word. They just stood there in a daze like statues. Their Adam's apple moved a few times, but they only swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The eyes of the other 4 gradually turned from hope to listlessness, powerlessness, and despair. Dead? The Heart King said blankly, really dead? The chess master is really dead? Is my brother really dead? Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared angrily, you 2 bastards, quickly tell me that this is a joke. What a joke? Ah. Suddenly, he flew forward and grabbed the lapels of Crazy Book and Painting King. He shouted angrily, speak quickly. Say it's a joke, quickly. There was a burst of crazy shaking. Crazed Book and Painting King's bodies were shaking rapidly like sifting chaff, but they looked at Heart King with despair and sadness in their eyes and did not resist at all. Finally, the Heart King stopped shaking. He looked at the 2 of them with sharp eyes, and instantly realized that the 2 of them had been seriously injured before. He slowly took 2 steps back, and stood side by side with the other 3 people. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, we have lived for millions of years. Those who should die should have died long ago. Life and death, everyone has already accepted it. It's nothing. Who can truly not die? He seemed to be comforting himself, but at the same time, it also seemed like he was comforting others. However, his voice was even worse than crying. His face was even uglier than crying, his chest rose and fell more and more violently. Finally, he couldn't help but roar, but I want to know, Whose hands did they die in? How did they die? What's the whole story? The others also stared at the two of them one after another. They didn't say a word, and even stopped breathing. In an instant, the entire secret room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. On Yuan Tianjia's thin and dignified face, his eyes suddenly flickered, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. He was just sizing up the crazed book and the painting king with a strange look in his eyes without a trace. As they spoke, Yuan Tian's limitless eyes' indescribable expression became more and more serene. It was bottomless. After listening to the two kings, the Heart King roared with grief and indignation, "We will go to the Demon Emperor Heaven now. We will take revenge on the Demon Empress. We will go to the Demon Emperor Heaven. Revenge! Revenge!" The Soul King and the others clamored. Silence. The strange expression on Yuan Tianjia's face suddenly disappeared and was completely hidden. He only roared angrily, "This matter concerns the battle of billions of lives on both sides of the world. How can you treat it like a game? You are all people with high statuses, and your life experiences aren't ordinary. How can you be so impulsive?" Yuan Tianjia's face was full of anger. "But how can we do nothing when our brothers are killed? Are we just going to let this matter go? Absolutely impossible." Heart King's face was full of anger. He tried his best to suppress his voice, but it became more and more feminine, so feminine that it was horrifying. If there was someone with a lower cultivation present, just this voice of his would be able to cause internal injuries. How can I not be heartbroken? I'm heartbroken too. But, the internal strife on our side hasn't subsided yet. If we rashly start a war, victory or defeat is secondary. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to take revenge in the future. Yuan Tianjia sighed. So we can only endure for now. When the internal strife is over, I will naturally send troops to the Demon Emperor Heaven. Yuan Tianjia said heavily, "It's never too late to take revenge. One day, I will definitely seek justice for the Chess King." After a moment of silence, Yuan Tianjia said heavily, "The Chess King is gone. You all only know that he's your good brother, but have you ever thought that he's also my brother? A brother who has gone through life and death together for millions of years." Heart King, Soul King and the rest all fell silent. After a long while, Heart King said heavily, "I hope Lord Heavenly Emperor remembers what you said today. Don't forget this blood feud." In his grief and indignation, Heart King was even more furious. He didn't even realize that speaking like this to Lord Heavenly Emperor was already overstepping his boundaries. But since Lord Heavenly Emperor had already said this, it was equivalent to making a guarantee. If Heart King still insisted on going to the Demon Emperor Heaven to take revenge, it would be a little too much. It would be too unreasonable and unreasonable. Yuan Tianjia nodded deeply, his face solemn. "Thank you, Lord Heavenly Emperor." The senior guards bowed together. The moment he bowed, a few drops of turbid tears finally fell to the ground with a loud and clear sound. "Your Majesty." Book Kwang took a step forward, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yuan Tianjia's eyes flickered, and he asked evenly, "Is there anything else?" "This mission failed. My brother died, I really can't absolve myself from the blame." Book Kwang said painfully, "In the end, it's all because I'm not strong enough, if not. Speaking till here, his voice choked and he couldn't continue. The rest of the brothers sighed and said, "How can this be blamed on you?" Book Kwang, why do you have to blame yourself so much? Yuan Tianjia thought to himself, so it's because of this. No wonder I felt that something was wrong with Book Kwang. With his melancholy personality, such an attitude is the right thing to do. Instantly, he felt relieved, and his tone became even gentler. He said softly, "Book King, this matter really can't be blamed on you. Sigh, the weather is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. Life and death, victory and defeat, to us people of the pugilistic world, is really a common thing. Perhaps, although the Chess King died, he worked hard to bring you two brothers back safely. To someone like him who values friendship and loyalty, perhaps he died a worthy death and went to the netherworld with a smile. You don't have to blame yourself too much." The rest of the brothers echoed and comforted him. They asked themselves honestly, if they were in the same situation, they might also choose to sacrifice themselves to ensure that their brothers left safely. Thinking of this, their hearts were also filled with emotions. Perhaps, for the Chess King, being able to protect Book Kwang and the Art King to leave safely in such a dangerous situation, he had no regrets. Book Kwang took a deep breath and said, "Before this, for so many years, I always had some reservations in my heart. I helped His Majesty practice martial arts, but I rarely went all out. Now, it actually caused my brother to die like this." Book Kwang suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and burst into tears. "This is really my fault. I shouldn't have been selfish." The eyes of the brothers turned red again. Xianxia sighed, stepped forward, and patted Book Kwang's shoulder gently. He said gently, "It's okay. We'll definitely take revenge for this." Book Kwang hit his head on the ground and said loudly, "I'll definitely do my best to assist His Majesty to achieve great success, subdue the Demon Empress, and take revenge for my brother." "Good, good, good." Xianxia was greatly comforted and nodded repeatedly. "I believe that the Chess King will be happy to know that you have such intentions." "Your Majesty, I was seriously injured this time and almost lost my life, but it was a blessing in disguise. I accidentally comprehended a cultivation method that's more effective than before." Book Kwang stood up with a determined face. "Your Majesty, only books can't make a breakthrough. It lacks the feeling of looking directly at the world. The picturesque feeling of looking at the world can't be completely integrated into the whole body and mind." "That's right." Xianxia had actually been worrying about this for many years. Hearing this, his spirit was lifted. "What exactly did you think of? Tell me in detail and see if I can give you some suggestions." "This matter also needs a special medium to participate," the Art King. Book Kwang said solemnly, "There's a saying that calligraphy and painting are inseparable. But for so long, we've always neglected this point." Xianxia fell into deep thought. Books, of course, can be all-encompassing and bear all things. But paintings can be used to view thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in a more direct way. Book Kwang said, "If we can add the texture of pictures to the all-encompassing land, then the comprehension will be really all-encompassing. At least it'll be much more powerful than before." Xianxia said, "I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy. We've tried many methods, but the results were minimal. Yesterday's update is repeated, today's chapter is free. I apologize to everyone." For the first time, Xianxia felt and personally tasted the true sweetness of the combination of calligraphy and painting. Although it was just the beginning, he could already feel that all his cultivation, including his mental energy, soul energy, spiritual energy, including everything that could be improved, were all improving crazily, all round, wholeheartedly improving to the extreme. Xianxia was overjoyed and excited. If he could improve at such an astonishing speed, he was absolutely confident that he could surpass Shui Leihan's current realm by the time this cultivation session was completed. Even when compared to a sage, he might not necessarily be inferior. He really didn't expect that the death of a chess master this time would be exchanged for the sincere help of Crazy Book and Painting King. In the end, he obtained such a rare benefit. Crazy Book's mental energy and soul energy surged madly like the tides of the Yangtze River. Tuer shouted, "Your Majesty, don't be distracted. Please relax your mental energy completely. This is a critical moment, don't let all your efforts go to waste." Yuan Tianjiangsing felt ashamed in his heart. He was also an expert in cultivation. At such a moment, he actually had to be distracted by external affairs and not hurry to cultivate, but had to be reminded by Crazy Book. If these two people regretted it, there would never be such a heaven-sent opportunity in the future. Xianxia made up his mind and completely let go, fully integrating his mind and body. Crazy Book poured his mental energy and soul energy into the specific area where the three people merged without any reservation. At the same time, he paid close attention to the integration of the mental energy of the three people. He knew that he only had one chance. It was when the mental strength of the three of them had completely merged into one, and it was only at that time that he would be able to completely occupy the dominant position. But in order to achieve this, there was a necessary prerequisite, Xianxia's unreserved trust and completely open heart. Therefore, he racked his brains and even didn't hesitate to damage his own foundation to create such an opportunity. In this process, as long as Xianxia wanted to improve, he had to be in full control of the situation, and once he reached that level, although he would lose a lot of his own cultivation, he could really go deep into Yuan Tianjia's inner world and know everything he wanted to know. When Crazy Book made this decision, he had completely cut off all his escape routes. If what happened back then wasn't Yuan Tianjia's doing and everything was his own misjudgment, then after what Yuan Tianjia did, there was no way he would stay here. He might even be killed on the spot by Yuan Tianjia out of humiliation, but if it was done by Yuan Tianjia, in that case, everything that he had done now would be meaningful. Crazy Book was also nervous. This was a gamble that he had lost before he had even gambled. No matter what the truth was, he was still the loser, but the only good thing was that one would die knowing, while the other would die in confusion. The bookworm would rather die knowing the truth. After a while, the three people's spiritual energies finally fused together perfectly. You have me, I have him, and we have each other. This was the first time in millions of years that Yuan Tianjia had completely opened up his heart, all for his ambition, to reach the true peak of the heavenly layer. Although Yuan Tianjia also had his concerns, he was already destined to not turn back at this time. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Painting King's eyes were filled with intense worry, and he almost forcefully withdrew his domain. Crazy Book was keenly aware of this, and suddenly shouted, "All techniques originate from the same source. All techniques return to one." All the spiritual energies suddenly gathered together like rivers converging into the sea. Yuan Tianjia felt that his strength was in a state of rapid expansion. The frequency and degree of expansion even exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Crazy Book suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned, "What happened back then? What happened back then? Why did my beloved wife and concubine die?" The enmity of the past, all encompasses. Do you have it? What happened back then? What happened back then? Who killed my wife? What happened back then? What happened back then? Today, the water falls, the stone emerges. Reverse. Shu Kuang roared. At this moment, Yuan Tianjia's spirit was completely immersed in the rapid improvement of his cultivation. He had no idea that Crazed Bookworm had changed his original intention. He just opened up his spirit and spiritual power and wandered in the great Tao, absorbing, improving, repeating. By the time he finally felt that something was wrong, Crazy Book had successfully taken over the spiritual energies of the three people at this moment. Unknowingly, he quietly invaded the depths of Yuan Tianjia's mind. For a powerhouse like Yuan Tianjia, even if he was willing to let go of his spiritual defense and spiritual defense, even if he was completely unprepared and was controlled by someone. But this time was still very short. At most, it was just a moment. After a moment, his instinctive counterattack would form a terrifying tsunami-like counterattack. To break free from such control, of course, this was mainly because Crazy Book's cultivation was far inferior to Yuan Tianjia's, so, Crazy Book only had a moment, but for the book maniac, this moment was enough, because, at this moment, all the memories of Yuan Tianjia were equivalent to his memories. Crazy Book could browse everything, including those that absolutely couldn't be known by others, secrets, but Crazy Book never thought of it. What would he see? He had thought of the situation after he saw the truth. No matter what the truth was, when he saw what he saw now, he was really shocked beyond words. The process was very simple, very simple. Whatever Bookworm Crazy Heart suspected, he would look at it. And indeed, he saw what he wanted to see. The first thing he saw was an image of a few people discussing something in a place filled with dense black qi. One of them had a face full of ferocious tattoos. He was definitely not someone Crazy Book knew, but judging from the voice, the owner of this voice was Yuan Tianjia. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I have to use the foundation of the Heavenly Imperial Court to further improve it. But, what is the foundation of the Heavenly Imperial Court? A man in black laughed strangely. Isn't it simple? The so-called foundation should be the inheritance of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Inheritance? Makes sense. But how do we do it? Yuan Tianjia's eyes lit up. We can do it this way, but how can they agree? We can do it this way, but in that way, I'm afraid the sacrifice is too big. How can we really sacrifice our own people? We can design a layout and finally shift the blame to others, which is more beneficial to us. The specific operation can be done this way. In this way, we don't have to worry about that person not being dead set on it. Then, Crazy Book saw a scene that made him so angry that his eyes almost popped out. In that familiar and unforgettable mountain forest scene, he and his beloved wife and concubines were laughing and joking all the way. On this side, there were more than 10 great masters lying in ambush in different positions. All he could see was a murderous aura. Crazy Book almost coughed up blood when he saw this. Looking at himself and the others who were laughing and joking over there, he almost wanted to roar out loud, there were enemies ahead. Take a detour, however, all of this was just a memory. Fate was already decided, and it had already happened. Everything was in the past, no one could change it, watching his beloved concubines die one by one, and he was the first to be ambushed. Crazy Book's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, while those people were attacking. In a distant place, a man in black was watching all this with a smile. Xianxia. Then, he saw his beloved wife carrying him all the way to escape, and Xianxia was following behind them at a moderate speed. The person who was chasing them all the way was also at a moderate speed. His beloved wife was finally dead. He was also at the bottom of the water. When he came out again, he coincidentally met Xianxia. Xianxia treated his injuries with great care, asked about his well-being, drank with him many times, talked with him for a long time, sighed and scolded him together. At that time, he really treated Xianxia as his benefactor and confidant. When he finally became sworn brothers with him and swore to help him take revenge, he was already loyal to him without the slightest bit of doubt. Ha ha ha. Crazy Book laughed bitterly, spitting out a few drops of blood. Finally, the truth was revealed. So this was the truth. Everything was planned by Xianxia, in order to make use of him to help him practice martial arts. And he was really an idiot, following Xianxia's plan and working like a horse for his biggest enemy, being used for more than 1,000,000 years. He was even complacent about it, he was even inexplicably grateful. In this world, there was nothing more ridiculous than this. If there was a competition for the #1 idiot in the world in the Heavenly Imperial Court, it would definitely be him. Page by page, his memories gradually flipped through. Then, he saw Xianxia helping him find the so-called enemies one by one. The first one was really the real one. He could see the shock on that person's face. It seemed like he was also a pitiful person who was deceived. After Xianxia personally performed the soul-searching, that person gave up the other people. Then, he was slapped to death by Xianxia. However, the other people who gave up the information were actually not members of those who had participated in the operation back then. Obviously, during the soul-searching process, Xianxia cleverly manipulated that person at the moment of his mental breakdown. Then, he and Xianxia took revenge along the way, killing so many innocent experts one by one, and those real murderers were actually those people who helped him take revenge along the way, and he was even grateful to them. They were also the officials of the palace after he came to Dark Cloud Sky and helped Xianxia ascend to the throne, those people who called him brothers every day. No wonder when those people saw him, the smile on their faces would always become somewhat strange. If I were those people, I would probably feel strange too. I killed your wife, killed your concubine, and killed the most important people in your life. But now you're being so intimate with me. Haha, and you're even thanking me sincerely. Is there anything more pleasing to the eyes than this in this world? An expert at the peak of the Saint Realm was being toyed with by me like a fool for an entire generation. Crazy Book felt like he was going to collapse. How could I be so stupid? How could I be played by someone, and by a group of people? Xianxia's spiritual fluctuations suddenly became stronger. Obviously, the backlash was coming. The painting king's face was already showing an anxious expression. During this process, his spiritual power was suppressing Xianxia together with Crazy Book. He was even the main force suppressing Xianxia. Crazy Book was distracted by checking Xianxia's memories, so his mind was fluctuating greatly. If he only relied on Crazy Book, the backlash would have come long ago. But now, he had already reached his limit. Crazy Book made up his mind and continued to flip through the deepest part of his memories. Then, he saw darkness. All he could see were strange creatures. Everyone had tattoos on their faces. Crazy Book could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed, "Extraterrestrial demon? Extraterrestrial demon?" At this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared, his voice full of anger and shock. The painting king behind him immediately let out a muffled groan. and blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. Yuan Tianjia's 7 orifices also spurted out a lot of blood, but the color of the blood was as black as ink. It was completely black blood. Yuan Tianjia's cultivation was much higher than the two of them. Even if the two of them worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. But now, his spiritual power had been completely controlled by Crazy Book. He hurriedly tried to retract, solidify, and seize control of the power. Then, he counterattacked. This process was too hasty, and he also suffered heavy internal injuries, but he could not be anxious. He dared not be anxious. The book maniac had now grasped all his secrets, including his biggest secret, the secret that must never be known by others. Yuan Tianji was filled with resentment and fear. Now, he had already reached the point where his heart was burning with anxiety and urgency. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his internal organs were burning and he was extremely frightened. Extraterrestrial demon. Yuan Tianjia was an extraterrestrial demon. This was his biggest secret. Once this news was made known to the world, all his efforts over the past several million years would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. All of his schemes would be for naught. How could he not be anxious at this critical moment? All this time, the book maniac had been helping him with his cultivation wholeheartedly. This process had been going on for millions of years. Who would believe that after millions of years of loyalty and devotion, there would be such a sudden turn of events? Switch sides. Even with Yuan Tianjia's scheming and deep foresight, he had never thought of this. Therefore, he had stepped into this trap without any warning. However, by the time he realized that he was being controlled, it was already too late. It was a foregone conclusion that his secret had been exposed. Without a doubt, the book maniac must have invaded the deepest part of his heart and learned all of his secrets. Therefore, Yuan Tianjia was almost in a desperate state, and suddenly erupted with all his strength. He would rather give up on this great harvest and escape as soon as possible. His goal was to break free from the book maniac's control as soon as possible. Boom! An abnormally violent explosion suddenly occurred in the secret chamber. This was an abnormally silent explosion. Because what exploded was the purest form of spiritual energy, and spiritual energy, the three of them let out a blood-curdling scream at the same time. Their aura exploded, and the three of them were sent flying in 3 different directions. However, at the same time, they pounced back at the same time. The 3 of them had the same killing intent, and they used their killing moves at the same time. Yuan Tianjia's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes had turned completely black. His killing intent and dense black qi were constantly emitting out. It was the demonic black qi. He wanted to kill the book maniac. He must kill him. The book maniac must die, because the book maniac had already grasped his biggest secret. If the book maniac didn't die, Yuan Tianjia wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the book maniac was also pouncing back with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Kill Yuan Tianjia. Take revenge. Take revenge for his wife and concubines. For millions of years, the book maniac had never forgotten. This million years of hatred, a million years of deception, a million years of endless humiliation, all of this had made the book maniac completely lose his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yuan Tianjia, the main culprit. Who would be willing to be deceived like this? For millions of years? Millions of years. Thinking back to the past 1 million years, he was simply like a super big idiot. He was ordered around by his enemy and worked hard for his enemy. Moreover, he even did his best to help his enemy cultivate. Even so, he still had to be deeply grateful to his enemy and engrave it in his heart. For a super expert, this kind of humiliation had simply crossed all the bottom lines. There was no doubt that the book maniac was going all out at this moment. No matter what, he had to kill Yuan Tianjia, and the painting king was also desperately rushing back at the same time as he was blown away by the explosion. For his brother, the book maniac. There was absolutely no way he could be Yuan Tianjia's opponent. If the book maniac died now, then he could only let the hatred sink to the bottom of the sea forever. No one understood the gap between Yuan Tianjia and the book maniac better than the painting king, and no one understood the book maniac's obsession with the hatred of the past better than the painting king. Since that time, the book maniac's future was equivalent to being destroyed. The 3 of them were desperately trying to fly back at the force of the explosion. The 3 of them, under the intense explosion, actually managed to push the force of the explosion back. The air was constantly emitting sonic booms. There were actually countless cracks in the space, cracking and splitting open. This secret chamber was originally very small. The three of them were all top experts. In just a moment, or perhaps not even a moment, they had already rushed back at the force of the explosion. Bang bang bang, the three of them attacked at the same time. The book maniac fiercely held the judge's pen, while the painting king held the carefree fan. The two of them and the other two were already mentally prepared. They had hidden weapons in their hands, preparing for a last-ditch effort. Now, only Yuan Tianjia was barehanded. However, Yuan Tianjia was not the least bit afraid in the face of the terrible situation in front of him. His left fist punched forward, and his right fist punched the painting king's carefree fan at the same time. Another extremely violent explosion rang out. The book maniac and the painting king staggered back at the same time. In such a head-on battle, the stronger one would win, and the weaker one would lose. There were no tricks, and the winner was decided immediately. Yuan Tianjia let out a long roar again, and rushed forward under the mountain of energy. One of his hands turned into a palm shadow, and fiercely floated down on the book maniac's head. At this moment, there was nothing more important than killing the book maniac. The palm shadow that filled the sky came down, but it was more of a concealment move. The real killing move was actually under his feet. Yuan Tianjia's feet moved strangely, and one of his feet suddenly stretched out without any warning. It crossed the limits of time and space, and fiercely kicked the book maniac's stomach. Xu Quan let out a blood-curdling scream. His body immediately tumbled backwards, but the two magistrate pens in his hands had already ruthlessly smashed into Yuan Tianji's calf. Yuan Tianji's leg was injured, but he didn't withdraw his leg. Instead, his other leg appeared without a trace like before, and kicked Xu Kuang's chest. Then, another hand fiercely chopped down, intending to kill. However, a figure flashed like a ghost. It was the painting king who had rushed over with all his might. His two hands abruptly lifted up and firmly blocked Yuan Tianjia's descending giant hands. He roared angrily, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" These words were directed at the book maniac. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large amount of blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. This hand was Yuan Tianjia's unique skill, the hand of hell. Although the previous two kicks had already severely injured the book maniac, they were still unable to completely destroy the book maniac's combat power. This hand of hell was Yuan Tianjia's ultimate killing move. This attack had indeed used all of his strength, and it was Yuan Tianjia's strongest killing move. The painting king had already been injured mentally, physically, and spiritually, and his combat power had been greatly reduced. Now that he had to take Yuan Tianjia's strongest killing move head-on, he was already beyond his power. It was just a touch, and he was already seriously injured, but he still held on with all his might. It was only now that the abnormally powerful explosion finally spread out. With a boom, the entire secret room flew up into the sky. Yuan Tianjia flew back and rushed towards the exit. He actually gave up the opportunity to kill the painting king at this moment, and rushed towards the exit instead. Why? The painting king and book maniac instantly understood why. They opened their mouths to shout, but blood spurted out from their mouths. Because of the huge explosion, they kept retreating. Their expressions were extremely anxious, and they wanted to shout out a warning, but they couldn't say anything. They could only let out a suppressed groan, and then spit out a mouthful of air that had almost exploded from their lungs. At the same time, they desperately shouted, "Be careful!" But Yuan Tianjia had already gone to the exit. For a peerless expert like Yuan Tianjia, how fast was his movement technique? He was actually much faster than the warning sound. The 7 great guards were like brothers of life and death for millions of years. Their relationship was so deep that they had already reached the point where they would live and die together. Since they couldn't kill the book maniac immediately, the 4 great guards outside had become existences that were enough to threaten Yuan Tianjia's life. Taking advantage of the fact that they still didn't know anything and were still loyal to him, he had to kill them as soon as possible. This was what Yuan Tianjia was thinking at this moment, because if he really wanted to fight to the death with the painting king, no matter what reason he had, they would definitely not help him. This could be seen from the fact that the painting king had risked his life to help the book maniac deal with him this time. At this moment, Yuan Tianjia no longer had any hope of getting lucky in his heart. He couldn't let go of any possibility of his secret being exposed. In fact, when he realized that the book maniac had entered his heart and seen through his biggest secret, he had already made up his mind. he would definitely not allow the remaining 7-star guards to live. End of chapter 2260. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.